My name is Uchiha Chōfu, and I have been in this world for 6 years now. It is the autumn of Konoha Village's 30th year. The morning breeze carries a hint of chill as it sweeps past the large paper fan crest hanging high above the Uchiha clan grounds, rustling a few dried leaves that have fallen too early, like a scene straight out of a movie. The street is unusually quiet. Most of the clan members have already left for the police force or their respective jobs. Leaning against the porch of my secluded little house, my dark eyes calmly observe this sight. So familiar, yet tinged with a sense of distance. When I first arrived here, I was a helpless infant. Over time, I have gradually grown accustomed to the honor and loneliness that come with the Uchiha name. As a traveler from another world, I have no parents, no siblings. In this clan that places immense value on bloodline and family, I am about as marginal as one can get. Were it not for the clan's rules ensuring every child's basic welfare and training, I might not have made it this far. Today is especially significant for me. It's not because of some major event in the clan, but because the Konoha Ninja Academy is welcoming a new academic year. As far as my hazy memory serves, today a blonde-haired boy named Minato Namikaze will enroll, a boy destined to become the fourth Hokage. The wheel of history, I mutter under my breath, my tone carrying a complex mix of emotions, even I do not fully notice. I have always longed for strength, for the ability to protect myself in this unpredictable and dangerous era, even to try to change something. Yet the Uchiha blood in me has not granted me any special abilities. After years of basic training, my performance is average at best, no different from any other ordinary child. Just as my thoughts are wandering, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoes in my mind. Ding! Space-time coordinates matched, energy fully charged. Multiverse sign-in system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Host, Uchiha Chōfu. Congratulations on acquiring the multiverse sign-in system. My body freezes instantly, my pupils narrowing ever so slightly. I never thought the cliché cheat of a transmigrator would finally arrive. Late perhaps, but here at last. My heart races, and in that moment, all my doubts and worries vanish, swept away by a surge of anticipation. The system explained to me that every day, a new check-in location would be announced. As long as I went to the designated spot and completed the check-in task, I would earn check-in points. Each point allowed me to check in once, and upon success, I'd receive a random treasure chest. The chests range from white to red in different tiers. The higher the tier, the better the odds of getting something valuable. But luck is always unpredictable. A humble white chest might yield a legendary item, while a red one could hold nothing but an ordinary reward. Anything was possible. Chime, congratulations, host, for your first system binding. You have received a complimentary gift. Mythic Red Treasure Chest, X1. A red treasure chest. At the mythic level, no less. My heart raced with excitement, barely daring to believe it. This system was so generous, giving away the highest tier chest right from the start. I didn't hesitate for a moment. Silently, I intoned in my mind, open the red treasure chest. Chime. Mythic Red Treasure Chest. Open successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received Herrscher's Core. Herrscher's of Reason, incomplete. This Herrscher's Core was astonishingly powerful. It could both comprehend and reconstruct matter, simulate and create all sorts of objects, and even contained a hall of knowledge for storing information and assisting with analysis and calculation. I couldn't hide my delight. The core of the Herrscher's of Reason? Isn't it the very power I've always dreamed of? This was no doubt a top-tier reward from a mythic chest, brimming with potential. In the world of Naruto, whether it was bloodline limits, ninja tools, or secret techniques, everything hinged on the mastery of matter and understanding. With this core, it felt as though I now held the key to the principles behind all things. Learning ninjutsu, unraveling the mysteries of ninja tools, everything would become easier. Even researching truth-seeking orbs or the Six Paths relics would no longer be out of reach. Of course, fully upgrading it would require 10,000 check-in points. That wouldn't be easy. Still, with such a fortunate start, I already felt incredibly lucky. I quickly asked the system, what's today's check-in location and task? Daily check-in, task refreshed. Check-in location. Main gate. The system explained to me that every day it would announce a different check-in location. All I had to do was go to the designated spot and complete the check-in task to earn points. Each point could be used for one check-in, and upon a successful check-in, I'd receive a random treasure chest. The chests ranged in grade from white to red, and the higher the grade, the better the chances of getting something rare. But luck is a fickle thing. Sometimes a white chest could yield a legendary item, while a red chest might only contain an ordinary reward. Anything was possible. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first system binding. You've been gifted Mythic, red chest X1. A red chest? And its mythic quality. My heart raced with disbelief. This system was simply too generous, offering the highest grade chest right from the start. Without hesitation, I silently chanted in my mind, "Open the red chest." Ding. Mythic red chest. Open successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received Herscher's core. Herscher's of reason. Incomplete. This Herscher's core was unbelievably powerful. It could comprehend and reconstruct matter, simulate and create various objects, and even contained a hall of knowledge for storing information, assisting with analysis and calculations. I was overjoyed. The core of the Herscher's of reason? Isn't this the very power I've always dreamed of? This was undoubtedly the top reward among mythic chests, with enormous potential. In the world of Naruto, everything, from bloodline abilities and ninja tools to secret arts, revolved around the mastery of matter and understanding. With this core, it was as if I now held the key to the principles behind all things. Learning ninjutsu and analyzing ninja tools would become far easier, and even researching truth-seeking orbs or six-paths artifacts might not be out of reach in the future. Of course, fully upgrading it would require 10,000 check-in points, a daunting task. But with a beginning like this, I already felt incredibly lucky. I quickly asked the system, what's today's check-in location and task? Daily check-in task refresh. Check-in location, the main gate of Konoha Ninja Academy. Task requirement. At noon, witness Minato Namikaze entering the school gate. Task reward, 1 check-in point. As expected, it was related to Minato. It seemed the system's tasks fit perfectly with the current storyline. I glanced up at the sky. There was still some time before noon. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself. Although I had gained tremendous power, I needed to remain low-key within the Uchiha clan. If I drew too much attention, it could attract scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups, and that would be dangerous. I tried to channel a bit of chakra to touch the Herscher's core, and in that instant, the world seemed to shift. The wood grain on the porch, the composition of the stone steps, even the patterns of dust swirling through the air, all of it was inscribed into my mind by the Hall of Knowledge. I sensed that as long as I spent chakra, I could directly create wood and stone. However, the process was extremely draining, so I stopped immediately. After tidying up my room a bit, I reminded myself that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, it wasn't odd to head near the Ninja Academy on the first day of school. With time running short, I straightened my clan attire, smoothed my hair, and set out for the academy. The entrance to the school was bustling with activity. Parents lined up with their children to register, the crowd lively and brimming with anticipation. Every now and then, I spotted children wearing the Uchiha clan crest among the throng, their faces marked with the signature confidence and pride of our family. I stood quietly beneath a large tree, keeping a sharp eye on the crowd around me. I felt the excitement of a mission about to begin, while also searching for Minato Namikaze's figure. Finally, midday arrived, and the sun blazed at its peak. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me, a small, slender boy with golden hair and clear, vivid blue eyes. He came alone, his gaze filled with curiosity and determination. Minato Namikaze. The moment I recognized him, the system notification chimed in my mind. Ding. Target detected. Minato Namikaze. Check-in task complete. Ding. Check-in successful. You have received white treasure chest, *1, check-in point, *1. Would you like to open it? A white treasure chest, the lowest grade. Open it. Ding. White treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received Shuriken throwing technique, mastery, experience pack, *1. A rush of brand new knowledge surged into my mind, causing my fingers to tremble ever so slightly. Though it was only the lowest level reward, it filled a gap in my combat skills. Practical, yet subtle enough to escape notice. A good start, I murmured, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Watching Minato step through the school gates, then glancing at the lively crowds and the massive faces carved into the Hokage rock in the distance, it felt as though this world continued to move along its destined path. But now, armed with the sign-in system and the Herscher's core, my future would surely take a different turn. The excitement brought by the system and the Herscher's core surged within Uchiha Chongfeng's heart like a silent tidal wave, rolling through him all night long. Deep in my consciousness, the geometric orb of light spun quietly. Even without actively calling upon it, it granted me perception far beyond the ordinary. Whether it was the texture of wood and stone, the dust drifting through the air, or the faintest flow of chakra within me, everything appeared before my eyes with unprecedented clarity. It was as if I had, for a brief moment, gained the sight of a god. Yet I knew that to truly master this power, I would have to expend a tremendous amount of energy. At dawn the next day, I resisted the urge to immediately experiment with basic mimicry. For now, the most important thing was to build a solid foundation and quickly accumulate more points. System, what's today's task? Ding. Check-in location, Nanga Shrine, Main Hall. Task requirement. Before sunset, press your palm to the secret fan emblem hidden at the entrance to the assembly hall and hold for 10 seconds. Task reward. Check-in point *1. Nanga Shrine? That's the entrance to the clan's underground gathering hall, isn't it? Chōfu's mood tightened. That place was the true heart of the clan, a site for secret councils, the passing down of legacies, even the forging of the Uchiha's destiny. For someone like me, an orphan on the fringes without even an awakened Sharingan, that area had always been strictly forbidden. If I so much as approached, the clan members would eye me with suspicion, let alone allow me to touch that concealed entrance. Yet the system's very first guidance pointed me straight toward this perilous and sensitive place. Even so, the lure of a check-in point and my own burning hunger for power would not let me give up so easily. We need to make a detailed plan. I took a deep breath and let my consciousness sink into the Hall of Knowledge, summoning every memory fragment I had about the Nana Shrine. At the same time, I used the core's gift, my ability to sense the flow of the environment and energy, to run through countless scenarios in my mind. The layout of the shrine, the patrol routes of its guards, and the timing of their shifts, the play of light and shadow, possible blind spots in their line of sight. I gathered and analyzed every piece of relevant information, piecing them together like a puzzle. A preliminary plan of action was gradually taking shape in his mind. Though fraught with danger, it was not without hope. Before making a move, he knew he needed to gather more strength. He sat cross-legged, refining his chakra according to the improved method he'd developed the previous night. With just a single cycle, his energy was restored to a full, vibrant state, an effect comparable to what used to take him half a day of arduous training. In the afternoon, he headed to the training grounds, as usual, completing his daily regimen of physical exercises and shuriken practice. He carefully maintained his routine, ensuring nothing in his behavior would arouse suspicion. As the afternoon wore on and the sunlight slanted westward, the shadows of the Uchiha clan stretched long across the ground. He knew the moment was drawing near. Instead of heading straight for the shrine, he took a detour along the edge of the clan's territory, slipping quietly through a dense patch of woodland to approach his target from the side. With the heightened senses granted by his core, he moved through the trees like a shadow, his steps light and silent, skillfully avoiding the notice of several clan members. The time-worn contours of the Nanga Shrine soon appeared ahead, its ancient structure encircled by trees, exuding a solemn and reverent atmosphere. Just as he had anticipated, the guard at the main entrance was no ordinary patrolman, but a sharp-eyed, composed Uchiha Chunin. Even from a distance, the man's aura radiated an intimidating pressure. Lowering himself behind a clump of bushes, Chōfu watched the surroundings with patience and care. He saw the faint currents of chakra in the air, noticing that although the Chunin seemed to be standing casually, in reality, his perception enveloped the entire front gate. Trying to barge in head-on would be suicide. Even attempting to approach with an excuse would likely lead to questioning or even expulsion. His target lay at the side of the shrine's main hall. Holding his breath, he suppressed every trace of his presence, alert as a predator on the hunt. Using the shadows cast by trees and the building itself, he began to move, slowly and stealthily. Each step was meticulously calculated by the Hall of Knowledge, ensuring he only stepped where no sound would betray him, his body always hidden from view. It was a painstaking and nerve-wracking process. Sweat had already soaked through his undershirt. He could clearly hear the pounding of his own heart, and, in the distance, the steady breathing of the Chunin. He was drawing ever closer to his goal. At last, he circled around to the rear side of the main hall, near the base of Stone Lantern. Pressing his back against the cold stone wall, he exhaled a slow, tense breath. This was the place. Guided by the core's perception, he didn't need his eyes to confirm it. His fingertips found the hidden, icy indentation at the back of the lantern's base, the mark of the Uchiha fan. The opportunity was right before him. Swiftly, he turned his body to shield the area from view, and without hesitation, pressed his right hand firmly onto the spot. The roughness of the stone and the chill of the insignia pressed against his palm. 1, 2, 3. Silently, he counted in his mind. Each second stretched endlessly, as if time itself had been pulled into eternity. He strained his ears, listening for the faintest sound around him. 7, 8, 9. Just as the 10th second was about to slip away, a faint, rustling sound reached him. It was the whisper of a shoe sole brushing against gravel, coming from the other side of the main hall's corner. Someone was approaching. Chōfu's heartbeat nearly stopped. He instantly pulled his hand back and, like a startled animal, darted into the deepest shadow, wedging himself between the wall and a thick cluster of plants. He barely dared to breathe. A figure appeared at the corner. It was another Uchiha ninja on patrol. The man was simply making his rounds, glancing casually about. Chōfu could feel that gaze sweep over his hiding place, as though it might pierce right through his cover. He reined in his chakra and stilled his presence as much as possible, silently praying that the shadows and the faint aura granted by the system would keep him hidden. Fortunately, the patrolling ninja noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Without pausing, his footsteps continued along the route, and he soon disappeared from sight. Only when the last echo of those footsteps faded away did Chōfu finally dare to relax. He slowly let go of the tension coiled in his body and exhaled the breath he'd been holding for so long. Cold sweat soaked his back. Ding! Check-in successful. Mission complete. Reward: 1 check-in point has been granted. Current check-in points: 2. Would you like to check in now? He'd done it. Suppressing the rush of relief and excitement that followed a narrow escape, he didn't dare linger even a moment. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. You've received 1 green treasure chest. Open it. Ding! Green treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You've obtained permanent minor chakra refinement efficiency boost card. A gentle warmth spread through his body, but there was no time to savor it. After making, he felt the roughness of the stone and the chill of the insignia against his palm. 1, 2, 3. Silently, he counted in his heart. Every second seemed to stretch on endlessly, time elongating into eternity. He strained his ears, trying to catch any faint sound in the surroundings. 7, 8, 9. As the 10th second was about to pass, a faint shuffle reached him, a barely audible sound, the scrape of a shoe sole against loose gravel, coming from around the far corner of the main hall. Someone was approaching. Chōfu's heart nearly stopped. He instantly withdrew his hand, and like a startled animal, darted back into the deepest shadows, wedging himself between the wall and a thick clump of plants. Even his breathing was suppressed to the barest whisper. A figure appeared at the corner, another Uchiha ninja on patrol. The man was just making his rounds, his gaze sweeping the area with casual indifference. Chōfu could distinctly feel that searching gaze sweep over his hiding place, as if it might pierce through any cover. He concentrated on suppressing his chakra and presence, silently praying that the darkness and the faint concealment provided by the system would be enough to keep him from being discovered. Fortunately, the patrolling ninja seemed to notice nothing amiss. His footsteps never faltered, and soon he continued along his route, moving away. Only when the sound of those footsteps had completely faded did Chōfu dare to slowly release the tension in his body, letting out a breath he'd been holding for what felt like an eternity. Cold sweat had soaked his back. Ding! Check-in successful. Task complete. Reward: 1 check-in point has been granted. Current check-in points: 2. Would you like to check in now? He'd done it. Forcing down the surge of relief and elation that came after danger, he dared not linger for even a moment. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. You have received 1 green treasure chest. Open it. Ding! Green treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have received permanent minor chakra refinement efficiency boost card X1. A gentle warmth flowed through his body, but there was no time to savor it. After confirming once again that the area was safe, Chōfu slipped away from the Nanga shrine, taking an even more concealed route than before. Not until he'd left the shrine grounds and returned to the relative safety and openness of the main street did he finally let out a real sigh of relief. He glanced back at the building, now looking even more mysterious in the gathering dusk, his heart filled with vigilance. Every mission from the system carried its own risks. None could be taken lightly, and the Uchiha clan's complexity and danger far exceeded anything he'd imagined. He clenched his fist, feeling the slight increase in his chakra and the weight of those 2 precious check-in points. This path was destined to be anything but smooth. But he had no way out. His only option was to become even more cautious and stronger, pressing forward without hesitation. On the 3rd day after obtaining the system, Chōfu Uchiha encountered a very real problem: money. The Uchiha clan could provide only the most basic living needs, but better ninja tools, more nourishing food, and even certain medicinal herbs needed for training all had to be purchased with his own funds. As an orphan, Chōfu's savings were pitifully small. He had to rely on the meager stipend provided by the clan, but this income was nowhere near enough to support his rapid growth, let alone cover the immense expenses that might come with using the Herrscher's core in the future. I have to find a way to make money, Chōfu thought to himself as he walked along the clan streets. Could he take on missions directly? No, he was too young. and his skills had yet to be recognized. Start a business? He had neither the initial capital nor the necessary connections. His eyes wandered over the shops flanking the street, finally coming to rest on a ninja tool shop. Inside, a variety of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags were on display. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Understanding and reconstruction, preliminary simulation. Chōfu muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Right now, I can't create chakra metal from scratch, nor can I replicate things as complex as explosive tags. But maybe... He stepped in the ninja tool shop. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged Uchiha, gave him a brief glance, but said nothing more, clearly aware that he was just one of the clan's unremarkable children. Chōfu picked up the most ordinary, standard-issue kunai, a tool so cheap it hardly cost anything. He used the last of his coins to pay for it, and took the kunai home. Returning to his small hut, Chōfu focused his attention, his eyes narrowing slightly. Understanding and reconstruction. Deep within his consciousness, the Herrscher's core flickered softly. In his mind's eye, the kunai in his hand was completely deconstructed. Material composition, plain iron ingot, smelting process, forging technique, balance distribution, the angle of the blade's edge. Every detail surged into the hall of knowledge, swiftly recorded, analyzed, and understood. So that's it. Tiny impurities in the forging, inconsistent heat treatment, the balance is off by 3 millimeters, and the blade angle could be optimized by another half a degree. Chōfu murmured. Under the Herrscher's core's analysis, the craftsmanship of this kunai seemed crude, with plenty of room for improvement. He still couldn't create a complete kunai out of thin air, but he could fine-tune the one he had. He extended his right hand, palm facing the kunai, and slowly channeled his optimally refined chakra into it. Preliminary simulation, activate. A faint white light flickered to life in his palm, enveloping a specific part of the kunai. Guided by the optimization plan provided by the Herrscher's core, his chakra was precisely directed into the metal's microscopic structure, removing the tiniest impurities, rearranging the crystals to enhance toughness, subtly adjusting the center of gravity, and refining the blade geometry for a sharper edge. This process required extraordinary attention to detail and exceptional control over chakra. Without the assistance of the Herrscher's core and the improvement in his manipulation skills just yesterday, he would never have managed it. In just a dozen seconds, Chōfu could feel nearly a third of his chakra depleted, while fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Gradually, the light faded away. The kunai in his hand looked almost unchanged, still dull and unremarkable on the surface. But the grip now felt perfectly molded to his hand, and the weight was distributed with near-perfect balance. The blade, when caught by the light, shimmered with a finely honed, dangerous sharpness. This kunai had been transformed from a standard-issue weapon into a masterpiece. Its performance pushed to the absolute limit of the materials available. Its sharpness, durability, and handling could rival, if not surpass, even the most expensive high-end ninja tools sold in the shop. It worked. A gleam of joy shone in Chōfu's eyes. Although this level of optimization couldn't be done on a large scale, upgrading a few ninja tools from time to time and selling them should be enough to solve his financial troubles and wouldn't attract any attention. After all, no one would pay special heed to a Uchiha child selling second-hand kunai. At most, they would assume he had simply stumbled across some well-kept old stock. Just then, a clear and slightly urgent girl's voice rang out from outside. Chōfu, are you home? Hot on her heels was a somewhat rough male voice. Of course he's here. Where else would that guy go? Chōfu paused for a moment before recognizing the voices. Uchiha Liuli and Uchiha Shinjin. They were among the few peers in the clan with whom he still had a close relationship. All three of them had lost their parents at an early age and were somewhat marginalized, so as children, they often played together. Liuli was his childhood companion, while Shinjin was his good friend. Only in the past year or two, with more training and missions, had their meetings become less frequent. Chōfu quickly stowed away the optimized kunai and hurried to open the door. Two figures stood outside. The girl was dressed in a spotless Uchiha clan uniform, her long black hair tied into a neat ponytail, her eyes bright and filled with concern. She was Uchiha Liuli. Standing beside her was a slightly taller, dark-skinned boy with a somewhat arrogant expression, though his eyes also betrayed a hint of worry. That was Uchiha Shinjin. You really are home. I heard you sparred with Iron Fire yesterday, at the training grounds? And you were evenly matched? Is that for real? Shinjin was the first to speak, his tone brimming with skepticism and curiosity. Liuli, meanwhile, studied Chōfu intently. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? We heard about it and got a bit worried, so we came to check on you. She seemed more sensitive than Shinjin, picking up on a subtle change in Chōfu. His eyes seemed brighter today, more spirited than before, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Warmth bloomed, in Chongfeng's heart. These two were among the few who never looked at him with pity or suspicion. I'm Fina. Chongfeng stepped aside to let them in. We just exchanged a few moves. Ironfire Senpai went easy on me. Oh, come on. Xianjian strode in with his usual carefree swagger and flopped into a seat. Ironfire's not the type to hold back. Have you been training in secret or something? Even your shuriken throws are dead on now. Lioli followed him inside, her eyes sweeping over the modest but tidy room. Yeah, everyone at the training grounds has been talking about you. They say you've suddenly become really strong. Chongfeng smiled and poured them some water. Maybe I just figured out a few tricks about using my strength recently. I couldn't stay stuck forever. He gave this vague explanation, attributing his improvement to his sudden insight. In the world of ninjas, such reasons were hardly unusual. Xianjian clicked his tongue, still finding it hard to believe. TCH, looks like we'd better step up our game, or you'll leave us in the dust, Chongfeng. Lioli, ever more attentive, looked at him with concern. Whatever the reason, it's good to see you making progress. Just don't push yourself too hard. Promise you'll stay safe. She paused, her tone lightening. By the way, it's been ages since we all trained together. How about heading to the little training ground in the back hills this afternoon? Xuanjin's been boasting about his fire techniques lately. It's the perfect chance to see if he's for real. The little training ground in the back hills was their old secret base from childhood, a secluded spot perfect for practice. Chongfeng's heart stirred. This was a rare chance to strengthen their friendship and to get a feel for his newfound abilities in a relaxed setting. Sparring with friends of different styles would also add valuable data to his haul of knowledge. Sound great. Chongfeng nodded. I've got some new ideas I want to try out too. Awesome. Xianjian could hardly contain his excitement. This time, you're going to see my brand new fireball jutsu in action. Lioli chuckled. I'll be the referee, and maybe practice a bit of shuriken cover while I'm at it. After the three of them agreed on a time, they began reminiscing about amusing childhood memories, and the atmosphere in the room grew especially relaxed. Xianjian and Lioli didn't press Chongfeng for more details about his transformation. Instead, they simply shared in his happiness. This pure friendship brought a touch of warmth to Chongfeng in this unfamiliar world. After seeing his two friends off, Chongfeng glanced at the improved kunai in his hand, then looked at the two check-in points displayed on the system interface. He had found a way to solve his financial problems and reconnected with old friends. It seemed as though everything was slowly turning for the better. The sparring match this afternoon. Chongfeng clenched his fist, feeling the chakra flowing through his body and sensing the core of limitless potential within his consciousness. Perhaps this time he could truly go all out. The afternoon sun streamed through the sparse woods, casting gentle light upon a quiet clearing behind the Uchiha clan grounds. The terrain here was flat, with rocks and trees scattered around, providing natural cover. This was the secret training ground Chongfeng and his friends had discovered as children. Uchiha Xianjian was already standing impatiently in the center of the clearing. He formed hand signs, took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A ball of fire, about 1 meter in diameter, burst from his mouth. With a surge of scorching air, it shot forward, striking a withered tree used as a target, setting it alight in bright flames. Though the fireball wasn't massive in size, its form was remarkably stable. For someone his age, this was quite an impressive feat. Huh. Well, we think, Chongfeng, really? Pretty amazing great fireball, right? Xianjian boasted, rubbing his nose with pride, his face full of anticipation. Lioli stood at the edge of the clearing, idly playing with a few shuriken in her hand. Hearing Xuanjin's words, she nodded and offered an objective assessment. Your chakra control and shape transformation are much more stable than last time, and the power has increased too. You've definitely reached a solid level. Chongfeng also wore an approving expression. With the passive perception of the core of reason, he could clearly sense the flow of chakra, the change in its properties, and the subtle loss of energy as Xianjian performed the jutsu. The Hall of Knowledge automatically recorded and analyzed these details, even deducing several ways to further improve chakra efficiency. Still, Chongfeng chose not to mention these suggestions just yet. You've really improved a lot, Xianjian, Chongfeng said with a smile. Of course I have. Xianjian beamed, then turned to Chongfeng. All right, Chongfeng, let's see how amazing you've become after your epiphany. Taijutsu or shuriken, pick whichever you like. Lioli, too, looked at Chongfeng with curiosity. She was just as eager to see how their friend's sudden leap in strength would reveal itself. Chongfeng did not refuse and walked to the center of the field. Well then, let's start with shuriken. He needed real combat to fully digest that mastery-level experience and to test his core-assisted precision control. The two stood facing each other, over 10 meters apart. Watch out! Jinjian made the first move, sending 3 shuriken flying at Chōfu in a triangular formation. They moved so fast, it seemed to block every possible escape route. Chōfu focused intensely, as if the world around him had suddenly slowed down. He could clearly sense the spinning trajectory and speed of each shuriken, even the faint currents of air they stirred. The core instantly captured and calculated all of this. Without a moment's extra thought, his body responded naturally. He spun nimbly to the side as the 3 shuriken brushed past the edge of his clothing, embedding themselves with a thud in the tree trunk behind him. What quick reflexes! A look of surprise flashed in Liuli's eyes. Jinjian was momentarily stunned, but, unwilling to give up, attacked again, this time with 5 shuriken in rapid succession, coming from every direction to block off all of Chōfu's movement. Chōfu's figure moved with deft precision within a small space. Each dodge was perfectly timed, his movements clean and efficient, as if he had foreseen exactly where every shuriken would land. And even as he dodged, his right hand flicked out, a shuriken of his own, launched after the others, caught up and struck the side of Gunjian's last flying shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp metallic ring, Gunjian's shuriken was knocked off course, losing momentum and dropping weakly to the ground. Chōfu's shuriken, however, kept its force, driving deep into the earth just an inch in front of Gunjian's toes. Jinjian froze in place, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. In that instant, he hadn't even seen how Chōfu made his move. The sidelines fell utterly silent. Liuli's mouth hung open in astonishment. Chōfu's command of the shuriken had already surpassed that of his peers, reaching a level close to skilled chunin. Could this leap really be the result of yesterday's epiphany? Ew. Jinjian snapped out of it, his face a mix of shock and frustration. Is this what you call figuring a little something out? That's way too much progress. Chōfu smiled, walking over to retrieve his shuriken. Just lucky, I guess, the feel was right. Want to keep going? Of course. Jinjian was fired up. Taijutsu this time. I don't believe you're just as good at close combat. What followed was a taijutsu match that put even greater pressure on Jinjian. Chōfu's strength and speed still couldn't match Gunjian's, but his precise anticipation and efficient responses made Jinjian feel utterly stifled. Every attack seemed to be under Chōfu's control, always neutralized by his opponent with the least effort. And whenever Chōfu launched a counterattack, he could always find angles that left Jinjian scrambling to defend. This wasn't just an improvement in technique. It felt more like a complete transformation in his approach to combat. Liuli watched from the sidelines, utterly absorbed. Chōfu's movements revealed a distinct beauty, simple, precise, and effective, as if refined through countless trials. She noticed, somewhat faintly, that when Chōfu fought, his gaze became intensely focused and profound, no longer the eyes of a young boy. After dozens of exchanges, Jinjian, panting, leapt back and waved his hand. Enough, enough. You're impossible to deal with. Sparring with you is like trying to catch an eel. There's just no way to get a grip. Chōfu was breathing a little hard as well, sweat beading on his forehead. The intense focus and constant calculations had drained his mental energy, but the reward was clear. He'd gained a new level of mastery over his body and his core abilities. Thank you for the match, Jinjian. You're much stronger than I am. I just made good use of some techniques, Chōfu said modestly. Oh, spare me. Jinjian grumbled, unwilling to admit defeat, but his eyes on Chōfu had changed. Now, there was a hint of respect and newfound seriousness. You've been hiding your skills well. From now on, I'm going to spar with you all the time, until I learn your tricks for myself. Liuli walked up as well, her eyes shining with excitement. Chōfu, you really have gotten amazing. That dodging and your shuriken skills. Can you teach me too? She was eager to grow stronger as well. Seeing the sincere and admiring looks from his 2 friends, Chōfu felt a ripple of emotion. One person's strength is limited. To have trustworthy companions was, without doubt, a blessing. Of course. Let's study together. Chōfu agreed with a nod. A lot of it comes down to the details, how you generate force and the timing. The 3 of them gathered in the simple training ground, exchanging ideas. Chōfu shared some of his experience in proficient shuriken technique in clear, easy-to-understand terms, and used his keen observation to point out subtle flaws in how Jinjian and Liuli used their strength. The sun gradually dipped toward the west, casting dappled light through the forest. The young friends discussed and practiced with focus and ease, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. However, none of them noticed the figure standing quietly atop a distant cliff. No one knew when he had arrived. It was Uchiha, who had crossed paths with Chōfu just the day before. He stood with his arms crossed, his expression grave, eyes fixed intently on the 3 figures training below, especially Chōfu. That move, There's no way it was just a fluke, Taikai muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. The precision is astonishing, as if he's honed it through countless real battles. And his control over the shuriken, compared to yesterday, it's like he's an entirely different person. As a young ninja of the Uchiha clan, widely regarded as one of its most promising talents, Taikai's perception far surpassed that of Xuanji and Lioli. He understood perfectly well that what Changfeng displayed was not simply an improvement in skill, but rather a kind of battle instinct honed to an extraordinary degree. This was not something that could be explained by a mere moment of inspiration. It seems I have no choice but to report this, Taikai thought, casting one last, lingering look at Changfeng, who was now chatting with his companions below. With a flicker, his figure vanished from the cliff top. At that moment, Changfeng seemed to sense something. He looked up toward the cliff, but saw only tree branches swaying in the breeze and empty rocks. Was it just my imagination? He murmured, arching an eyebrow, a touch of caution settling in his heart. In the Uchiha clan, rising in strength too quickly wasn't always a good thing. What's wrong, Changfeng? Liuli noticed his distraction. It's nothing, Changfeng replied, turning his gaze back with a smile. Just wondering what we'll have for dinner. Let's go, it's getting late. We should head back. The sunsets stretched their shadows long across the ground. The path to greater strength had only just begun, yet the clan's attention had arrived even sooner than expected. The next morning, Uchiha Changfeng had just finished his early training and chakra refinement when a steady knock sounded at the door. He opened it to find Uchiha Taikai standing outside, his expression solemn. Beside him stood a middle-aged ninja, face impassive, wearing the armband of the Uchiha police force. Changfeng, Taikai began, his tone far more formal than usual. The clan leader wants to see you. The clan leader? Uchiha Sosuke. Changfeng's heart tightened. It was clear his performance yesterday had indeed drawn the attention of the higher-ups, even faster than he'd anticipated. Was it Taikai who reported him? Outwardly, he maintained his composure, showing only a hint of appropriate surprise and puzzlement on his face. Lord Sosuke, may I ask what he wants with me? You'll find out when you get there. Taikai offered no further explanation, simply stepping aside to clear the way. Come with us. The ninja from the police force fixed Changfeng with a hawk-like gaze, sharp and assessing, radiating a calm intensity born from countless missions. Yes, Changfeng replied without pressing for details. He nodded quietly, closed the door behind him, and followed the two men. As they entered the heart of the Uchiha clan grounds, the atmosphere grew even more solemn than it had been on the outskirts. Clan members they passed along the way nodded respectfully to Tetsuka and the police officer accompanying him, their eyes flickering with curiosity and uncertainty as they sized up Changfeng, who followed behind. The residence of clan leader Uchiha Sosuke exuded an air of tradition and dignity. Crossing through the courtyard, the group arrived at the entrance to a spacious tatami room. Tetsuka bowed respectfully and reported, Clan leader, Uchiha Changfeng has been brought as requested. Gomein. From within the room came a deep, raspy voice, brimming with authority, one that left no room for objection. Tetsuka slid open the door, gesturing for Changfeng to enter, while he and the police officer remained outside. Inside the room, Uchiha Sosuke sat in the place of honor. He appeared to be in his prime, with sharp, commanding features and piercing eyes. Simply by sitting there, he seemed to become the room's center of gravity. Changfeng drew a steadying breath and stepped forward to bow. Clan leader. Sosuke's gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Changfeng and lingered, the weight of his silent scrutiny nearly suffocating. Only after a long, tense pause did he finally speak. Changfeng, Tetsuka has reported to me that your recent progress has been extraordinary. In shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, combat awareness, your skills are like those of a different person. Can you explain why? His tone was calm, but carried a gravity that demanded a real answer. Changfeng's mind raced. He knew there was no point in hiding the truth at this moment, so he answered honestly, Clan leader, I have indeed improved recently. Perhaps it's the result of long years of training coming together. Lately, I've had a sudden breakthrough. A breakthrough? Sosuke's fingers tapped rhythmically on the low table, the sound barely audible but persistent. What kind of breakthrough could bring about such a dramatic change? Clearly, he was unconvinced, but he refrained from direct confrontation. Raise your head. Following Sosuke's command, Changfeng lifted his gaze, meeting those piercing, perceptive eyes head-on. He forced himself to remain calm, while deep within, the Herrscher's core quietly activated, analyzing every subtle shift in Sosuke's expression and gaze, enabling him to maintain perfect composure. Sosuke studied the young man before him, surprised to find that, even under his formidable presence, Changfeng remained poised, his eyes clear and unwavering, without a trace of panic. Such self-control was exceedingly rare among the younger generation. Words alone are meaningless, Sosuke said, his tone cool and stern. The Uchiha clan values strength, not empty talk. Since you claim to have achieved something, let me see for myself just how capable you truly are. With that, he clapped his hands. The sliding door opened once more, and 3 people entered. Uchiha Inaho, taijutsu specialist, Sosuke announced, pointing to one of the police officers. You already know Uchiha Teka. This is Uchiha Yashiro, skilled in Jinjutsu and perception. Sosuke turned his gaze back to Chōfu, his tone laced with scrutiny and challenge. They will each test your taijutsu, your skill with ninja tools, and your resistance to Jinjutsu. Let me see whether your so-called gains are real and just how high your level truly is. Chōfu took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening with unwavering focus. Yes, clan leader. I humbly ask for your guidance, seniors. The first round, taijutsu. His opponent was Uchiha Inaho. Inaho was vastly more experienced. His strength, speed, and technique all far outstripped Chōfu's. Yet Chōfu pushed the strategy he developed in his duel with Ganma to its limit, relying on his powerful core perception and precise calculation to execute extreme dodges and blocks. Though he found himself in danger multiple times and was often driven back, he always managed to neutralize the fiercest attacks with minimal cost to himself. Occasionally, his pinpoint counterattacks even forced Inaho to take him seriously. Sosuke nodded slightly. This efficient, energy-conserving fighting style was clearly beyond the grasp of most peers. It resembled the battlefield awareness honed by a veteran soldier. The second round, ninja tools. His opponent was Uchiha Teka. Teka held nothing back. The shuriken and kunai rained down like a storm, thrown from cunning angles and in seamless coordination. Chōfu, in turn, displayed his mastery, level shuriken jutsu to the fullest. Precision parries, deflections, and, at times, incredible tricks to rebound attacks. Though he spent most of the bout on the defensive, he astonishingly managed to fend off Teka's relentless offense. The clash of metal resounded across the field, sparks flying with every impact. A flicker of surprise flashed in Uchiha Yashiro's eyes. He murmured, such control over shuriken, it's almost an art form. The third round, resistance to Jinjutsu. His opponent was Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro's eyes grew hazy, and a surge of powerful Jinjutsu, chakra, swept toward Chōfu. This was a perilous test. Instantly, Chōfu squeezed his eyes shut and focused all his chakra in defense, letting his consciousness sink into the hall of knowledge. Understanding reconstruction initiated. Target, foreign chakra invading the mind. His core accelerated at full throttle, striving to analyze the structure and mechanics of the Jinjutsu chakra. Though he couldn't immediately unravel the intricate illusion cast by a seasoned jonin, the core's powerful focus and keen insight into energy structures greatly bolstered his resistance. He sensed his consciousness shielded by a transparent barrier. The illusory visions bombarded him without cease, yet could not shake the core of his mind. His face turned pale, his body swayed unsteadily, and veins bulged on his forehead. Clearly, he was under immense pressure. Yet, unlike an average chunin who might collapse or lose himself in an instant, Chōfu held firm, never once losing his sense of self. A few seconds later, Yatsushiro took the initiative to release the Jinjutsu. An even deeper look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. A mind of unwavering resolve. His resistance to illusionary techniques is truly extraordinary. Clan leader, he is indeed remarkable. All 3 trials had come to an end. Chōfu stood where he was, breathing lightly. Both his chakra and mental energy were greatly depleted, yet he still maintained a straight, upright posture. Uchiha Sosuke watched him in silence. The sharpness in his gaze softened slightly, replaced by a glimmer of contemplation and appraisal. After a moment, he spoke, his voice still commanding, but with less of the previous harshness. Your performance is certainly distinctive. You don't rely on brute force, but rather, you know how to use every ounce of strength at the most critical moment. This kind of battle awareness far surpasses your peers. Even many seasoned shinobi would struggle to match it. If this truly is the result of your own insight, then it is a path to growth all your own. He paused briefly, then made a decision. The Uchiha clan will not let true talent go to waste. From today onward, you may apply to use the clan's advanced training grounds and consult any ninjutsu scrolls ranked B or below that are not secret techniques. Your monthly stipend will be issued at the level reserved for our most promising young members. This was genuine, tangible support. Chōfu's heart tightened with resolve as he answered respectfully, "Thank you, clan leader, for your guidance and support. No need for gratitude. Sosuke rose and walked over to Chōfu, his presence growing even more commanding. Strength is the foundation of the Uchiha, but it is also a responsibility. I hope you will remember what I have said today. Make good use of your abilities. Let our clan shine brighter, and never stray from the right path or betray the faith the clan has placed in you. His words carried both encouragement and a stern warning. Yes, I will train diligently and live up to the expectations of the clan leader and the entire Uchiha clan. Chōfu pledged with utmost sincerity. Go now. Sosuke waved him away. Chōfu bowed once more. Under the complicated gazes of Tetsuka and the others, he walked out of the training ground. As he left the clan leader's residence, Chōfu let out a slow, heavy breath, realizing his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had passed the trials smoothly and gained access to the clan's resources. Without a doubt, a major triumph for him. Yet, the profound and imposing gaze of Uchiha Sosuke made it clear. Chōfu had now stepped into the sights of the clan's upper echelons. From this day forward, every action he took would draw even greater scrutiny. Advanced training grounds. B rank, ninjutsu. Chōfu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. I must become stronger, and soon. Now recognized by clan leader Uchiha Sosuke and granted more resources, Uchiha Chōfu's life picked up a noticeably faster pace. He no longer went to the public training grounds. Instead, using the authority granted by the clan leader, he entered the advanced training facility deep within the Uchiha compound. The equipment here was far more sophisticated, and the atmosphere much quieter. Typically, only the clan's most promising elite, or those serving as mid to high-ranking jonin, were permitted access to this place. Chōfu's arrival caused a minor stir within these walls. Some of the Uchiha elites in the midst of their own training noticed the unfamiliar, youthful face entering the facility. Curiosity and even a touch of scrutiny flickered in their eyes. When they realized this was the very orphan who had lately become the talk of the clan, a boy whose sudden rise had become legend, their expressions grew more complex. Some looked on with keen interest, others with indifference, and a few with a glint of challenge. Chōfu paid their reactions no mind. He understood well that here, only strength could earn respect. He chose a quiet corner and immersed himself in his training. His primary focus remained chakra. One of the great advantages of the advanced training ground was the minimal distractions. He sat cross-legged and poured his energy into his refined chakra extraction technique, while simultaneously sending his awareness into the Hall of Knowledge, relentlessly tweaking and perfecting every detail. The keen perception granted by the Herrscher's core allowed him to sense the faintest ebb and flow of energy within his cells and the subtlest fluctuation of mental power, enabling him to optimize his process to the utmost degree. His efficiency increased steadily, and the total amount of chakra he controlled grew at a pace visible to the naked eye. Though there remained a gap between him and those born prodigies, compared to his former self, he was now an entirely different person. Next came taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. He practiced the fundamentals repeatedly, honing every movement and every step to perfection. With the aid of the Herrscher's core, his training was remarkably efficient. Each repetition revealed and corrected the tiniest of flaws, gradually refining his muscle memory toward the ideal. At times, he experimented with preliminary mimicry. Rather than creating a whole kunai from scratch, he would make minute adjustments to a training tool, sharpening the very tip of a blade by a few microns or increasing the hardness at the point of kunai. This level of precise manipulation not only honed his control over his abilities, but also kept chakra consumption low and avoided drawing attention. After several days, he could clearly sense a marked improvement in his control over both body and chakra. During this period, Uchiha Tekka would occasionally drop by and witness Chōfu's relentless, almost self-punishing intensity. At first, Tekka was taken aback, but gradually he became accustomed to it. Sometimes, he would even point out small details Chōfu overlooked in his training. The relationship between the two began to shift. While they could not yet be called friends, there was now a measure of mutual respect between them, forged in the way only fellow shinobi can understand. Uchiha Yoli and Uchiha Genjian had also come to visit Chōfu once. Seeing him able to train in the advanced training grounds, they were both happy for him and showed a hint of envy. Chōfu didn't hold back. He shared the basic training techniques he had developed with them. Their friendship grew even stronger as they improved together. One day, while resting between training sessions and recovering his chakra, Chōfu heard the system's familiar prompt echo in his mind, right on schedule. Daily check-in mission has been refreshed. Check-in location, in front of the 3rd medicinal storage room at Konoha Hospital. Task requirements: obtain a sample of the herb labeled clotting grass, 10 years old, From the fifth compartment on the third shelf against the east wall inside the room, just one leaf is needed, and hold it at the doorway for 1 minute. Mission reward: 1 check-in point. Konoha Hospital? The medicinal storage room? Chōfu was caught off guard. This check-in location was even more unexpected than the Nanga Shrine from before. Konoha Hospital was always strictly managed, and the medicinal storage rooms were especially important areas. Casual visitors had no chance of getting inside. The task wanted him to take a 10-year-old clotting grass leaf. Even though it was just a single leaf and not particularly valuable, the situation was delicate. It was perilously close to stealing. Why would the system assign such a mission? Was that particular clotting grass unique, or did it simply want him to experience infiltrating this kind of location? Chōfu was puzzled, but the reward, a check-in point, was too tempting to ignore. After all, he only had 2 check-in points at the moment, far from enough for his needs. "I have to find a way to get in," Chōfu muttered under his breath. Forcing his way in was out of the question. He would have to find another method. He ran through the layout of Konoha Hospital in his mind. The medicinal storage room was usually staffed, but not constantly watched. Maybe he could find an excuse, like delivering something or looking for someone, or slip in during a brief lull in supervision. That afternoon, Chōfu ended his training early and left the Uchiha district, heading toward Konoha Hospital to scope out the area. He disguised himself as a patient's family member, lingering in the hospital's lobby and corridors, carefully observing the flow of people and the security arrangements. Thanks to the memory and analytical skills granted by the Herrscher's Corps, he quickly mapped out the route to the third medicinal storage room and identified several blind spots in the surveillance. He also noticed that every afternoon, just before the end of the workday, the staff would change shifts. The corridors became busier then, and the attendants watching over the storage room might temporarily leave or become distracted. That's when my chance will come. Chōfu devised a simple plan for himself. The following afternoon, Chōfu estimated the shift change time and headed once again to Konoha Hospital. This time, he deliberately dressed in plain clothes, hoping to better blend in with the crowd. Sure enough, as the end of the workday approached, the hospital corridors became crowded. Medical staff hurried about, busy with shift handovers, and the number of patients and their families increased. Slipping into the flow of people, Chōfu quietly made his way toward the area near the third medicinal storeroom. At the door of the storeroom stood a medical ninja in a Chunin uniform, keeping watch. But at that moment, his attention was fixed on the handover checklist he was reviewing, looking somewhat distracted. Chōfu drew a deep breath, focusing all his attention. The Hall of Knowledge swiftly analyzed the best route of action and the perfect timing. Now, he pretended to hurry past the storeroom door, making it look as if he had stumbled. As he lurched forward, a stack of unrelated papers he had prepared in advance slipped from his hands, some fluttering right at the Chunin's feet. "I'm so sorry. Really, I apologize," Chōfu exclaimed as he crouched down in a fluster, gathering the scattered papers and skillfully blocking the guard's view. The Chunin frowned and, almost reflexively, bent down to help pick up the papers, his attention momentarily diverted. In those few brief seconds, Chōfu's fingers deftly flicked out a nearly invisible thread of chakra, silently snaking it through the slightly open storeroom door. Understanding reconstruction, quickly locked onto the target. The fifth compartment on the third shelf along the east wall, labeled coagulant herb, 10 years old. Preliminary mimicry, activated. Objective, detach the edge of a coagulant herb leaf and swiftly coil it with the chakra thread. The whole operation took but an instant. By the time the Chunin stood up, Chōfu had already frantically gathered all the papers, thanking him repeatedly, now clutching an unremarkable, deep green leaf. "No problem. Just be more careful next time," the Chunin replied with a touch of impatience, completely oblivious to anything unusual. Chōfu apologized again and hurried away, his heart beating a little faster. Stopping by the storeroom door, he secretly tightened his grip on the leaf, silently counting down 60 seconds. Ding. Check-in successful. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 check-in point awarded. Current check-in points: 3. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Chōfu moved to a quiet corner, repeating the command in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. You have received blue treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? A blue treasure chest, an upgrade in quality. Open. Ding. Blue treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received chakra nature transformation, wind affinity, beginner, insight shard X1. A surge of insight about the sharpness, cutting power, and flowing nature of wind flooded into Chōfu's mind. Though this perception was still rudimentary, it granted him a fundamental sense and affinity for wind nature chakra, promising a much smoother path when he began to study wind release ninjutsu in the future. Wind element. Chōfu tightened his fist, savoring the fresh understanding that had blossomed in his mind. This adventure had truly been worthwhile. He lowered his gaze to the seemingly ordinary leaf of blood coagulation grass in his hand, his expression thoughtful. The system had specifically designated this leaf. Was it really just a random excuse? Once again, he activated Understanding Reconstruction, carefully analyzing the leaf. A moment later, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The medicinal activity within this leaf was actually stronger than what one would expect from a typical 10-year-old blood coagulation grass. Moreover, its internal structure showed the tiniest hints of mutation. Could it be a beneficially mutated new variety? Or perhaps this leaf grew in a uniquely favorable environment? Chōfu mused silently. Maybe every system mission carried hidden clues or opportunities beneath the surface. He tucked the leaf away with great care. It seemed that from now on, when completing system tasks, he needed to pay close attention to the items themselves. Now, with 3 check-in points and wind affinity in hand, the path to becoming stronger felt even more secure. After earning the clan leader's recognition, Chōfu's daily life changed noticeably. The advanced training grounds? He could now use them at will. Access to B-rank ninjutsu scrolls? That too was within his reach. Even his stipend had doubled. He held tightly to all these valuable resources. Yet he understood well, good days never lasted forever. The ninja world was rife with tension, and the Second Great Ninja War was like a lit fuse, threatening to erupt at any moment. He had to seize every minute to grow stronger. That year, Chōfu and the Herrschers of Reason Corps in his mind were almost inseparable. Before, he'd use it only to understand kunai or adjust shuriken techniques. Now, he was experimenting with much more. Water, stones, iron blocks, he analyzed just about everything with the core, eager to thoroughly dissect every object that crossed his path. The Hall of Knowledge, in his mind, was turning into an encyclopedia of the material world. He even began studying his own chakra, striving to unravel its essence and principles. Sometimes, the effort left his head spinning, but his understanding of things grew deeper and clearer, as if he were becoming a human microscope. Preliminary mimicry. He had also developed new variations of this ability. No longer satisfied with simple repairs, he began experimenting with crafting far more intricate objects. Metal wires as thin as a strand of hair, metal components fitted with tiny gears, and even talismans patterned after explosive tags, though these only resembled the real thing and couldn't actually be used. Each success left him utterly exhausted, his chakra nearly depleted, but his control was clearly improving. Gradually, he mastered the art of performing the most complex operations with the smallest amount of chakra. Chōfu understood deeply that intelligence alone was not enough. Physical strength mattered just as much. With his optimized chakra replenishing his energy, combined with grueling training, his body grew stronger by the day, his speed, power, and endurance all improving markedly. By using his core to calculate the optimal fighting style, he began to shine in the advanced training grounds, earning the respect of Uchiha elites who had once dismissed him. In occasional sparring matches, he could even catch them off guard and leave them at a disadvantage. This was both Chōfu's proudest accomplishment of the year and his greatest headache. A daring idea had taken root in his mind. Was it possible to construct several high-speed channels or energy reservoirs within his body, allowing chakra to flow faster and be stored in greater quantities? He wasted no time putting this idea into action, centering his efforts on his dantian and relying on his core as both a supercomputer and a precision construction crew. He cautiously guided his chakra, carving out new miniature energy pathways alongside the complex network of his existing meridians. The attempt was extremely dangerous. Failure could damage his meridians, causing intense pain. He had lost count of how many times he'd failed, yet he never gave up, persisting through every setback. After a year's hard work, he finally succeeded in constructing 3 miniature circuits within his dantian. Condensation circuit slightly increased the efficiency of chakra refinement. Storage circuit could store an additional 1/10 of his chakra, ready to be used in critical moments. Acceleration circuit allowed chakra to flow a bit faster through his main meridians, making his skills and combat responses noticeably quicker. Although the effects of these 3 circuits were not dramatic for now, their significance was profound. They proved his approach was viable. He continued to feed high-quality chakra into these circuits, gradually stabilizing them and laying the groundwork for even greater improvements in the future. Meanwhile, the outside world was far from calm. Minato Namikaze's outstanding performance at the Ninja Academy was drawing widespread attention, making him the center of admiration among his peers. But troubling news kept arriving from the borders. Clashes with the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages grew more frequent, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The family's patrol assignments had noticeably increased, and the atmosphere in the village was weighed down by a sense of oppression. Chōfu understood that a great war was looming, perhaps only months away. That year, he didn't forget to complete the system's daily tasks, managing to painstakingly collect 365 sign-in points. Though it wasn't much, at least it marked the beginning of the 10,000-point goal needed to upgrade his core. He resisted the urge to spend these points hastily, choosing instead to guard them with utmost care. As the year drew to a close, the family convened a meeting. The clan leader, Uchiha Zongsuk, made it unmistakably clear in his words. No matter who you are, you must be ready for the coming war. After the meeting, Chōfu stood beneath the nighttime sky of Konoha, turning in his hand the kunai he had carefully polished to perfection. Should he continue to grow up safely in the village, or should he choose to venture onto the dangerous battlefield, risking his life in pursuit of greater strength, more points, and perhaps even the chance to awaken the Sharingan? He licked his lips, his eyes a mix of excitement and nervousness. Danger always comes hand in hand with opportunity. If he stayed safe and comfortable, how long would it take to save up 10,000 points? System, what's the task for today? He asked inwardly. Ding. Check-in location. The top of the Konoha village main gate watchtower. Requirement. At sunrise tomorrow, overlook the village from the top of the tower for 10 minutes. Reward. Check-in point *1. The top of the watchtower? Gazing at the village? Chōfu glanced toward the tall tower at the village entrance. An understanding dawned in his heart. The system seemed to be reminding him that it was time to make a choice. No true strength is forged inside a greenhouse. To become stronger, one must take the initiative and step out into the wider world. All right, looks like it's time to get out there and see what the world has to offer. He played with the kunai in his hand, decision made. The next day, before dawn, with nearly an hour to go before sunrise, Chōfu quietly made his way to the gates of Konoha. The watchtower soared into the clouds, one of the core defenses of Konoha. Normally, it was guarded by members of the Umbu or the security squad, and ordinary people weren't allowed anywhere near. But this was the sleepiest time of night, and the changing of the guard often left a brief gap. Chōfu hid in the shadows, observing carefully. The guard below the tower stood with arms folded, their heads nodding as they fought off sleep. This is my chance, Chōfu thought to himself, relieved. He had no intention of barging in recklessly. That would be far too risky. He drew a deep breath and quietly gathered chakra, focusing it into his legs and the newly constructed accelerator circuit. In an instant, he felt his body grow lighter. Seizing the moment when the guard nodded off again, he leapt from the darkness like a cat in the night. Using the tower's structure and the cover of darkness, he climbed swiftly, hands and feet working in harmony. Moving so quickly he left behind only the faintest blur, as if he'd melted into the darkness before dawn. One of the guards seemed to sense a faint breeze, looked up drowsily, but saw nothing. Muttering, "The wind's picking up again," he returned to his struggle against sleep. Chōfu had already slipped silently to the very top of the watchtower. The wind at the summit was fierce, whipping his clothes as he settled into the most commanding spot, ready to wait. In the east, the sky began to brighten, first a soft gray, then orange, then gold. The darkness receded like the tide, and the full panorama of Hidden Leaf Village unfolded beneath his feet. Orderly rows of houses, crisscrossing streets, the colossal Hokage Rock, the lush forest edging the village. The entire village slowly awakened in the light of dawn, as if a slumbering giant was gently opening its eyes. Wisps of smoke curled up from kitchen fires, and now and then the distant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking drifted through the air, filling the morning with the tranquil breath of everyday life. Ding! Check-in successful. Task completed. Reward. 1 check-in point has been granted. Current check-in points, 366. The familiar chime of the system notification rang out right on time, but Chōfu didn't check it immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the village below his feet. He stood there quietly for 10 minutes, watching as the sunlight gradually dispelled the darkness, illuminating every corner. It was a beautiful, peaceful sight, yet he knew that this peace was exceedingly fragile. Lately, skirmishes had become ever more frequent along the borders. Ninjas from Iwagakure, warriors from Kyomogakure, and even those restless souls from Kirigakure were all moving in the shadows. This fleeting tranquility could be shattered by the flames of war at any moment. He recalled the past year spent training desperately. The searing pain when his chakra pathways were torn while constructing the chakra circuit. The vertigo, so intense it felt as if his mind would split while analyzing matter. What was the purpose of all that effort? It was simply to survive in this chaotic world, and even more so, to gain the power to protect something, anything worth defending. Perhaps it was still too soon to talk about protecting others, but at the very least, he didn't want to become just another casualty of war. Staying in the village was certainly safer, but progress came too slowly here. There were only so many ways to earn check-in points. True strength, even the awakening of the Sharingan, required extreme challenges. The battlefield, though full of danger, was also the place where one could grow the fastest. System, open personal panel, he murmured silently in his mind. A translucent screen appeared before his consciousness. Host, Uchiha Chōfu. Abilities, Herrschers of Reason Core, incomplete. Optimized Chakra Refinement Method, Shuriken Throwing, Mastered. Taijutsu Efficient Combat Mode, Chakra Circuit, Condensing Storage Microflow. Wind Affinity, Beginner, Matter Analysis, Novice, Preliminary Mimicry, Precision. Body, Excellent, Uchiha Standard. Mental Strength, Outstanding, Enhanced by Core. Chakra Capacity, Above Average Chunin, Continuously Growing. Overall Combat Evaluation, Special Jounin, High Potential. Check-in Points, 366. Equipment, Enhanced Kunai, Several. Standard Shuriken, Several. Modest Savings. A combat evaluation at the level of a special Jounin? Chōfu frowned slightly, feeling that the system's assessment was a bit generous. He knew his abilities stood out at the moment, but his weaknesses were just as obvious. His combat instincts and techniques might be close to Jounin level, yet his total chakra reserves, ninjutsu repertoire, and true life-or-death battle experience remained lacking. If he faced a seasoned veteran special Jounin, the outcome would still be uncertain. Even so, he did not think he was without a chance. The sun had fully risen, bathing the entire Hidden Leaf Village in golden light, illuminating Chōfu's face as well. He drew a deep breath of the crisp morning air, and at last, his hesitation dissolved. His mind was made up. Cautious growth was important, but sometimes one had to step forward and face challenges head-on. The battlefield was somewhere he had to go. Descending from the watchtower was much easier than climbing up. He moved without disturbing a soul, melting into the gradually bustling crowd like a drop of water, and silently vanished down the street. Instead of returning to the Uchiha compound, he headed straight toward the Mission Assignment Center near the Hokage's office. The mission hall was already crowded with ninja, gathered in small groups before the bulletin boards, scanning lists of available missions. Most were simple D-rank or C-rank assignments, but there was a noticeable increase in B-rank missions. Many were marked Border Patrol or Reconnaissance, and now and then an A-rank mission would be picked up by Jounin. The atmosphere in the hall was far tenser than usual. Clad in the Uchiha clan's uniform, Chōfu's youth did little to hide his calm demeanor and sharp gaze, which drew the attention of some of the surrounding ninja. He ignored their looks and walked straight up to the Chunin administrator responsible for distributing missions. Are there any tasks suitable for Chunin, or someone approaching special Jounin level, heading to the border areas? Chōfu asked directly, his voice calm. The Chunin administrator glanced up at him, seemingly surprised by his youth and forthrightness. But upon noticing the Uchiha clan's fan-shaped crest, the administrator replied with polite respect. Yes. There are several B-rank patrol and reconnaissance missions here. Riskier ones that require at least 2 Chunin or a special Jounin to lead. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Chōfu didn't look like someone qualified to lead a team, and these missions usually required group cooperation. Just as Chōfu was about to respond, a voice suddenly called out from his side. Oh, the little Uchiha wants to toughen up at the border too. Chōfu turned to see a man in his early 20s, wearing a Jounin vest, a faint scar cutting across his face, his eyes keen and incisive. 2 Chunin, both seasoned by the look of them, followed close behind. The Jounin gave Chōfu a measured look, then turned to the administrator. Our squad is about to take on the B-rank mission to scout Iwagakure's movements along the grass country border. We're 1 man short. I think this kid could do the job. What do you say, Uchiha boy? Interested in joining us for a while? But I'll warn you now, this is a dangerous mission, not something you can treat lightly. Chōfu's heart stirred. The border of the grass country, one of the most volatile regions, right up against the land of Earth. With a Jounin leading the team, his chances of survival would be much higher, and it would be the fastest way to get used to the battlefield. He hardly hesitated before nodding. I'm interested. Uchiha Chōfu. I specialize in reconnaissance, shuriken, and close-quarters taijutsu. The Jounin grinned, revealing a neat row of white teeth, and clapped Chōfu on the shoulder. Excellent. Straightforward and decisive. My name's Sarutobi Weirin. These 2 are my teammates. Gather your things. We meet at the village gate in 1 hour. Understood, Chōfu replied, feeling a rush of nerves and excitement well up inside him. The chance had arrived. This would be his first real step onto the battlefield. He immediately turned to pack the necessary ninja tools and supplies, issuing a command to the system in his mind as he worked. System, make sure to notify me as soon as the daily missions update. He knew that the battlefield would be a far more complex environment, and completing sign-in tasks might be more challenging, but there would be more opportunities as well. 1 hour later, at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Weirin and his 2 teammates were already waiting. Chōfu arrived right on time, carrying a sizable pack of ninja tools on his back. Punctual. Good. Sarutobi Weirin gave a faint smile, checked over their gear, and then his expression grew serious. One final reminder before we leave. On the battlefield, follow orders, stay alert, and above all, don't get yourself killed. I don't want to have to answer to the Uchiha clan when we return. Understood, Chōfu replied briskly. Excellent. Move out. The 4-man squad became swift, dark streaks, disappearing from the Hidden Leaf and racing northwest, toward the borderlands of the grass country. Chōfu glanced back once at the Hidden Leaf, receding into the morning light, then turned resolutely, eyes fixed on the unknown, smoke-laden frontiers ahead. His journey of growth was truly entering a new stage. On the 4th day after leaving the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Chōfu followed Sarutobi Weirin's squad across the border into grass country. The moment they stepped into grass country, the atmosphere changed at once. Gone were the surface-level peace and tranquility of the Hidden Leaf. In their place was a tension, heavy, oppressive. There were few ordinary merchants or travelers on the roads. Those they did encounter were mostly wary-eyed ninja or armed men, moving quickly and on high alert. Most of the villages appeared dilapidated and isolated. When the villagers caught sight of these outsiders, ninjas, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion, and they quickly shut their doors and hid inside. The shadow of war hung over everyone like a heavy, oppressive cloud. Stay sharp, everyone, Sarutobi Morito reminded them in a low voice. This place could turn into a battlefield at any moment. We must remain on high alert, and not let a single anomaly slip by. Understood, the 2 Chunin team members replied quietly, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Chōfu nodded silently, pushing his senses to their very limit. The enhanced perception granted by the Lawbearer's Core enabled him to notice countless details that ordinary people would easily overlook. The sudden, startled flutter of birds in the distant woods, the faintest and most varied traces of chakra lingering in the air, even footprints deliberately concealed beneath the earth. Their mission this time was to scout for any movements from a Wagakure along the border between the land of grass and the land of earth. Yet, it was becoming clear that the situation here was far more complicated than they had anticipated. That afternoon, the team paused to rest at the edge of a dense coniferous forest, discreetly observing a narrow path suspected to be in a Wagakure supply route. Leaning against the trunk of a large tree, Chōfu sat with his eyes closed, appearing to be at ease, while actually spreading his senses outward like an invisible web. Suddenly, his ears twitched ever so slightly. Amidst the rustling leaves and the whisper of the wind, he picked up the faintest trace of a suppressed conversation, coming from a low-lying area nearly 100 meters away. The voices were unfamiliar, and the language they spoke was not the common tongue of the Land of Fire, but rather the language of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain? That war-scarred country, ruled by Hanzo, perpetually shrouded in rain and conflict, battered during the Second Great Ninja War? What were their shinobi doing here at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth? Chongfeng's senses heightened instantly. He maintained the appearance of dozing, but focused all his attention on listening. The Hall of Knowledge within him also began assisting in analyzing and comparing the language, drawing from the wide range of foundational models he had accumulated over time. Is the intel confirmed? The Wagakure's supply convoy will pass through Colossus Valley by dusk tomorrow, a hoarse voice asked. It's basically confirmed, but it seems Konoha has caught wind of it too. There's a squad in the area, led by a Jonin. Could be troublesome, another, sharper voice replied. Konoha, TCH ignore them. Our goal is to stir up chaos, to further inflame the conflict between a Wagakure and Konoha. Lord Hanzo wants the situation to be as chaotic as possible. Only then will the Land of Rain have a chance to breathe, or even see some advantage amidst the turmoil. The hoarse voice let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Understood. The explosive tags have already been planted. Be extremely careful. We must not let anyone discover us. The hushed conversation gradually faded away, followed by a series of faint, almost inaudible sounds as the intruders withdrew. Chōfu slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. So the ninja from a Land of Rain intended to stir up even greater conflict between a Wagakure and Konoha? Were they seeking to disrupt the balance, hoping to keep the great nations preoccupied so that the Land of Rain could profit amid the chaos? He felt an immediate urge to follow and uncover their exact plans, as well as the identities of those involved. But reason quickly prevailed over impulse. He was, after all, only a temporary member of this squad. Despite the high regard his clan held for his abilities, his real combat experience was still limited, and acting alone would be highly risky. The enemy's true intentions were still unclear, and their numbers unknown. Taking action rashly might only alert them and put himself in grave danger. Most importantly, his foremost duty was to assist Captain Sarutobi with the reconnaissance of a Wagakure, not to act independently without orders. "What's wrong, Chōfu? Did you notice something?" asked a nearby Chunin named Kinto, quietly picking up on his unease. Chōfu paused for a moment, deciding to be truthful while subtly altering the source of his information. "It's nothing really. I just thought I heard a faint sound, like someone moving quickly. But it was far off. Might have been just an animal. There's nothing now." He refrained from mentioning the Rain Ninja or the conversation he had overheard, thus avoiding suspicion and keeping his unique abilities concealed. Keno frowned slightly, listening intently for a moment, but found nothing amiss. Could have been a wild animal. The creatures in this forest are always on alert. Let's just stay vigilant. Before long, Sarutobi Waren completed his reconnaissance and returned. The squad exchanged brief updates, confirming that Awagakure supply lines were real and heavily guarded, but reported nothing else unusual. They decided to proceed toward their planned destination. Over the next 2 days, Chōfu became even more attentive to his surroundings. Thanks to his exceptional sensory abilities, he uncovered further hidden clues. Not only did he find additional signs of Rain Ninja activity, but in a secluded spot, he also discovered tiny grains of sand and barely perceptible chakra threads, likely remnants left by a puppet master from Sunagakure. An abandoned outpost. He came across the distinctive packaging of military rations favored by Kumogakure ninja, and near a water source. Using his comprehension and reconstruction skill, he detected minuscule traces of a toxin foreign to the local environment, a subtle and insidious technique, most likely the work of a Kirigakure spy. At this moment, the land of grass, caught between the great nations, had become a swirling vortex of intelligence and a hotbed of intrigue. Each major power now saw it as the ideal stage for spying on rivals, fomenting discord, and even provoking open conflict. Although Awagakure and Konohagakure were the main adversaries on the surface, the other nations were also covertly intervening, each seeking to disrupt the situation and secure their own advantage. The situation here was chaotic and perilous, far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Chōfu reported some suspicious traces he had discovered to Sarutobi Waren, but he purposely omitted the specifics of the information source, merely claiming he had noticed them during reconnaissance. Hearing this, Sarutobi Waren's expression turned graver than ever. Suna, Kyomo, Kiri, and even people from AIM? All these factions want to stir up trouble here. We have to revise our mission plan. We can't proceed as originally intended. Without delay, he pulled out a communication scroll and swiftly recorded the latest intelligence. Just monitoring Wagakure is no longer enough. We must immediately report the complex and dangerous situation in the land of grass to the Hokage. Things here are far beyond what we expected. He finished writing and handed the scroll to a Chunin skilled in high-speed movement. Kinto, deliver this intel to the village as fast as you can. Make sure it goes directly to the Hokage or the intelligence division. Understood. Kinto accepted the scroll without hesitation and dashed off at top speed toward Konoha. Sarutobi Waren turned to the remaining Chunin and Chōfu, his tone weighty. The situation has changed. We not only need to continue watching Awagakure, but we also have to investigate what the other factions are up to here, especially be on guard against anyone trying to incite chaos. The mission is now classified as high risk. Everyone stay sharp. Yes, sir. The other Chunin replied with a grave expression. Chōfu nodded in agreement, yet he felt little fear. Instead, a thrill of anticipation stirred within him. Chaos meant danger, but it also brought opportunity. Opportunities to gather intelligence, to improve himself, and perhaps to complete his system's missions. Ding! Daily check-in mission refreshed. Check-in location, beneath the abandoned Tenchi Bridge in the Land of Grass. Mission requirement. At midnight tonight, carve a miniature Uchiha clan fan symbol, with at least 3 chakra-etched marks, beneath the bridge. Reward, 2 check-in points. A new mission had arrived, and the reward had been doubled. The target was the deserted Tenchi Bridge. Rumor had it that this bridge was a pivotal stronghold during the Second Great Ninja War. Why did the system want him to leave a mark there? What was its true intention? Chōfu glanced at Sarutobi Waren, whose face was clouded with worry, but kept quiet about the mission. He understood that, standing on this unpredictable land called the Grass Country, He not only had to contend with threats from all sides, but also complete those seemingly inexplicable, yet potentially significant, tasks assigned by the system. This covert battle of wits and test of survival had only just begun. To gain a deeper understanding of the true situation in the grass country, Sarutobi Aijin decided to risk sneaking into the heart of the Grass Ninja Village. Although the Grass Ninja Village was not one of the 5 great shinobi villages, as the ninja hub of the grass country, it was a gathering place for information from all directions. Their infiltration turned out to be even easier than expected. Truth be told, the village's defenses were surprisingly lax. The patrolling ninjas strolled about carelessly, and the barrier's flaws were glaring. For a jonin like Sarutobi Aijin and someone as perceptive as Chōfu, such defenses were practically meaningless. They successfully disguised themselves as traveling merchants from a small nation and slipped into the village without effort. Inside, the village was far livelier than the world outside. The taverns, gambling halls, and inns buzzed with voices. Everywhere, there were ninjas, wandering swordsmen, and all manner of information brokers. The air brimmed with anxiety, greed, and a sense of living for the moment. The team members split up, agreeing on a rendezvous time and signal, and each set off to gather intelligence. Chōfu quietly slipped into a noisy izakaya. The room was thick with smoke. Several grass country ninjas, their faces flushed from drink, were loudly boasting about how they had almost defeated a stone-hidden chunin in some heroic feat. Nearby, a group of dusty, travel-worn rogue ninjas murmured about which jobs currently paid best and which areas had recent outbreaks of conflict to avoid. Chōfu found a seat in a corner and ordered only the cheapest sake as a cover, but his attention was fully focused on listening to the conversations around him. The temple of knowledge, in his mind, worked at full capacity. Like a finely tuned information filter, he sifted out useful clues from the noisy background. Heard there's been another skirmish up north. The stone hidden took a bit of hit this time. Those sand-hidden ninjas have been buying up herbs and poisons in bulk lately. No idea what they're planning. The cloud-hidden folks are hot-tempered. Yesterday, they nearly trashed the casino. The information was scattered and of limited value. Chōfu quietly took mental notes, while noticing that the bartender and a few regulars, as they chatted, would occasionally cast glances toward a masked ninja drinking alone in the corner. That ninja carried a faint scent of blood and the lingering trace of water vapor. Chōfu's heart tensed, and he focused his senses on the masked ninja. The other's chakra felt cold and damp. Soon, the masked ninja stood up and left. Chōfu rose silently, following at a safe distance. The ninja slipped through several narrow alleys before finally entering what appeared to be an ordinary ramen shop. Chōfu didn't follow him inside. Instead, he circled around to the back alley and pressed his palm against the shop's wall. Reconstruction of perception, objective, sensed the sounds and chakra reactions inside the building. Although it wasn't as clear as listening directly, by analyzing the faint vibrations in the wall and a few unique chakra sources inside, Chōfu was able to catch some fragmented snippets of conversation. We have to speed up. The sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools have coveted them for so long. The Konoha side seems to have tacitly agreed. After all, they themselves, the 4 nations joining forces, the pressure is too great. They can't hold out. The perfect timing will be during the Uzumaki clan festival. The land of whirlpools? The 4 nations joining forces? Konoha's silent approval? Chōfu's heart suddenly sank. Though the information was still incomplete, he could already piece together a shocking conspiracy. Apart from the land of fire, the other 4 great nations seemed to be joining forces to launch an assault on the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan. And the higher-ups of Konoha were showing a vague, even permissive, attitude. He recalled the histories that spoke of the Uzumaki clan and Konoha as steadfast allies, and of the Uzumaki's unique and powerful sealing techniques. The Konoha leadership, would they really stand by and do nothing, all for the so-called greater balance, or for some unknown agenda, even as their longtime allies face a siege? A chill crept up Chōfu's spine. He'd long heard rumors that behind the kindly face of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Konoha Council, especially Danzo, were ruthless in their methods. But he never imagined they would go this far. At that moment, the masked ninja seemed to finish his conversation and prepare to leave. Chōfu immediately withdrew his presence and slipped away quietly. By dusk, the team members gathered in secret behind a barbecue restaurant. The crackle of grilling meat and a lively bustle inside provided perfect cover for their meeting. Sarutobi Weirin and another chunin reported their findings first, mostly about the troop movements of Awagakure and Kyomogakure along the borders of the Land of Grass, as well as the frequent activities of spies from various nations. When it was Chōfu's turn, he hesitated for a moment. The intelligence regarding the land of whirlpools was too sensitive, implicating the dark side of Konoha's leadership. Telling Sarutobi Weiran, a loyal follower of the Hokage, was a huge risk. Who could guarantee he wasn't involved? Even if he wasn't, if he reported it, would the information be intercepted by Danzo and his ilk, putting Changfeng at a disadvantage? He understood, at this moment, he couldn't completely trust these companions. Therefore, Changfeng spoke with some reservation. I've picked up fragments of information. Apparently, the actions of sand, mist, stone, and cloud in the land of grass are driven by a larger, shared goal. Their aim isn't just against us, the Leaf Village. But the details remain unclear. This plan is shrouded in secrecy. He deliberately withheld the core details about the land of whirlpools and Konoha's tacit approval. Sarutobi Weiran's brow furrowed even deeper. A common goal? Those 4 villages joining forces? The situation is even more complicated than we imagined. We must get this new intelligence back to the village as soon as possible. In the end, they decided to send another Chunin back to Konoha overnight to promptly report the news that the 4 great nations were possibly conspiring together. After splitting up, everyone returned to their temporary hideouts to rest. But Changfeng found it impossible to sleep. Making sure he wasn't being followed, he slipped away alone to the edge of the village, where an abandoned house stood silent in the dark. Taking a deep breath, he bit his thumb and swiftly formed a series of hand signs, summoning jutsu. A wisp of white smoke curled up, and a tiny black cat, no larger than his palm and with sharp, intelligent eyes, appeared before him. This was a special breed of miniature summoning beast, cultivated exclusively within the Uchiha clan. Exceptionally skilled in stealth and long-distance message delivery, these cats were reserved for urgent communications within the family. Meow. The little black cat affectionately rubbed its head against Changfeng's finger. Without delay, Changfeng carefully wrote down today's shocking news. The 4 great nations preparing to attack the land of whirlpools, and the possibility that Konoha's leadership was tacitly permitting it, on an ultra-thin slip of sealing paper. Gently, he rolled the note and tucked it into a special miniature scroll case fastened around the cat's neck. Go now. Deliver this message to the Uchiha clan at top speed. Put it directly in the hands of clan leader Uchiha Sosuke. Absolute secrecy. Changfeng commanded in a low, urgent tone. Meow. The little black cat seemed to understand, gave a solemn nod, and with a flicker and burst of smoke, vanished from sight. With everything done, Changfeng finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Sending the intelligence back to his clan was, at this moment, the safest course he could think of. Though the Uchiha might have their own agenda, in this matter, the clan's interests and the protection of a potential ally who possessed powerful sealing techniques might, for once, align. More importantly, he needed the clan to see just how indifferent and unreliable Konoha's leadership could be. He walked to the window, gazing out at the chaotic nightscape of the grass ninja village, a heavy weight pressing on his heart. This world was far darker and more intricate than he had ever imagined. So-called allies and the justice of the village, when weighed against power and self-interest, seemed to lose all meaning, ready to be sacrificed at a moment's notice. Power! I need to gain the strength to control my own destiny, and I need it fast. He clenched his fists, a longing for sign-in points and greater strength surging within him stronger than ever before. Ding! Daily sign-in task has been refreshed. Sign-in location: the underground black market of the Grass Ninja Village, in front of the intelligence dealer Viper's stall. Task requirement: purchase a piece of information about the current situation in Whirlpool Village. Authenticity does not matter, and read it in front of the stall. Task reward: sign-in points *3. The system's task appeared once again, and this time, it pointed directly to the land of whirlpools. The reward had also increased to 3 points. Changfeng's eyes sharpened. He realized that the system was guiding him to probe deeper into this matter. The underground black market of the Grass Ninja Village. It was a place teeming with danger, where chaos reigned. But he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, Changfeng slipped silently into the night, his figure blending with the shadows as he ventured toward the most hidden and treacherous corners of the village. Leaving his temporary hiding place, Uchiha Changfeng blended into the bustling evening crowds of Kusagakure, looking every bit the ordinary wandering ninja. His face showed little emotion, but inwardly, he was carefully mapping out his route. The system tasks took top priority, especially now that the rewards had increased. In that case, I'll check in at the Tenchi Bridge, Changfeng decided to himself. The first destination: the abandoned Tenchi Bridge outside the village. Unlike the shattered remains it would become after the great battle in the future, the Tenchi Bridge was still an important link connecting both banks at this time. Even at night, the bridge was occasionally crossed by travelers and carts, and a few scattered vendors set up their stalls at either end, making a little business under the lamplight. This actually made things easier for him. He played the part of a weary traveler, casually walking up to the massive bridge pier and, as if by happenstance, pressed his palm against the weathered stone. With barely a whisper, understanding reconstruction, activated, instantly recording the structure, the wear of the years, and even the latest distributions of pressure into the Hall of Knowledge. At the same time, an almost imperceptible trace of chakra gathered at his fingertip as he swiftly carved an extremely tiny Uchiha fan crest into the stone, one that contained 3 special chakra marks. The entire process was smooth and unhurried. Passers-by glanced at him at most, assuming he was simply resting his hand on the stone, nothing out of the ordinary. Ding! Marking completed beneath the Tenchi Bridge Pier. Check-in successful. Reward, 2 check-in points granted. Done. Chōfu felt a flicker of satisfaction and was just about to leave when his keen hearing picked up the low murmurs of a group of merchants resting beneath a tree not far away. Their conversation was barely above a whisper, but what they said made Chōfu pause mid-step. They're pressing us for time. The demolition squad's training must be sped up. The first batch of explosive tags are subpar. Too many duds. We'll have to replace them. Chōfu's interest was piqued. His gaze swept past the travelers as if by chance. Though they wore the plain garb of a merchant caravan, their knowledge of Earth country intelligence seemed suspiciously deep. Even their demeanor lacked the coarse edge of true merchants. Instead, there was a subtle, hard-to-catch wariness in their eyes. Was this Iwagakure posing as merchants, spreading rumors and flaunting their strength in the land of grass? Or spies for some other faction? Without betraying any emotion, Chōfu watched them from the corner of his eye. Despite their efforts to blend in, their posture, the look in their eyes, and the faint residue of Earth-style chakra clinging to them, they were Iwagakure spies, sharing information about demolition units and infiltration routes. Iwagakure's moves are getting increasingly blatant. Chōfu made a mental note, but wore the same indifferent expression, stretching lazily like any traveler, and strolled off at a leisurely pace, soon vanishing into the deepening night. The moon climbed higher, and while the surface of the hidden grass village gradually fell into silence, the undercurrents beneath began to stir. Chōfu made his way to the black market with practiced ease, slipping through a hidden door in the back of a shabby izakaya that looked on the verge of closing down. After paying a paltry entrance fee, he stepped into the shadowy world where all kinds of people mingled. The lighting here was dim, the air thick with the smell of alcohol, tobacco, and a chilling sense of danger. People in outlandish attire whispered quietly, trading weapons, forbidden drugs, or secrets not meant for daylight. Chōfu didn't seek out Viper right away. Instead, he found an inconspicuous spot in the shadows, ordered a cheap drink, and closed his eyes as if lost in thought. In reality, his palace of knowledge was fully active. His powerful perception fanned out like an invisible radar, scanning the entire space. Countless scraps of overheard conversation flooded into his mind, swiftly filtered, analyzed, and sorted by his core. The Sans goods are arriving tomorrow. Those maniacs from McLeod are looking for sparring partners again. The Leafs A and BU have been busy lately. Viper's prices keep going up, but his info is spot on. Useful information was scarce, but it was enough for him to piece together Viper's general location and style. A small, hooded man leaning against the wall, a few scrolls laid out before him, notorious for the accuracy of his intelligence and the steepness of his prices. Chōfu opened his eyes and walked straight over. Information, Chōfu said in a raspy voice, altering his tone slightly. Speak, came a matching rasp from beneath the hood. Uzumaki Village. All the latest happenings. The more details, the better. Chōfu tossed over a small pouch of money. Uzumaki Village. Viper seemed taken aback for a moment, weighed the pouch in his hand, and let out a derisive chuckle. That's only enough for scraps. Things are swirling over there right now. If you want the real story, you'll need to pay more. I'll take the scraps for now. Chōfu remained unmoved. Viper snorted, fished a thin scroll from his cloak, and tossed it over. See for yourself. Lots of unfamiliar faces heading that way lately. The atmosphere's tense, and the seals seem to have been reinforced. That's all. Chōfu took the scroll, opened it on the spot, and skimmed through. Sure enough, it contained vague tidbits. Mentions of increased activity by foreign shinobi and the Uzumaki clan being on alert, but nothing concrete at the core. Ding. You have purchased and read the recent situation in Uzumaki Village. Intel at Viper's stall. Check-in successful. Reward. 3 check-in points have been granted. His goal was achieved. Chōfu tossed the scroll back to Viper and left without a backward glance. Back at his temporary hideout, Chōfu tallied up his gains. There used to be 366 check-in points, plus 2 at the Heaven and Earth Bridge, and 3 in the black market. Now, there are 371 in total. The grand goal of reaching 10,000 points was still a distant dream, but at least the number was steadily increasing. More importantly, through tasks and information gathering, his grasp of the situation had grown deeper. As he mulled over his next move, a faint tapping sound came from the window. Chōfu looked over, alert. There, perched on the windowsill, was the little black cat he'd sent out on a spirit mission earlier that day, now calmly licking its paw. He immediately opened the window to let in. The black cat affectionately rubbed against him, then gestured toward the scroll tube fastened around its neck. Chōfu retrieved the secret letter from the tube and quickly scanned its contents. The letter was handwritten by the clan leader, Uchiha Sosuke. The handwriting was sharp and forceful, brimming with a sense of decisive authority. Intelligence received. The higher-ups of Konoha are rotten to the core, truly disheartening. The Uzumaki clan sealing arts must not fall into outsiders' hands, nor should Konoha be allowed to so easily discard their allies and chill the hearts of the shinobi world. At least, that's how it must appear on the surface. Clan decision. Intervene from the shadows. Uchiha Yatsushiro will lead an elite team, 3 jonin, to secretly rendezvous with you in the Land of Grass. Your mission, when the opportunity arises, infiltrate Uzushio village, rescue as many core members and sealing technique inheritors of the Uzumaki as possible, and bring them under the Uchiha's protection. This way, we gain powerful allies and expose the hypocrisy of Konoha's leadership to the world, strengthening the clan's position. Above all, proceed with utmost caution and prioritize your own safety. Rendezvous location and passphrase are as follows. After reading the letter, Chōfu let out a deep breath, feeling reassured. The clan was making its move at last, and they were sending none other than Uchiha Yatsushiro, a master of Jinjutsu and perception, along with 2 other jonin. As long as they didn't clash head-on with a full army, this force would be enough to accomplish much amid the chaos. Rescue the Uzumaki, reveal the darkness at Konoha's core, and win for the Uchiha, both a powerful ally and the moral high ground. The clan leader's strategy was ruthless and precise. He carefully destroyed the letter, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The coming days in the Land of Grass and the Land of Whirlpools would be nothing short of turbulent, and he would be a key player in this brewing storm. Yatsushiro-senpai, hurry and come. Chōfu murmured, gazing into the heavy night outside, anticipation welling inside at the thought of meeting the clan's finest. Until the appointed time for their rendezvous, Uchiha Chōfu wasted not a single moment. He made the most of the underground black market's chaotic, lawless environment in Grass Ninja Village, completing 2 more system-issued check-in tasks, neither particularly lucrative but both of moderate difficulty, accumulating another 4 points and bringing his total to 375. At the same time, he gathered every scrap of fresh intelligence he could about the borders of the Land of Grass, especially any movement toward the Land of Whirlpools. The demolition squads from Iwagakure seemed to be constantly on the move, while the presence of Sunegakure's puppet masters was becoming ever more pronounced. A heavy, foreboding tension hung in the air, as if a storm was about to break over the mountains. At last, deep into the 3rd night, a coded message arrived at their temporary shelter. Under the pretense of urgent family business, Uchiha Chōfu took his leave from Sarutobi Idenen's team. He slipped away to a narrow crevice hidden among the border mountains of the Land of Grass, where he rendezvoused with members of his clan. There was hardly a whisper of sound as 4 figures, merging seamlessly with the night itself, appeared in silence. At their head was none other than Uchiha Hakadai, whom Chōfu had first encountered during the clan leader's trial. His gaze was as deep and composed as ever, but now it also held an unmistakable sharpness of one who was about to undertake a critical mission. Behind him stood 3 more Uchiha jonin, every bit as formidable, 2 men and 1 woman, each with a stern expression and movements honed by long experience. It was clear these were among the clan's finest. Hakadai-senpai. Chōfu emerged from the shadows, speaking in a low voice as he performed the agreed-upon signal with his hand. Hakadai's piercing gaze swept over Chōfu. He gave a slight nod and returned the signal. Chōfu, the clan leader has already briefed me on the situation. Here are the members of our team. Uchiha Retsu, who specializes in powerful fire-release assaults. Uchiha Haruka, an expert in tracking and trap setting. And Uchiha Hiro, who excels in swordsmanship and lightning-fast strikes. His words were succinct, wasting no time on pleasantries. Thank you, everyone. Chōfu nodded to the group, keenly aware of the seasoned, restrained yet overwhelming chakra that radiated from them. With such companions, the odds of completing the mission had just improved dramatically. Here's the latest intel. Chōfu reported swiftly, Iwagakure's demolition teams are highly active, seemingly targeting the Kanabi Bridge area, likely aiming to cut off a vital route. The number of Sunagakure puppet masters at the border is on the rise. Spies from Kirigakure and Kumogakure remain active. The net around Yuzushiogakure is tightening from all four great nations. An attack could be launched at any moment. Hakadai listened in silence, then spoke thoughtfully. That matches the signs we've observed along the way. As for Konoha, there's still no sign of official intervention. In fact, even their border patrols have been quietly withdrawn. His voice carried a subtle, chilling undertone. So, what should we? Retsu, impatient by nature, couldn't help but interrupt. We follow the original plan. Hakadai cut him off, his eyes shifting to Chōfu. Chōfu, your sensory skills are unmatched. You'll take point, scout ahead, and choose our route. Our objective is to reach the area near Yuzushio village as quickly and covertly as possible. Avoid confrontation with any faction if we can, but if we are stopped, eliminate the threat instantly and leave no trace. Understood, Chōfu replied with determination. This was precisely his strength. Move out. Without any unnecessary words, the five figures slipped away from the mountain stream like shadows, moving swiftly and silently toward the land of whirlpools. To travel from the land of grass to the southeastern coastal land of whirlpools, the shortest route was to cut straight through the entire land of fire. It was no short journey, and fraught with potential dangers. Their mission was secret, and they absolutely could not alert any official forces from Konoha, especially the ANBU or the Root Division. We can't take the main roads, nor get close to any major Konoha outposts or military camps, Uchiha Yatsushiro said in a low voice as he unfurled a simple map. We'll skirt along the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, avoiding densely populated areas, slip through the outer edge of the Forest of Death, and then follow the southeastern coastline. It's the most secluded route, but also the safest. No one voiced any objections. The five-person team melted into the land's shadows, embarking on a long and silent journey of stealth. The Land of Fire stretched vast and varied in scenery, but they had no time to appreciate it. Most of their journey took them through dense primeval forests, treacherous gorges and hills, and along desolate coastal reefs. Chongfeng's sensory skills proved invaluable on this journey. He was always able to sense Konoha's border patrols, ninja squads on assignment, or even specialized detection barriers in certain regions ahead of time, leading the team to dodge danger time and again. Uchiha Yatsushiro and the others also demonstrated the seasoned prowess of elite jonin, employing stealth, camouflage, and counter-tracking techniques to perfection, leaving barely a trace behind. Along the way, they occasionally overheard or glimpsed signs of Konoha's internal movements. Border patrols seemed to have increased in frequency, but their focus was clearly on the directions of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, paying little attention to the southeastern coast, the direction of the Land of Whirlpools. Once or twice, they encountered returning Konoha squads from the southeast, who casually mentioned, "It's peaceful over there," or "nothing unusual at all," as if completely oblivious to the brewing storm against their former allies. On one occasion, Chongfeng even sensed a squad of ANBU wearing animal masks rushing past in the distance, but their path led northwest, showing no concern for the southeastern coast. All these signs weighed heavily on Chongfeng's heart. It seemed the Konoha leadership was not merely turning a blind eye. They might be deliberately ignoring any unusual activity in the southeast, creating opportunities for other nations to act. This cold-blooded calculation pushed his trust in the village to new lows. After several days of relentless and cautious travel, they finally made it across the Land of Fire unscathed, reaching the southeastern coastline where the sea separated them from the Land of Whirlpools. The salty, humid sea breeze hit their faces, and in the distance, the silhouette of the island was already visible. Yet, even separated by a stretch of sea, they could sense the tension emanating from the other side. Ships on the water had become a rare sight. The few that did appear were well-armed, swift patrol vessels from the Land of Whirlpools, moving with urgent purpose. They chose the cover of deep night, veiled by darkness and drifting fog, to ride the enormous summoning hawk conjured by Uchiha Haruka, soaring silently across the strait and landing upon a remote, steep seaside cliff on the island's northwest edge. Setting foot on the soil of the Land of Whirlpools, all five kept their guard high, if anything more vigilant than before. "The latest situation," Uchiha Hakadai said, turning to Chongfeng. Chongfeng closed his eyes, focusing intently as he stretched his sensory ability as far as possible toward the island's interior, especially in the direction of Yuzushio village. After a few moments, his eyes opened with a grave expression. "The village is shrouded in an immensely powerful barrier, far stronger than I imagined. It must be one of the Uzumaki clan's trump cards. Around the barrier, I sense at least 4 distinct chakra signatures from different sources, likely spies and advance squads from the 4 great nations. They're wary of each other, but have also begun to surround the village. Inside Uchiha village, the vigilance is tight, but the atmosphere is heavy, almost suffocating with despair. The situation was even worse than they had feared. The blades of the 4 great nations were at their throats, and the Uzumaki clan clearly sensed the crisis, choosing to make a desperate stand. Does the barrier have a weak point? Uchiha Hakadai cut straight to the heart of the matter. Chōfu concentrated again, carefully sensing the flow of energy through the massive barrier. It was like a precise, formidable machine, but even the most intricate mechanisms have tiny flaws. Yes, Chōfu's eyes snapped open, pointing toward the southwest of Uchiha village. That's where the barrier's connections converge. The energy there surges most violently, which creates a brief, unstable fluctuation. It's fleeting, but the interval is regular. Each time, there's about a 5-second window when the barrier's strength dips. And that area is near cliffs and dense forest, where patrols are least frequent. Excellent. A glint of cold determination flashed in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes. Haruka, set an illusion array to mask our presence and chakra. Retsu, hero, be ready for anything. Chōfu, you lead the way. We must pass through that window within 5 seconds. The operation began. Uchiha Haruka's illusion shroud settled silently over the team, while Uchiha Retsu and Hiro gripped their kunai, eyes sharp and alert. Chōfu focused with unwavering intensity, like the most finely tuned chronometer, tracking the barrier's every undulation. This is it move. 5 shadows blurred into motion, slipping through the barrier's momentary weakness with flawless timing, entering the heart of the storm, Uchiha village itself, utterly unseen, without a sound. The sight inside the village weighed heavily on their hearts. The streets were deserted, with every household's doors and windows firmly shut. Occasionally, a ninja of the Uzumaki clan would hurry past, his face set in grim determination, the tension and fear in the air almost palpable. The powerful barrier had failed to bring any sense of security. Instead, it felt more like an ornate prison. Fan out and gather intelligence. We'll rendezvous at the designated location in 2 hours. Priorities. Locate Uzumaki clan core members, sealing technique inheritors, the archive's location, and any possible safe escape routes. Uchiha Hakadai rattled off orders at a rapid pace. Above all, avoid exposure. If anything goes wrong, prioritize your own safety and withdraw. In an instant, the 5 of them dispersed, melting into the village's shadows like specters. Chōfu drew a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of the sea and an overwhelming sense of despair. His gaze settled on the tallest building at the village's center, marked with the unmistakable spiral emblem. At the heart of Uchiha village, the imposing red edifice stood like a frightened hedgehog, the force of its chakra fluctuations enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Chōfu knew in his heart that this had to be the Uzumaki clan's core. The clan leader was surely inside. Hakadai-senpai, this is it, Chōfu murmured, lowering his voice as he signaled quietly to his teammates hiding in the shadows. Uchiha Hakadai stepped from the darkness, brow tightly furrowed. The place is on high alert. Forcing our way in isn't an option. Chōfu, you're quick-witted. See if you can make contact with them. We'll cover you from here. Understood. Chōfu took another steadying breath, slapped his cheeks, and forced an expression that was equal parts urgency and sincerity. Only then did he emerge from his hiding spot, striding openly towards the main gates. As expected, he was still 10 meters away when 4 red-haired Uzumaki ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Their eyes were as sharp as blades. Halt! Who are you? How did you get in? Barked the leader, his voice booming with suspicion and disbelief. It was clear he couldn't fathom how someone could have bypassed the village's barriers. Chōfu quickly raised his hands to show he was unarmed. Don't panic. I'm an ally. Senpai Konoha, Uchiha Chōfu. I have urgent news. I must see the clan leader immediately. Konoha. The guard leader hesitated, eyes fixed on the Uchiha fan emblem on Chōfu's back, his suspicion deepening. Someone from Konoha? And you're alone? An Uchiha, no less. His tone left no doubt of his mistrust. The main force is behind me. I'm the advanced scout. I just run fast. Chōfu's words tumbled out urgently. This information concerns the lives of everyone in your village. There's no time to lose. Let me see the clan leader. Perhaps it was the weight of the words, the lives of everyone in your village, but the guard leader's expression shifted. He exchanged a series of glances with his companions, scrutinized Chōfu several more times, then finally gritted his teeth. All right, come with me. Don't look around. and don't make any sudden moves. After passing through several quiet corridors, Chōfu was led into a large, oppressive room. At the head seat sat a burly man in white robes with striking red hair. He looked imposing, yet his brows were furrowed with exhaustion. On either side were several elderly men and women, presumably the elders, each wearing an expression as dark as a brewing storm. "Chief, he claims to be from the Uchiha of Konoha and says he has urgent news," the guard reported, then stepped back, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. The Uzumaki clan chief lifted his gaze, his eyes heavy and intense, the pressure in the room mounting. "An Uchiha ninja? Sent by Konoha? What news do you bring?" Chōfu wasted no time on pleasantries and spoke bluntly. "Clan chief, elders, something serious has happened. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Those four bastards have somehow joined forces. They're planning to launch a joint assault on Uzushio, and their target is likely your clan's sealing techniques. They could strike at any moment." His words were like a stone thrown into a still pond. Instantly, the elders erupted. The four great villages, working together. How dare they? Does Konoha know about this? The clan chief's face darkened further, though he seemed less surprised than the rest. He raised a hand to quiet the commotion, his voice low and grave. "Go on." Chōfu's heart sank. It seemed they weren't entirely in the dark. He took a deep breath and delivered the harshest truth. "That's the real problem. We discovered that over in Konoha, those at the top seem to have tacitly agreed to this. No one's been dispatched to help you, and I'm afraid real reinforcements will never come." This time, chaos broke out completely in the meeting hall. "You're spouting nonsense. That's impossible. The first Hokage swore an alliance with us. You Uchiha brat, what lies are you telling? Someone, throw this Uchiha troublemaker out." Silence. The Uzumaki clan chief's deep growl cut through the uproar, restoring order. He fixed Chōfu with a piercing stare, his tone sharp as a blade. "Young man, words like these are not to be spoken lightly. Accusing Konoha of breaking the alliance. Do you understand the weight of such an accusation? Where's your proof?" The distrust in his voice was thick and palpable. Clearly, he trusted the alliance with the Senju far more than the historically contentious Uchiha. Just then, Uchiha To, Retsu, Yao, and Hiro seemed to materialize from the shadows of the walls, their arrival silent, but their elite Jonin presence unmistakable, filling the room with invisible pressure. "We are sent by the Uchiha clan." Yatsuyo spoke, his voice calm, yet commanding. "Our clan leader is appalled by the actions of Konoha's leadership. He has ordered us to assist the Uzumaki in secret at any cost. We can escort your core clan members and inheritors to Uchiha territory for sanctuary. Clan chief, for the future of your people, please make a swift decision." The Uzumaki clan leader looked at the sudden appearance of several Uchiha elites, his gaze flickering with mixed emotions as he fell silent for quite some time. The elders, too, exchanged uncertain glances. Some seemed a little swayed, but far more wore expressions of deep suspicion. At last, the Uzumaki chief slowly but resolutely shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, all of you from the Uchiha. But the alliance between the Uzumaki, Konoha, and the Senju was forged with time and blood. We cannot, and will not, betray that bond on nothing more than your word." He paused, a hint of stubborn determination hardening his features. "Perhaps the Konoha leaders have their own difficulties, but we believe the Hokage will not abandon us in the end. The barrier around Uzushio is the strongest there is, and our people are ready to fight to the last. We will hold our ground here and await reinforcements from Konoha." Clan leader, Chōfu could hardly contain his anxiety. How could this old man be so stubborn? This isn't a time for pride. The fate of the whole clan is at stake. "No more," the Uzumaki chief snapped, cutting him off with a forceful wave of his hand. His tone brooked no argument. "We will verify the news you've brought, and we appreciate your concern. But now I must ask you to leave. The troubles of Uzushio are ours to handle. We will wait for official word from Konoha." With words like these, the message was clear. He was seeing them out. Chōfu and Hakadai exchanged a glance, each seeing helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Logic had failed. Trust could not be built. There was nothing more they could do. Hakadai let out a heavy sigh, his voice turning gentler. "If that's your decision, clan leader, then please take care of yourself. We won't go far. If the worst should happen, I hope you'll put the future of your people first. If it comes to that, we may still be able to help." It was almost a direct promise. If battle broke out, they would return to aid them. Don't throw your lives away for nothing. The Uzumaki chief looked at them, his gaze inscrutable. In the end, he said nothing, only giving the slightest of nods. The Uchiha said no more, withdrawing silently from the suffocating atmosphere of the council chamber. Back at their hidden refuge, the hot-tempered Uchiha, Lai, could no longer restrain himself. He slammed his fist into the wall. Damn it, why is that old man so pig-headed? We tried every way we could think of, but he just won't listen. Uchiha Hakadai's expression was equally grim. He looked out at the village in the distance, seemingly unbreakable, yet already at the heart of the coming storm, and spoke in a low, steady voice. They chose to trust in an alliance passed down through generations, and in their own barrier. There's nothing we can do, but we have our orders. We'll remain hidden in this village and wait. We'll wait for those bastards to attack. Wait until the Uzumaki are battered and bloody, until they finally reach for that last lifeline. When that time comes, we'll save as many as we can. Preserve whatever legacy we're able to. This plan was clumsy to the point of desperation, passive to the point of helplessness, and dangerous to the point of recklessness. Yet, it seemed they had no other options left. Changfeng leaned against the cold wall, feeling the air grow ever heavier with the scent of an impending storm, a suffocating pressure that made each breath a struggle. The next 5 days were pure torment for the 5 Uchiha hiding in Whirlpool Village. Every day felt like being seared alive in a cauldron of boiling oil. The oppressive atmosphere in the air was so thick, it seemed almost tangible. Around the outskirts of the village, what had once been only faint, suspicious chakra fluctuations were now clear and dense, tightening around them like a noose. From a high vantage point, you could just make out the shadowy figures of ninja who clearly did not belong to the village, lurking at the forest's edge and behind the coastal reefs. The forces of the 4 great ninja villages had converged in secret from all directions, encircling this island settlement until not even a drop of water could escape. In stark contrast, the promised reinforcements from Konoha were nowhere to be seen. Only the growing bloodshot in the Uzumaki clan leader's eyes and his increasingly silent perseverance bore silent witness to the slow fading of hope. During this time, Uchiha Yatsuyo led Changfeng and the others for 2 more attempts to meet the Uzumaki clan leader. The first time, the clan leader was still straining to remain calm. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps the message is still on its way. Lord Hokage would never abandon us. The second time, his voice was hoarse and trembling, the exhaustion impossible to hide. He looked out the window at his clansmen, their faces etched with fear as patrols intensified. The stubborn trust in his eyes finally cracked. Honored Uchiha. He seemed to have aged years overnight, his voice heavy. If in the end, Konoha's support truly never comes. He raised his head, eyes full of pain and a final, almost humble plea. If that moment really comes, I beg you, for the sake of Konoha, please take as many young people, as many children as you can. Preserve some of the Uzumaki bloodline. I beg you. The Uchiha Jonin exchanged heavy, silent glances. This was, after all, the purpose of their mission, but to hear such a sorrowful plea from the leader of a great clan weighed heavily on their hearts. Just as Uchiha Yatsuyo prepared to solemnly accept. Ding! An urgent long-term mission has been issued. Mission: rescue the besieged members of the Uzumaki clan. Reward: for every Uzumaki rescued, earn 10 sign-in points. Special objective: successfully rescue Kushina Uzumaki to earn 100 sign-in points. Mission description: the Uzumaki clan sealing arts are a treasure of the ninja world. Their bloodline must not be lost. Lend your aid. Change the course of this tragedy. Changfeng's mind was suddenly flooded by the abrupt system notification and the promise of astonishing rewards. 10 points for each person. Save 10 people, and that's 100 points. Save 50, that's 500 points. Uzumaki Kushina. Isn't she the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? She's actually worth 100 points? A jolt of astonishment shot through his entire body, nearly betraying his composure. The reward was just too generous. Compared to this, all the points he'd painstakingly gathered before seemed utterly insignificant. That distant goal of 10,000 points to upgrade the core of the Herrschers of Reason suddenly didn't seem so unattainable after all. Before Uchiha Hakadai could say a word, Changfeng strode forward, his voice ringing out louder than usual, brimming with unmistakable resolve and determination. Clan leader Uzumaki, please rest assured, as long as we still draw breath, we will fight with everything we have. We'll save as many as we can. The future of the Uzumaki clan, our Uchiha, will do everything in our power to protect it. This abrupt and fervent promise caught even Uchiha Hakadai and the others a little off guard. They looked at Changfeng in surprise. This was indeed the plan, but his sudden passion was quite the contrast to his usual cool and calculating demeanor. The Uzumaki clan leader was also taken aback by Changfeng's resolute declaration. But soon, a glimmer of gratitude and relief welled up in his clouded eyes. At last, It seemed he had found someone to entrust with the crushing burden he had carried alone for so long. With trembling hands, he rose and bowed deeply to Chōfu and the others. Thank you. Straightening up, he appeared to have reached a final decision. He addressed the group. Please follow me. He led the 5 from the Uchiha through a series of even more secret corridors, finally arriving at a secluded hall protected by a powerful barrier. Pushing open the heavy doors, they saw only one person inside. A little girl, 7 or 8 years old, with hair as vivid as flames and an anxious, timid look on her small face. When the girl saw the clan leader and the strangers, she shrank back in fear. Kushina, don't be afraid. Come here to Grandpa. The Uzumaki clan leader's voice had never sounded so gentle. He took the little girl's hand and turned to Chōfu and the others, his gaze solemn, almost pleading. Everyone, this is my granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina. She inherits the purest, most powerful bloodline and sealing arts of our clan. She is the hope of the Uzumaki's future. His voice trembled as he bowed deeply to Chōfu and his companions, beseeching, If the worst should come to pass, I beg you, no matter what, take her away. Keep her safe. Please, I beg of you. It seemed Kushina understood. Her large eyes immediately filled with tears as she clung tightly to her grandfather's sleeve. Grandpa, I don't want to go. I want to stay with everyone. Staring at this nearly final plea and then glancing at the glaring 100 check-in points on his system panel, Chōfu's feelings grew complicated. This was no longer just a generous reward. It was a weighty responsibility, a matter of life and death. Uchiha Hakadai stepped forward, taking the place of the visibly shaken Chōfu, and solemnly pledged to the Uzumaki Patriarch, Honored Patriarch Uzumaki, in the name of the Uchiha, I swear, as long as we still draw breath, we will protect Miss Kushina with our lives. Hearing this promise, the Uzumaki Patriarch seemed to finally lay down a burden that had weighed on him for years. He gently stroked Kushina's hair and spoke softly. Kushina, you must be good. Stay close to these brothers and sisters. They will keep you safe. With that, he steeled himself, forcing his gaze away from his granddaughter's tear-streaked face, and addressed the Uchiha. I'll arrange for someone to look after her for now. When the attack begins, I'll leave her in your care. As they left the side hall, the atmosphere grew ever more tense. Unable to hold it in, Uchiha Retsu whispered to Chōfu. What was that back there? You agreed so quickly, so decisively? Chōfu rubbed his nose, unable to mention anything about the system, and could only say vaguely, I just thought, if we can save one more person, we should. Besides, that child, she's hard to refuse. Uchiha Hakadai looked at Chōfu deeply, asked no further questions, and said in a low voice, Be ready. The storm is almost upon us. Our mission is going to be even tougher than we thought. His gaze swept over the group and finally settled on Chōfu. Chōfu, especially you. Keep your senses sharp. In the chaos to come, we must seize the best moment to save lives. Understood. Chōfu nodded firmly, a flash of determination and an almost imperceptible excitement shining in his eyes. For the sake of those bountiful check-in points, and for the heavy trust placed upon him, he would give this battle his all. Carrying this solemn responsibility, Chōfu and his companions quietly left the Patriarch's residence. Kushina was temporarily returned to her original room, guarded by the Patriarch's trusted aide, as she waited for the signal that would set everything in motion. The plan stays the same, but priorities are shifting. Hakadai quickly and quietly briefed the team. Hiro, you take the families we contacted in the East District. They're farthest from the rally point, so you need to move fast. Retsu, the West District is yours. It's near the outer wall, so you'll probably make first contact with the enemy. Make some noise if you have to, draw their attention. Haruka, the Central District is the most crowded and complicated. You handle the traps and illusions, and make sure the escape route stays open. I'll stay in the middle, ready to support anyone who needs help. He turned to Chōfu. Chōfu, you take Kushina to the safe house we prepared earlier. It's the most secure spot. Once we gather the others, we'll head straight to you. If anything changes, use the clan signal to contact us. Understood. The group responded as one, their eyes sharp with resolve. Action begins. Uchiha Hakadai melted into the shadows like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. Uchiha Retsu bared his teeth in a battle-hungry grin, his body surging forward with a wave of scorching heat, launching himself straight toward the western sector. Uchiha Hiro moved like a silent breeze, gliding soundlessly toward the eastern sector. Uchiha Haruka's hands danced swiftly, weaving concealed trigger genjutsu and traps at several key points before rushing off toward the central sector. Chōfu took a deep breath and carefully stepped into the room where Kushina Uzumaki was being guarded. When the little girl saw him, she was still a bit frightened, but seemed to remember her grandfather's words. She didn't cry or make a fuss, only clutched tightly at the hem of her clothes. Don't be afraid, Kushina. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe. Chōfu did his best to keep his voice gentle as he reached out his hand. Kushina hesitated, but in the end, placed her small hand in Chōfu's. He could feel her hand was icy cold and trembling slightly. He lifted Kushina into his arms, his figure drifting out of the room as lightly as mist. Relying on his extraordinary senses, he skillfully avoided every patrol and the confused crowds, racing toward the abandoned cellar at the village's edge that had already been chosen as their rendezvous. In the western sector, under Uchiha Retsu's charge, it was indeed the first to clash with the infiltrating enemies. A group of Awagakure spies, disguised as merchants, attempted to blow open a section of the wall, sabotaging the seal from within to create a breach. Just as they finished setting up their explosive tags, a blazing figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Retsu's hands formed seals in a blur, and a torrent of wild, fiery chakra erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a menacing, roaring fire dragon. Instead of targeting the IWNine directly, he hurled it at the explosive tags they had just placed. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, the detonations deafening. The IWNine's own explosive tags went off prematurely, flames shooting skyward and rocks spraying everywhere. Several IWNine, caught off guard, were swallowed by the blast of their own trap. Damn it, it's Konoha's Uchiha. The surviving IWNine yelled in a mix of panic and fury, hastily performing Earth-style wall to defend themselves. Defend yourselves? You think you can block my flames? Uchiha Retsu laughed wildly, his hands flashing through seals. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire. Countless shuriken, wreathed in flames, shot toward the earth wall in a relentless storm. The intense heat not only melted the surface of the stone, but also found every gap, turning the IWNine behind it into human sieves. This was his fighting style, fierce, direct, overwhelming all opposition with sheer firepower. Reinforcement from Awagakure arrived. A squad of IWNine swiftly formed hand seals. Water-style water wall. Thick clouds of steam billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. The disciplined IWNine fell into a defensive formation, standing back to back. A streak of red and blue within the thick mist brought orderly death to this squad of Awagakure shinobi, none of whom were above the rank of chunin. The instant the water vapor began to rise, Uchiha Lai had already used his body flicker technique to appear behind the veil of fog, simultaneously activating his Sharingan. Within his scarlet eyes, 3 tomo spun rapidly. The extraordinary dynamic vision granted by his bloodline endowed Uchiha Lai with unparalleled speed in the art of slaughter. Kunai crackling with lightning claimed the lives of the IWA shinobi with little resistance. It should be safe for now. No more ninja are likely to arrive here. Time to find the others. Bring them back early so I can be at ease, Uchiha Lai thought to himself. In the Eastern District, Uchiha Hiro's approach was of an entirely different style. He moved like a streak of black lightning in the night, his speed so great it seemed to leave afterimages in his wake. The few Uzumaki clanspeople he was to rendezvous with had already prepared themselves, waiting anxiously inside their house. Suddenly, faint thuds and the sounds of bodies hitting the ground could be heard outside the window. Moments later, the doors swung open in utter silence, and Uchiha Hiro appeared, his words crisp and direct. Come with me, quickly. They had barely fled the house when a squad of Kirigakure shinobi emerged from the shadows, gliding forward without a sound, their blades gleaming coldly in the dim light. Fools courting death, Uchiha Hiro muttered, his gaze turning icy, not even bothering to look back. His body twisted at an impossible angle, as if he were boneless, and the moment his katana left its sheath, only a faint shimmer betrayed its movement. Uchiha style, blazing sword leap. A searing hiss tore through the air. After the blade's arc, the leading Kirigakure shinobi froze mid-attack, a fine crimson line appearing across their throats. Before blood could even spill, it had already been scorched by the heat, and they collapsed without a sound. Even in death, their eyes were wide with shock, as if they had never even seen their opponent draw his sword. Sheathing his blade as if nothing had happened, Uchiha Hiro barked at the terrified Uzumaki, "Don't just stand there. Move!" In the central district, the battle was the most uncanny. Uchiha Yao's assigned area was a tangle of shifting allegiances and mixed enemies. A squad of Sunagakure puppet masters maneuvered their venomous puppets, trying to disperse the crowd and sow chaos. Yet as they charged into a narrow alley, a sense of déjà vu washed over them. Genjutsu? When did it begin? One of the Sunachunin realized in alarm, frantically forming hand seals to break the illusion but it was already too late. Within the time stolen by the Genjutsu, Uchiha Yao and her group of Uzumaki had already wiped out all the Suna shinobi. Standing amidst the pools of blood, Uchiha Yao maintained a single-handed seal, a blood-stained kunai in her other hand. Her three-tomo Sharingan gazed coldly upon the aftermath. With the least effort possible, she had eliminated the entire enemy squad, buying precious time for the evacuation of the civilians. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai drifted like a shadow among the various districts. His Sharingan took in the whole battlefield, and whenever pressure mounted at any point, his support would arrive instantly. Sometimes it was a powerful fire-style jutsu, clearing the field. Sometimes a precise genjutsu would control a key enemy. Other times, he'd use his extensive experience to direct the Uzumaki clan, guiding them to defend and counterattack by making clever use of the terrain. Now, the village was exposed on all sides, and the enemy had already broken through. Wherever he looked, all manner of summoned beasts were locked in combat with ninja from the 4 great villages. Throughout the chaos, the towering images of death gods would flicker in and out of view. Deadly jutsu that demanded one's soul as the price for mutual destruction. Chains of the adamantine sealing jutsu whipped wildly through the air, sealing techniques powerful enough to bind even-tailed beasts. Every so often, the black spheres of the Reaper Death Seal would appear, sealing all within at the cost of the user's life. All these sights spoke to the brutality of this battle. Smoke and dust billowed. In a matter of moments, the village was reduced to ruins. With the Uchiha Jonin lending support, the Uzumaki clan felt the pressure lift, if only slightly. The enemy's advance slowed a little. They were, after all, only the vanguard. Neither side had yet fielded their main forces. The Uzumaki combat Jonin, carefully trained, commanding powerful summoned beasts, masters of sealing techniques, and wielders of jutsu copied from Konoha. Facing them was the ninja army, elite Jonin and countless rank-and-file shinobi, drawn from all 4 of the great villages. And, of course, the pillars of each village, their respective kage. Battle erupted in every corner, the air filled with pained screams and desperate shouts, echoing the unyielding spirit of this clan. In the cellar, Changfeng expanded his senses as far as he could, quietly relaying news from outside to the trembling Kushina in his arms. It's all right. Elder Lai has taken out a squad of IWNE. Elder Hong has rescued the others and is on his way. Elder Yao has trapped a team from Sunagakure. Elder Hakadai is clearing a path. His voice was calm and steady, gradually easing Kushina's shivers and fears. At last, the agreed-upon signal came from the entrance to the cellar, and Changfeng quickly activated the mechanism. The first to enter was Uchiha Lai, reeking of blood and gunpowder, his face alight with excitement. Behind him trailed a group of red-haired Uzumaki, their faces still pale with shock. Next came Uchiha Hong, leading several terrified Uzumaki families. Then Uchiha Yao, a shade paler but eyes still sharp and composed. And finally Uchiha Hakadai, guarding the rear and making sure no one had followed. The tiny cellar was suddenly packed. Around 20 Uzumaki had been rescued, mostly women, children, and young ninja. Their faces bore the terror of surviving disaster, mingled with uncertainty for what was to come. We've made it this far, but the encirclement outside is only tightening. Uchiha Hakadai's voice was grave. We must find a chance to break out of Uzushio as soon as possible. Changfeng, we're counting on your sensory skills to find us a weak point. The wind howled, and Changfeng felt Kushina's anxious, rapid breathing beside him, as well as the increasingly dense chakra of enemies gathering outside. Crammed together in the dark, damp cellar, the air was so heavy it felt as if it could drip with tension. The muffled sounds of explosions and battle cries from outside were a constant reminder of the peril they faced. We can't wait any longer. Uchiha Lai was the first to lose his composure, frowning as he turned to Uchiha Hakadai. If we keep waiting, the encirclement will only get tighter. Soon, none of us will be able to escape. Uchiha Hakadai's gaze swept over the terrified Uzumaki clansman and Kushina, who was clutching Changfeng's arm tightly, before finally settling on Changfeng. Changfeng, how's the weak point you sensed? What's the situation now? Changfeng closed his eyes and focused. After a brief moment, he opened them. It's still there. Southwest, near the cliff's edge. Because the terrain is treacherous, there are fewer shinobi stationed there. It's mainly a mixed squad of Awagakure and Kumogakure. About 3 standard teams, 12 people in all, led by 2 Jonin. This is our best chance. 2 Jonin and 10 Chunin. Uchiha Hiro analyzed calmly. A frontal assault is risky, but it's a gamble worth taking. Then we go. Uchiha Hakadai decided in a heartbeat. Lai, Hiro, you'll lead the charge. Break us a path. Yao, Use your genjutsu and traps to create as much chaos as possible and cover the clan. Chōfu, protect Kushina and the core group. Use your sensory abilities to guide us along a safe route and support the entire operation. I'll bring up the rear and provide overall coordination. Move out. The cellar door opened silently. With Uchiha Lai and Uchiha Hero at the forefront, this group of Uchiha elites and more than 20 Uzumaki clan members surged forward like an arrow loose from a bow, launching a desperate charge toward the southwest. They hadn't made it far from their hiding place before enemy patrols spotted them. Enemy attack. The Uzumaki are trying to break out, came a shrill alarm. You're just in time. Fire style. Majestic flame annihilation. Uchiha Lai roared with laughter, unleashing a massive wave of searing flames that crashed down like a tidal wave over several Iwagakure Chunin trying to mount a defense, engulfing them in an instant. Lightning style. Ground walker. Uchiha Hero flashed forward, lightning trailing along the ground to paralyze two Kumogakure Chunin rushing in from the flank. In the next instant, his blade gleamed, ending their lives. Uchiha Yao's hands moved in a blur. Genjutsu, Mist of Delusion. Chakra-laden mist billowed out, causing shuriken and kunai flying in from the distance to lose their mark. Some enemies even turned and attacked their own comrades in confusion. In the initial breakout, relying on the Uchiha's formidable strength and the element of surprise, their progress was swift. Before long, they were closing in on the weak point they had targeted. However, at that very moment, the sound of a fierce argument erupted ahead, punctuated by the thunderous clash of jutsu. You bastards! You cloud idiots! Who gave you the right to order us from the Stone Village to change our defensive position? Moron! Can't you see things are getting worse over there? Those rats are definitely trying to escape from that side. You're guarding a cliff. How are they supposed to run? Jump into the sea. Nonsense. I told you, this area is the responsibility of the Stone Village. It's not your place to meddle. In a relatively open area ahead, a squad from the Stone Village and another from the Cloud Village had drawn swords against each other, hurling accusations back and forth, on the verge of coming to blows. Leading them were a burly Stone Jonin and a dark-skinned, hot-tempered Cloud Jonin, locked in a heated dispute, clearly at odds over command and how to read the situation. The sudden appearance of the Uchiha squad brought a temporary ceasefire to the infighting enemies. Uchiha, and even someone from the Uzumaki clan. The two Jonin realized the situation almost in unison, their expressions shifting as they immediately dropped their quarrel. Earth style, Earth flow rampart. Lightning style, surge of gratitude. In a flash, the Stone Jonin conjured a massive wall of rock to block the path, while the Cloud Jonin unleashed a wild surge of lightning along the ground, tearing its way forward. Not good. Uchiha Hakadai's face changed at once. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Uchiha Retsu released a towering wall of fire with all his might, barely holding back the raging lightning, though it was clear he was being forced back as the electricity gnawed at the flames. Seeing this, Uchiha Chōfu couldn't just stand by. He quickly formed a series of hand signs. Accuracy hardly mattered now. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, swelling the majestic destroyer flame even further and raising its heat. In an instant, the fire overwhelmed the lightning style and crashed into the earth flow rampart. But the flames spread farther than the Stone Jonin had anticipated, curling around the rock wall and reaching the ninja behind. Water style, water formation wall. The Stone Squad's 5 members joined forces, casting a broad shield of water. The Cloud Squad wasn't idle either. 2 of them unleashed, water style, great waterfall technique. The other 3 formed hand signs together, lightning style, ground walk. The paralyzing effect of lightning style, combined with the conductivity of water style, greatly expanded their range and control. A crimson glint flashed in Uchiha Haruka's eyes, 3 tomos spinning as her Sharingan awakened. Locking eyes with the opposing water-style user, she cast her jutsu, Jinjutsu, Phantom Labyrinth. This is a Sharingan-exclusive technique, briefly casting illusions into the target's mind to mislead enemy attacks. The Great Waterfall technique, now infused with lightning style, suddenly veered and crashed into the Stone Ninja, maintaining the water formation wall. The Stone Ninja were badly shocked, their cries of pain ringing out. The illusionary control of the Phantom Labyrinth was fleeting. By the time a single Great Waterfall Jutsu was unleashed, its effects had already faded. The 2 Cloud Ninja, having regained their senses, found themselves unnerved under the intense gaze of their comrades. By now, Uchiha Hero had circled behind the 2 squads of ninja. This time, he forewent his kunai, drawing instead a short sword strapped to his thigh. Lightning chakra crackled swiftly along its blade. Such efficient chakra conduction spoke volumes of the sword's rich chakra metal composition. With silent precision, he swung the short sword, swiftly claiming the lives of two squad members who had just finished casting water-style techniques. Not far off, the rustling of footsteps signaled reinforcements arriving from both the Cloud and Stone villages. 4 squads, each led by a Jonin. 2 teams of Stone Ninja and 2 of Cloud Ninja. A burly Stone Jonin hefted an enormous boulder overhead and hurled it forward. His hands then formed seals in a blur. Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu. The massive rock hurtled directly toward the Uzumaki clan members. Uchiha Chōfu, seeing this, wasted no time in responding. Lightning-style, Thunder Emperor Cannon. A brilliant orb of light shot forth, meeting the giant boulder head-on. With a thunderous impact, the boulder shattered midair, breaking into fragments that scattered across the ground. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Spear. Another Stone Jonin formed hand signs with blinding speed, pressing his hands to the earth. Suddenly, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground beneath the Uzumaki clan. Just as the rocks began to emerge, Uchiha Chōfu pressed his hands to the earth. No time for hand signs. Lightning-style, ground surge. Lightning raced across the ground, skirting around the Uzumaki, instantly nullifying the enemy's assault. Emboldened by what they saw, several young Uzumaki ninja gritted their teeth and charged forward. Sealing technique, binding seal. Faint golden sealing runes shot toward the enemy, but the seasoned Stone Jonin deftly evaded with a body replacement, leaving the Uzumaki nearly struck by a Cloud Chunin's lightning, barely escaping disaster. Seeing this, Uchiha Haruka rushed to their aid. Her eyes, spinning with 3 tomo, unleashed a powerful Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, demonic shackles. One of the newly arrived Cloud Jonin fell victim to the illusion, standing paralyzed and defenseless. "Hey Koya, I told you not to let your guard down," his Cloud comrade shouted, hurrying to break his friend free from the Jinjutsu's grasp. Uchiha Chōfu seized the opportunity, flickering forward in a blur to close in on the entranced Cloud Jonin. He slashed with his kunai, now enveloped in wind chakra. A sharp metallic clang rang out, the sound of another Cloud Jonin's kunai being cleaved in 2. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as the Jonin's body was sliced diagonally, a cry of agony echoing across the battlefield. In a swift motion, Chōfu reversed his grip and finished off the Cloud Jonin, still trapped by the illusion. Chōfu swiftly slid his hand along the side of his kunai, extracting a blade as thin as a silkworm's wing. He covered it with chakra and tucked it into a special case sewn into the lining of his clothes. Though these combat maneuvers sound elaborate, they were executed in the span of just a few heartbeats. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Now, 2 complete squads led by Jonin stood in opposition, a threat far greater than the scattered enemies before. Though the 4 Uchiha were formidable, they now faced a punishing dilemma, protecting more than 20 nearly defenseless Uzumaki while contending with enemies who, after ending their infighting, now fought with perfect coordination, enjoyed the defensive advantage of a Wagakure, and struck with the overwhelming force of Kumogakure's lightning release. The Uchiha found themselves locked in a desperate struggle, pinned in place, and unable to move an inch. With every second they delayed, enemy reinforcements gathered ever closer. Complete encirclement would spell disaster. Damn it! Uchiha Retsu cursed as a lightning jutsu grazed his arm, leaving it numb and scorched, his own fire techniques weakening as a result. Uchiha Hiro's sword was smashed aside by the fist of an Awagakure Jonin augmented with the heavy rock technique, splitting the skin between his thumb and forefinger. Uchiha Haruka's illusions were repeatedly disrupted, draining his chakra at an alarming rate. Uchiha Hakadai darted from point to point, flinging shuriken and casting fire jutsu to support his teammates, stretched to his limits. Within their protective circle, despair once again clouded the faces of the Uzumaki. Kushina clung tightly to Chōfu's sleeve, her face pale as snow. Surveying the dire battlefield, Chōfu sensed yet more chakra signatures barreling toward them from afar. He knew there was no time left to hesitate. He suddenly pushed Kushina toward a relatively calm Uzumaki woman and spoke in a rapid whisper, "Hold her tight and stay with me." In the next heartbeat, he drew in a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. His hands began to weave seals at a speed never seen before. Even Uchiha Hakadai, who had been monitoring the entire field, was taken aback by the blinding pace of Chōfu's hand signs. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Fire style, dragon flame technique. Lightning style, ground surge. Boom, whoosh, crackle. 3 jutsu of different elements erupted almost simultaneously, combining in a manner that defied belief. First, a superheated compressed wind bullet slammed into a single point on the earthen rampart, shattering its structure in an instant. Next, a blazing dragon of fire struck the same spot, triggering a violent explosion and a burst of flames. Finally, a lightning jutsu surged along the cracks and flames, coursing deep into the wall and sending the Iwagakure ninja behind it into a fit of screams and chaos. This masterful blend of elements and perfect timing instantly blasted a sizable breach in the fortress's formidable defense. What? The Iwagakure Jonin gasped in shock. He had never expected that the quiet boy in the enemy ranks would wield 3 elemental jutsu with such skill and combine them so cunningly. And in that fleeting moment, as every enemy's attention snapped to the sudden onslaught of this composite technique, a strong wind stirred. Chongfeng's figure flickered like a ghost, moving so swiftly that only a faint afterimage remained in his wake. At the same time, his hands swept through a series of motions, unleashing several near-invisible streaks of black light that shot forth like venomous snakes, targeting the eyes, throat, and heart of the cloud-hidden Jonin, who was frozen in a moment of shock paralysis. These were ultra-thin kunai and needles, meticulously crafted through his basic mimicry technique for single use. Designed for ultimate speed and penetration, they were incredibly fragile, but in this instant, they became the deadliest of killing blows. But the cloud-hidden Jonin, a veteran of countless battles, reacted in the nick of time, jerking his head aside to avoid a fatal hit. Still, his shoulder and arm were instantly pierced. The ultra-thin ninja tools, carrying a dreadful cutting force, nearly sliced a chunk of flesh from him. The searing pain forced a muffled grunt from his lips, stalling his movements for a crucial heartbeat. Now, Chongfeng's voice cut through the chaos, cold and sharp. But he hardly needed to say it. With years of combat experience, Uchiha hero would never let such an opening slip by. Uchiha style, Gale Blade. Like a gust of wind, Uchiha hero's form merged with the gleam of his blade, darting through the gap Chongfeng had forced open. In a single flash of steel, it was over. The formidable cloud-hidden Jonin clutched his gushing throat, eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing stiffly to the ground. First blood, taken in an instant. A Jonin of the cloud-hidden, brought down in a single encounter. An unassuming young man had conjured a deadly opening with strange ninja tools, and another Uchiha elite had struck in a heartbeat, sealing his fate. The course of the battle shifted in a single, decisive moment. The two Iwagakure Jonin, shaken, realized with relief that the cloud-hidden Jonin had revealed Uchiha Chongfeng's hidden trump card. Otherwise, unaware, they might have been the ones to fall. Just then, the Chunin squads accompanying the 4 Jonin finally arrived at the scene. Among them, the 2 squads from the cloud-hidden spotted their captain, now lifeless and decapitated, and their fury erupted. "Captain, Elder Oyano," one of the cloud-hidden Chunin cried, hands already forming seals to unleash a jutsu. From Chongfeng's vantage point, Uchiha hero was already moving. Short blade slick with fresh blood, he slipped behind the group of Chunin. With each swing of his lightning-infused blade, his eerie movements claimed another life. The Chunin's hand signs lagged far behind the speed of Uchiha hero's strikes. Even those who managed to block his blade found themselves at the mercy of the crackling lightning chakra already coursing through it, and the searing fireball that followed was just as lethal. And as an Uchiha, how could Hiro not have mastered Jinjutsu as well? In the span of just a few breaths, the Chunin squads that had rushed in behind the Jonin were utterly wiped out. Now, the battlefield had divided into 2 fronts. Uchiha Hiro, Uchiha Haruka, and Uchiha Chongfeng stood locked in a standoff with the 2 remaining Iwagakure Jonin. Uchiha Retsu and Uchiha Hakadai were battling a Jonin from the Hidden Stone and another from the Hidden Cloud. With every passing second, more enemies gathered around them. If they were completely surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Haruka, we're running out of time. If we keep stalling, we'll be surrounded," Uchiha Hakadai warned Uchiha Haruka. Among everyone present, only Hakadai and Haruka were truly skilled in Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, visions of Naruto. Uchiha Hakadai cast an illusion at the stone Jonin, forcing him to witness his deepest fears. The cloud Jonin nearby tried to help his comrade disrupt the Jinjutsu with chakra, but Uchiha Retsu's relentless assault kept him pinned down. The bursts of fire-style jutsu left him scrambling to defend himself. The stone Jonin's life ended with a swift kunai strike. Under the joint assault of the 2 Uchiha, the cloud Jonin soon fell as well. Jinjutsu Unknown Fire. Uchiha Haruka's hands moved rapidly through a series of signs, ready to unleash another illusion. But just then, the stone ninja across from him shut their eyes tight in anticipation. One of them pressed his hands to the ground as Uchiha Chōfu raised his kunai, only to be driven back by the stone ninja. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With both hands pressed to the earth, the stone jonin performed a jutsu. 4 earthen walls shot up from the ground, encasing them both in solid protection. Chōfu swung his kunai, crackling with lightning chakra, slicing through the earth wall. At the same time, he formed another sign with his free hand and spat out a massive fireball. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu. Inside the enclosure, the 2 stone ninja screamed as flames engulfed them. Their bodies crumbled into dirt, scattering to dust. Uchiha Chōfu focused all his senses, pinpointing the real positions of the 2. Hakadai Senpai, those 2 stone jonin used earth-style, underground submersion to escape. Chōfu reported to Uchiha Hakadai. Forget them for now. We need to leave this place at once. Hakadai commanded calmly. Young ones, help the elders and children. We'll take a detour that way. Head for the boat the clan leader hid in advance. Yes, came a unified response from everyone. Along the way, they encountered only a handful of scattered enemies and a few survivors from the Uzumaki clan. It didn't take long before the Uchiha clan, leading over 100 people, found the boatman whom Uchiha Sasuke had hidden here ahead of time. Upon arrival, Uchiha Hakadai exchanged secret signals with the 2 boatmen, then led the group aboard the large ship, parting the Jinjutsu barrier to make their escape. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lord Tsuchikage, our squad joined forces with the Hidden Cloud in the northern cliff woods, but we ran into the Uchiha, who were escorting some Uzumaki survivors. 1 squad leader was killed, 2 other jonin managed to escape, but none of the Chunin made it out alive. A burly stone ninja hurried to the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, delivering the urgent military report. Oh, since Hiruzen Sarutobi has broken his word, there's no need for us to honor our previous agreement on resource exchanges, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, said with a tone of delight, though he quickly forced down his emotions and continued in a firm voice. What's the casualty report on the Cloud Hidden Squad? Reporting, Lord Tsuchikage, the Cloud Hidden Squad has been completely wiped out. I doubt they've even received the news yet, the burly stone ninja replied, his tone dripping with mockery. Hey, 3rd Reikage, 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Kazekage, Anoki shouted at the top of his lungs. A moment ago, Leaf Ninjas took away a large number of Uzumaki clan members from Uzushio village. Since Konoha has no intention of keeping its promises, there's no need for us to provide the resources we agreed to, either. Damn you, Konoha! I'll kill them all right now, the 3rd Reikage, roared in fury, looking as though he'd charge in at any second. But the ninjas beside him easily held him back. The 3rd Kazekage and 3rd Mizukage kept silent, simply watching the unfolding events below with cold eyes. After all, things hadn't yet reached the point where the Kage themselves needed to intervene. Suddenly, the towering pavilion at the center of Uzushio village collapsed. From the ruins, an enormous snake slithered out, crushing Chunin into pulp in its path. The attacks of Jonin struck its thick scales, leaving nothing but pale, shallow marks. The 3rd Reikage formed 2 hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning armor, 4-fingered spear. Lightning release. Lightning shield. Electricity crackled around his fingers as the lightning armor enveloped his body, transforming him into a streak of blue light. In just a few heartbeats, he closed the distance to the giant serpent. His blinding speed, combined with the piercing power of the 4-fingered spear, sliced the monstrous snake cleanly in 2 from head to tail. The Uzumaki clan chief stood frozen, the burnt smell hanging in the air and the metallic tang of blood thick on the battlefield. He simply couldn't comprehend why there was such an overwhelming difference between ninja. A searing arc of lightning flashed across his neck with a sizzle. Confusion and resentment etched on his face. He slipped into an eternal sleep. The slaughter raged for 2 days. Not a single member of the Uzumaki clan survived. The ground was littered with mangled corpses. There were naked women whose eyes would not close in death, their chests cruelly torn open. Some had their pale breasts mutilated, leaving gaping, bull-sized scars. Infants were impaled and hung atop wooden stakes. Pregnant women were run through with long swords. The brutality of the scene was enough to unsettle anyone of sound mind. When the 4 villages ninja finished pillaging Uzushio village, it resembled a land ravaged by locusts. Everything destroyed, everything stolen, everyone slaughtered. At the moment when the Uzumaki chief summoned his giant serpent, the Uchiha group watched from ship offshore, witnessing the Reikage's devastating power. The Reikage stood atop the city wall, lightning armor blazing around him, lightning crackling in his hands with a blinding glare. The sharp cry of electricity reached the ears of those desperately fleeing. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the city wall. Among everyone on the boat, only Uchiha Chōfu managed to catch a glimpse of how the wreckage disappeared. Uchiha Hiroshi was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. Is this what it means to be a Kage? That's right. In our clan, aside from the clan leader, no one has ever reached such a level, Uchiha Yatsushiro said with a solemn tone, glancing at Uchiha Retsu and the others, who were still stunned with fear. And in the Hidden Leaf Village, there's more than just the third Hokage at Kage level. Besides Lord Third, who else is there? Uchiha Yao forced himself to speak, trying to suppress the terror in his heart. Yatsushiro gave a faint chuckle. Besides Lord Third, Uchiha Yatsushiro began to introduce to the younger Uchihas. There's also the disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the rival and dearest friend of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He is the embodiment of Konoha's hidden darkness, the leader of the ANBU branch known as Root. He possesses incredibly powerful wind release techniques, such as wind release, vacuum serial waves, and wind release, vacuum great sphere. The force, range, and cutting power of his wind techniques are among the very best. His Kage-level strength is not only shown in battle, but also in the depth of his influence, his vast network of intelligence, and the immense sway he holds within the village. He is the other Kage, who lurks in Konoha shadows. He is mainly responsible for the ANBU, intelligence, and underground operations, serving as the indispensable shadow leader of Konoha during times of war. His actions often directly sway the outcome of battles. After finishing his introduction of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Yatsushiro looked at everyone and continued. Apart from the third and Shimura Danzo, the three most prominent disciples of the Hokage all possess Kage-level power themselves. First, there is Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and student of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the princess of the Land of Fire. She is a master of taijutsu and possesses extraordinary medical ninjutsu. She can focus all her strength into a single point, shattering the earth and breaking through stone with a single punch. Her destructive power is truly terrifying. Then there's Orochimaru, the most gifted of the third Hokage's disciples. Brilliant and endlessly curious, he has mastered countless jutsu, with a particular obsession for researching and creating forbidden techniques. He once signed a pact with Ryuchi Cave, allowing him to summon powerful creatures. He is also skilled in genjutsu and concocting deadly poisons, his methods mysterious and unpredictable. As both a formidable warrior and a strategist, he instills fear in enemy hearts on the battlefield. And finally, there is Jiraiya, the third Hokage student, known far and wide as the Gallant. He has a bold, unrestrained spirit, but beneath that lies immense strength and unwavering resolve. He once accidentally entered Mount Miyaboku during battle, where he learned the art of Sage Jutsu and signed a contract with the Toads. Although he may not have fully mastered Sage Mode yet, that doesn't mean he isn't formidable. Even if we haven't seen him use Sage Jutsu, he's already a master of numerous techniques: Fire Style, Earth Style, and unique hair-based jutsu like the Wild Lion's main technique. The strength he's shown is already on par with the Kage level. Uchiha Hakadai looked at the group, who were clearly shocked, and said, "Do you think that's all?" "Huh, the White Fang of the Leaf. You must have heard that name, right?" That title echoes across nations, and his fame even surpasses that of the third Hokage's own disciples. Wielding a short blade that radiates white chakra, his power is truly terrifying. He is undisputedly acknowledged as a Kage-level powerhouse, renowned for his supreme swordsmanship, lightning speed, and deadly precision with a single strike. In fact, his strength even surpasses Danzo Shimura's. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Uchiha Hakadai spoke again. "This is the fearsome strength still present in Konoha. Then why didn't they send any reinforcements to help us? Aren't we long-standing allies, bound by generations of friendship?" One of the Uzumaki youths, his red hair matching the tears welling in his eyes, stared at the Uchiha with desperate hope. Uchiha Hakadai opened his mouth, but no words came out. Everyone from the Uzumaki clan, including Kushina, turned to him, waiting for his reply. With a sigh, Uchiha Chōfu looked at the Uzumaki with sympathy and said, "Let me put it plainly, you've been abandoned. The most sophisticated intelligence network in the ninja world is right there in Konoha. This system was already in place back in the second Hokage's era. Hiruzen Sarutobi definitely knows you're under siege. As for why he hasn't sent any reinforcements, my guess is he reached some sort of deal with the other 4 great ninja villages." Hiruzen Sarutobi, the red-eyed Uzumaki youth ground out the name through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with rage. The rest of the Uzumaki clan either wiped away tears in secret or glared with barely restrained fury. "What's your name?" Seeing the anger burning in the young Uzumaki's eyes, Uchiha Chongfeng's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Uzumaki Ishin?" The youth, eyes brimming with hope, looked at the Uchiha prodigy who was younger than himself. "From now on, come work for me. I'll give you a platform. How far you go will be up to you," Uchiha Chongfeng said loftily to Uzumaki Ishin. "Yes, master." Uzumaki Ishin dropped to one knee, gazing up at Uchiha Chongfeng with a mix of reverence and fervor. "All right, get up now." Uchiha Chongfeng helped Uzumaki Ishin to his feet. "And from now on, don't call me master. It sounds really strange. Just call me boss." "Yes, boss Chongfeng," Uzumaki Ishin replied, his face alight with excitement. Uzumaki Kushina kept wiping away her tears, asking in confusion, "But why have all 4 great ninja villages sent their Kage here? You Uzumaki clan really have no idea how tempting your legacy is, do you?" Uchiha Yatsushiro sighed. "Imagine you're the Tsuchikage. If you didn't come to Yuzuko, but the Reikage did, how could you possibly feel at ease? They just can't rest easy unless they see things with their own eyes." The Uzumaki clan fell silent, unable to find a response. "Get ready, everyone. We're almost ashore," the 2 boatmen called out together. The group dared not linger for a moment. Despite their injuries and exhaustion, they stepped onto the land of fire. Yet setting foot on their homeland brought them no relief. Though the pursuers behind had temporarily lost their trail, no one knew how the fury of the 4 great ninja villages would next descend upon them. The team moved forward, the air thick with the ragged breaths of survivors and the sorrow of losing their home. Under Uchiha Yatsushiro's command, the group hurried along the most secluded paths toward Konoha. Chongfeng kept his senses stretched to their limit, alert to the slightest disturbance. A day after crossing into the land of fire, Chongfeng's expression suddenly hardened. He raised his hand, signaling the group to halt at once and slip into the dense forest for cover. "What is it, Chongfeng?" Uchiha Yatsushiro asked in a low voice, his Sharingan eyes sweeping the surroundings warily. "There's a large Konoha ninja unit moving quickly up ahead. Their heading is southeast toward the coast." Chongfeng closed his eyes, focusing intently, and spoke with a trace of complexity in his voice. The group was taken aback by his words. Uchiha Retsu couldn't help but spit in disgust. "Damn it, now they show up. Are they here just to clean up the mess after the battle's over?" Soon, a faint rumble could be felt through the ground. Nearly 100 Konoha regulars, led by several jonin, sped past along the main road not far from their hiding place. They wore matching flak jackets and serious expressions, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as they passed. Their pace was urgent. It was clear they were racing against time. Seeing the Konoha force, a flicker of hope rekindled in the eyes of the Uzumaki. Some even nearly called out to them. "Quiet." Uchiha Yatsushiro hissed at once, his gaze icy. "If you want to live, keep your mouth shut." Uchiha Chongfeng watched the Konoha unit hurry off into the distance, a cold sneer in his heart. Support that arrives too late. Is this just for show? Or did they really just get the news? Either way, it made his resentment toward the Konoha leadership run even deeper. The squad lay in silent ambush, not moving until the enemy unit had vanished completely from both sight and sense. "All right, let's move out," Uchiha Hakadai said in a low voice, his expression dark and unsettled. The team set out again, but the atmosphere had grown even heavier. And as fate would have it, trouble rarely comes alone. They had not traveled an hour toward Konoha when, passing through a narrow mountain gorge, Chongfeng suddenly halted, his expression turning grave in an instant. "Stop! There's a strong chakra presence, 6 of them, all at Jonin level," he shouted, raising his arm in warning. Almost as his words faded, 6 figures emerged as if growing out of the rocks and shadows themselves, silent as specters, appearing along the cliffs on both sides of the gorge and sealing off both the front and rear exits. Each wore the traditional animal masks of Konoha's ANBU, dressed in tight black uniforms and cloaks. Their presence was icy and void of any emotion, as if they were shrouded in death itself. Yet Uchiha Hakadai only cast a glance at them before his pupils contracted sharply. His Sharingan snapped open, the 3 tomo spinning wildly. His voice was colder and more alert than ever. "They aren't ANBU, they're with Root." "Root?" Uchiha Haruka asked in confusion. "That's right, Root. The secret unit led by Shimura Danzo, working outside the Hokage's direct command, taking on the darkest missions. If they're here, their intentions are anything but friendly," Hakadai replied, his words rapid and urgent. The Root agent leading this group wore a fox-pattern mask. In a flat, emotionless tone he announced, "By order, Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Haruka, Uchiha Retsu, and Uchiha Chongfeng, Your unauthorized departure from the village constitutes treason. You are to be eliminated on sight. A chilling smile twisted across Hakadai's face. You must be mistaken. We left the village through official channels, with a mission from the assignment hall. Everything is by the book. Attack! Barked the root ninja in the fox mask. Retsu stepped forward, scoffing. Did you really think the Uchiha are pushovers? He flashed through pre-formed hand seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A torrent of fire surged from his mouth, roaring straight toward the 6 root jonin. Chongfeng's hands blurred through his own seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gale blasted from his lips, fanning the fire into a raging inferno that incinerated everything in its path. The 6 root jonin were caught off guard, unable to respond in time. Retsu and Chongfeng's surprise attack left them no chance to form their own seals. Still, these were jonin, masters of deception. When the flames cleared, only 6 charred, broken branches remained where they had stood. But the chunin with them weren't so lucky. Most perished instantly in the combined assault, unable to react in time. TCH, rats from the sewers. Uchiha lie, sneered with disdain. Everyone be alert. Their formation is subtly encircling us. Uchiha Chongfeng immediately expanded his sensory perception and detected the presence of 6 elite root ninja. 2 of the root ninja placed their hands on the ground at the same time, activating an earth-style jutsu. Earth-style, Yomi Swamp. Another pair of root ninja swiftly formed hand seals together and unleashed a water-style technique. Water-style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 root ninja rapidly formed hand seals as well. Lightning-style, Earthwalk. The Yomi Swamp could trap their enemies, while the combination of water and lightning-style jutsu was devastatingly lethal. Yet, in the instant negotiations fell apart, 2 of the 6 root ninja were already under the control of Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Hakadai. The ones controlled were precisely the duo casting the Earth-style Yomi Swamp. Their target shifted. The Yomi Swamp now ensnared the 2 root ninja who were about to unleash the lightning-style jutsu. Before the Uchiha even made a move, a member of the Uzumaki clan in their ranks stepped forward. He was Uzumaki Ishin, his hands blurred as he quickly formed seals. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. A thick wall of rock and earth rose up from the ground. With Ishin leading the way, more Uzumaki clan members joined in. All those skilled in Earth-style channeled their chakra, casting Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Layer by layer, the Earth Wall grew sturdier and thicker. The root ninja's Great Waterfall Jutsu crashed against the barrier, leaving not even a dent. The Uchiha were quietly pleased, convinced these Uzumaki were truly promising. Uchiha Hero stimulated his muscles and cells with lightning style, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. With a few swift blurs, he covered dozens of meters, charging straight at the root ninja. The gleam of his blade flashed, and the chunin who blocked his path fell one by one. One root ninja, having just finished his water-style jutsu, deliberately avoided Uchiha Hero's Sharingan gaze. Drawing on his extensive experience, he managed to catch Hero's short sword just in time. Water-style, Severing Wave. The other root ninja, hands moving in rapid succession, unleashed another water-style jutsu. A jet of water, sharp as a laser beam, shot straight at Uchiha Hero. Just as the attack was about to strike, Hero skillfully performed a body flicker technique, dodging with practiced ease. Uchiha Chongfeng and Uchiha Lai exchanged a look, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Uchiha Lai's hands flew through a series of seals. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. He unleashed 3 jutsu in quick succession. Even for an elite like Uchiha Lai, the expenditure left him feeling drained and hollow. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chongfeng clapped his hands together, unleashing 3 lightning-style jutsu. Lightning style, False Darkness. Lightning style, Ground Walk. Lightning style, Surge of Gratitude. 3 lightning techniques erupted. 1 streaked along the ground, while 2 crackled through the air. At the same time, he casually tossed out 3 specially crafted, slender Senbon needles. Chongfeng's assault came in swift succession, his attacks hurtling toward the 2 root jonin. Since the lightning jutsu followed, right after the fire techniques. The 2 root jonin, in order to counter the fire style, joined forces to cast water style, Water Formation Wall. A wide, sturdy wall of water rose up, effectively blocking Uchiha Lai's fire jutsu. But the lightning, following immediately after, snaked along the surface of the water wall and invaded their bodies. A guttural cry escaped them as their bodies trembled violently from the shock. Then came the unmistakable sound of blades piercing flesh, 3 sharp, sickening thuds. Moments later, the acrid scent of burning feathers filled the air, signaling their utter demise. While Uchiha Lai and Chōfu sprang into action, Uchiha Hiro did not stand idly by. He hefted his short sword and approached the two root jonin still trapped in the mire of the underworld swamp. With ruthless precision, he swung his blade down, sending two heads flying through the air. And so, of the 6 root jonin who ambushed them, only 2 remained, both still ensnared by illusion. With the root jonin and their subordinate chunin all slain, the battlefield was left in utter ruin. Scorched earth, shattered rocks, lingering tingles of paralysis from the lightning techniques, and the thick, metallic tang of blood mingled in the air, all bearing witness to the ferocity of the clash. The Uchihas were breathing hard, their chakra reserves noticeably depleted, but their eyes still gleamed with a razor-sharp intensity. Most of the Uzumaki clan members wore expressions of shock and fear, yet as they glanced at the Uchihas, a deeper sense of reliance and gratitude shone in their eyes. Particularly Uzumaki Isshin, who had stepped forward amid the chaos. Even though his face was pale, there was a resolute courage in his eyes born of battle. Clean up the area, move out now. Uchiha Hakadai wasted no time, forcing down the dizziness that came from overusing his Sharingan, and barked out his orders. And don't forget, bring the bodies of these root ninja with us. Everyone sprang into action, erasing any traces of the skirmish as best they could. With haste, the group set off once more, moving swiftly toward their ultimate destination, Kanehagakure. Yet the closer they drew to the village, the heavier the tension grew. If Root could send one interception force, they might very well send second, or perhaps that man himself would intervene. At last, as the setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange, the towering gates of the Leaf Village and the majestic Hokage Rock came into view. From a distance, they could even see the faint stream of people passing through the main gate. But just 5 kilometers from the gates, in a forest clearing that lay directly on their path, the group was forced to halt once again. In the center of the clearing, a lone figure stood quietly, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Uchiha Yatsushiro and his companions felt their pupils contract sharply, every muscle in their bodies tensing in an instant. Even the usually irrepressible Uchiha Retsu now wore a face of grave seriousness. The man was not tall, dressed simply in a kimono with light armor over it. He leaned on a cane with his right hand, half his face and his right eye wrapped thickly in bandages. Only his left eye was exposed, cold, sharp, and filled with a brooding authority that spoke of years spent in command. It was Shimura Danzo. Behind him, 4 root ninjas stood in silence, their presence even more chilling and inscrutable than those who had come before. Clearly, this was an elite force. Uchiha Yatsushiro, Danzo's voice rasped out, slow but heavy with undeniable pressure. Are you aware of your crimes? Uchiha Yatsushiro stepped forward, shielding his team behind him. The Sharingan in his eyes spun slowly as he met Danzo's gaze without flinching. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by this? We have returned from our mission. What crime have we committed? A mission. Danzo let out a cold, derisive laugh. You left the village without authorization, colluded with outsiders, attacked fellow Umbu, and attempted to sneak unknown individuals into the village. Any one of these charges is enough to brand you as rogue ninjas, worthy of execution on the spot. What a sweeping accusation. He'd labeled their rescue operation as an act of betrayal against the village. Lord Danzo, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Yatsushiro's voice now matched Danzo's in chill. We had full clearance to leave the village. Everything is properly recorded at the mission hall. The people we rescued are survivors of the Uzumaki clan, once our allies. How are they unknown? As for attacking our own Umbu, we encountered no real Umbu, only enemy shinobi disguised as them. We even brought their corpses with us. Perhaps you'd like to examine them yourself, and see if any are listed among Konoha's ranks. When it came to verbal sparring, Yatsushiro was not one to back down. Danzo's remaining left eye narrowed, a glint of icy malice flickering within. Quick-witted, aren't you? The fall of the Uzumaki clan is for Konoha to handle, not for you to meddle in and disrupt. Turn over the Uzumaki survivors and all confiscated items to Root for examination. If you come with me to Root and submit to investigation, there may yet be a path to mercy. No one in their right mind would believe that, handing over the people and the goods, then go to Root? That was a death trap. And if I refuse? Yatsushiro stood his ground, unwavering. Then don't blame me for enforcing the village laws. Danzo slammed his cane against the ground. The 4 elite Root ninjas behind him instantly unleashed a wave of murderous intent. Uchiha Retsu, Hiro, and Haruka immediately stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yatsushiro, chakra surging around them. Chōfu took position in front of the Uzumaki survivors, his hand quietly gripping a specially crafted ninja tool. Uzumaki Kazunobu's hands began to form seals once more. A great battle was about to erupt. However, at this tense and explosive moment, fire style, majestic dragon fire jutsu. Uchiha Lai was the first to strike. A gigantic fire dragon roared forth, not toward Danzo, but at a broad stretch of empty ground to his left. The scorching wave of heat forced the root ninjas in that direction to retreat hastily. Almost at the same instant, Uchiha Chōfu flicked his hands in rapid succession, launching several specially crafted sunbon needles infused with wind chakra. They whistled sharply through the air, pinning down and harassing any possible escape routes for root ninjas on Danzo's right flank. Wind style, great breakthrough. Chōfu himself exhaled a blast of fierce wind, not as an attack, but to whip up a swirling cloud of dust, shrouding the area in a blinding haze. Illusion technique, mirage. Uchiha Yao's genjutsu followed swiftly, conjuring countless twisted, wavering phantoms amidst the swirling dust, making it nearly impossible to tell illusion from reality. Earth style, earth flow wall. Uzumaki Isshin and several clansmen immediately joined forces, raising a solid barrier in front of their group. The whole sequence was executed with seamless teamwork, an artful blend of offense and defense. They showcased their strength, yet carefully avoided attacking Danzo directly, thus steering clear of a point of no return. Danzo stood in place, his silhouette flickering between drifting smoke and illusory shadows, seemingly unfazed. The root ninjas behind him swiftly formed hand signs, some readying defenses, others attempting to dispel the haze. Tricks of insects, Danzo's cold voice cut through the smoke. Seize them, just as the root ninjas braced for an all-out assault. Enough! A commanding voice, edged with urgency, thundered from the horizon like a rolling storm. The next moment, a figure appeared in a flash of white smoke, landing squarely in the open space between both sides. The newcomer wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe and hat, the stern face unmistakable. It was the third Hokage himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a sudden thud, he slammed his adamantine staff onto the ground, releasing a powerful surge of chakra that instantly swept away both the swirling dust and Uchiha Yao's illusions. The scene was laid bare in an instant. Hiruzen's gaze swept over the two groups locked in confrontation, lingering on the frightened and exhausted red-haired Uzumaki clan members sheltered at the rear. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, hardening quickly into stern authority as he glanced sharply at Danzo and Uchiha Hakadai. What is the meaning of this? Brawling at the village gates. Have you all lost your senses? Danzo, Hakadai, you owe me an explanation. His arrival at last brought the looming civil conflict to a temporary halt. All eyes fixed upon the Hokage, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chōfu, watching Hiruzen's sudden entrance, sneered inwardly. Such convenient timing. Only now that the commotion began, does he show up? Following Hiruzen Sarutobi were several clan leaders, Tsukumo Hatake, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Yamaki, and others. Of course, the three prominent disciples of the third Hokage were also present at the scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi swept his gaze over the gathered members of the Uchiha clan, then shot a fierce glare at Danzo Shimura. Put a stop to your disputes for now. Soon, a Jonin council will be convened to judge your actions over this period, Hiruzen said coldly. He then walked over to the members of the Uzumaki clan, greeting them with a warm smile and a gentle demeanor. You must have had a hard journey, haven't you? The Uchihas are a passionate, hot-headed bunch. Did they treat you well along the way? Hiruzen moved to stand beside Kushina Uzumaki, stretching out his broad, rough left hand to gently pat the top of her head. There's no need to be afraid. If you've suffered any grievances, speak up. Grandpa Third Hokage and everyone in the Leaf Village will stand up for you. With each word, the third Hokage was subtly encouraging the Uzumaki to turn against the Uchiha. Everyone present could see the trap hidden in his words, yet none dared to voice any objection. As the Uzumaki clan members stood in silence, Hiruzen addressed them. It seems you're still a bit reserved, being new to the Leaf. Come, follow Grandpa into the village. The Uzumaki clan was then settled into an abandoned residential building within the village. Everyone followed Hiruzen Sarutobi to the Jonin Hall of the Hidden Leaf. Before long, all the Jonin without missions had gathered in the hall. Hiruzen scanned the noisy crowd below the platform. Quiet, everyone. The reason I've called you here today is to judge a most serious incident. Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Hiro, Uchiha Haruka, Uchiha Retsu, and Uchiha Chōfu. For Jonin and one Genin. These five left the village without permission to involve themselves in outside political strife, causing great harm to the leaf. Now let's hear it. How should we deal with these Uchihas? Lord Third, I object. Uchiha Chōfu, unable to bear Hiruzen Sarutobi's distortions and misrepresentations any longer, raised his hand to speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, his tone frosty. Oh, so someone disagrees with the facts as I've stated them. I'm not a dictator. If you wish to speak, go ahead and share your thoughts. When the other Uchihas, Hakudai and the rest, saw Chōfu raise his hand, their hearts skipped a beat. After all, in their eyes, Chōfu was just a 7-year-old child with little experience. Pitting him against Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed a clear path to disaster. First of all, the charge you've leveled against us is mistaken. We did not leave the village without permission. We were all acting under assigned missions. Secondly, we were not involved in the political struggles of another village. After all, the emblem of the Uzumaki clan is still displayed on our Konoha ninja uniforms. We just happened to arrive in the land of whirlpools during a mission and saw the other 4 great ninja villages besieging Uzushio village, so we lent a helping hand. Aiding Uzushio village, Konoha's ally. How can that be considered meddling in the political affairs of another village? Right now, the first Hokage's wife, Lady Mito Uzumaki, still lives in our village. It was out of respect for the first Hokage's achievements that we chose to help Lady Mito's clan. If anything, I believe our actions were meritorious, not wrongful. Uchiha Chōfu spoke clearly and methodically, laying out his argument. You sharp-tongued brat. Danzo Shimura glared at Uchiha Chōfu with a cold, piercing look. You sly, sneaky old ghost. Chōfu shot back, refusing to back down. Outside the village, I might have had to keep my head down and avoid provoking you. But now that I'm back in the village, with the entire Uchiha clan behind me, if I still acted like a coward, wouldn't that make me a spineless fool? Chōfu thought to himself. Danzo was about to retort when, that's enough. Mind the occasion. Do you really think this is the time for bickering? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, lit it, and took a slow draw. Uchiha Chōfu, you're being quite disrespectful. Do you not recognize the importance of seniority and hierarchy? Lord Hokage, and who was it just now who first spoke out of turn? There are plenty of witnesses here who saw everything. Chōfu replied, showing no sign of yielding. All right, you've managed to drag the conversation way off track again, Sarutobi said, tapping his pipe twice against his hand. We're here to pass judgment on your mistakes, not to argue about manners. Sarutobi lowered his pipe, smoke forgotten, and fixed Chōfu with a steady gaze. We did nothing wrong. In fact, we rendered a service. Chōfu answered back before Sarutobi could continue. Very well. Even if the other 4 did nothing wrong, are you saying you're completely blameless? If I recall, your mission was to go to the land of grass with Sarutobi Wei to gather intelligence. How did you end up tagging along with Uchiha Yatsuyo's team instead? First of all, I completed the intelligence gathering in the land of grass together with Sarutobi Wei and the others. Secondly, when Uchiha Yatsuyo's team took on their mission, my name was officially added to the roster. And finally, when I heard the Uzumaki clan was under siege, all I could think about was the deep friendship between their clan and ours, a bond that has endured for generations. Not to mention the outstanding contributions Lady Mito Uzumaki has made to Konoha. Out of loyalty to our village, I felt compelled to join Uchiha Yatsuyo's rescue squad without a second thought. I have completed the reconnaissance mission, and my name is written on the mission scroll that Uchiha Hakudai and his team received. The Uzumaki clan has been friend with our village for generations, and Lady Mito came here all alone, making so many contributions. Whether for public duty or personal reasons, there is nothing wrong with my decision. Uchiha Chongfeng's face was filled with grief and indignation, his voice resonant and firm. The surrounding Uchiha spectators showed no obvious expressions, but their eyes shone with a dazzling light. Shimura Danzo's expression grew even darker. You are ninja. Ninja put the mission first. If everyone in Konoha followed your example, will we ever accept another commission again? Are you trying to make Konoha's ninja lose their livelihoods? Are you trying to destroy the very foundation of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were sharp and forceful. Shimura Danzo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes unfocused, as if imagining himself standing on that platform, commanding with confidence. Some of the jonin present noticed this scene and quietly lowered their heads. Yes, a ninja must indeed put the mission first. But did I not complete my mission? Or is it, in the Hokage's view, that when a ninja has fulfilled his duty, he still isn't allowed to help a friendly ally? And that ally is none other than the wife of the first Hokage, Lady Uzumaki Mito's own family. An ally who has given us friendship, contribution, and value. Do they really mean nothing to you? If so, then what value do the smaller clans who rely on Konoha for protection hold in your eyes? Uchiha Chongfeng's gaze was intense, his tone pressing and relentless. Sarutobi Hiruzen clamped his pipe between his teeth without a word. Answer me. Third Hokage. Uchiha Chongfeng bellowed. Silence. Look into my eyes. Answer me. Beneath the stage, both clan and commoner Jonin exchanged furtive glances, silently communicating with their eyes. Ah, for a ninja, both the mission and one's comrades are equally important, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally sighed. I have lived all these years in vain, only to be awakened by the words of a youth. Uchiha Chongfeng, I truly owe you my thanks, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face suddenly kind. Hearing these words, the faces of the Jonin in the crowd eased, though a trace of doubt still lingered in their eyes. Hokage-sama, this is the duty every ninja of Konoha should uphold. Uchiha Chongfeng replied respectfully. Very well, since that's the case, I will not hold you accountable for your mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to continue with his speech. We made no mistake. In fact, we deserve credit. Uchiha Chongfeng stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze unwavering. Very well, you have all rendered great service. After a brief silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally acknowledged the merits of Uchiha Hakadai and the others. Now that your matter is settled, the next topic for discussion is how to deal with the Uzumaki clan members you brought back. Hiruzen said cheerfully, his tone light and pleasant. Upon hearing Hiruzen's proposal, Danzo Shimura could no longer remain seated. Hiruzen, hand those Uzumaki clan members over to me. I promise I can train a powerful ninja squad for Konoha. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his eyes shining with ambition as he gazed at Hiruzen, voice filled with longing. Ahem. Danzo, I'm afraid I cannot agree with your suggestion. They are the orphans of Yuzushiyo, our allies, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to take charge of them. Konoha is vast enough. We are not lacking in strength that we need to rely on them. Hiruzen had already decided how to respond the moment Danzo opened his mouth. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo's face was a picture of frustration and unwillingness. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Hiruzen replied airily, his words carrying an unquestionable weight. With a loud bang, Danzo stormed out of the Jonin hall, slamming the door behind him in his anger. The Jonin present exchanged glances, some barely able to suppress their laughter at the spectacle. All right, that was just a little interlude. Let's get back to the topic at hand. I propose we entrust them to the care of the Umbu for training. This way, their talents will be put to use, and they'll receive the protection they deserve. It will be a fitting gesture in honor of the friendship between our villages over the years. Of course, if they're to be trained by the Umbu, the items they brought with them should naturally be kept in the village's safekeeping, Hiruzen said, scanning the room with a broad smile. Seeing no objections, he was about to make the final decision. Wait, Lord Third, Uchiha Chōfu spoke up once more. The gathered Jonin looked at Uchiha Chōfu with admiration, as if to say, well done, that's just like you. Oh Chōfu, do you have another suggestion? Hiruzen's smile grew ever more unsettling. I believe that the Uzumaki clan members should come live with the Uchiha. That won't do. You were the ones who rescued them. How could we trouble you further? You've already said that the Uzumaki have been close allies of Konoha for generations. It's only right that the village lends a hand. It's precisely because we were the ones who brought them back. Right now, among all of Konoha, we are the ones they trust most. If they're thrust into an unfamiliar environment without anyone they know, I imagine they'll feel very alone. Uchiha Chōfu insisted. Chōfu, is there something you're dissatisfied with about my leadership as Hokage? Uchiha Hakadai's heart tightened at those words. With respect, Lord Hokage, absolutely not. No? The way I see it, you most certainly are, and quite a bit at that. Although I'm tolerant and compassionate toward everyone, that doesn't give you the right to make things difficult for me. That's settled, then. The members of the Uzumaki clan will be entrusted to the care of the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi made the decision without hesitation. Lord Hokage. Before Uchiha Chongfeng could say more, Hiruzen Sarutobi cut him off loudly. Uchiha Chongfeng, if I recall correctly, you're still just a genin, aren't you? This is not a place where you should be. Umbu, take him out. Clan leader, Lady Mito, MMPH. Uchiha Chongfeng didn't even have a chance to finish before the Umbu covered his mouth and dragged him away. Well then, sorry to have disrupted the proceedings. Let us return to the previous topic and continue our discussion. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled calmly, as if nothing had happened. Since no one has a better suggestion, we'll proceed as decided. Unable to wait any longer, Hiruzen Sarutobi was eager to draw a conclusion. Lord Hokage, I object. This time, it was Uchiha Hakadai who stepped forward. Oh, Jonin Hakadai, what are your thoughts this time? The smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was barely holding together. I believe it is highly irresponsible to decide the fate of the Uzumaki clan members so rashly. Why not let them choose for themselves? Uchiha Hakadai proposed earnestly. That wouldn't do, not at all. In this village, the only ones they're familiar with are you Uchihas. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head repeatedly at Hakadai's suggestion. In that case, let me offer a compromise. Why not let Lady Uzumaki Mido arrange their accommodations? Uchiha Hakadai suggested sincerely. Yes, that's truly an excellent idea. Lady Mido was originally the princess of the Uzumaki clan. If she's the one to arrange housing for her fellow clansmen, nothing could be more appropriate. The jonin seated below began to chatter all at once, and upon closer listen, it was clear that most agreed with Uchiha Hakadai's proposal. Order. Since Jonin Hakadai stands by his suggestion, and so many of his peers support him, let's settle the matter as such. With these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his back on the assembly, his face instantly darkening. The jonin in the hall, having heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision, began to discuss and murmur among themselves. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a moment to compose himself, then turned back toward the crowd, his face once again wearing a polite smile. You, take my written order and go to the Uzumaki clan. Escort them to the Senju compound. Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured toward two of the summoned And you, report everything discussed and decided here to Lady Uzumaki Mido in full detail. Yes, sir. The two answered in unison. Then, in a flash, they disappeared from the room. Since the issue has been resolved smoothly, this inaugural meeting will end here. Dismissed. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even wait for the jonin to settle down before issuing the order to adjourn. In just a short while, the once boisterous jonin meeting room fell silent. By now, most of the jonin had already departed, leaving only the clan heads aligned with the Hokage's faction behind in the room. I have to say, Hakadai, I never realized you had such a silver tongue. Uchiha Sosuke teased with a chuckle. Hakadai smiled at his fellow Uchiha and explained, well, it was mainly because Uchiha Chōfu kept bringing up Lady Uzumaki Mido during the meeting. Even when he was being dragged out, he didn't forget to remind us. That's what gave me the idea to use Lady Mido as a breakthrough. Indeed, he's quite an outstanding young man. Sosuke sighed admiringly. After Sarutobi, Hiruzen ordered the to drag Uchiha Chōfu out of the jonin hall. Chōfu, filled with frustration and unwillingness, wandered into a narrow alley not far from the Hokage building. There, he spread his senses outward, watching the entire proceedings of the council from afar. Gradually, the storm stirred up by the jonin meeting began to subside. With Lady Uzumaki Mido's personal intervention, the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan were properly resettled in a vacant estate near the Senju compound, where Lady Mido assigned people to care for and guide them. The Uzumaki began to gradually integrate into Konoha. Although this outcome did not allow the Uzumaki clan to stand completely side by side with the Uchiha, at least it prevented them from falling entirely under the control of the Hokage's faction or the Root Division. In this sense, the Uchiha's goal was more or less achieved. Ding! Host has successfully altered the fate of the Uzumaki clan, ensuring the survival of their main bloodline. Stage mission Uzumaki Orphan is being evaluated for completion. Evaluation complete. Reward settlement. Successfully rescued 157 Uzumaki clan members. Sign-in points earned. 1,570 points. Special target rescued. Uzumaki Kushina. Sign-in points earned. 100 points. Total sign-in points earned. 1,670. Current total sign-in points. 2,036. Previously remaining. 366 points. A huge sum of points poured in. Chōfu's heart pounded uncontrollably. 1,670 points. That was more than 5 times what he had painstakingly accumulated before. Indeed, high risk brings high reward. Saving key characters and influencing major events is by far the fastest way to rack up sign-in points. Suppressing the urge to immediately use his points for a lottery draw, he decided to take some time to let this windfall sink in. Before he could even organize his thoughts, the system chimed in unexpectedly. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your sign-in points have exceeded 1,000. The sign-in point shopping mall is now open. Here are the items currently available for purchase. Uchiha-chan's phone quickly tapped open the newly unlocked shop feature in the system. He began browsing from the very top, curious to see what items were available for purchase. Cocoon of the End, 1 million sign-in points. Scepter of the End, 500,000 sign-in points. Core of the Herrschers of the End, 100,000 sign-in points. Core of the Herrschers of Origin, 100,000 sign-in points. Core of the Herrschers of Reason, 10,000 sign-in points. Already owned. Core of the Herrschers of the Void, 10,000 sign-in points. Hephaestus, 1,000 sign-in points. A civilian defense mecha developed by Dr. Tesla of Anti-Entropy after the Destiny War. While designed primarily for civilian protection in airports, it also boasts considerable combat capabilities. Divine Machine Baldur, 500 sign-in points. This Crimson Mecha, manufactured by Destiny, is a large-scale unit with a diverse array of attacks, high frequency of strikes, and impressive power output. It stands out as an all-rounder with balanced abilities. Subdivine Machine Mistiltine, 200 sign-in points. A mass-produced mecha crafted in blue and white, based on Baldur's combat data. Super Electromagnetic Weapon Series, 500 sign-in points. After scanning the shop's prices, Uchiha Chōfu realized that most of the good stuff was far out of reach. The Herrscher's cores were in a league of their own, and even the God Keys typically cost upwards of 5,000 sign-in points. Even the cheapest Subdivine machines demanded at least 200 points each. It was worth remembering that in the original game, these Subdivine machines were little more than cannon fodder. After careful consideration, Uchiha Chōfu made his decision. He would purchase one Hephaestus unit, one Divine Machine Baldur, and the Super Electromagnetic Weapon series. With the Second Shinobi World War looming, Chōfu planned to use this window of time to strengthen his own forces. After all, with the great events about to unfold across the ninja world, there would be no shortage of sign-in missions to complete. For now, his core objective was to arm himself as thoroughly as possible. Thanks to his outstanding performance in missions and meetings, Uchiha Chōfu received public recognition from the clan head, Uchiha Sosuke. He officially passed the clan's trial and was promoted to the rank of Chunin, along with some additional resources from the family. However, this also meant that he'd stepped more clearly into the upper echelon's line of sight, and it was certain that more trouble awaited in the future. Even so, the political undercurrents didn't immediately affect Chōfu's daily life. For a brief moment, he was granted a rare period of rest and recuperation. The next afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window and spilled into the room. Chōfu was carefully nourishing and fine-tuning his new gear with chakra, a set of chakra-conducting metal shuriken. The dusky blue blades shimmered faintly at his fingertips, and as chakra flowed through them, it felt effortlessly smooth, as if the weapons were an extension of his own will. Why didn't he simply adapt to equipment bought from the system? Because with so many people in the village and prying eyes all around, it was too easy to give himself away. As his mastery over chakra control improved and his understanding of materials deepened, his ability for preliminary mimicry had also made new strides. He could now attempt to construct more complex small components. Although he still couldn't create special materials such as chakra metal, his fine manipulation of ordinary metals had become much more adept and intuitive. Kushina Uzumaki's visit. Big Brother Chōfu. Big Brother Chōfu. A clear, slightly urgent young girl's voice called out from outside the house. A smile tugged at the corners of Chōfu's mouth, unbidden. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Ever since she had been rescued and brought back to the village, this little girl seemed especially attached to him. Perhaps it was because he was the closest in age to her among her rescuers, or perhaps it was because, in that moment of crisis, he had stood protectively in front of her. He stood up and opened the door. Sure enough, there she was, a little girl with a head of vibrant red hair, cheeks flushed from running, standing at his doorstep and cradling a small box in her hands with great care. "What's the matter, Kushina? You seem in quite a hurry," Chōfu said, stepping aside to let her in. "This," Kushina exclaimed, presenting the box to him like a prized treasure, her eyes shining with excitement. "It's a rice cake that Granny Mito sent over. They're delicious. I saved a piece just for you." She opened the box to reveal a piece of beautifully crafted glutinous rice cake with red bean filling. Chōfu paused, a wave of warmth welling up in his heart. After enduring the loss of her home and family, this child still managed to hold onto such pure kindness. "Thank you, Kushina." He accepted the cake, gently patting her on the head. "It looks delicious. Try it quick." Kushina nodded enthusiastically, her eyes eagerly watching him. Under her hopeful gaze, Chōfu took a bite. The soft, sweet flavor melted in his mouth. "It's wonderful," he affirmed with a smile. Kushina instantly broke out in a joyful grin, her big eyes curving into cheerful crescents. Curiosity soon drew her to the strange assortment of tools and ninja gear scattered on Chōfu's desk, especially the set of shuriken gleaming with blue light. "Big Brother Chōfu, are all these your weapons? They look amazing." "More or less," he replied. "But be careful, some are very sharp." "Can I look at that one?" she asked, pointing to the most ordinary-looking and seemingly safest shuriken. "Sure, but don't wave it around," he cautioned. Chōfu picked up a shuriken and patiently showed her the basics of how to hold it and what to watch out for. Kushina listened with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, her eyes fixed intently on what was being shown. From time to time, she'd stretch out her small hands to mimic the motions, her serious little expression especially endearing. Sunlight poured over the two figures, one tall, one small, filling the room with a rare sense of tranquility and gentle warmth. For Kushina, who had lost so much, perhaps this place by Chongfeng's side was a harbor where she could finally feel a measure of safety and relaxation. And for Chongfeng, guarding this hard-won peace had become one of the driving forces behind his pursuit of strength. Aside from Kushina's frequent visits, Chongfeng also made a point of visiting her and the others at the Senju clan compound. The young Uzumaki ninja who had stepped forward during the desperate breakout, Uzumaki Ishin, had made a decision after settling in. He would enter seclusion to train. He shut himself away in a meditation chamber provided by the Senju, declining most visitors. It was said that the brutal breakout battle and the destruction of his home had shaken him to his core. He was painfully aware of his own lack of strength and yearned to become powerful enough to protect those he cared about. Chongfeng had paid him a visit once, sensing the steady, potent chakra radiating from within the closed door, but chose not to disturb him. Everyone has their own path to growth, and Chongfeng respected and wished Ishin well on his journey. From time to time, Chongfeng also went to see his friends from the same generation. Uchiha Teka and Uchiha Gema were still sweating it out on the training grounds every day, shouting about how they were determined to awaken their Sharingan as soon as possible. Uchiha Lioli, on the other hand, trained more quietly, honing her shuriken skills and jinjutsu. During this period, the system's daily check-in tasks had become more routine as well, mostly requiring him to visit specific spots within the village, with rewards amounting to a few check-in points or minor auxiliary tools. Chongfeng steadily accumulated points, all while savoring this brief calm before the coming storm. But he knew this peace wouldn't last for long. Danzo's hostility, Hiruzen Sarutobi's suspicion, and the looming shadow of the ninja world war still hung overhead. He needed to use this time to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. He threw himself even deeper into training, refining his chakra, sharpening his taijutsu and shuriken skills, delving into the knowledge behind his newly acquired railgun weapon series, and continually experimenting with the expanding applications of the Herrschers of Reason Core. Every so often, when he looked out toward the edge of the village, he could sense a faint, elusive unease. The flames of the Second Great Ninja War were spreading elsewhere in the ninja world. Sooner or later, they would reach Konoha, threatening everyone he cared about. He had to grow stronger to protect everything he wished to safeguard in the days to come. The peaceful days lasted for about a year. Now, Uchiha Chongfeng was 8 years old. On this day, Chongfeng was in the clan's training grounds, practicing his precision shooting by channeling wind nature chakra into his new Senbon needles. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared at the edge of the field. Uchiha Chongfeng, Chunin. Chongfeng halted, his heart tightening with apprehension. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Orders from the Hokage. The Umbu's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. A border patrol squad has reported a large number of unidentified ninja operating near the border between the land of rain and the land of grass. Signs point to a potential large-scale conflict, which poses a serious threat to our nation's border security. You are hereby assigned to join the border reconnaissance team. Proceed to the area, investigate the situation, and assess the risk. Report to the 3rd training ground for immediate deployment. A B-rank border reconnaissance mission. Chongfeng's mind raced. The border between the land of rain and the land of grass. That was indeed a critical battlefield during the Second Great Ninja War. Hanzo the Salamander, Konoha's White Fang, and the future legendary Sannin had all made their mark there. The signs of conflict were likely real, but the fact that this mission was being handed to him, a mere Chunin, was still intriguing. Understood. Chongfeng took the mission scroll without further questions. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Chongfeng drew a deep breath. His brief respite was over. He hurried home and swiftly prepared all his gear. Chakra of metal shuriken, a large supply of specially crafted senbon and kunai, soldier pills, a medical kit, and the summoning whistle and intelligence scroll given to him by Uchiha Hakadai. When he arrived at the 3rd training ground, 3 other ninjas were already waiting. Leading the team was a stern Hyuga branch house jonin named Hyuga Takuma. His white eyes swept over Chongfeng, and he gave a slight nod, a silent greeting. Another was a special jonin from the Inazuka clan, named Inazuka Claw, accompanied by a fierce gray wolf ninja dog. She seemed outgoing, flashing Chongfeng a toothy grin. "Oh, so you're that genius Uchiha kid? Interesting." The last member surprised Chongfeng a little, a ninja from the Aburame clan, silent and reserved, wearing dark sunglasses. His name was Aburame Shikuro, and he only inclined his head slightly, while numerous Kikaichi beetles writhed near the cuffs of his sleeves. It was a textbook Konoha reconnaissance team. The Hyuga's Byakugan for long-range insight and X-ray vision, the Inuzuka's Ninja Dog for tracking and scent detection, the Aburame's Insect for information gathering and covert operations in any environment. Adding himself, an Uchiha with exceptional sensory and mobility abilities, made the squad's reconnaissance capabilities nothing short of formidable. "We're all here," Hyuga Takuma spoke in a steady voice. "You all understand the mission briefing, I trust? Our target is the suspicious ninja activity along the raingrass border. Reconnaissance is our priority. Avoid combat if possible. If danger arises, your top priority is to retreat and relay intelligence." "Understood. Understood," the three replied in unison. "Move out." The four-man squad swiftly left Konoha, racing northwest at top speed. On the way, Chōfu remained quietly vigilant. The team members all seemed professional and reliable, unlikely to be Danzo's people. Yet the mission itself could still harbor unknown risks. Ding. Host is heading toward a border conflict zone. New mission triggered. Mission name: Seize the initiative. Mission requirement: successfully scout and record signs of ninja activity from at least 3 different villages or factions in the border area between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. Mission reward: 30 sign-in points, permanent minor boost to microscopic insight, passive. Mission description: in a chaotic battlefield, information is power. See through the fog and uncover the truth beneath. The system's missions always arrived at just the right time. The boost to microscopic insight would complement his understanding reconstruction ability perfectly. After several days of travel, the landscape around them gradually grew barren, and a tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. On the distant horizon, a persistent, heavy gloom seemed to hang endlessly. At last, as they neared the border, Takuma Hyuga suddenly raised his hand, signaling the squad to halt. 2 kilometers ahead, massive chakra signatures detected. A lot of them, at least 50. The chakra attributes are mixed, traces of Awagakure, Amigakure, even Sunagakure. They seem to be facing off. Takuma's voice was grave. Inuzuka, Tsume's ninja, hound began to growl uneasily, having caught a whiff of intense danger. More Kikaichi beetles silently slipped out from Shurhei Aburame's sleeves, spreading into the surroundings. Chōfu focused his senses to the fullest. He could feel not only the violent and murderous intent within those chakra flows, but also a strange fanatical fervor. A corner of the Second Great Ninja War was now unfolding before their eyes. If Uchiha Chōfu remembered correctly, the Second Great Ninja War broke out in Konoha Year 32. And this year happened to be Konoha Year 32. The four arrived at the border scene. Expanding his perception, Uchiha Chōfu learned that the Sunagakure ninja forces had shown up to support Amigakure against Awagakure's advance. Awagakure, on the other hand, had sent a squad to search for a missing ninja who had disappeared on Rain Country soil. Amigakure had deployed its own forces as a precaution. The three sides argued more and more fiercely, until finally, fighting broke out. However, the clash was little more than a probing skirmish. Chōfu and his team waited until the situation calmed, and all three sides withdrew before emerging from the shadows. The group pressed on, eventually arriving outside Amigakure. Takuma Hyuga waved his hand. Disperse. Move independently and gather intel. A flash of green light flickered at Uchiha Chōfu's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Among those present, only Hyuga Takuma, a jonin, could barely keep track of Uchiha Chōfu's movements. Over the course of this year, through studying the combination of wind-style chakra and the body flicker technique, Chōfu had developed his own unique wind flicker. Because Hyuga Takuma's features were too distinctive, he stayed outside Amigakure for flexibility, ready to provide backup if things got chaotic. Chōfu's primary target was a tavern inside the village. He pushed open the door and walked in. The mixed aromas of food and sake filled the air, making his mouth water. "Excuse me, big brother. I'd like an order of your house special," Chōfu said as he entered, choosing a seat by the window. He waved a hand, signaling to a young waiter. Right away. The young waiter quickly jotted down his order and hurried off to the kitchen. Leaning back in his chair, Chōfu closed his eyes, listening closely to the conversations around the restaurant. "Hey, did you hear? There's a huge gathering of shinobi to the north, at least 1,000 of them. Supposedly, it all started because a ninja from Awagakure got separated in the Land of Rain. Isn't that ridiculous? Come on, where'd you hear that? Haven't we been together for all our usual activities these days?" "Well, that's what you don't know. My brother-in-law was assigned to patrol the border. His area's up north. From the watchtower, you can see for miles. He told me all this when he got back from duty yesterday. So, is the village doing anything about it? No idea. There's nothing on a notice board in the village center. Sigh, looks like war's coming again. Yeah, damn those 5 great shinobi villages. These were bits of conversation Chōfu overheard from the table behind him. He stayed in the tavern, gathering information, but by the time the waiter brought his food, he hadn't heard anything useful. Other than those 2 ninjas behind him talking shop, most people were just chatting about daily life. It was as if the ominous clouds of war were invisible to ordinary folk. Bringing his attention back, Chōfu surveyed the tavern. The place was furnished entirely with wood, and everything was spotless. The main hall was spacious, with about a dozen tables set out. It was right at mealtime, so nearly every table was filled with people drinking and chatting merrily. Realizing he wouldn't learn anything more, Chōfu simply focused on finishing the food in front of him. Check, please. Chōfu called out, his voice still carrying a youthful tone. A red-haired woman emerged from the kitchen. The young waiter beside her introduced, "This is the owner of our tavern. Little one, your meal came to a total of 530 taels. I didn't expect you to have such a hearty appetite," the proprietress said gently. Uchiha Chōfu reached into his pocket, found a large denomination bill, and settled the bill in full. As he was about to leave, the young waiter hurried over to stop him. "Hey, little brother, we're running a special today. Here's a cup of lemon water for you." The boy handed him a clear drink in a paper cup. "Thank you." Uchiha Chōfu turned his head politely and thanked him. "Are there really members of the Uzumaki clan in the village hidden in the rain?" Uchiha Chōfu mused as he walked along the street. "That's right. I remember Nagato Uzumaki grew up in the land of rain. If I recall, 2 Konoha shinobi broke into his home back then and killed his parents right before his eyes, which triggered the awakening of his Rinnegan. Nagato's life was a tragic one. The only times he might have been truly happy were the days he spent wandering with Yahiko and Konan, and the period when the 3 of them trained under Jiraiya. So at that time, there must have been some Uzumaki clan members in the village hidden in the rain, whether for business or other reasons. But unfortunately, the mission to rescue the Uzumaki clan has already come to an end. He continued his way, scanning his surroundings as he walked, until he arrived at another tavern. Although he'd already eaten his fill at the previous place, the Herrschers of Reason Core, inside him was a voracious consumer of energy. Whenever he wished, it could rapidly burn through whatever energy he'd taken in. I wandered right up to another tavern without even noticing. I should find a quiet spot first and burn off the energy I just absorbed before anything else. Uchiha Chōfu muttered inwardly. He walked over to a nearby corner and slipped into it. In just 2 minutes, he used the powers of the Herrschers of Reason Core to create an electromagnetic energy cannon and 3 batteries, each capable of powering the weapon for 2 hours of continuous firing. He promptly sealed them away inside a storage scroll, adding to what he'd crafted over the past year. The arsenal he'd produced with the Herrschers of Reason Core was now enough for him to single-handedly wage a small modern war. Uchiha Chōfu entered the new tavern. This establishment was just as lively, and the aroma of food wafted so strongly that it could be smelled even from outside. As before, Uchiha Chōfu ordered the house specialties. He settled at a table, waiting for his meal while keeping an ear out for any useful information. But just like the last tavern, he didn't glean anything of value here. The conversations inside revolved around trivial, everyday matters. Still, he had to admit, the food here was truly delicious. Using these methods, he managed to eat his way through every restaurant and tavern in the Hidden Rain village. He gathered the following information. 1. In the northern region of the Land of Rain, a large number of ninja have been spotted gathering. Based on the information released by the Hidden Stone Village, it's clear that the ninja forces entrenched north of the Rain Village were sent by the Stone Village. 2. In the southern region of the Land of Rain, there is likewise a significant gathering of ninja. The opposing ninja sent envoys to negotiate, identifying themselves as Sand Village Shinobi. Their stated purpose is to help the Rain Village resist the invasion from the Stone Village. 3. Within the Land of Grass, many Stone Village ninja have been seen advancing toward the border with the Land of Fire. 4. In the Land of Rivers, Sand Village ninja are entrenched in large numbers and are also gradually moving closer to the Land of Fire's border. 5. The reaction within the Rain Village has been intense. Reportedly, Hanzo of the Salamander will address the entire village in a speech tomorrow. Uchiha Nagakase organized his thoughts and immediately decided to return to the rendezvous point outside the Rain Village. His figure slipped through the rain like a silent breeze, returning unseen to the designated meeting place outside the Rain Village, a disused drainage junction. It was dark, damp, and hidden from prying eyes. Hyuga Takuma was already waiting inside. His white eyes glimmered faintly in the gloom. Sitting cross-legged, he appeared to be maintaining the minimum Byakugan surveillance, alert to any movement in their surroundings. "You're back." Hyuga Takuma sensed Nagake's approach and spoke in a low voice. "Yes." Nagake nodded, wiping the rain from his face. He swiftly and clearly summarized the intelligence he'd gathered from the taverns. "Here's what I've confirmed. First, there's indeed a large stone village force massing at the northern border of the Land of Rain, using the disappearance of one of their ninja as a pretext. Second, Sand Village troops have appeared at the southern border, claiming to be here to help Rain resist the Stone Village. Third, there are numerous Stone Village operatives in the Land of Grass, moving towards the Fire Country border. Fourth, Sand Village activities are frequent in the Land of Rivers, and they too are heading for the Fire Country border. Fifth, the reaction within the Rain Village has been fierce. Hanzo of the Salamander will give a public speech tomorrow. The situation is on the verge of erupting." Hyuga Takuma listened in silence, his expression grave. Both stone and sand have massed their forces at the borders, and their excuses are laughably flimsy. It seems they're not even trying to hide their ambitions toward the Land of Fire. The Land of Rain has become their ideal springboard and buffer zone for conflict. Hanzo's speech tomorrow will be pivotal, not just for Rain's future, but for whether this war will fully ignite. Just then, another figure darted into the meeting point, swift as a panther, bringing with her a swirl of mist and a faint hint of, was that sulfur? It was Inuzuka Joie and her ninja dog, Hygon. "Phew, this cursed weather. I'm soaked to the bone." Inuzuka Claw shook the water from her hair, while Greymaru gave himself a vigorous shake beside her. But it was a fruitful outing. She lowered her voice, excitement flickering in her eyes. "I slipped into several of the largest hot springs and public bathhouses in the village, the places where ninja families gather. Picked up quite a bit of intel. Turns out, many of the Rain Ninja have received urgent assembly orders. Everyone's leave has been canceled. On the surface, things seem calm in the village, but under the water, the currents are churning." She patted Greymaru on the head. "I had Greymaru use his nose to track scents and sneak into several areas marked as off-limits or under unusually heavy guard, like the warehouses and underground entrances near the central tower. Greymaru reports that the atmosphere there is tight as a drawn bow, thick with lingering chakra and the stench of poison. Most likely, these are either the elite troops directly under Hanzo's command or the site of his poison workshops." Finally, Aburame Shikuro returned as silently as a shadow. "Ninja tool shops," he said succinctly, his voice muffled behind his sunglasses. "All ninja tool shops, especially those selling explosive tags, soldier pills, antidotes, and bandages consumables. Sales have soared. Lots of Rain Ninja are stocking up for battle. Some shops even ran out of stock for a while." The intelligence roundup was complete. The Wagakure and Sunagakure armies were massing on the borders, while troubling signs kept surfacing in the Land of Grass and Land of Rivers. Inside the hidden Rain Village, emergency mobilization was underway, with wartime supplies being consumed at an alarming rate. Hanzo's personal forces were gathering in secret, and the tension was almost palpable. All signs pointed to one conclusion: a great war was imminent. Hanzo the Salamander's speech tomorrow would likely be the spark that set everything ablaze. "The situation is even grimmer than we expected," Hyuga Takuma said gravely. "We must relay this intelligence back to the village immediately. Claw, use your ninja hound to send the scroll back at top speed. Shikuro, your insects are the hardest to detect. Keep monitoring the key areas in the village, especially near the tower. Chomphone, you and I will stay. We need to witness Hanzo's speech ourselves and gauge both his intentions and the Hidden Rain's ultimate decision." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Inuzuka Claw instantly summoned a swift messenger hound, placed the encrypted intelligence scroll into the tube it carried, and patted its head. "Buddy, get this to the leaf as fast as you can." The hound gave a low bark, then vanished into the rain like a shadow. Aburame Shikuro also melted back into the streets, his legion of tiny Kikeichu insects spreading out like an invisible surveillance net, covering every critical point of the village. Now, only Hyuga Takuma and Uchiha Chonfone remained at the rendezvous point. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. They found a more secluded corner, one where they could still faintly catch the sounds from the central square. There, they lay quietly in wait, biding their time until dawn. That night, no one in the Rain Village slept. The next day, the rain fell as steadily as before, its constant patter echoing as if the sky itself mourned for this land. Yet, the central square of the Rain Village was already packed to overflowing at an early hour. Among the crowd were ninja, but even more were ordinary villagers. Their faces were marked by confusion, fear, and hope. Takuma Hyuga and Chōfu Uchiha kept to the shadows at the edge of the square, hidden beneath the eaves of a building. Through the curtain of rain, They watched the temporary platform at the center with keen attention. At the appointed time, a figure appeared atop the platform, sudden and imposing as a mountain. He wore a breathing mask connected to toxin canisters strapped to his back. His stature was tall and commanding, clad in the formal attire of a Rain Village jonin, with a rain cloak draped over his shoulders. Simply by standing there, he radiated a powerful, oppressive aura, a blend of authority and lethal poison, that swept across the entire square. It was none other than Hanzo the Salamander, the man famed as a demigod. The square fell instantly silent. Every eye locked onto him. Hanzo's gaze swept over the crowd, sharp as a hawk's. Though his voice was muffled by the mask, it rang out clear and undeniable, carrying a strength that brooked no argument. People of the land of rain, shinobi of our village. He began, his voice low and resonant. You must have all felt it. The dark clouds of war now loom over our country. From the north, the stone village. From the south, the sand village. On flimsy pretexts, they have marched their armies right to our doorstep. They disregard our sovereignty, treating our home as nothing more than a game board for their schemes. A restless murmur spread through the crowd, anxiety rippling among them. Why do they dare act this way? Hanzo's voice rose, anger flashing through it. Because they are strong? Because they are great nations? No, it is because we have not shown unity. Because we have not yet grown strong enough. Once, the land of rain struggled in chaos, left at the mercy of others. But that era must end now. With a forceful sweep of his arm, he projected an overwhelming presence. I, Hanzo the Salamander, swear here and now, never again will the land of rain become a battlefield trampled by the great nations. Never again will our families be forced to wander homeless. If the stone village wants war, then war shall be. If the sand village dares interfere, let them pay the price. We must show the world, with our own strength, that the land of rain is not a place for them to run wild. Any enemy who dares invade will be drowned in our rain and our fury. His speech was electrifying. Many rain ninja below the stage were already ablaze with passion, fists clenched, eyes shining with fervor. Even the ordinary villagers were filled with resolve. From this day forward, the hidden rain village is on the highest state of alert. Every ninja, stand firm at your post and obey all orders. We will show those arrogant great nations just what resolve and strength the ninja of the land of rain possess. For the land of rain, for our home, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd in the square, thundering so powerfully it nearly drowned out the sound of the falling rain. Watching the crowd ignited by his words, Hanzo's eyes flickered with a trace of complex emotion, hard to discern, but quickly replaced by unwavering determination. He gave one final, emphatic reminder. At the same time, we must remain vigilant. Beware of anyone seeking to exploit this crisis, aiming to undermine us from within. Trust your comrades, trust the village, and follow me. Only then will the land of rain earn the respect it deserves. With that, Hanzo's figure vanished from the high platform, leaving behind a throng of people ablaze with passion and fighting spirit, in an atmosphere now thick with the scent of war. Hidden in the shadows, Takuma, Hyuga, and Nagake's Uchiha wore grim expressions. It's over, Takuma murmured quietly. Hanzo has chosen the hardest path. He'll lead the hidden rain village to confront two great nations at once. That means the core blaze of the second great ninja war will be set alight right here. Nagake's gazed at the dispersing crowd, still buzzing with excitement, and said nothing. Behind the demigod's bold words lay a fate of inevitable tragedy for this country. We should go, Takuma said, getting to his feet. We have to get out before the lockdown is complete and bring the last of our intel back. The war, it's really about to begin. Silently, the two slipped away from their hidden vantage point, heading to rendezvous with Shikuro Aburame at the designated extraction site. Hanzo's battle-laden speech seemed to echo still in the damp air. Takuma, Hyuga, and Nagake's Uchiha moved like silent shadows, weaving through the tangled alleys and drainage channels that line the outskirts of the hidden rain village, racing toward their meeting point with Shikuro and the others. The rain seemed to intensify, the pounding drops forming a curtain of sound that masked their movements, but also hampered sight and perception. Soon enough, they reunited with Shikuro in a secluded fissure within a canyon outside the village. Shikuro's report was concise and to the point. The tower security is at maximum. Elite ninja are moving in and out in large numbers. Patrols inside the village have tripled. Inspections are strict. No signs of being followed. Excellent. Mission accomplished. Withdraw at full speed and return to the land of fire at once. Takuma ordered. Though everything had gone according to plan, his Hyuga instincts sounded a silent alarm. This escape route had been one of several backups prepared before their departure. The 4 members of the squad, along with their canine companion, regrouped once more and raced away from the heart of the Land of Rain at top speed, heading east toward the Land of Fire. But just as they were crossing a dense forest, perpetually shrouded in mist, and lying at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, disaster struck. "Stop!" Uchiha Chōfu and Hyuga Takuma shouted almost in unison. Chongfeng's sensory skills had detected an unnaturally concentrated chakra presence ahead in the woods, while Takuma's Byakugan pierced through the rain and fog, revealing figures whose chakra was tightly suppressed, blending seamlessly with the trees and rocks. Ambush. At least 4 jonin, more than 20 chunin. Looks like they're from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Takuma's voice was tense, tinged with disbelief. The location and timing of this joint forces appearance were simply too cunning. There was no confrontation, no warning, no unnecessary words. Instead, a hailstorm of ninja tools whistled toward them. Kunai, shuriken, sunban, and even special giant fuma shuriken, blanketing every possible escape route. The attack came in a sudden and overwhelming torrent. Rotation. Takuma instantly unleashed his absolute defense, deflecting most of the incoming weapons. Fong over Fong. Inuzuka, Tsum, and Kuromaru became a whirlwind, scattering the attacks from the flanks. Shino Aburame's Kikeichu swarmed together, forming a black shield that blocked the barrage from the other side. Chonfeng relied on his lightning-fast movements and precise swordsmanship to parry whatever slipped through. They barely withstood the first wave, but by then, enemy figures had already surrounded them from all directions. The attackers moved with chilling efficiency and deadly silence, their actions radiating cold intent to kill. Battle erupted in an instant, and right from the start, the enemy's tactics were ruthlessly targeted. Takuma had just locked onto the position of an Iwagakure Jonin and was about to strike his chakra points with gentle fist when a Sunagakure Jonin's puppet suddenly spewed a wide spray of sticky, corrosive liquid, forcing him to keep dodging and making it impossible to close in. At the same time, several Iwagakure Chunin used Earth Release, Earth Flow spears from tricky angles, disrupting his footwork and limiting the advantage of his Byakugan. Inuzuka, Tsum, and Komaru tried to close in for hand-to-hand combat, but immediately, 3 specially crafted puppets with hard, polished shells and sharp spikes blocked their path, perfectly countering their claws and bites. Other puppets kept up a barrage of paralyzing pollen and set traps circles from a distance, severely limiting their mobility. Shino's Kikeichu had just dispersed when a previously motionless Iwagakure Jonin swiftly formed hand signs, fire style, head marking pain. A massive fireball swept across the front of the battlefield, not aimed directly at them, but forming a blazing wall of fire. The intense heat and flames made it nearly impossible for the insect swarm to pass through. Their tactical coordination was flawless, as if they had rehearsed countless times in advance, specifically to counter each member of this Konoha reconnaissance squad. Uchiha Chōfu was faring slightly better. His mastery over 3 types of ninjutsu still managed to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Fire style, majestic dragon fire, he shouted, forcing back an enemy who was attempting to ambush Hyuga Takuma. Wind style, pressure damage. Chōfu unleashed a high-pressure sphere of wind from his mouth, aiming to destroy a nearby sand puppet. Although Chōfu handled the situation with apparent ease, every time he tried to unleash a more powerful jutsu, 2 enemy jonin would instantly focus their attention on him, using coordinated ninjutsu or precise long-range attacks to force him to break off or defend. Damn, their teamwork is incredible. It feels like this squad was formed just to take us down. Inuzuka Tsum panted heavily. She and Komaru were already sporting several scrapes, and their movements had slowed after inhaling a small amount of pollen. Hyuga Takuma's face was grim. His Byakugan revealed everything in stark detail. The enemy seemed to anticipate their every move. Neither 8 trigrams, 64 palms, nor 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher could land a clean hit on the enemy jonin. Even when he tried to switch targets, a swarm of puppets would intercept him. Their attacks couldn't break through, and they couldn't escape the battlefield. This isn't a coincidence. They know every detail of our abilities and how we work together. Aburame Shikuro manipulated his swarm of insects in silence, but the bugs were being lost at a rate far beyond his expectations. His face grew paler by the second. A sense of helplessness hung over the squad. They had strength, but it felt as though they had been caught in a web spun long ago. Every struggle only brought them closer to death. Their chakra was draining rapidly. Defeat seemed inevitable, only a matter of time. The burly Iwagakure Jonin finally broke into a savage grin, clearly relishing this deadly game of cat and mouse. Forming hand seals, he declared, Playtime's over. Let's crush them. The other 3 Jonin moved in unison, powerful chakra gathering around them. Signs of a combined ninjutsu attack. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath their feet began to turn to mire. Wind style, pressure damage. The wind howled, growing fiercer and more oppressive. Fire style, flame bullet. A massive fireball began to take shape once again. Puppet technique, venomuswam. The last Sunagakure Jonin controlled all his puppets, unleashing a blinding storm of poisoned Senbon, blotting out the sky. The 20 Chunin who followed the 4 Jonin split into 4 groups, each preparing to unleash their own combination jutsu. Lightning style, thunder roar cannon. 10 Sand Chunin thrust their hands forward, palms opening wide like blossoming flowers. Spheres of crackling blue-white lightning, radiating terrifying power, shot straight toward Hyuga Takuma and his 2 teammates. Water style, explosive water surge. From the mouths of the other 10 Awabikure ninja, torrents of water gushed forth, instantly forming a massive, elliptical lake that trapped the 3 within. The combined force of water and lightning-style jutsu made the attack all the more terrifying. A killing formation. A flicker of despair flashed in the eyes of Takuma Hyuga, Tsum Inazuka, and Shikoku Aburame. Their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. There was no way they could withstand this flawless, combined assault. At this critical moment, a sharp glint flashed in Chōfu Uchiha's eyes. He could wait no longer. This was a rare and perfect opportunity to win hearts and minds. The devastating composite jutsu descended like a natural disaster, the scent of death gripping everyone's throats. Just as Takuma Hyuga prepared to fight to the death, Tsum Inazuka closed her eyes, and Shikoku Aburame braced for a final stand. A shout suddenly rang out. "Scatter! Take cover!" Uchiha Chōfu's voice sliced through the despair like a blade of ice. Rather than trying to defend, he issued an order that caught everyone off guard. At the same time, he formed a series of intricate, unusual hand seals and unfurled the sealing scroll in his hand. With a surge of chakra pouring in, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. A colossal, metallic construct, the likes of which surpassed all known technology, materialized out of thin air and landed heavily in front of him. A long, barrel-like cannon, intricate light pathways, and multiple energy cells, an electromagnetic railgun. "What is that?" A voice tinged with disbelief and dread rose from the enemy ranks, causing the flow of their united jutsu to falter, almost imperceptibly. Now's the chance. Chōfu had no time to target the jutsu itself. His aim was the people, the linchpins maintaining this complex combined technique. The cannon's muzzle adjusted in an instant, locking onto a Sunagakure Jonin who had just abandoned his wind-style jutsu and was moving swiftly. Overdrive mode, activate. The railgun emitted a teeth-grating, piercing whine as blue light surged along its barrel, drawing and compressing energy at a frenzied rate, far beyond its usual output. In a single instant, most of the battery's energy was consumed, all for the sake of unparalleled power and speed. A thunderous boom erupted. A dazzling beam of light shot from the muzzle, and the deafening blast left every Jonin on the field reeling, while blood trickled from the ears of the Chunin caught in its wake. A specialized alloy shell tore from the barrel at several times the speed of sound, so fast that it left a fleeting ripple of vacuum in its wake. The Sunagakure Jonin's pupils contracted in shock. Though he tried desperately to dodge against a supersonic alloy round, there was simply no escape. In the next instant, his upper body, along with several Chunin behind him, was shredded and pulverized as if by an unseen, unstoppable force, erupting into a cloud of blood and mist. Several lives were cut short in an instant. The projectile, after killing nearly half of the Sandhidden, did not stop its deadly path. It continued flying backward, and even without touching the ground, it gouged out a long trench that cut through the entire forest. Such a horrifying spectacle shook both the stone and sand-hidden forces, causing them to falter in their ninjutsu. A massive fireball lost control in a split second, its energy structure collapsing as it erupted violently in the sky ahead of time. A thunderous explosion ripped through the woodland air, the blaze consuming everything in its path, while the chaotic shockwave churned the Yellow Springs marsh below into utter mayhem. Deadly poison needles scattered in all directions, flung about by the wild energy. The Sand-Hidden team unleashing the water release. Grand Water Surge was thrown into disarray, their jutsu shattered and unmaintainable. What's going on? Panic erupted instantly among the enemy ranks, especially for the burly stone, hidden Jonin, who hadn't even seen what happened. His comrades simply vanished before his eyes. Counterattack! Chongfeng's voice boomed, rough and commanding. He did not stop for a moment. The railgun let out another ominous hum. Second round. This time, the target was that towering stone hidden Jonin. With a thunderous crack, another ultra-high-speed projectile tore through the air. A sturdy puppet, along with the Jonin and Shunin behind it, was blasted to pieces in an instant. Damn it! Stop him! Another stone-hidden Jonin shouted in fury, hastily forming hand signs to attack Chongfeng. But Chongfeng gave him no chance. Third shot. The muzzle swung toward him. The stone-hidden Jonin's face went pale. Abandoning his attack, he threw up all his defenses. Earth release. Earth flow wall. With a deafening crash, the specially reinforced earthen wall was pierced as if it were made of paper. The projectile grazed his body, and the sheer force alone hurled him through the air, snapping ribs as he crashed heavily to the ground. The last puppet master, sensing disaster, turned to flee. Lightning release. Ground walk. Chongfeng had foreseen this, and even as he fired the third shot, he split his focus to cast lightning release himself. A paralyzing bolt of lightning instantly arced across the ground, stopping the fleeing enemy in his tracks. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Fong Wolf Fong. Secret technique, insect chimber. Hinata Tokima, Inazuka Joie, and Aburame Shurhei snapped out of their shock. Exhausted in both body and spirit, their survival instincts and elite training drove them to seize this sudden reversal. Gathering their last reserves of strength, the three surged forward like tigers unleashed, pouncing on enemies thrown into chaos and terror by the collapse of their leaders. The battle reversed in mere seconds and ended swiftly. A heavy silence settled over the field. Only the sound of rain washing away blood and the railgun's barrel cooling with a faint, sizzling hiss remained. Inazuka Joie braced herself on her knees, staring at the terrifying weapon, then at Chongfeng. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Aburame Shikuro's dark sunglasses were fixed on Chongfeng, his silence chilling in its intensity. Hyuga Takuma was gasping for breath, his pale eyes locked deeply onto Chongfeng, then sweeping over the devastated battlefield and the enemies who had died in such tragic states. His gaze finally returned to Chongfeng, weighed down by an unprecedented gravity and a trace of deep suspicion. This weapon, Hyuga Takuma spoke slowly, his voice dry and hoarse. A life-saving ninja tool passed down in my clan, limited in number. Using it this time comes at a great cost. Chongfeng cut him off, swiftly sealing away the electromagnetic cannon, which had grown scorching hot and warped from overload, back into the scroll. His tone was hurried and low. Now is not the time to talk about this. He looked around, his eyes skimming over the corpses, lingering for a moment on the wind-style Jonin who had been the first to be singled out and slain. Jonin Takuma. Chongfeng lowered his voice so only the squad could hear. Don't you find it strange? The timing and location of this joint force's appearance, and their tactics, perfectly tailored to target each of us. Was all of this really just a coincidence? His words were like an icy awl, piercing through the fleeting relief after battle, driving a far more terrifying possibility into everyone's heart. Hyuga Takuma's face darkened considerably. With the insight of his Byakugan, he was more aware than anyone of the bizarre nature of the fight just now. That was no chance encounter. It was a meticulously prepared hunt. And a hunting dog always needs a keen nose to lead the way. Move! Takuma forced the word out between clenched teeth, not sparing the battlefield another glance. Return to Konoha immediately. Maximum alert. The four of them barely had time to tend to their wounds before vanishing into the rainforest at top speed. Each heart bore a crushing weight, heavier than anything they'd felt during the battle. It wasn't just the terror of surviving by a hair's breadth, but a chilling sense of being watched by a cold, unseen gaze from the shadows. Uchiha Chongfeng followed with the team, his eyes deep and brooding. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those two names circled in his mind, bringing with them a bone-deep chill. Exposing the electromagnetic cannon had been a last resort, but perhaps, through this, he could finally gauge just how deep the waters ran in Konoha. This time, he had no intention of letting it go lightly, even if it meant setting off a war. The gates of Konoha village were finally in sight, but the four-man squad, led by Uchiha Chongfeng, felt none of the relief that should come with returning from a completed mission. Each of them was wounded, their faces grave, the air thick with a suffocating silence. That ambush in the rain-soaked border forest of the land of rain, and Chongfeng's earth-shaking weapon, had crashed into the still waters of their hearts like a massive stone, sending waves of turmoil rolling endlessly through every soul. A heavier, more sorrowful truth weighed upon their hearts. the chilling realization behind that ambush. They had already been cast aside as pawns. In silence, they made their way to the Konoha Mission Submission Office. Their routine report was delivered under an atmosphere so strange and oppressive, it made the air feel thick. The AMBU captain in charge of receiving the report glanced at the 4 disheveled figures and the nearly bare scroll that simply read, "Ambushed by a joint Iwagakure and Sunagakure force. Pyrrhic victory. Intelligence secured." His eyes flickered with suspicion, but he asked no more. He merely gestured that they were free to go and tend to their wounds. Wasting not a second, the 4 immediately parted ways. Hyuga Takuma hurried straight to the Hyuga compound. Inuzuka, Tsum, and her hound Akamaru returned to the Inuzuka clan, and Aburame Shikuro melted into the shadows of the street, silent as ever. Each of them needed to report what had happened, especially the grave risk of leaked intelligence and the terrifying details about Chuka's weapon, to their respective clan heads as quickly as possible. Uchiha Chuka, meanwhile, went directly back to the Uchiha compound to request an audience with the clan leader, Uchiha Sasuke. Inside a hidden chamber, Chuka withheld nothing. He recounted the mission in full, the ambush that seemed tailored for them, his suspicions, and the desperate moment when he was forced to unleash the electromagnetic cannon to break free. All of it laid bare before Uchiha Sasuke. As Sasuke listened, his expression grew increasingly grim, especially at the mention of the enemy's tactics, a near-prescient, meticulous encirclement. His eyes glinted dangerously, cold as steel. But when Chuka described the power and consequences of the electromagnetic cannon, Sasuke abruptly rose to his feet, pacing the room in agitation. The intelligence leak is beyond doubt, and of the highest level. It might even... Chuka left his words unfinished, but the implication was crystal clear. Danzo, even Hiruzen, Uchiha Sasuke's voice was low, simmering with suppressed fury. They actually dared to set such a deadly trap for the elite of their own village. Back then, when the Uchiha chose to stay in Konoha instead of following Madara, it was for the sake of a peaceful life. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has gone too far. We endured their schemes before, but this time, they've crossed the line. He looked directly at Chuka. "That weapon of yours, clan leader, it's a prototype I developed myself, inspired by ancient texts and our clan's secret techniques. Its power is immense, but so is the price. It's extremely difficult to reproduce," Chuka explained, half-truthfully, attributing everything to clan secrets and personal research. "Now that it's been exposed, I fear it will draw suspicion from every side." Uchiha Sasuke pondered for a moment, a decisive glint flashing in his eyes. "Let them be wary. It's time they realize the Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Chuka, you did the right thing. We cannot let this matter go unanswered. Otherwise, next time, the entire Uchiha clan will be the ones betrayed." "Haha." Uchiha Sasuke chuckled. "Is there any ancient text, secret record, or forbidden technique in our clan that I haven't read? There's no need to use these excuses with me. What our family really needs is more trust from you." Uchiha Changfeng stared intently at Sasuke for a long moment. "All right, this is my greatest secret. I've awakened a special ability. It lets me quickly analyze things and reconstruct them. As for those railgun blueprints, I came across them by chance. I built a lot of them in preparation for the Second Great Ninja War. So, you can analyze chakra as well? Even Kekkei Genkai?" Sasuke's breath quickened as he pressed on. "Yes," Changfeng replied simply. "What about forbidden jutsu? Can you analyze those?" Sasuke's breathing grew even more urgent. "I can't." With a loud slap on the table, Sasuke exclaimed, "Good. Let's go. I'll call on the clan members to come with us to the Hokage's office. I want to see how Hiruzen Sarutobi explains himself this time." With the support of his clan, Changfeng felt a surge of confidence. Without delay, the two of them set out for the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was reading their mission report scroll, wisps of blue smoke curling from his pipe. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke and Changfeng enter together, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes. Still, he greeted them with his usual gentle smile. "Ah, clan head Sasuke, Changfeng, you've worked hard. Changfeng, I heard you encountered formidable enemies. I'm just glad you both made it back safely." "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Changfeng stepped forward, getting straight to the point, his tone utterly devoid of respect as he questioned. "On our way back, our squad was ambushed along a top-secret route by a joint force of 4 Jonin and more than 20 Chunin from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. The enemy knew our abilities, our teamwork, even our tactics inside out. They laid perfectly targeted traps for us. I want to ask you, Hokage-sama, who has the authority to know the details of our squad's itinerary and capabilities? Is there a traitor in the village? I demand that you immediately order a full investigation. to root out the scum who betrayed their comrades in this village. Sarutobi's smile froze for a moment. Then he let out a sigh, trying to smooth things over. Changfeng, you just came through a brutal battle. I understand why you're upset. The border is a dangerous place, and running into enemies isn't unusual. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Coincidence? Changfeng cut him off with a cold laugh. 4 jonin leading over 20 chunin, just happening to lie in ambush along our alternate escape route, just happening to know everything about us, and their squad just happening to have ninja whose skills perfectly counter ours, just happening to predict our every move. Are there really so many coincidences in this world, Hokage-sama? Or are you planning to cover for that traitor? Words can cut like knives, leaving no mercy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression finally darkened. He slammed his pipe heavily against the table. Uchiha Changfeng, watch your tongue. Are you questioning the Hokage? I know how to conduct investigations. How dare a mere chunin presume to lecture me? Stand down. Chunin? Huh. If it weren't for this chunin having a few tricks to keep himself alive, we'd already be corpses by now. Would the Hokage then posthumously honor us as heroes who died in the line of duty and let the matter rest? Changfeng pressed forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. I'm not here to beg. I'm here to demand. This must be investigated immediately. Otherwise, I have every reason to suspect that the leak came from the upper ranks themselves. Outrageous! Hiruzen, thoroughly enraged, shot to his feet. The overwhelming presence of the Hokage filled the entire office. Uchiha Changfeng, you've repeatedly defied your superiors, and now you dare slander the Hokage's inner circle? Do you really think the Uchiha clan can shield you from any consequence? Umbu, arrest him. From the shadows of the office, 2 masked ANBU jounin sprang into action, heading straight for Changfeng. Let's see who dares. Uchiha Sosuke gave a cold snort, his Sharingan flaring to life with 3 tomo, and stepped protectively in front of Changfeng. But the 2 ANBU jounin were incredibly fast, deftly circling around Sosuke. Their target was Changfeng. However, Changfeng was no longer the ordinary genin he once was. After surviving the bloodshed on the border, his combat experience and reflexes had grown tremendously. Legal core, hypersensory mode, activated. He locked on both opponents' movements with pinpoint accuracy. Body flicker. In a split second, Changfeng's form blurred, narrowly dodging the first grab, and, with a swift flick of his wrist, sent a shuriken flying precisely at the second assailant, forcing him back. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A barrage of flaming shuriken sealed off any path of retreat for the 2 ANBU. Lightning style, Ground Surge. Sparks of lightning rippled across the floor, disrupting their footing. The 2 ANBU jounin were stunned. This kid's speed and seamless jutsu combinations were almost unbelievable, every move sharp and calculated. With a puff, 1 ANBU jounin vanished in a swirl of thick smoke, leaving behind only a broken wooden stick. The other ANBU jounin covered his feet in lightning chakra, instantly leaping out of range. A tremendous crash rocked the Hokage's office, blasting a gaping hole in the wall as smoke and dust billowed through the room. 2 heavy thuds followed, then a gust of wind swept in. Uchiha Sosuke emerged, each hand gripping an ANBU jounin. A silver-haired young man, strikingly handsome, fixed his piercing gaze on Sosuke, right hand poised on the hilt of his short blade. Seeing this, Hiruzen's anger flared even higher. He realized that ordinary ANBU wouldn't be able to subdue this troublesome youth so easily. No longer hesitating, he formed hand seals at lightning speed. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Enma. With a burst of white smoke, the Monkey King Enma appeared, gripping his adamantine staff. Hiruzen, old friend, I'm sorry, but I have to trouble you again. Subdue that Uchiha kid. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the transformed adamantine staff. Chakra surged violently throughout his body as he decided to take matters into his own hands. He was determined to crush his opponent with overwhelming strength and defend the authority of the Hokage. Enma's staff, extend. The adamantine staff whooshed through the air, instantly growing longer and thicker, coming down like a heavenly pillar, crashing toward Changfeng. The pressure intensified in a flash. Changfeng's pupils shrank as he pushed his body to the limit, using the body flicker technique to dodge. With a thunderous crash, the ground was left with a massive crater. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi's attacks came one after another. A colossal fire dragon roared as it surged straight toward Uchiha Changfeng. Changfeng narrowly dodged, but in his haste, his sudden change of direction slowed him down. Ninja A, Shuriken Shadow Chronon Technique. Sarutobi, ever the seasoned veteran, seized the opportunity. He hurled a shuriken, and in midair, it multiplied, filling the space with a relentless barrage. Though Chōfu managed to barely keep up by relying on his extraordinary perception and speed, the difference in raw power was obvious. He was quickly driven into a corner, and it looked as if capture was inevitable. At that critical moment, a steely, ruthless determination flashed through Chōfu's eyes. There was no way he could match the third Hokage's full might with ordinary means. He leapt backward, forming a familiar release seal with his hands once more. Again, Hiruzen thought he was about to summon that massive cannon once more. Alarmed, he faltered for just an instant. But this time, what appeared in Chōfu's hands was much smaller, a handheld electromagnetic energy gun, about the size of a large pistol. It was another backup weapon he had prepared and sealed in advance using the Herrschers of Reason's core. Though Hiruzen had never seen such a weapon before, an ominous sense of danger made his hair stand on end. He instantly brought the adamantine staff up in front of him to block. Overload. Fire. Chōfu didn't hesitate. The barrel of the electromagnetic gun glowed blue and white. A piercing hum filled the air, then a thunderous blast. A blue pulse beam, thinner but even swifter and more focused than before, shot out at a speed beyond the eye's ability to follow. A sickening crack split the air. The indestructible adamantine staff was struck head-on by the beam, and pierced clean through. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface as its light faded. Sarutobi gasped as if struck by a heavy blow, blood spurting from his mouth. The energy beam tore through his summoned beast, and, with its remaining force, struck him hard. In an instant, his robes at the abdomen charred and shredded, revealing a terrifying, bull-sized burn. Though not pierced completely, the massive impact and searing energy inflicted a grievous wound. Sun slash. The Sarad demon let out a howl of agony, as its form was instantly engulfed in a cloud of white smoke, vanishing on the spot, and forcibly banished back to the spirit realm. A dead silence fell over the Hokage's office. The two EMBU Jonin stood frozen in place, wide-eyed and dumbstruck. Even Sosuke Uchiha sucked in a sharp breath. He had known that Chōfu kept an ace up his sleeve, but never imagined that this trump card could seriously injure not just the Hokage, but the Sarad demon as well. At that very moment, the commotion finally drew the rest of Konoha's elite Jonin to the scene. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the heads of all the major clans burst into the Hokage's office, only to be greeted by the shocking sight of the third Hokage gravely wounded and coughing up blood, the adamantine staff shattered into nothing, and Uchiha Chōfu standing in the center, gripping a strange weapon with cold, steely eyes, locked in a standoff with the Uchiha clan head. What happened here? Hokage-sama. Uchiha, are you trying to rebel? The one who tore up the pact was Hiruzen Sarutobi. The ones who broke their word are the Konoha elders. That's right, shameless Sarutobi. Shameless council of elders. Shameless Konoha. A torrent of fierce accusations and angry outcries erupted all at once. A throng of Uchiha, their eyes burning red with rage, crowded into the corridor outside the office, denouncing the actions of Konoha's leadership. The atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense and chaotic. Several of the Uchiha clan's elite Jonin, including 8th Generation and others, rushed into the Hokage's office as well. Without hesitation, they took their place beside Sosuke and Chōfu, forming a clear line of confrontation against the other Konoha Jonin. Inside the Hokage building, swords were drawn and the air felt thick enough to cut. Never since the founding of the Hidden Leaf had the village faced such an unprecedented crisis from within. In the very center of the cracked floor, Uchiha Chōfu stood gripping the electromagnetic rifle, its faint blue glow and heat still radiating from the barrel, his gaze sweeping fearlessly across the stunned crowd. A fit of coughing broke the silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi, still in his prime, could not stop himself. Blood streamed from the gaping wound in his abdomen, and for a moment, his pale intestines could be glimpsed within. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others, upon witnessing this, erupted in panic, their voices frantic and overlapping. Immediately, they turned their furious glares towards Sosuke Uchiha and the clan he led. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I've tolerated you all for long enough. Sosuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomo linking together into a complex, three-bladed scythe pattern. This time you've gone too far. Uchiha Chōfu unrolled a sealing scroll, formed a special hand sign, and released the seal, producing a large cache of handheld battery-powered energy cannons, which he quickly distributed to his clansmen. Having already explained their operation in advance, the Uchiha adapted immediately. Dozens of red-eyed clan members each took up an electromagnetic energy cannon, aiming them at Jiraiya and the others, ready for battle. Inside the Hokage's office, the air was so thick with tension it felt as though you could wring water from it. Dozens of electromagnetic cannons, their muzzles crackling with dangerous blue light, were aimed squarely at the Hokage's elite, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru at the forefront. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, their scarlet Sharingan burned with long-suppressed fury. Outside the window, even more Uchiha, drawn by the commotion, had begun to surround the building, forming an outer ring that faced off against both the rapidly assembled Umbu forces and other clan shinobi. The very seat of Konoha's power had become a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. A ragged cough, cage, broke this suffocating silence. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice weak and strained. Clutching the gruesome wound in his abdomen, blood seeping steadily through his fingers, his face was deathly pale, but he strove to maintain the dignity befitting the Hokage. Chōfu, do you truly intend to drag the village into the abyss of civil war at this moment? His voice was frail, tinged with a note of wounded authority, almost as if he were playing to the crowd's emotions. Sensei, please, save your strength. Tsunade's face was taut with worry as she pressed both hands over the gaping wound in Sarutobi's abdomen, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding. Such ruthless brats, she ground out between clenched teeth, shooting a venomous glare at Uchiha Chōfu. Civil War. Uchiha Suk's Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly as his icy gaze swept over Sarutobi and those standing behind him. Was it not the true instigators, those who would sacrifice the village's elite squads like pawns, playing with the lives of their comrades, who lit this fire? We haven't come here to start a rebellion. We've come for answers. We demand justice for those shinobi who fell victim to these filthy machinations. Justice. Sarutobi's voice rang out, sharper than before, pain and outrage forcing it higher. The movement tore at his wound, provoking another fit of harsh coughing. Nearly shouting, he demanded, "You call this justice? Wielding such dangerous weapons, gravely wounding the Hokage, threatening the village's leaders. This is your way of seeking justice? Will you not be satisfied until you've driven me, your Hokage, to my grave?" But Uchiha Chōfu was unmoved by the performance. Before Suk could reply, Chōfu let out a cold, derisive laugh. "There's no need to pin baseless accusations on us, Lord Hokage. Today, we want only one thing. Who leaked the squad's intel? Who wished for our deaths? Hand over the one pulling the strings. Give us an answer that satisfies the Uchiha, or else." He left the threat hanging in the air. But at his words, the Uchiha clan members behind him advanced as one, the humming of their electromagnetic cannons growing louder and more menacing. The chill of murderous intent filled the room, sending a shudder down every spine. "Or what? Do you really think you dare to lay a hand on us?" Tsunade's temper flared hotter than ever. Staring at her teacher's grievous wounds, her rage had already boiled over. Ignoring the threat of that dangerous weapon, she flashed forward in a blur, grabbed Uchiha Chuka's collar, her beautiful eyes wide with fury, and hissed through clenched teeth, "You brat, bringing out such a deadly weapon, injuring the Hokage, inciting your clan to rebellion. Do you even understand what you're doing? Are you trying to destroy Konoha?" Chuka made no move to break free from Tsunade's grip. He simply lifted his gaze, looking calmly at the woman who would one day become one of the legendary Sannin, a faint and tranquil smile playing on his lips. "Lady Tsunade," he said, his voice not loud, yet it rang out clearly for all to hear. "Those who destroy Konoha have never been the ones who seek truth and justice. It's the parasites lurking in the shadows, toying with the lives of their comrades, putting their own interests above the good of the many, while preaching morality and the greater good. They're the ones who rot this village from within." His eyes swept across the other clan heads gathered in the office, lingering especially on those of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans. "Lord Hyuga, Elder Takuma's Byakugan sees through everything. I'm sure you witnessed the details of the battle more clearly than anyone. Lord Inuzuka, I expect that Elder Tsum has told you much of what she's experienced. And Lord Aburame, you should know well how many of Elder Shurhei's insects were lost. Today, the Uchiha stand here not just to demand justice for ourselves, but for every Konoha ninja who might be treated as a pawn, sacrificed at someone's whim. If they can betray our squad today, tomorrow it could be any one of you sitting here. What is left in such a village that's worth defending?" His words struck the hearts of every clan leader like a heavy hammer, reverberating in the silence. Hyuga Yamaji's expression shifted, torn with indecision. At last, he drew a long breath and stepped forward, his gaze flickering from the gravely wounded Sarutobi Hiruzen to Uchiha Sasuke. His voice was low and grave. "Clan head Sasuke? Chuka-kun, I understand your anger. but I still believe what happened to you isn't linked to the Hokage or the village council. And with powerful enemies all around us, the second great ninja war raging on, internal strife will only bring pain to our friends and joy to our foes. I think, for the sake of the village, we should put the investigation on hold. How noble. Putting the greater good above all else. Shuka cut him off, his tone openly scornful. Is this the Hyuga way? To submit eternally to the so-called big picture, even if it means letting your own kin become political sacrifices? Pathetic. Caged birds, every one of you. You. Hyuga Yamaki's face darkened abruptly, veins bulging at his temple. But as he glanced at the dozens of threatening muzzles aimed his way, he forced himself to swallow his anger, letting out a cold snort and falling silent. The Inuzuka clan head remained quiet as well, his brows knitted tightly. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Hokage and Uchiha, revealing the inner turmoil and painful indecision he struggled to conceal. At that moment, Aburame Oshima, the patriarch of the Aburame clan, took a step forward. Always clad in a high-collared coat and wearing sunglasses that masked his expression, he moved with deliberate calm. His action drew every eye in the room. Lord Hokage. Oshima's voice was as calm and steady as a placid lake, yet it carried an undeniable weight. There is merit in what clan head Uchiha Sosuke has said. Shikuro came back in a terrible state, and the losses suffered by our insects far exceeded those of any ordinary mission. But more importantly, he paused, the dark lenses of his sunglasses turning toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. I would like to take this opportunity to formally ask you again. Has there been any progress on the investigation into the 3 talented young ninja from our clan who disappeared in the past year? If they're alive, we need to see them. If they're dead, we deserve an explanation. Aburame Oshima's words were like a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, setting off a storm of ripples. What? The Aburame clan has missing ninja too. We lost a child last year as well, sent out on a secret mission, but never returned. Us too. They said the mission failed, but not a single body was recovered. Instantly, the clan leaders in the room erupted into a flurry of whispers and anxious muttering, suspicion and anger etched onto their faces. All the doubts and unease that had been suppressed until now were suddenly and completely ignited by Oshima's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew even more ashen. He opened his mouth, as if to explain, but the searing pain in his abdomen and the overwhelming pressure of the situation left him speechless. The wind gusted through the gaping hole in the wall, swirling dust into the air, but it could do nothing to dispel the growing tension and suspicion hanging heavy in the chamber. Uchiha Chōfu watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. So, Danzo's dirty deeds went far beyond just 1 or 2 incidents. Pressing his advantage, he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice as cold and sharp as a blade, slicing through the fragile calm. Lord Hokage, please answer the question from the Aburame clan head. And while you're at it, address the doubts weighing on the hearts of every clan leader here. Hand over the true mastermind. Investigate every disappearance. We all deserve an answer. Otherwise, there will be no peaceful resolution to today's affair. Tsunade still gripped Chōfu by the collar, but she could feel that within this young man's frame burned a resolve as unyielding as steel. She looked at her teacher's pale, sweat-soaked face, and at the questioning, angry stares of the clan leaders all around. For the first time, a deep sense of doubt and confusion crept in her heart about the will of fire and the village she had always believed in. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew increasingly tense and delicate, charged by the words of the Aburame clan head and the restlessness of the great families. Uchiha Chongfeng's relentless questioning was like that final straw, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi struggling to breathe. Pain from his wounds mixed with anxiety and cold sweat beaded on his brow. Having said his piece, Uchiha Chongfeng took advantage of Tsunade's momentary daze and broke free from her restraint. Just then, several figures began to approach. The Uchiha clan members immediately turned their weapons to face the newcomers, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo Hitaki. So, you're Uchiha Chongfeng? Orochimaru's face wore a hollow smile. You claim you don't want to oppose Konoha and only seek the truth and justice. But your actions hardly match your words. Setting yourself against the village is hardly a wise choice. If we hadn't shown our power, would you really have come to talk things out so peacefully? Chongfeng met Orochimaru's icy gaze and shot back. I suppose our pleas would have vanished in a thin air, right? After all, it's far from the first time something like this has happened. But you went too far. Jiraiya snapped, his white hair bristling in agitation. Chongfeng's voice was laced with anger. What? Should I just stood there and let him kill me without fighting back? And we didn't kill those two ANBU. Yet this esteemed third Hokage didn't hesitate for a second. He swung his staff right at me, an 8-year-old child. And you call me excessive? So the Uchiha are just supposed to take it, is that it? Enough. Jiraiya suddenly stepped forward, his face flushed with anger and an undercurrent of confusion. Kid, even if the teacher and the higher-ups are wrong, is this really the way to deal with it? Civil strife will only destroy Konoha. Why can't these issues wait until we've driven off our enemies? You're just using this as an excuse. Chōfu turned his gaze on Jiraiya, his tone calm but sharp as a blade. Master Jiraiya, wait for the enemy to be gone? Wait until we're swept away like trash? Using this as an excuse? When your own people are driven to the brink, when the so-called greater good is used again and again to justify sacrificing the few, would you still speak so lightly? Compromise has never brought true peace. If the Uchiha back down today, there will be no justice left in Konoha tomorrow. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but as extreme as Chōfu's words sounded, he realized they struck at a darkness deep within himself that he'd never wanted to face. For a moment, he couldn't find any words to reply. Tsukumo Hatake gripped his white-fanged, short blade tightly. He glanced at the gravely wounded Hokage, then at the resolute Uchiha, his brow furrowed with worry. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. But how did things come to this? All his life, he had risked everything for the village, yet now he felt a deep sense of helplessness, unable to judge who was right and who was wrong. Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched the scene unfold with keen interest. His golden, serpentine eyes darted between Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Uchiha, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his lips, as if he were savoring a captivating drama. He let out a low, quiet chuckle, whispering to himself in a voice only he could hear, "A decaying tree truly does rot from its very roots. Sensei, it seems your methods are not always as flawless as you believe." Chōfu's words, the Aburame clan leader's accusations, and the growing unrest among the other clans all hammered at Tsunade's convictions. She looked at her teacher's agonized, silent expression, and alarming thoughts surfaced uncontrollably in her mind. Could it be that everything the Uchiha said was true? Biting her lip, she stepped back, her gaze complicated as she looked at Chōfu, her voice hoarse. "But if you act like this, how are you any different from those you condemn?" "The difference is," Chōfu straightened his collar and swept his gaze across the room, "we never betray our comrades in the shadows. What we demand is justice, out in the open for all to see." As the debate paused and a tense, uneasy silence settled over the room, a commotion of hurried footsteps and shouting erupted outside the office. Moments later, Danzo Shimura strode in with a cluster of elite root operatives at his back, his face set in a deep scowl. His single visible eye swept over the devastation in the office, the gravely injured Sarutobi, the shattered adamantine staff, the two opposing camps, and those strange weapons in the Uchiha's hands. At first, a flicker of shock crossed his gaze, quickly replaced by a darker, more sinister glare. "Uchiha Sosuke, Uchiha Chōfu," Danzo barked as soon as he entered, his voice rough and severe. "How dare you wield such dangerous weapons in the Hokage's office, wound the Hokage, and incite rebellion? Are you trying to overthrow the village? Surrender your weapons and submit at once, or don't blame me for what happens next." He sought to immediately brand the incident as an Uchiha uprising, sweeping all underlying truths under the rug. Danzo Shimura, Uchiha Sosuke's Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto him with icy precision, his voice cold as steel. "Perfect timing. I have a question for you. Was it you who leaked our squad's top-secret mission routes and personnel lists to Awagakure and Sunagakure? Did you intend for all of us to die out there on the border?" "Insolence," Danzo barked, his face contorting with anger. "Baseless accusations. How dare you slander an advisor to the Hokage? The Uchiha clan truly harbors sinister intentions. You show no respect for authority, you attacked the Hokage, and now you spew venomous lies. Your very existence is the greatest cancer in all of Konoha." "Baseless accusations?" Chōfu let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, raising the railgun once more, aiming it straight at Danzo. "Those ambushers knew the abilities of every single one of us and set up perfectly targeted tactics. Isn't that evidence enough? In all of Konoha, who but the root, responsible for ANBU training and mission assignments, could possess such detailed intel? Who else would stoop so low as to betray their comrades and collude with outside enemies? I wouldn't be surprised if the missing genius from the Aburame clan is also in your root, is he not?" "Nonsense," Danzo retorted, his face flushing red, his single eye flickering with a trace of panic, though rage quickly overtook it. "Where's your proof? Show me your evidence." He hadn't expected the Uchiha to be so unyielding, nor that the Aburame and other clans would seize this moment to challenge him. He knew he could not let this situation spiral any further. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know very well in your heart. Chōfu pressed on relentlessly. You think we have no evidence? We have the bodies of those Jonin. You know better than anyone how much information a corpse can reveal. And tell me, do you dare to swear, upon the souls of the first and second Hokage, that you know nothing about this? Can you swear you haven't betrayed Konoha's shinobi? That question struck like a venomous barb, piercing straight through Danzo's last line of defense. Staring at Danzo, seeing his furious yet speechless expression, almost everyone present felt the balance within their hearts begin to tip. That's enough. Silence, all of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enduring his pain, tried desperately to restore order. Danzo, you... But it was already too late. Chōfu's words, and the surrounding glares of suspicion and anger, had pushed Danzo to the edge. Years of paranoia, his relentless thirst for power, and now the terror of exposure. All these things broke his last thread of reason in that moment. His single eye bloodshot, Danzo threw back his head and let out a roar, wild with madness. So what if it's true? The Uchiha clan has always been a destabilizing force. For the sake of Konoha's greater good, what does it matter if we sacrificed a squad of yours? Eliminating you, removing such a potential threat, is a price worth paying. The entire hall reeled in shock at his words. Though many had harbored suspicions, to hear Danzo openly admit it was a staggering blow. But Danzo's frenzy was not yet spent. A twisted smile spread across his face, as if he decided to smash everything to pieces. He bellowed, "And you think you've won? Take a look outside." He swung his arm with a sudden, forceful motion. "To keep you traitors from getting desperate, I already gave the order. Half the personnel from the Root Division have surrounded the entire Uchiha compound. The moment a signal comes from here, we'll wipe out every last one of you Uchiha remnants in one fell swoop. The other half are stationed downstairs. None of you will escape today. As for the other clans, his single eye swept coldly over the Hyuga, Aburame, and the others. If you don't want to be treated as Uchiha sympathizers and purge along with them, you'd best step aside and stay out of this." Silence. A deathly, suffocating silence. Danzo's blatant threats and madness left everyone utterly stunned. He was openly mobilizing Root to enact the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened as he stared at Danzo, who seemed possessed by madness. It was as if, for the first time, he truly saw the man who had been his comrade for so many years. He wanted to shout for him to stop, but pain and shock left him speechless. "Danzo, you!" Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others were shaken and furious in equal measure. They simply could not believe Danzo dared to make such a reckless, monstrous decision. On the Uchiha side, after a brief, stunned silence, an eruption followed, a fury as fierce as a volcanic eruption. "Sure. Mu. Sa. Done. Sho." Uchiha Sosuke spat out each syllable, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, his killing intent and chakra flooding out in full force. "How dare you?" Every Uchiha present felt their eyes burn scarlet in an instant. The electromagnetic cannons in their hands whined with an even more piercing intensity, blue light flaring brilliantly as each one unhesitatingly locked onto Danzo. All the ninja present, save for the Uchiha and Danzo's Root operatives, quickly darted aside, leaving a wide open space for the two sides to face off. Danzo's frenzied roar was like a torch thrown into a vat of oil, instantly igniting the entire Hokage's office in explosive tension. "Attack!" Danzo howled, leaping back at once. The dozens of elite Root ninja behind him responded without hesitation, forming hand seals in a flash. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon flame bomb. A barrage of jutsu, mingled with explosive tags, poured toward the Uchiha like a raging tempest. Their orders were clear: create chaos and casualties, paving the way for what was to come. Sosuke's Mangekyo blazed even brighter, chakra surging as he prepared to step forward and tear through the onslaught with his eye technique. "Clan head, hold your ground for now." But an arm barred his path. It was Uchiha Chōfu. His gaze was chillingly calm as he spoke in a low, rapid whisper. "Conserve your chakra and eye power for Danzo and whatever greater threat may follow. Leave this rabble to us." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the Uchiha elites at the front had already sprung into action. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Lightning release, thunder dragon bullet. The Uchiha clan's most adept fire techniques, combined with lightning release, surged to meet the enemy's composite ninjutsu. They collided fiercely in midair, unleashing an explosion so deafening it rattled the bones. Flames and lightning swept through the room, tearing apart documents, tables, and chairs in an instant, setting everything ablaze. Yet, just as the blinding smoke and chaos from the clash obscured everyone's vision, the Uchiha clansmen in the rear row didn't hesitate. They pulled their triggers without a second thought. A piercing hum followed by a barrage of sharp, blue pulses cut through the haze like harbingers of death, streaking through the smoke and striking unerringly at those root operatives still weaving hand signs or trying to move. Though these root ninjas were elite, none of them had ever faced an attack so far beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. The beams moved too quickly. Dodging was all but impossible. A series of sickening, flesh-tearing sounds filled the air. In a single volley, more than a dozen root operatives at the front, along with their hastily raised defenses, were shredded, vaporized, or blasted apart as if by an invisible scythe. Severed limbs and charred remains scattered in every direction. The killing efficiency was terrifying. Even the seasoned jonin, veterans long accustomed to life and death, felt their skin crawl at the sight. The accursed weapons of the Uchiha. Danzo's voice rang out from behind the smoke, startled and angry, yet with a strange undertone of satisfaction, as if a hidden scheme had come to fruition. Just as the Uchiha were preparing for a second volley to wipe out the remaining root, a sudden change erupted. The bodies of the root operatives felled in the first attack, along with the residual clouds of smoke and steam from their jutsu, suddenly exploded in violent succession. Thunderous detonations erupted. Not the familiar blasts of explosive tags, but something far more insidious, a preset chain reaction, similar in nature to the multiplying explosive tag technique. The scale was immense. Dense clouds, thick with pulverized flesh and lingering chakra, instantly engulfed the entire Hokage office area. Visibility plummeted to nearly zero. Even Byakugan vision was severely hampered. "Careful, they're blocking our sight," Uchiha Chōfu immediately warned his comrades. But in the very next heartbeat, amidst the choking smoke, crack, a deep, ominous rumble echoed beneath their feet. Suddenly, the entire floor of the Hokage's office gave way, collapsing with a tremendous crash. This was no accident. It was a premeditated act of sabotage. The root operatives who survived the first assault, along with those who had been lying in wait below, took advantage of the smoke cover and simultaneously unleashed the earth release, rock shelter collapse technique, destroying the structural supports. Not good. Below us, Uchiha Chōfu and Uchiha Sasuke reacted instantly, performing the body flicker technique in a split-second attempt to leap clear or grab onto the crumbling debris. But most of the Uchiha clan members were fully focused on the attacks and thick smoke ahead, never imagining that the very ground beneath their feet would vanish in an instant. Caught completely off guard, they cried out in shock as they plummeted with the collapsing floorboards and scattered debris, tumbling down to the level below. A triumphant, cruel laugh echoed out of the smoke. Danzo's voice rang through the chaos. "You Uchiha trash. Welcome to the grave prepared just for you." On the lower floor, a far larger force of root shinobi, already lying in wait, pounced like a pack of starving wolves. Their eyes gleamed with a cold, predatory light as they brandished poison blades, rushing at the freshly fallen, disoriented, and even injured Uchiha. A brutal melee erupted instantly in the first-floor hall, a deadly clash at close quarters. Sharingan activate. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Shuriken manipulation technique. Despite the ambush, the Uchiha were formidable fighters. They rallied at once, mounting a fierce counterattack. The Sharingan granted them keen perception and strong resistance to illusions. Their fire techniques and shuriken arts were just as lethal at close range. Root shinobi fell, engulfed in flames, struck down by kunai aimed with deadly precision, or turned against each other under Jinjutsu's sway. But there were simply too many root operatives. They fought with chilling coordination and utter disregard for their own lives, employing ruthless, sacrificial tactics. Often, it took the lives of 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, root shinobi just to take down a single Uchiha. The lower-ranked Uchiha, especially, suffered heavy losses amid the chaos. Again and again, young clan members were cut down by a storm of blades or blown apart by explosive tags hidden among the enemy. In an instant, blood soaked the floor of the first hall. The air filled with screams of pain, furious roars, the thunder of explosions, and the clash of jutsu, a relentless, deafening cacophony. Damn it! Uchiha Chōfu, Uchiha Sasuke, and a handful of other elites had landed in a relatively intact area. Watching their kin beset and slaughtered, their eyes blazed with fury. "We fight our way down. Support the clan. Uchiha Susuk roared, Mangekyo Sharingan flaring, ready to unleash its power. Wait, clan leader. Changfeng stopped him again, eyes sharp as he scanned the battlefield. Look outside. Through the haze, they saw outside the Hokage building. The main Uchiha force, who had been locked in a standoff with the ANBU and other clan shinobi, had heard the tumult and cries from inside, and could no longer hold back. The clan leader and our brothers are still inside. Let's break through these blockers. Led by several Uchiha Jonin, the forces outside charged the building at once. The electromagnetic cannons in their hands roared once more, tearing through the ANBU's defenses with ease and smashing the encirclement apart. Like a flood bursting through a breached dam, they poured into the first floor of the Hokage building. Now, the enemy was attacked from both inside and out. The root shinobi who had been besieging the Uchiha inside suddenly found themselves surrounded in turn. The Uchiha clansmen gathered as one, their Sharingan eyes blazing crimson, weaving together in a sea of light. Flames of fury and precise attacks interlaced, forming a deadly web of destruction. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Despite their numbers, the root ninja were powerless before the terrifying firepower of the electromagnetic cannons and the elite skill of the Uchiha Sharingan. They fell in waves, vaporized by blue pulses of light, scorched by fire-style jutsu, cut down by masterful swordplay. The battlefield had become a massacre, swift and one-sided. Useless. All of you are useless. Shimura Danzo stood atop a battered slab of flooring, overlooking the retreating root ninja below, his single eye bloodshot, burning with rage at the mounting casualties. With a sudden, fierce motion, he bit his finger, hands flashing through seals with practiced speed, then slammed his palms onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A thunderous boom, far deeper and more ominous than any summoning of Enma, the Monkey King, erupted with a sense of doom. A vast cloud of white smoke mushroomed outwards. In that instant, an immense, ancient chakra descended, suffocating and heavy, pulling at the very air. As the smoke began to clear, a colossal beast emerged, grotesque and terrifying. Long trunk, massive ears, resembling a giant elephant yet bearing an even more fearsome visage. The creature filled the ruined hall of the Hokage's building, its bulk cramming every inch of space, trunk lashing wildly, whipping up furious gusts of wind. This was the Dream Taper, Danzo's contracted beast, a monster wielding powerful wind-style jutsu and the uncanny ability to absorb ninjutsu. Dream Taper, devour them all. Danzo stood atop the creature's head, his single eye gleaming with frenzied light as he pointed toward the embattled Uchiha below. The Dream Taper let out a deep, guttural bellow. Its massive trunk suddenly pointed at the densest cluster of Uchiha. In a heartbeat, a terrifying suction force erupted from its tip. Dust, debris, even lighter ninja tools scattered across the field were snatched up and drawn toward the taper's trunk. Worse yet, even the fire-style jutsu just unleashed by the Uchiha, streams of flame and fireballs, were twisted and pulled in, flowing like water as they were hungrily swallowed by the beast. It could absorb ninjutsu, too. The Uchiha's relentless assault faltered. Once more, the tide of battle shifted. The arrival of the monstrous summoning beast tipped the scales, casting the outcome into doubt once again. The Dream Taper's enormous body all but filled the shattered first floor of the Hokage building, its trunk creating an invisible vortex of suction, wildly pulling everything on the battlefield toward itself. The first to be caught were the Uchiha's fire-style techniques. Raging dragons and fireballs, meant for the enemy, were caught by the force before they could strike. Distorted and shredded, every jet of flame was drawn inexorably into the yawning trunk, consumed as easily as water. Even thrown shuriken and kunai, meant to find their mark, veered off course and vanished into the beast's bottomless nostrils. Damn it, our jutsu are being absorbed. My body feels so heavy, I can barely stay on my feet. In an instant, the Uchiha assault faltered, their formation starting to unravel. Some clan members, either drained of chakra or lacking the necessary strength, had to channel chakra to the soles of their feet just to keep from collapsing, leaving them unable to mount any effective attacks. A harsh laugh rang out. Standing atop the Dream Taper's head, Danzo Shimura's single eye gleamed with cruelty and exhilaration. He relished this moment, the sensation of control, of utterly crushing his enemies. This is what happens when you oppose me. When you oppose Konoha, he declared. Root operatives, heed my command. Show no mercy. Annihilate them. Spurred on by his words, the remaining root ninja surged forward with renewed vigor, once again charging fearlessly at the immobilized Uchiha. Blades flashed as they pressed the assault, determined to seize victory. Cries of agony echoed through the chaos. Several Uchiha Chunin, caught between the relentless suction and the onslaught of Root, fell amidst the carnage. Clan leader, Uchiha Chōfu, steadied himself as he called out urgently. We have to stop that summon. Its absorption ability completely counters our jutsu. Uchiha Sosuke's face was grim, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Of course he understood, but the Dream Taper's field of suction was vast and seemed to interfere even with ocular powers, making it nearly impossible for him to precisely lock onto his target and unleash the full force of his eye techniques. Let's try this, one of the Uchiha Jonin roared. Pouring a torrent of chakra into his electromagnetic energy cannon, he fired directly at the Dream Taper's massive form. A blue pulse beam tore through the air, streaking toward the beast. But then, something astonishing happened. The Dream Taper's enormous ears suddenly whipped forward, creating a powerful, swirling current in front of it. The pulse beam, potent enough to obliterate any Jonin, was pulled into the twisting airflow. Its trajectory swerved dramatically, missing the Dream Taper by a hair and instead blasting a gaping hole into the wall behind. What? Even that could be deflected? The Uchiha Jonin exclaimed in disbelief. Futile, Danzo howled triumphantly. Did you really think your wicked weapons could overcome the Dream Taper's power? Drain them dry, Baku. The Dream Taper's suction intensified once more. Some Uchiha were now being pulled off their feet, dragged helplessly toward the creature's cavernous nostrils. In this desperate moment, Uchiha Chōfu pulled out the electromagnetic cannon he had used previously against the ambush at the border of the Land of Rain. He set the cannon firmly on the ground, adjusting its aim. Then, an earth-shattering blast erupted, shaking the windows of the Hokage building until they shattered, sending dust and debris billowing across the battlefield. Danzo felt the surge of wind-natured chakra, so fierce, so destructive, that his expression finally changed. Boy, what are you trying to do? A steel ball the size of a fist smashed mercilessly into the Baku's head, glowing a fierce red from the heat of friction as it tore through the air at incredible speed. A heart-wrenching, earth-shaking scream of agony burst from the Dream Beast. Its massive body quaked violently in pain. Though the Baku tried to shield itself with its thick ears, the effort was futile. The steel ball punched through, leaving a charred, blackened hole. Without losing any momentum, the ball crashed straight into the creature's huge skull, distorting its nose and face from the force of the blow. The terrifying suction vanished in an instant. In its place, a wild surge of chakra, driven by unbearable pain, erupted chaotically from the Baku's nostrils, blasting outward in a storm of turbulent energy. With a thunderous explosion, the Baku's long trunk was left a mangled, bloody mess. It thrashed its head in agony, the sheer force nearly flinging Shimura Danzo, who was standing atop it, into the air. Now's our chance. Attack! Uchiha Chōfu bellowed. How could the Uchiha clan let such an opportunity slip by? Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Lightning style, false darkness. Throw all your shuriken, everything you've got. With all restraints vanished and their bottled-up fury at its peak, the Uchiha unleashed their most powerful jutsu and electromagnetic artillery in a relentless, storm-like barrage, pounding the pain-crazed Baku and the stunned Root operatives in a flood of destruction. The battlefield erupted with deafening blasts and anguished cries as the enormous Baku, now the perfect target, was engulfed in a torrent of jutsu and pulse beams. Its tough hide was torn apart, blood streaming from countless wounds. Deprived of the Baku's protection, the Root ninjas suffered a devastating onslaught, consumed in waves by the Uchiha's wrath. The tide of battle turned once again, and this time, even more decisively. Baku, Danzo steadied himself awkwardly, anguish twisting his face as he watched his summoned beast take such a savage beating. Fury and shock mingled in his glare as he locked eyes on Uchiha Chōfu, who was kneeling on the ground, drained but unbroken. The murderous intent in Danzo's single eye was palpable, almost tangible. Uchiha Chōfu, I swear, I'll tear you limb from limb. His roar was swallowed by the relentless explosions and the Baku's howls of pain. Inside and outside the building, everyone who witnessed the scene, Uchiha, ANBU, and members of the great clans alike, were once again shaken to the core by Chongfeng's endless arsenal of tactics and his terrifying ability to shift the tide of battle at the most critical moments. Danzo leaped down from the Baku's head, forming hand seals even before he hit the ground. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A massive sphere of compressed wind shot toward Uchiha Chōfu. Chōfu swung his cannon around, firing a blast of electromagnetic energy. The projectile tore through the air at 20 times the speed of sound, its plasma sheath burning bright like a comet streaking down from the heavens. The instant the transparent barrier formed by the vacuum great jade met the warhead, spiraling ripples of air rapidly spread across the surface of the barrier. The shell did not slow down. It pierced straight through the vacuum great jade. The roar of the projectile's flight was deafening, and the lingering charge left a streak of lightning trailing for hundreds of meters along its path. The conical shockwave produced as the shell broke the sound barrier had yet to dissipate, and already the projectile was hurtling toward Danzo Shimura's face. Danzo reacted with lightning speed. His toes pressed off the body of the Baku, wind chakra coursing over him, and he moved with such suddenness it was as if he had teleported, narrowly dodging the terrifying strike. A thunderous crash followed. The shell struck the Baku squarely, sending the entire summoned beast toppling head over heels. "You devious, vicious little brat," Danzo fumed, his face flushed red with rage. "And you're a shameless old fossil." Changfeng shot back, refusing to give an inch. Danzo's hands blurred through a series of hand seals. Wind-style, vacuum serial waves. He opened his mouth, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of compressed air bullets like a living machine gun. Uchiha Changfeng ignored his theatrics, unleashing another electromagnetic cannon at maximum power. If this was all Danzo had to offer, his defeat was certain. The Baku's agonized howls mingled with the thunder of explosions, its enormous body writhing in pain under the relentless barrage of electromagnetic fire and Uchiha ninjutsu, tearing what remained of the Hokage, building further to shreds. The Uchiha's all-out counterattack spread like wildfire, leaving Root Ninja dead and wounded in droves. Yet on the top floor, the battle instantly became even more dangerous and deadly as two elite warriors joined the fray. At the very moment Changfeng swung his cannon, forcing Danzo into a desperate retreat and toppling the Baku in the process. A cold, blindingly swift flash of steel, like a silver bolt of lightning, came slicing toward Uchiha Sosuke, just as he was rushing to support Changfeng. Sosuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flared with intensity, his extraordinary perception catching the deadly strike at the last possible instant. He twisted his body at an impossible angle, barely dodging a fatal blow to his heart. A sharp slash hissed through the air. The relentless blade still tore open his side, sending a spray of blood flying. The wound was shallow but burned with searing pain. Kakashi Hitaki. Sosuke's gaze turned icy as he locked eyes with the white-haired man blocking his path. In the man's hand, the short blade, known as White Fang, shimmered with white chakra, humming with a chilling, spine-tingling resonance. "Sosuke, this is where it ends." Kakashi's voice was low and gravelly, brooking no argument. "Civil war will only destroy Konoha. Drop your weapon and submit to the investigation." "An investigation?" Uchiha Sosuke let out a furious laugh, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning slowly, radiating a dangerous and uncanny light. "Tsukumo, look below. The situation has already reached a life-and-death standoff between us. And now you want me to submit to an investigation? What a colossal joke. Today, either Konoha gives us justice, or we'll carve out our own justice with our blades." Obstinate fool. Tsukumo Hitaki wasted no more words. His figure vanished in a blink, and when he reappeared, it was as if a phantom had materialized right beside Sosuke. The White Fang's short blade transformed into a flurry of deadly gleams, each strike clean, ruthless, and efficient. Every slash targeted joints, chakra points, and other vital areas, aiming to dismantle his opponent's fighting ability in an instant. This was the true power of the White Fang of Konoha. With unmatched speed and a blade technique honed to lethal perfection, he exerted a suffocating pressure upon anyone who dared face him. Then let me show you the power born from Uchiha despair. Sosuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flared with even greater brilliance. Rather than matching Tsukumo's taijutsu and speed, he withdrew swiftly. At that very instant, as he dodged the first strike, his eye technique, refined imitation, was already at work, instantly recording and analyzing Tsukumo's fierce slash, which contained a unique chakra flow and the essence of his swordsmanship. Imitation, White Fang flash. Sosuke muttered the words, drawing the katana from his waist. In an instant, a razor-sharp chakra, almost identical to Tsukumo's, gathered at his blade's tip. The condensed edge and the intent to cut through everything were in no way inferior. What? Tsukumo's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of shock crashing through his heart. His opponent had instantly mimicked and unleashed the core essence of his secret sword technique. What kind of monstrous eye power was this? He hurriedly swung the white fanged short blade with all his strength to block. A harsh, explosive clang of metal rang out. Chakra blade clashed violently with a white fanged short sword, erupting in dazzling sparks and a powerful shockwave. Tsukumo felt his blood surge, his hand gripping the blade numb from the impact, forcing him to retreat a step. His face etched with astonishment and disbelief. It's not over yet. Sosuke pressed his advantage relentlessly. The pattern in his left Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly as he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flame, pouring immense ocular power into it. Augmented ocular power, majestic destroyer flame. He exhaled, and the already fearsome Uchiha fire technique, supercharged by his Mangekyo Sharingan's power, erupted into a sea of fire so intense it nearly turned white at its core, engulfing almost half the floor. The scale, heat, and sheer destructive force of this blaze surpassed anything one would expect from even the highest-level S-rank jutsu. Before the flames even arrived, the searing heat was already distorting the air violently. The metal floor began to liquefy, and a sensation like needles pricked at Hatake Shomo's skin, burning him fiercely. What? He didn't even form hand seals. The instant eruption of that overwhelming fire technique sent cold sweat rolling down Hatake Shomo's face. His expression changed dramatically. An attack of this scale was impossible to dodge completely with speed alone. He was forced to channel a massive amount of chakra to shield his entire body from the scorching heat, then hurled himself backward in desperate retreat. A thunderous roar erupted. The blazing white inferno devoured everything in its path, the explosion so loud it rattled the very bones. Driven back by the onslaught, Uchiha Sosuke didn't pause for a second. He spun around, dashing toward Chongfeng's position. But just at that moment, Wild Lion's main jutsu, a torrent of long white hair, as if animated by its own will, surged in a steel-like wave from another direction. Its target was not Sosuke, but Uchiha Chongfeng, who was in the midst of trying to switch his energy source. It was Jiraiya. Noticing that Chongfeng was temporarily unable to fire that terrifying projectile, he seized what he believed to be the critical opportunity to subdue the greatest threat and bring the chaos to an end. Chongfeng, watch out! Uchiha Sosuke shouted urgently, but for a split second he was blocked by the blazing wall of fire and couldn't rush to the rescue immediately. Though Jiraiya's sudden ambush caught him off guard, the extraordinary perception granted by the core of the Herrschers of reason was still active. Chongfeng hurled himself into a backward roll to evade, flinging his last few specially crafted senbon toward the tough strands of hair, hoping to slow their advance. But Jiraiya's hair was simply too dense, too abundant. The senbon barely slowed the oncoming flood. The wave of white hair surged like a tsunami, poised to swallow Chongfeng whole. Brat, your little performance ends here. Jiraiya's face was stern, his hands locked in the sign, his eyes conflicted. You're coming with me to see Lord Hokage. Ends here. Even as he struggled to dodge, Chongfeng let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Lord Jiraiya, when you choose to turn a blind eye to the truth and chase only the appearance of peace, this farce will never end. The true culprit is right there, watching. His gaze sharpened, cutting toward Shimura Danzo, who had just risen beside the dream taper, his face twisted with malice. Enough talk, Jiraiya roared, his patience gone. His hair attacks surged faster, like countless steel cables snaring for Chongfeng's limbs. With a ripping sound, despite Chongfeng's desperate evasion, his movements had slowed, drained by his immense exertion. One especially resilient lock of hair snapped tight around his right ankle, halting him with a fierce tug. Got you. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and even more hair fell like a massive net, aiming to bind Chongfeng completely. In that razor-thin moment, white fang flash, a shadow flickered in front of Chongfeng in an instant. With a swift slash of his katana, he effortlessly cut through Jiraiya's long hair, saving him from danger. The newcomer stood tall, his entire body wreathed in flames. Gripping his blade in one hand, he pointed the tip straight at Jiraiya. He opened his mouth and, in a flash, unleashed the water-style, great waterfall jutsu, dousing the fire that burned across his body. That's enough, Jiraiya. He's just an 8-year-old child. And all of you, aren't we comrades from the same village? Why can't we just talk this through? Tsunade's face was filled with grief and anger as she swept her gaze around at everyone. Her words brought a momentary calm to the ninja of Konoha and the Uchiha, but the members of the Root organization paid no mind to such restraint. As expected, the battle flared up once more. Jiraiya looked at the resolute Tsunade, then glanced at the brutal melee and chaos below, and for a moment he found himself caught in a painful dilemma. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura edged closer, but every movement he made was sensed by Chōfu. Chōfu swiftly loaded an energy cell into the railgun. At the same time, Jiraiya noticed Uchiha Chōfu's actions and quickly moved around Tsunade. Danzo Shimura and Jiraiya, two elite shinobi of Kaga-level strength, launched their assault with astonishing speed. The hundreds of meters between them were crossed in just 2 or 3 breaths at full burst. Uchiha Sosuke and Hatake Sakumo, emerging from the inferno, clashed once again. Chōfu had just loaded a new, specially crafted round into the railgun's chamber. Before he could make the final adjustments, the two figures, shrouded in murderous intent and surging chakra, were already upon him. Doujinshi. Chōfu's pupils contracted. Driven by the law of reason's core, his mind instantly calculated and executed the firing sequence. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed his palm down on the weapon. Boom! The shell, trailing an unstable plume and screaming through the air, shot straight at the onrushing opponents. Though it flew a bit slower than before and had lost some of its power, it was still deadly. Yet a Kaga-level shinobi's reflexes and speed were anything but ordinary. Danzo let out a low growl. Wind chakra surged from his body as he flickered to the left, a phantom trailing behind as the shell barely missed him. Jiraiya stomped down hard, hurling himself to the right and yanking his body out of harm's way. The shell exploded where he'd just stood, and the blast sent his long white hair flying wildly. Though the attack held them up for a split second, neither man slowed down. Like relentless shadows, they charged at Chōfu again. Seizing the opportunity, Chōfu's hands moved with lightning speed. He swiftly detached the railgun's core energy unit, which was not yet depleted but had grown unstable, and sealed it into a scroll to prevent it from falling into enemy hands or exploding. As for the heavy gun mount and barrel, he abandoned them without hesitation. By the time Danzo and Jiraiya finally reached the artillery position where their target had just stood, all they found was a solitary, powerless, and cold gun mount. That cunning brat! Shimura Danzo stared at the empty artillery, his single eye nearly blazing with rage. He felt he'd been toyed with yet again, veins bulging furiously on his forehead. No time for talk. We have to end this quickly. Jiraiya's face was grave. They had to seize the moment while the enemy's most powerful weapon was out of commission and take control. He bit his thumb hard, hands weaving rapid signs before pressing them firmly to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 3 enormous bursts of white smoke erupted in quick succession. As the haze cleared, 2 relatively small toads radiating a deep natural energy, Fukasaku and Shima, landed gracefully on Jiraiya's shoulders. At the same time, a colossal toad appeared, towering and imposing, with a massive pipe clenched in its mouth, bandages wrapped around its waist, and a short blade strapped across its back, Gamabunta, descending like a living mountain, his sheer size dominating much of the ruined battlefield. Little Jiraiya, this opponent is no easy foe, Fukasaku said sternly, surveying the devastated battlefield and the icy glare of Uchiha Chōfu across the way. My dear, there's a thick scent of blood and killing intent here, Shima remarked, her brow furrowing. Jiraiya, you called us out just to deal with this kid? Gamabunta rumbled, his voice low and slightly doubtful. But as his huge amber eyes swept over the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the broken corpse of a dream taper, any trace of disdain vanished instantly. Fukasaku, Shima, Gamabunta, forgive me for disturbing your peace. The situation is dire. I need your help to enter Sage mode. Gamabunta, I need you to keep that Uchiha boy busy. Don't let him get another chance to use that dangerous weapon. Jiraiya spoke quickly, then closed his eyes to begin absorbing natural energy, the 2 toad sages on his shoulders immediately assisting him. Understood. With a deep, rumbling reply, Gamabunta moved his massive body, drew the short blade on his back. Short blade. So did she, with a gust of wind howling around it, the enormous blade sweeping toward Uchiha Chōfu like a sliding door. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth. Water style. Iron bullet. A barrage of massive water bullets shot out like cannon fire, aiming at every possible escape route. Facing this overwhelming assault, Chōfu's expression grew intensely serious. Activating the core of the Herrschers of reason, his extraordinary perception and processing power allowed him to predict the attack trajectories fractions of a second in advance, his body twisting and dodging at the very brink of danger. A hiss. The massive blade skimmed past him, the pressure of wind scraping his skin raw. A thunderous blast. The iron bullets exploded behind him, water spraying everywhere, the force sending him stumbling. Yet this was only the beginning. How could Shimura Danzo possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, he appeared soundlessly at the spot where Changfeng dodged, unleashing his jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. A razor-sharp blade of compressed air sliced straight toward Changfeng's legs. Changfeng threw himself backward, narrowly avoiding the blade, which whistled past the tip of his nose and sheared off a few strands of his hair. But just as he evaded Danzo's attack, Gamabunta's next assault was already upon him. The giant toad's massive foot came crashing down, as if a mountain itself were stomping from above. Once again, Changfeng rolled away in a desperate scramble, barely escaping as the ground where he'd just been was left with a deep crater from Gamabunta's stomp. He was left reeling, barely managing to fend off each threat. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the danger only mounting. Assailed by the ambush of a Kaga-level master and the full-on assault of a giant summoned beast, even with the support of his core, Changfeng couldn't ignore the vast gap in stamina and chakra. It was beginning to show. His breathing grew ragged, and though his movements remained precise, they inevitably slowed just a fraction. Sweat soaked his hair, and even his cold Sharingan eyes betrayed a trace of exhaustion. He was only 8 years old. After all, his body had its limits. This is the end for you, brat. Danzo seized the perfect moment, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint as he formed hand seals. Wind style, shuriken. Countless razor-sharp wind-forged shuriken screamed through the air, raining down on Changfeng with the fury of a violent storm, leaving him seemingly nowhere to run. Gamabunta joined in, spewing a torrent of oil bombs to seal off any escape route above. Meanwhile, the natural energy around Jiraiya's shoulders grew denser, the distinctive facial markings of Sage Mode beginning to take shape. Backed into a corner, Uchiha Changfeng's eyes flashed with unshakable resolve. He abandoned any attempt to dodge, slamming both hands onto the ground. I have no choice. You forced me to this. His low growl rang out, carrying a coldness and rage far beyond his years. Divine Engine, Baldur. Subdivine Engine, Miss Stiltine. With a sudden burst of smoke, the next moment, a deep, resonant hum erupted, shaking the air with a force that defied description. An immense, suffocating surge of energy exploded from before Changfeng, and two blinding beams of white light pierced the chaos. As the brilliance faded, two colossal humanoid mechs appeared, each radiating a powerful, destabilizing energy, their forms echoing the striking aesthetics of ultramodern technology. They stood on either side of Uchiha Changfeng, like guardian deities summoned from a distant future, resolute and unyielding. On the left stood the Subdivine Engine, Baldur. Its body was clad in sleek, deep crimson armor, accented by intricate blue lines that shimmered with mysterious light. The design exuded both sanctity and elegance, resembling a temple knight draped in the armor of tomorrow. Its ornate pauldrons and flowing contours channeled a steady, formidable current of blue energy, hinting at boundless power within. In its hand, it gripped a massive, complex sword-gun hybrid, the blade's edge pulsing with high-frequency energy, its tip leveled forward, emanating an aura so sharp it sent chills down the spine. On the right stood the mecha known as the Archgod Machine, Miss Stiltine, radiating a style utterly distinct from its counterpart. Its primary colors were dark gray and silver white, with sharply angular armor that looked savage and aggressive, like a shadowy hunter born solely for slaughter. Reinforced hydraulic structures were visible at the joints, and its arms were equipped with adaptable weapon modules, one of which was a massive, razor-sharp longsword. These two steel giants, each towering over 10 meters high, burst onto the scene, their futuristic, powerful forms clashing violently with the surrounding battlefield thick with ninjutsu and summoning beasts. The energy fields emanating from their bodies made the very air tremble. Their cold, composite armor reflected a lethal shimmer in the light of the flames. Bang, bang, bang. Danzo Shimura's wind release, shuriken, and Gamabunta's oil bullets struck the machine's armor, but only managed to raise faint ripples of energy and a few scattered sparks, unable to even scratch the outermost layer of paint. What were those things? Danzo's twisted grin froze instantly, his single eye widening in disbelief and horror. This was far beyond the limits of what he understood as ninja tools or summoned beasts. What is this? Such a terrifying surge of energy. But it isn't chakra. Jiraiya's concentration in Sage Mode was abruptly shattered by the sudden, overwhelming wave of power. He snapped his eyes open, staring at the two steel giants as if they descended from another world, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Honey, we're those two iron monsters. They're terrifying. Shima, the sage toad, clung to Fukasaku's back in fright. I've never felt energy like this before. It's cold, powerful, oppressive, like living weapons. Fukasaku's voice was dry, his nerves taut, as if bracing for a deadly enemy. Gamabunta's massive orange pupils shrank sharply. Driven by animal instinct, he felt a tremendous sense of threat. He gripped his short blade tightly, lowering his huge body and letting out a warning growl. Jiraiya, be careful. These things, they're extremely dangerous. Even Uchiha Sosuke and Tsukumo Hatake, locked in fierce battle in the distance, as well as Tsunade and the heads of every major clan. Everyone who noticed the commotion paused for a heartbeat, staring in stunned silence at the two massive, ominous iron giants radiating a mysterious yet overwhelming power. The entire battlefield was plunged into an uncanny silence. Time itself seemed to freeze. Only Uchiha Chokaze slowly straightened his body, standing between the two god machines wreathed in ghostly blue and violet halos. He was breathing hard, yet his eyes remained cold and calm, as though he had foreseen all of this from the very beginning. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the ashen-faced Danzo Shimura and the dumbstruck Jiraiya. Baldur Mistiltine. Target lock. Obliterate them. As his icy words fell, the eyes of both divine machines flared to life. One with a piercing, ghostly blue, the other with a searing, crimson glow. A terrifying hum of energy gathering filled the air. Baldur's longsword surged with an overload of power, shining with dazzling brilliance. Mistiltine's blade swung with force, unleashing a shriek that seemed to tear the very air apart. Gamabunta, the battle-hardened boss of Mount Myaboku, found his fighting spirit reignited after the initial shock. Focusing on the more menacing Mistiltine, he roared, his enormous body displaying an agility that defied his size. In a single, mighty leap, he brought down his massive short sword, Saw, with the force to split mountains and shatter stone, aiming a powerful overhead strike straight at Mistiltine's head. Break from me! Yet, faced with a blow fierce enough to cleave a hill, Mistiltine simply raised its right arm, the one wielding its immensely durable, razor-sharp trident sword. There was no flourish, no elaborate technique. Only sheer, overwhelming power and an edge that brooked no challenge. A screech of rending metal exploded through the battlefield. Gamabunta's massive blade, Saw, met the trident sword, and in that instant, it was sliced clean in two, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The cut was smooth as a mirror. What? Gamabunta's enormous pupils widened in utter disbelief and horror. But Mistiltine's assault had only just begun. It advanced, its colossal frame surging forward with terrifying speed. The trident sword swept sideways in a relentless arc, aiming straight for Gamabunta's chest. Heart-pounding, Gamabunta drew on his vast combat experience to twist his gigantic body and leap back in desperation. A dreadful tearing sound filled the air. Though he narrowly escaped being gutted, the tip of the sword caught one of his thick forelimbs, slicing it clean off in an instant. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. Arg! Gamabunta howled in agony, crashing heavily to the ground, the searing pain from his severed arm threatening to drag him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Danzo's wind-release jutsu slammed into Baldur's magnificent, dark red armor, not so much as leaving a ripple, effortlessly neutralized by the shimmering blue energy shield. In return, precise lasers occasionally fired from Baldur's abdomen, forcing Danzo into a desperate scramble. He was left dodging relentlessly with body flicker and substitution techniques, eventually having to hide behind the writhing, wounded Gamabunta, using the toad's massive form as a shield. A laser narrowly grazed Gamabunta's back, leaving behind a charred, bone-deep wound. It wasn't fatal, but it made Gamabunta's plight even worse, and sent a cold sweat running down Danzo's spine. Umbu! All units, move out! Capture the rogue ninjas! From above, Sarutobi Hiruzen, barely able to keep himself upright as he watched the battle, saw Gamabunta gravely wounded and Danzo completely overpowered. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes, and at last, he gave the order, throwing caution to the wind. The Umbu, who had been standing by, felt fear in their hearts but still carried out the Hokage's command with unwavering loyalty. Like a surging tide, they rushed from all directions toward the two divine machines. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and all manner of ninjutsu rained down on the two mecha. Yet, they could only stir the faintest ripples on the energy shields, unable to inflict any real damage. Divine Machine Baldur advanced with its shield raised, enduring the Umbu's barrage. With a single lunge, its sword unleashed a spiraling gale that shredded any Umbu in its path into a spray of blood. A sweeping slash followed, mowing down swathes of life as if harvesting wheat. Even those umbu who tried to attack from afar found themselves pierced clean through by the laser cannon that fired from Baldur's abdomen. On the Mistiltine side, the Konoha umbu fared slightly better. As a mass-produced model built using Baldur's combat data, its fighting strength was noticeably inferior. Still, its destructive power was formidable. Shield forward, it crashed into the umbu ranks, cutting down many with spiraling sword strikes or simply hacking through them with raw force, each blow as deadly as the last. And yet, the umbu's sacrifice was not in vain. With their lives, they slowed the divine machine's advance, their bodies blocking attack paths and buying a precious moment of respite for Shimura Danzo and the gravely wounded Gamabunta. But the cost was staggering. In less than 2 minutes, more than 100 elite umbu lay slain by the divine machine's lasers, blades, and overwhelming might. Severed limbs, charred corpses, the ground was strewn with remains, the scene as gruesome as a vision from hell. Just as the umbu's casualties mounted and the defense was on the brink of collapse, Sage Art, Needle Jizo, a powerful shout rang out, and thousands of hardened, chakra-infused hairs, brimming with natural energy, shot forth like a furious storm. Though they could not pierce the divine machine's armored shields, the impact and sage energy at last caused Baldur and Mistiltine to hesitate, their movements stalling for the first time. It was Jiraiya. He had finally completed his preparations for Sage Mode. Red markings adorned his face, and on his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima exuded fierce, commanding auras. Jiraiya boy, these iron lumps are tough as nails, Fukasaku said gravely. Try a more powerful sage technique, Shima suggested. Understood, Sage Art Gomen. Without hesitation, Jiraiya unleashed the massive Sage Art. Fukasaku summoned the power of wind, Shima called forth fire, and Jiraiya poured oil. Together, an immense blaze surged forth, engulfing the two divine machines in an instant. The terrifying flames of Sage Arts engulfed the mechanical beings, their heat and power far surpassing ordinary fire-style techniques. At last, the energy shields on the surface of both constructs began to ripple violently, and the paint on their silver-white and dark-red armor showed, for the first time, faint signs of melting and charring. Yet almost immediately, the damage ceased to progress. These two machines both possess adaptability. They can quickly develop immunity to certain negative effects. Moreover, they're able to partially convert natural energy into collapse energy, boosting their endurance. Secretly, Uchiha Chōfu was delighted as he watched Jiraiya's actions. It's working! A flicker of joy flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. With Jiraiya's entrance in Sage Mode, his formidable Sage Arts relentlessly battered the enemies. Though the attacks still couldn't truly harm the machines, they at least made a difference now, greatly relieving the pressure that weighed on everyone present. Gamabunta managed to stanch his bleeding and, under Jiraiya's cover, retreated to a safer distance. The battlefield seemed to have reached a temporary stalemate. Meanwhile, as the fierce fighting drew everyone's attention, Uchiha Chōfu quietly slipped back to a relatively safe area. He looked at the two machines, still standing strong under Sage Art attacks, only slightly suppressed, and then at the endless stream of ANBU forces throwing themselves forward, sacrificing their lives to buy time. His gaze was cold as ice. The deadlock had to be broken. He needed to deliver a blow that would utterly crush all hope. His eyes fell on another sealing scroll he had just produced. Within it was sealed a mech worth 1,000 sign-in coins, Hephaestus. Built by Tesla of Anti-Entropy in Honkai Impact 3rd, it was a powerful mech, enough to rival a Temple-class Honkai beast. Its strength was on par with an A-rank Valkyrie, reaching the level of a Super Shadow. This was a war fortress far surpassing Baldur and Mistiltine. This was the true ultimate weapon, Hephaestus. As he pressed both palms to the ground, a deep, resonant hum filled the air, more dreadful and overwhelming than when either of the previous machines had first appeared. The sky seemed to darken ominously. At the very center of the battlefield, the earth split open and heaved upward. A colossal, unimaginably complex behemoth began to rise slowly from the fractured ground, like an ancient titan awakening from the depths. Larger than both Baldur and Mistiltine, its entire form was a striking blend of red, black, and white. Massive feet supported its towering frame, so tall it stood level with the city's tallest buildings. Two sturdy, transparent shields rose from the tops of its feet, while immense mechanical structures on both shoulders visibly flexed, hinting at the staggering power within. In its hands, it wielded a broad-bladed sword crackling with thick, relentless arcs of lightning. The dark crimson coating resembled congealed blood, and its mere existence radiated an overwhelming aura of absolute power and destruction. enough to make all living things bow in submission. Hephaestus descends. In that instant, every Konoha ninja who gazed upon this ultimate weapon, whether they were members of the ANBU, elite jonin, or clan leaders, could not help but be seized by an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. Faced with this war machine, a monstrosity beyond their understanding, all their resistance now seemed little more than a cruel joke. Even Jiraiya the sage, who had just joined the battle, found his sage markings frozen in shock, while the two sages perched on his shoulders stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Yet, at the very height of this suffocating hopelessness, things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru, who had been lurking coldly like a venomous serpent, watched the colossal Hephaestus with golden, slit-pupiled eyes not of fear, but of feverish excitement and greed. This mysterious and formidable feat of technology had ignited his scientific curiosity to the fullest. He licked his lips, took a stealthy step forward, and let out a raspy laugh. It seems I can't just stand by and watch the show any longer. Meanwhile, Tsunade, caring nothing for the cost in chakra, pushed her healing jutsu to the limit. Luminous green light surged frantically into Hiruzen Sarutobi's terrible wound, making flesh and muscle knit together before their very eyes. She gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her brow from the strain. She had to restore the third Hokage's fighting strength as quickly as possible. At the very instant Hephaestus's massive, fortress-like form was fully revealed, several devices on its shoulders and hips suddenly flared with piercing red light. With a casual gesture, it fired a half-meter-tall cylinder, which emitted a high-pitched, nerve-rattling buzzing. An invisible force field erupted from its center, expanding in a split second to envelop most of the battlefield. This was one of Hephaestus's signature abilities, the Jammer. Under the force field's influence, every Konoha ninja attempting to mold chakra for ninjutsu instantly experienced bizarre and deeply unsettling effects. Fire style, Grand Fire, ugh. An AMBU operative had barely completed half the hand signs when his chakra surged out of control, erupting not in flames, but in a chaotic, unstable fireball that nearly backfired and burned him, with wild arcs of lightning crackling unpredictably within it. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Another Jonin's water dragon twisted and warped, its trajectory veering crazily before it disintegrated midair, collapsing into a harmless torrent of rain that drenched his own allies from head to toe. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. A defensive ninja's earthen rampart wobbled and cracked, listing dangerously before parts of it simply crumbled away, collapsing uselessly back to the ground. Within the entire interference field, the ninjas were horrified to realize that they could hardly perform any complete, controlled ninjutsu techniques. Their chakra seemed to be under a powerful disruption, growing incredibly unstable. Jutsu either failed to take shape, lost most of its power, veered wildly off course, or even threatened to backfire on the user. What's going on? My chakra. Ninjutsu stopped working. It's that giant creature's doing. Panic spread rapidly among the Konoha ninjas. The sudden collapse of a ninjutsu system they relied on for survival was a devastating blow to their morale. Their already difficult resistance now tipped into utter despair and chaos. What a fascinating ability. It can actually disrupt the stability and transformation of chakra. Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes sparkled with intense excitement. Instead of fear, he looked like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Forming hand seals, he slammed his palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous burst, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Out of it emerged a colossal serpent with violet scales, horns upon its head, and a gaze savage and fierce. Manda had arrived on the battlefield. Orochimaru, you bastard. So you finally remembered me. Manda bellowed furiously the moment he appeared, immediately sensing the chaotic energy in the air and the terrifying pressure from the three giant steel monstrosities, especially the central one, Hephaestus, with its primordial, beast-like presence. It filled Manda with instinctive agitation and threat. Enough talk, Manda. Help me deal with those three iron, Orochimaru commanded. But Manda was in no mood to listen. Hey, Orochimaru, if you want me to work for you, I'm taking my payment first. He let out a deafening screech, ignoring Orochimaru's orders. His enormous body lashed out in a frenzy, rampaging without distinction. With a single sweep of his massive tail, he crushed several root and umbu ninja who failed to dodge in time, reducing them to nothing but pulp. His gaping maw opened wide, devouring everything in his path. Manda, you fool! Orochimaru's expression darkened, but he was powerless to control his berserk summon. And amid this chaos, despair, and wanton destruction, Hephaestus began to move. It continued its relentless work, eliminating enemies across the field. Its long blade crackled with lightning, and each swing unleashed a wide-reaching attack. The stray arcs alone were enough to reduce its foes to ash. Every blast from the laser cannon in its abdomen carved a crater 30 meters wide into the earth. At this point, Manda had apparently taken his payment, or perhaps Orochimaru managed to force him under control. Either way, he found himself within Hephaestus' threat range. The machine's sensors locked onto the immense purple serpent charging recklessly through the battlefield straight toward it. Hephaestus bent his knees and launched himself forward, his massive frame displaying a speed that defied his eyes as he closed the distance to the myriad serpents in an instant. His enormous mechanical arm swung down, and the long blade crackling with high-voltage electricity let out a piercing hum that seemed to tear the very sky apart. Electroshock, consecutive Iato strikes. Slash, slash, slash. Several blinding arcs of blue-white electricity-wreathed sword light flashed by, crossing paths at a speed far beyond what the naked eye could follow. The rampaging mass of serpents suddenly froze in place. In the next instant, smooth, seamless cuts appeared all over its colossal body. The enormous serpent heads and dozens of meters-long bodies were instantly sliced into several pieces. Each cut was scorched black, the high-voltage current momentarily numbing its nerves so thoroughly that not even a scream could escape. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic serpent corpses dissolved into a swirl of white smoke and vanished, forcibly sent back to the dragon's lair to recover from their wounds. All that remained was devastation and a deathly silence. Hephaestus slowly sheathed his blade, his cold sensors sweeping over the battlefield, locking onto his next targets. The Konoha shinobi, thrown into panic and confusion as their ninjutsu failed them, now as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. A glow ignited in his abdomen as the weapon, like the mouth of a blazing furnace, began to gather a heart-stopping surge of crimson energy, clearly preparing to unleash a wide-area purging attack. Despair, cold and relentless, washed over every single Konoha ninja, drowning their hearts completely. Yet at this most critical moment, a thunderous shout rang out across the field. "Stop!" A clear yet commanding female voice, brimming with overwhelming authority and a surge of majestic chakra, crashed down from above like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Everyone instinctively looked up. Descending from the sky was a figure cloaked in a dazzling, golden aura of chakra, radiant as the sun itself. Her hair blazed red like fire, her features beautiful yet marked by an unassailable dignity and solemnity. She wore the ancient robes of the Uzumaki clan, a diamond-shaped chakra seal gleaming on her forehead. This was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She landed between Hephaestus and the Konoha shinobi like a goddess returned to earth, the golden chakra around her forming a tangible barrier, blocking that terrifying murderous intent, if only for a moment. Her gaze swept swiftly across the battlefield, taking in the devastation, the heavy casualties, and especially the sight of the gravely wounded Hiruzen Sarutobi, the maimed Gamabunta, and the many fallen shinobi. Pain and fury flashed her eyes. Her arrival was like a beam of brilliant light piercing the depths of despair, rekindling a faint spark of hope in every Konoha ninja's heart. At the same time, Uchiha Chokaz, who had been watching the battle impassively from afar, caught the arrival of this legendary figure. Something unidentifiable glimmered in his eyes. He raised his hand, issuing a silent command with a mere thought. Hephaestus, who was just about to begin the slaughter, as well as Balder and Miss Stiltine, who were already engaged in the killing, all froze at the same moment. The savage gleam in their eyes faded slightly as they entered a state of standby. The suffocating, high-frequency interference field also ceased for the time being. Changfeng wanted to see what words this first wife, princess of the Uzumaki clan, might offer after witnessing all that had transpired, what kind of profound insight she would share. Once again, the entire battlefield descended into a strange and unsettling silence, thanks to the arrival of Uzumaki Mito and Changfeng's unexpected pause. All eyes turned to the red-haired woman, her whole being radiating dazzling golden light, her expression grave and solemn. The brilliant, warm cloak of golden chakra surrounding Uzumaki Mito gradually faded, but the immense chakra and commanding presence, drawn from both the Nine Tails and her own power, still seemed to envelop the ruins of the battlefield like a tangible force. Every ninja on the Hokage's side, whether from the ANBU or the great clans, instinctively bowed their heads in respect. As the wife of the first Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a princess of the Uzumaki clan, her identity and strength alone were enough to command awe from all present, especially in such a moment. A glint of unwillingness and calculation flashed in Danzo Shimura's single eye, but for now he had no choice but to suppress it. He coveted the title of Hokage, yet he knew full well that defying Uzumaki Mido at this juncture would be tantamount to severing himself from Konoha. For now, he could only swallow his ambitions and bide his time. On the Uchiha side, although Chongfeng's mysterious device had granted them a temporary, overwhelming advantage, the clan's own casualties were equally harrowing. Uchiha Sosuke and Chongfeng exchanged a look, each seeing the heaviness in the other's eyes. If they continued to fight to the bitter end, perhaps the device could annihilate every enemy present. But the very backbone of the Uchiha clan might well be exhausted in the process. Worse still, they risked drawing the wrath of the entire Land of Fire, or even the other great nations. The chance to end the battle with dignity was something they both hoped for. Just then, a rush of footsteps echoed from afar, dense and urgent. A dark tide of people surged forward, numbering 3,000 or 4,000 strong. Though dressed in varied attire, they clearly belonged to four main groups: the clans of Shimura, Sarutobi, Koharu, and Hamura, four of Konoha's senior councils, who had finally gathered their strength and arrived to reinforce the battle. Their arrival bolstered Konoha's confidence, but the tension in the air only grew thicker, as if a great battle might erupt at any moment. Yet Uzumaki Mido merely cast a cool glance at the newcomers, making no move to let them advance. She drew a deep breath, her voice crisp and ringing with an undeniable authority, and first turned her gaze toward Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, Danzo, look at what you've done. You've driven the village's shinobi to the point of rebellion and forced Konoha's elite to turn on each other. Is this what you call leadership, as Hokage and as advisors? The foundation of Konoha is not built upon schemes, suspicion, and her twisted interpretation of the will of fire. It's built upon trust and sacrifice. I am deeply disappointed in you. Her fierce reproach made Hiruzen Sarutobi lower his head in shame, and his wounds throbbed with renewed pain. Shimura Danzo's face turned ashen. His lips moved as if to protest, but in the end, he dared not utter a word. Then, Mido turned her gaze to Uchiha Sosuke and Uchiha Chōfu. Her tone softened slightly, though it remained grave. Clan leader Sosuke, young Chōfu, I understand the anger and sense of injustice the Uchiha feel, but... She paused, sweeping her eyes over the wounded, fearful, and resolute Uchiha clansmen around her. Look around you. Yes, you possess power that defies reason, and perhaps you truly could defeat everyone present. But then what? After all the killing, aside from you two, Uchiha's mightiest, how many of your clan would actually survive? The village has far more shinobi, enough to keep you occupied while purging the Uchiha district. This civil war must end. Hatred will only breed more hatred, dragging everyone into the abyss. Uchiha Sosuke stood silent for a long moment, the spinning pattern in his eyes gradually slowing to a halt. He stepped forward, bowing his head slightly to Uzumaki Mido, his voice heavy yet resolute. Lady Mido, I understand your words. The Uchiha have never sought to destroy Konoha. All we ask for is justice, and a future where we can live in peace. What happened today is the direct result of the village's leaders betraying us and seeking to wipe out our clan. If Konoha cannot give us a satisfactory explanation, then we would rather perish with honor than survive in disgrace. Sosuke, watch your tongue. Danzo could not hold back and tried to interrupt with a harsh rebuke. Danzo, enough. Uzumaki Mido cut him off sharply. Her piercing gaze made Danzo swallow his words. It's not your place to speak here. The Uchiha's demands are perfectly reasonable. She turned once more to Uchiha Sosuke. Clan leader Sosuke, state your terms. How can we address the Uchiha's grievances while preserving the interests of the whole village? Uchiha Soe drew a deep breath, exchanged a glance with the elders and Chōfu behind him, and spoke in a low, steady voice. Our demands are simple. First, Shimura Danzo must be held accountable for his crimes. He must relinquish all authority and submit to investigation and imprisonment. If he is found guilty, let him face punishment according to the village's laws. Second, the Uchiha require the status and security we deserve. We demand that the village finally honor its promise to grant the Hokage position to an Uchiha. Third, as compensation for the losses suffered by the Uchiha in this incident, and also to strengthen their ability to protect the village, Konoha must hand over the Scroll of Seals to the Uchiha clan. Fourth, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura must compensate our clan for our losses. The specific amount can be discussed later, but it will certainly not be less than 500 million ryo. The moment these four demands were made, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed dramatically, while Danzo Shimura was shaking with rage. The heads of the major clans exchanged looks, all stunned by the audacity of the Uchiha's requests. Mito Uzumaki frowned deeply, clearly weighing her options. The second demand would fundamentally alter the village's power structure, and the third directly touched upon the promise her husband, Hashirama Senju, had made. Tension filled the air, and a heavy silence descended upon the scene. With a cold chuckle, someone finally broke the silence. You certainly have a way with words, clan leader Sosuke. Aren't you taking this a bit too far? Never mind the implications of investigating Danzo. Even just handing over the scroll of seals is utterly impossible. Time passed as Sosuke, Uchiha, and Mito Uzumaki entered into delicate negotiations, eventually reaching an agreement. Mito Uzumaki spoke at last, her tone firm and resolute. Danzo's crimes will be fully investigated and held accountable. As for the Uchiha, you may establish your own Kage, but the scope of your authority must be negotiated with the Hokage to ensure shared protection of Konoha's interests. Your leader shall bear the title Chief of Konoha Security, possessing the status and privileges of a Kage, answerable directly to the villagers, responsible for major internal and border security matters, with independent law enforcement powers and a certain degree of military command. As for the scroll of seals, she paused, her gaze falling on Sosuke Uchiha. It shall be lent to the Uchiha for 10 years. At the end of the term, it must be returned intact, and the Uchiha must swear the most binding of sealing oaths to ensure its secrets are never leaked. This is non-negotiable. Sosuke Uchiha quickly consulted with his clansmen. Though the title had changed for the second condition, the actual authority seemed even greater, now distinct from the Hokage system. The title Chief of Konoha Security fit their clan's strengths in vigilance and enforcement. The terms for the Scroll of Seals were also acceptable. Agreed. We accept these terms, Sosuke Uchiha declared, nodding emphatically. And you, Hiruzen? Mito Uzumaki turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen surveyed the devastation before him, then looked at the unwavering Mito Uzumaki and the watchful Uchiha. At last, he nodded heavily. I agree. In that case, a ceasefire takes effect immediately. All personnel are to withdraw from the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and clear the debris. The details to follow will be jointly determined by the new chief of Konoha Security, Sosuke Uchiha, and Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. With those words, Mito Uzumaki brought the matter to a close. Danzo Shimura's face turned ashen. He knew his fate was sealed. The Uchiha clansmen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the cost had been steep, they had carved out a path to survival and secured an unprecedented position and safeguard for themselves. The other shinobi of Konoha were left with mixed feelings, but at the very least, the brutal civil war had come to a temporary halt. Under the watchful supervision of Mito Uzumaki, both sides began to cautiously disengage. The suffocating tension slowly eased, leaving only the battered, chaotic remnants on the ground to tell of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Let us turn back time to the night when Uchiha Chōfu returned from the border of the Land of Rain, having reported the details of the ambush and displayed a fraction of his power to Uchiha Sosuke. In the clan leader's mansion, inside a dimly lit secret chamber, only two figures sat facing each other. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken words. Clan leader, Chōfu's voice broke the silence. Despite his youth, his face bore composure and sharpness beyond his years. This incident cannot be brushed aside with a simple call for justice. It is both a crisis and an unprecedented opportunity for the Uchiha. Uchiha Sosuke's brow was deeply furrowed, his knuckles tapping lightly on the table. An opportunity? What do you mean? The risk of completely tearing ourselves away from the village? Even if you possess that formidable weapon, once war breaks out, our people will surely suffer. That's why we must strike the right balance. Chōfu interrupted, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. The ideal outcome is that the higher-ups, under pressure, severely punish Danzo and grant us enough compensation and promises. That way, we can win tangible benefits without bloodshed, keep most of our trump cards concealed, and still come out ahead. Then his tone hardened, sharp as a blade. But we must prepare for the worst. If Hiruzen Sarutobi chooses to cover up the truth, or if Danzo grows desperate, conflict will be inevitable. And if it comes to war, our goal will not be limited to self-defense or revenge. And what will it be? Sosuke asked gravely. It will be to establish our strength, to negotiate from power. Chōfu leaned forward, lowering his voice. If we fight, we must wound them deeply, Hit them where it hurts, so that every leader and clan in Konoha recognizes the Uchiha's power to upend the table. Only then can we seize the initiative at the negotiating table and bargain for the kind of guarantees that will truly secure our clan's future for the next century. Sosuke's gaze sharpened as he looked at Chōfu. Be specific. How exactly do you plan to negotiate? Chōfu drew a deep breath, a glint of ruthless calculation flashing in his eyes as he spoke clearly. The first step is to pin the blame squarely on the higher-ups for their betrayal and take the moral high ground in both ethics and public opinion. Step 2. Propose a price so outrageous that they could never possibly accept it. First, Danzo Shimura must be executed as a warning to others. Second, what the Uchiha want is not equality, but to surpass. Our clan must produce a second Hokage, standing equal to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third, the Book of Seals of Konoha. Its ownership must belong to us. Fourth, the Shimura and Sarutobi clans must pay enormous reparations for their crimes, enough to utterly bankrupt them. Hearing these outlandish demands, Uchiha Sosuke couldn't help but gasp, almost believing that Changfeng had gone mad. How could this be possible? Executing Danzo might still happen, but a second Hokage? Ownership of the Book of Seals? Massive compensation? Hiruzen Sarutobi would never agree. This is basically forcing them into a fight to the death. They definitely won't agree to these terms. But that's not what we're really after. We can forego the Book of Seals, but we must be allowed to borrow it. Danzo doesn't have to die, but he must be investigated. We don't need the Hokage's title, but we must obtain real power, power equal to the Hokage. A calculating glint flashed in Uchiha Changfeng's eyes. To achieve any of this, we need to overturn the table first, demand the sky, then settle for what we truly want. I understand, but do you really think they'll agree? Uchiha Sosuke still sounded uneasy. They will, Changfeng replied with absolute certainty, his gaze unwavering. When he realizes that conventional forces can't suppress us, and when he sees that continuing this war will destroy all of Konoha, he'll have no choice but to yield. Our task is to show that we have the power to destroy everything at any moment. Yet, when the time comes, we'll be the ones who are willing to compromise and make concessions for the sake of the village. Noticing Sosuke's lingering doubts, Changfeng pressed on, his voice firm. Clan leader, trust me. I have more than enough cards up my sleeve to force them into a corner where they have no choice but to accept our terms. As long as we display overwhelming force, even if the final agreement only gets us half of our original demands, it will be enough to grant the Uchiha clan unprecedented independence and security. This is a political war. The harder we fight, the better our position at the negotiation table. Uchiha Sosuke locked eyes with Changfeng, the secret room falling into a long, heavy silence. He could sense the terrifying power and almost reckless confidence radiating from the young man before him. At last, Sosuke let out a slow breath, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Very well, Changfeng. I'll trust you this time. For the future of the Uchiha, I'll stake everything. In that case, Sosuke rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening. It's time for the entire clan to witness our resolve. Not long after, in the underground chamber of the Nanga Shrine, all the Jonin who had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan or higher gathered together. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Uchiha Sosuke stood at the front, his gaze sweeping across the familiar faces of every clan member. His voice was heavy with grief and burning with anger. The elite squad we sent on a mission was betrayed by our own people and nearly wiped out. These tragedies happen again and again. Konoha was founded through the alliance of the Uchiha and Senju clans, but now, the very founders of the village have been pushed to such a desperate situation. Our elite shinobi sent out on missions vanish without a trace. Our standing in the village grows ever more precarious, and if we retreat even one more step, we'll fall into the abyss. We're like frogs being boiled alive, our downfall creeping up slowly. Konoha is no longer the village of the Uchiha. My kin, we have nowhere left to retreat. Shimura Danzo, that worm lurking in the shadows, seeks to utterly destroy the pride of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he turns a blind eye and allows it all, chilling the hearts of us all. His words ignited the long-suppressed rage of the clan. Sorrow and indignation blazed in every eye. Once, we chose to integrate into Konoha, and what did we get in return? Suspicion, exclusion, surveillance. And now, they want our very lives. Tell me, can we accept this? No, we cannot. We must reclaim justice. The crowd erupted in fury, and in the darkness, Sharingan eyes glowed crimson, intense, and unyielding. That's right. We cannot accept this. Sosuke's voice rose, bright with determination. Endurance will not earn us respect. Compromise only emboldens the enemy. The blood of the Uchiha is proud. We are not sheep to be slaughtered. He paused for a moment, meeting everyone's gaze, then spoke with a persuasive power that brimmed with hope. But we are not here to destroy everything. We will resist, we will carve out our own path, and above all, we will strive for a future where the Uchiha are treated with fairness and dignity. We will show everyone that the strength of the Uchiha is not only enough to protect ourselves, but to shake the very foundations of Konoha. We will make them sit down, listen to our voices, and accept our terms. Brothers and sisters, stand with me. Stand with the wind of change. With our strength, we will usher in a new dawn. For our children and their children, we will fight for a future where they will never again be oppressed, but can hold their heads high with pride. A mighty roar of assent erupted. The elites of the Uchiha were set ablaze, their battle cries shaking the secret chamber, their resolve and fighting spirit reaching their zenith. That night, the wheels of Uchiha's destiny began to turn, rumbling forward onto a path full of thorns, yet teeming with infinite possibilities. The brutal conflict subsided for now, and the Uchiha returned to their now-quiet compound, carrying both the hard-won results of negotiation and wounds that would not easily heal. Though they had secured the title of chief of the Konoha police force and gained the right to read the scroll of seals, the road home was stained with the blood of their own. The air was heavy, filled with the exhaustion of those who had survived calamity, and a complex mixture of confusion and hope for whatever tomorrow might bring. Ding! Host has been detected actively altering the course of the world line. Initiating collapse, sign in. Sign in location. The secret chamber within the Uchiha Naka Shrine. Sign in reward. 5,000 sign in points. 1 golden epic chest. Oh, so triggering special missions gives me a direct chance to sign in. It must be because I've changed the world line. And it looks like I can actually engineer these sign in triggers myself. That means from now on, I should stir things up more often. If only. Uchiha Chongfeng's thoughts began to wander, almost drifting to the idea of manipulating the Third Great Ninja War. All right, that's enough of that. Chongfeng shook his head, casting away those distant thoughts. What matters now is finding the clan leader, analyzing the Mangekyo Sharingan, and signing in. With my current, feeble strength, I'm only dragging myself down. Arriving at the entrance to the Naka Shrine, 2 Uchiha Chunin on duty straightened up and saluted as soon as they spotted Chongfeng. Lord Chongfeng. It was a surreal yet oddly fitting sight, several proud Uchiha bowing to an 8-year-old child. He entered the shrine without issue, found a secret chamber, knocked on the door, and stepped inside once it opened. You have reached the target area. Would you like to sign in? The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Sign in. Chongfeng intoned silently. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received 5,000 sign-in coins, 1 golden epic chest. Ding. Detected. 1 golden epic chest in your possession. Would you like to open it? No. Chongfeng refused inwardly. Inside the secret chamber, Chongfeng found the clan leader, Uchiha Sosuke. Clan leader. Chongfeng got straight to the point. I want to analyze your Mangekyo Sharingan. At those words, Sosuke's brows immediately knit together. A flash of wariness and refusal flickered in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the Uchiha's greatest asset. How could its secrets be so easily revealed? Even to a hero of the clan, this request was far too bold. Chongfeng, I know you've done a lot for the clan, but the Mangekyo, Sosuke, shook his head, instinctively moving to refuse. Clan leader, during battle, I saw the Mangekyo in your eyes. I've already done a preliminary analysis and discovered that when you use its abilities, your ocular power keeps draining away. Someday, you'll lose your sight. Chongfeng interrupted, his gaze calm, yet brimming with confidence. But I can help you. I can help every clan member with the potential for Mangekyo escape the curse of blindness. What? Sosuke shot to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. What did you say? Achieve the eternal Mangekyo? You can actually do it. The fear of blindness was like a nightmare, haunting every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo, a hidden anxiety gnawing at Sosuke's heart. I am fairly confident, Chongfeng replied, not giving an absolute guarantee, yet there was an unmistakable certainty in his tone that stirred hope in those who heard it. This will require a complete understanding of the true nature of the Mangekyo. Please, clan leader, trust me. Uchiha Sosuke locked his gaze on Chongfeng, and a heavy silence settled over the secret chamber. In the end, the longing for light overcame doubt and caution. Sosuke slowly sat back down, taking a deep breath. Very well, Chongfeng. I will trust you once more. If you truly succeed, you will be the greatest benefactor the Uchiha clan has ever known. He hesitated no longer, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his Mangekyo Sharingan, marked with its intricate three-bladed scythe pattern, was fully awakened, and a powerful wave of ocular force filled the chamber. Changfeng spoke no further. His mind sharpened to a razor's edge as he activated the core of the Herrschers of reason with all his might. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Invisible ripples enveloped Sosuke's eyes. The power of comprehension and reconstruction was pushed to its limits. The structure of the Mangekyo Sharingan, every minuscule current of chakra within, the very principle behind the manifestation of ocular power, the unique nature of the ino-line chakra at its core, all of it, an overwhelming torrent of information, was seized, recorded, analyzed, and unraveled by the core. This process went on for quite some time. Sosuke could sense a cold, precise force sweeping over his eyes. It was far from pleasant, but he endured, motionless. At last, Changfeng slowly closed his own eyes. When he opened them again, there was a glimmer of comprehension and exhaustion within them. "It's done, clan leader. Thank you for your trust." Sosuke deactivated his Mangekyo as well, feeling the considerable drain on his ocular power. He asked with urgency, "Well, what did you find?" "I've gathered all the data I need. Please be patient. I require time for deep analysis and deduction." Changfeng did not offer an immediate answer, knowing caution was paramount. Leaving the clan leader's residence, Changfeng hurried back to his own home and wasted no time plunging into his research. The first thing he produced was the sealed book he had obtained from Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the core of the Herrschers of reason in his possession, mastering these forbidden techniques was, in fact, much easier than deciphering the Mangekyo itself. Multi-shadow clone technique? He broke it down in a single second, understanding its principles thoroughly, even seeing ways to optimize chakra efficiency. The darkness technique, the mutual multiplication explosive tags technique, half a day was enough to fully grasp their structural models and energy nodes. Impure world reincarnation, dead demon consuming seal, complex forbidden arts involving souls and summoning contracts took him just over a day, but he ultimately unraveled them completely, coming to appreciate both their cruelty and their ingenuity. For symbol seal, reverse 4 symbol seal, another day passed, and the mysteries of these top-tier sealing jutsu were laid bare before him. Flying Thunder God technique? This jutsu, involving space-time manipulation, is extremely intricate, but by dusk on the third day, Changfeng had completely mastered it. The mysterious spatial coordinate markings and the principles of teleportation no longer held any secrets for him. To master one of Konoha's top forbidden techniques in just 3 days, such speed would be enough to astonish anyone. Yet, Changfeng's focus did not linger here. After a brief rest, he immediately devoted all his energy to analyzing the data on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Within the Hall of Knowledge, a torrent of data was endlessly simulated, deduced, and reconstructed. Several days later, he arrived at his first significant conclusion: a universal method for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan without side effects. It was not merely about relying on extreme emotional trauma. Rather, through highly customized, intensive Jinjutsu training, mimicking the impact of extreme emotions and mental stress, combined with precise external stimulation from in-nature chakra, serving as a booster, one could safely and controllably guide the process of awakening. Of course, one's natural talent and accumulated experience remained crucial. As for himself, the process was even simpler. He had thoroughly deciphered the essence of the special in-nature chakra required for the Mangekyo. Using the core of the Herrschers of reason, he could synthesize it directly. As for his eye techniques, his designs were already complete. Left eye, diamond, not merely enhanced physical defense, but the construction of a defensive field. Depending on the amount of ocular power channeled, it could absolutely block corresponding levels of physical, energy, and even mental attacks. Its defensive strength was determined by the output at the cost of massive ocular power consumption. Right eye, ruin, pure destructive force. It directly annihilated the structural existence of a target, breaking it down and reverting it to its most basic energy particles. The size and scope of its power also depended on ocular output, proving devastatingly effective against living beings, ninjutsu, barriers, and even summoned beasts. Truly, it was an eye technique that could erase all things. With a single thought, a vast surge of special in-nature chakra synthesized by the core flooded into his eyes. What followed was a torrent of changes. Intense pain, a searing fullness, and a wild surge of power all mingled together. No one knew how much time had passed before the pain finally subsided. Changfeng stepped before a mirror and opened his eyes. The boy reflected in the glass no longer bore the 3 tomo in his gaze. In their place were 2 rings of complex, deep, and slowly rotating azure runes. At the center of each ring was a minuscule singularity, one that seemed capable of swallowing all light. This was his own, unique Mangekyo Sharingan, Diamond in Ruin. A surging power coursed through his eyes, filling him with an unprecedented sense of strength, yet accompanied by a clear feeling of depletion. It took him several days of rest before he could begin to adapt to the power of these new eyes. After adapting to his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Chōfu immediately began the next stage of his research, analyzing the flaws of the Mangekyo and seeking the path to the eternal Mangekyo. Another week passed in sleepless, ceaseless deduction and analysis. At last, he discovered the key. Within every pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, there existed a unique and incredibly complex prototype network of chakra meridians. Yet this circuit was incomplete, missing the final and most crucial closure. It was this incompleteness that led to the continual loss of ocular power and ultimately to blindness. To repair this missing part and complete the circuit, one needed to inject a key in a patch, a chakra power that was of the same origin, yet with subtle differences. The reason why the Mangekyo of close blood relatives could fuse and ascend to the eternal Mangekyo was because their chakra circuit prototypes shared the highest degree of commonality. The differences between them perfectly complemented each other, fitting together seamlessly like the final pieces of a puzzle. So that's how it is. Chōfu understood the root of the matter. Then, was it possible for non-blood relatives to achieve ascension? In theory, yes, but the difficulty was staggering. It required meeting two nearly impossible conditions. First, to precisely analyze the target Mangekyo's complete circuit prototype, one must fully comprehend every detail and every missing link. Second, to possess the ability to perfectly simulate and inject the patch energy. This demanded an operator with extraordinary precision and energy manipulation, able to simulate that same origin with subtle difference, chakra power, and to complete the circuit as meticulously as the most delicate neurosurgery. In the entire ninja world, the only one who could meet both conditions is probably me. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chōfu's lips. With the analytical prowess of the Herrschers of Reason Core, along with his profound understanding of Yin chakra and the true nature of the Sharingan, he had become the only doctor capable of performing such an eternal eye surgery. Just as he completed this groundbreaking research, news from the outside world broke his concentration. At the borders of the Land of Fire, Konoha's frontier forces had clashed fiercely with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Casualties were reported on both sides. Meanwhile, the conflict between Sunagakure and Amagakure was becoming even more intense. The armies of Iwagakure massed along the border, watching and waiting, their intentions predatory. The shadow of the Second Great Ninja War was gathering thick overhead, and the drums of war were drawing ever closer. Chōfu took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of urgency within his heart. He wanted to find Uchiha Sōsuke once again. Clan leader, I have found a way for the Mangekyo to ascend to eternity and break free from the curse of blindness. Chōfu spoke plainly, and at the same time, slowly opened his eyes. Those profound, eternally tranquil blue rune rings radiated an overwhelming and serene power, immediately capturing all of Uchiha Sōsuke's attention. The ocular power within those eyes was immense, stable, and deeply restrained. What is this? Uchiha Sōsuke's voice trembled with excitement, for he could sense a profound difference within those eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Chōfu replied calmly. Clan leader, please allow me to assist you in your ascension. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Sōsuke led Chōfu deep into the heart of the secret chamber. All around them, candlelight flickered, casting their shadows upon the stone walls, making them dance with a life of their own. What should I do? Is there anything I need to prepare? Sōsuke's voice quivered slightly. Despite his efforts to remain composed, the anticipation and anxiety flickering in his eyes were impossible to hide. There's no need for any special preparations. Chōfu's tone was serene, yet carried an unshakable confidence. All you need to do is activate your Mangekyo Sharingan, relax your body and mind, and leave the rest to me. A faint smile crossed his lips as he added, I have already grasped the true essence of the Mangekyo. At those words, Sōsuke quickly sat down cross-legged, letting his hands rest naturally on his knees. He took a deep breath, then snapped his eyes open. Vivid patterns began to spin slowly within his irises, the Mangekyo Sharingan. There might be some physical contact during the process. Whatever happens, do not resist. Chōfu reminded him gently as he stepped forward. All right, go ahead, do whatever you must. Sōsuke's voice still quivered, but now it rang more with determination than fear. Chōfu extended his hands, placing them gently on Sosuke's temples. His fingertips were cool, yet seemed to radiate an invisible power. He closed his own eyes, gathering his focus, and fully activated the Herrscher's of Reason core, his comprehension reconstruction ability. For a moment, the air in the chamber seemed to grow thick and still. Only the silent, invisible flow of energy between the two men could be felt. Chongfeng's consciousness delved deep into the pathways of Sosuke's ocular jutsu, meticulously sensing every structure and flaw. With impeccable precision, he began to construct another set of perfect, intricate circuits, as if the finest artisan were repairing a peerless piece of glass, requiring both boldness and delicate care. The process did not take long. As the final pathway was seamlessly restored, Chongfeng slowly withdrew his hands and opened his eyes. It's done, clan leader Sosuke. From this moment on, you'll never need to worry about the decline of your ocular power. For a second, Sosuke appeared stunned, then he slowly opened his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan now shone with even greater depth and brilliance, as if containing an endless well of power. He let out a low chuckle, then, unable to restrain his elation any longer, burst into hearty laughter. Yes, this feeling, it's absolutely exhilarating. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the secret chamber, his eyes gleaming with renewed light. Chōfu, is there anything you need? Just say the word, and I'll do my best to get it for you. My status in the village now is worlds apart from before. Whatever you want, as long as it's within my reach, I'll make it happen. Uchiha Sosuke spoke with excitement, full of grand promises. Clan leader, I don't need anything extra. I just need you to agree to one thing. When I help others awaken the Mangekyo in the clan, I want the freedom to set my own terms. Uchiha Sosuke rested his right hand on the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the wood. At that moment, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Why does Chongfeng want the right to set the terms? Is he trying to profit from this? Win people over? Or maybe he's after my position? Or could it be something else? Time ticked by slowly. Uchiha Chongfeng waited patiently, a sincere smile on his face, calmly awaiting Sosuke's answer. Seeing that honest smile, Sosuke's doubts melted away. Rather than second-guessing this earnest yet mature 8-year-old, it seemed wiser to ask directly. Chongfeng, why do you want this right to set the terms? If you help a clansman awaken, the clan pays you a wage. Isn't that fair? Just as Chongfeng had expected, the Uchiha clan wasn't exactly known for its political cunning. He almost laughed, realizing how his nerves had been unwarranted. Clan leader, I don't charge money when I help those with 3 Tomo awaken. What I need is something else, chakra. Chakra. Sosuke looked puzzled. That's right, chakra. When I help others awaken the Mangekyo, it takes a toll. No matter how big or small the cost, I need to gain something in return. And what's the use of chakra? That's for me to worry about. Let's just say it's useful. For example, creating those laser guns, making them consumes chakra. Seeing Sosuke's curiosity practically shining from his eyes, Chongfeng offered a simple explanation. Clan leader, just set a time. When you're ready, I'll help everyone awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, Uchiha Chongfeng stood up and left the secret chamber. Leaving the hidden room of Nanga Shrine, Chongfeng's steps instinctively led him toward the more ordinary residential area of the clan grounds. Days of high-intensity battles, research, and scheming had left him feeling restless and worn. He longed for a quiet place to let his thoughts drift and surrender himself completely to the passage of time. Naturally, he thought of his few close friends, Uchiha Lioli and Uchiha Shinjian. He arrived at Lioli's house. He knocked on the door. It was Lioli herself who answered. The moment she saw Chongfeng, a flicker of delight sparkled in her eyes. Chongfeng, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Lioli stepped aside to let Chongfeng into the house, her voice as lively as ever. I heard you went to the Hokage Tower with the clan leader a few days ago. Everyone in the clan is saying you've made quite an accomplishment. Chongfeng smiled, not going into details. Instead, he asked, is Jinjin around? Let's go see him together. He's definitely at home training. Come on, I'll call him. With her usual decisiveness, Lioli turned and entered the house with Chongfeng. Sure enough, in the backyard, they found Jinjian practicing kunai, throwing against a wooden post. His training clothes were soaked with sweat, but his gaze remained unwavering and focused. Jinjian, Lioli called out. Jinjian paused mid-throw and turned. Upon seeing Chongfeng and Lioli, a rare, gentle smile appeared on his usually serious face. Chongfeng, what brings you here? I just wanted to see if our training fanatic has managed to pierce the wooden post yet. Chongfeng teased as he naturally took a seat on the veranda. Lioli giggled and sat down beside him, swinging her legs. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled into the small courtyard, stretching their shadows long across the ground. A gentle, rare tranquility settled over them, a moment of peace seldom found. Jinjian, with sweat still glistening on his brow, continued his basic training as always. He remembered how, 3 years ago, Changfeng had convinced him, if you want to achieve as much as the clan leader one day, you have to master the fundamentals. Fundamentals? What are the fundamentals? Jinjian had asked, confusion written all over his face. The fundamentals are things like physical conditioning, kunai techniques, shuriken skills, and the 3 basic body techniques. And what good does that do? Young Jinjian had still been full of doubts. Remember when I took you to watch a house being built? The fundamentals are like the foundation. Only if the foundation is solid can the house be built tall and strong. It seems your words back then really left a mark on Jinjian. Uchiha Changfeng said to Liuli with a smile. Definitely. My brother's been working hard on his basics all these years. He always says he wants to protect me well in the future. Liuli swung her little feet, a bright smile lighting up her face as she gazed at Jinjian, then turned to Changfeng. Speaking of which, Liuli said suddenly, her eyes following the shifting colors of the clouds at dusk. Do you remember our first sparring match at the Ninja Academy? Changfeng, you were so clumsy back then. You almost got hit by my shuriken. Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. I know. Thankfully, Jinjian gave me a shove just in time. But then he lost his balance and took a pretty hard fall himself. Hearing this, Jinjian stopped his training, looking a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Let's not bring up something so embarrassing. Why not? Liuli burst out in laughter. And what about that time we snuck out to the river outside the village to catch fish? We ran into a giant wild boar and the 3 of us bolted home, tumbling and tripping all the way. That patrol Chunin scolded us for ages. That night, we even swore that once we became Jonin, we'd go back and roast that wild boar for a feast. Changfeng continued, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Gama nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, but when we went back later, it seemed that riverbank had been turned into a training ground. We never saw that wild boar again. They took turns reminiscing, climbing trees together, getting punished with sweeping duty after one prank or another, scooping goldfish and eating candied apples at the summer festival. Those simple, joyful memories seemed to chase away the shadows looming over their clan these days. Back then, their only worries were the hardships of training and what they'd eat each day. Their laughter gradually faded, and the 3 of them fell silent, savoring this rare moment of warmth and peace. They all understood that ever since tensions between the clan and the village had escalated, and after the bloodshed of the past few days, moments like this would become ever more scarce. But for now, the comfort of old friendships, rooted deeply in their childhood, was enough to soothe their weary hearts. The setting sun stretched their shadows across the courtyard, and the brief peace was broken by Changfeng's voice. He looked at his 2 closest friends, his expression suddenly more serious than ever before. Liuli Ginma. Changfeng's voice was low and clear. You've seen how things are now. The clan and the village are on shaky ground after that upheaval, and the future is filled with uncertainty. The winds of war are drawing closer. He paused, his gaze shifting from Liuli's curious face to the slight frown creasing Gunma's brow, and went on. As your friend, I want you both to be safe. So I want to give you 2 a choice. The first option, Changfeng raised one finger. I can use my power to help you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With it, you'll gain incredible strength, enough to protect yourselves and maybe even change the course of what's to come. But this path comes with immense responsibility and risk. To wield such power, you'll need unwavering resolve and awareness. It means stepping willingly into the very heart of the storm. The second option, he extended a second finger. I'll do everything I can to keep you away from the front lines. I can arrange for you to work in safer apartments or find other ways to shield you. You could go on living as ordinary Uchiha. No need to face the harshest storms head-on. I'll do all I can to protect your peace for a lifetime. When Changfeng finished, he fell silent, his gaze steady as he gave them time to think it over. The sunset cast deep shadows in his eyes, lending an unusual maturity to his youthful face. The courtyard was still, with only the faint aroma of dinner drifting from somewhere deeper within the clan grounds. Uchiha, Liuli didn't hesitate for even a moment. A fiery light blazed in her eyes, pride unique to the Uchiha and a burning desire for strength. Is that even a question, Changfeng? She clenched her fists, her voice rising with excitement. I am Uchiha Liuli. I refuse to hide behind others and settle for safety. I want power, the kind of power that lets me protect myself and the people I care about. If awakening the Mangekyo can make me stronger, if it means I can truly help you and our clan, then of course I'll choose the first option. Her answer was crisp and decisive, brimming with the resolute courage of a young girl. It was as if she could already see herself unleashing the Mangekyo, sweeping aside all obstacles. In contrast, Uchiha Jinjian fell silent. He lowered his head, gazing at his hands, calloused by years of training, his brows deeply furrowed. It was a long while before he finally looked up at Changfeng, his voice a little hoarse. Changfeng, I want to choose the first option too. Ever since our parents died unexpectedly on a mission, I made a vow. I must become strong, so strong that no one would ever dare to bully me or Liuli again. Changfeng looked at his two friends, understanding their feelings completely. He nodded, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I understand. I know all of this is a bit sudden, and now isn't the right time to help you awaken your abilities. For now, your job is to master the basics and truly enjoy your carefree childhood. When the time comes, I'll reach out to you myself. The second Great Ninja War isn't that intense. These kids, who haven't even graduated yet, don't need to be rushed onto the battlefield. I'll wait until the eve of the Third Great Ninja War before bringing this up again. Uchiha Changfeng thought to himself. He didn't push them, only offering his promise. This show of respect invigorated Liuli even more and allowed Jinjian to relax a little. Leaving the Uchiha compound behind, Uchiha Changfeng strolled toward the Senju clan's residential area. Unlike the Uchiha's orderly grounds and subtle air of vigilance, the Senju side felt much more open. Most of the Senju had long since blended into the general populace of Konoha, their homes intermingling with those of other villagers, creating a much more peaceful atmosphere. His arrival still attracted some attention. The black Uchiha crest on his clothes stood out unmistakably. A young Uchiha wandering here alone was certainly something that drew a few curious glances. But Changfeng remained calm, making his way straight to a small courtyard at the center. A few days ago, while researching the Mangekyo-S advancement, Kushina had come to see him and brought him here, her new home in the Senju clan's domain, the residence of Uzumaki Mido. The door was opened by a kindly, graceful elderly woman, Uzumaki Mido herself. When she saw Changfeng, a knowing and gentle smile flashed across her eyes. Ah, young Uchiha, are you here to see Kushina? Yes, Lady Mido, sorry to trouble you. Changfeng nodded politely in greeting. Come in, that child been talking about you a lot lately. Mido stepped aside, allowing him to enter. As soon as he set foot in the courtyard, a sharp and unmistakable glare, tinged with annoyance, locked onto Changfeng. Tsunade stood by a wooden pillar, arms folded, her golden ponytail swinging crisply behind her. She sized up Changfeng, her brows knit together, a clear sign of her wariness and displeasure at the arrival of a Uchiha, especially Uchiha Changfeng, who had just caused such a stir. Yet, out of respect for her grandmother Mido's attitude, she didn't voice any objections or questions. Instead, her eyes alone made it abundantly clear that he was not welcome. Changfeng ignored Tsunade's glare, his gaze instead falling on the red-haired girl who came running out from inside the house. Tung Feng Ni. Kushina's emerald eyes lit up the moment she saw him. A brilliant smile blossomed across her face, as bright as the purest sunlight. You're finally here. I was going stir-crazy waiting. She dashed up to him in a few quick steps, completely disregarding the sour expression on Tsunade's face and skipping right past the gentle, all-embracing look from Grandma Mido. In her simple world, Changfeng was the one who, along with two Uchiha Jonin, had swept in like a divine savior at her most fearful and desperate moment, rescuing her from the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. This profound bond transcended any subtle rifts between their clans. There have been some matters in the clan lately, Changfeng explained simply. Seeing Kushina so lively, he felt the exhaustion of the past days lighten just a bit. I know, Kushina grumbled. Then her eyes sparkled as she grabbed Changfeng by the wrist. Doesn't matter. Since you're here, come with me. We're going shopping. I heard there's a new dango shop on the main street, and it's supposed to be amazing. Without waiting for a reply, she eagerly started pulling Changfeng toward the door. Kushina, don't trouble our guest, Mido said gently, though her tone carried little real intent to stop them. Oh, Grandma Mido, it's fine. We'll just be a little while. Kushina called back, playfully, her grip firm as ever. Tsunade huffed from the side, but ultimately said nothing. Letting himself be led along, Changfeng gave Mido another slight nod. Lady Mido, we'll be back soon. Go on, and be careful, Mido replied with a warm smile. And so, Uchiha Changfeng was practically swept out of the Senju compound by the exuberant Kushina, leaving behind Mido's gentle warmth and Tsunade's lingering displeasure. Walking through Konoha's bustling streets, the striking pair, a red-haired Kushina and Changfeng in his Uchiha clan attire, drew plenty of attention. Most of those gazes, however, brimmed with dislike and hostility. Kushina, however, didn't seem to care at all. She chattered away about amusing stories she'd heard recently, complained about the hardships of training, and excitedly pointed out all sorts of shops along the way. Look, that's the one. I heard their three-color dango are super delicious. With sparkling eyes, Kushina pointed to a newly opened shop up ahead and dragged Chōfu along at a run. Dragged by her through the bustling street. Listening to the lively energy in her voice, Chōfu couldn't help but let a genuine, relaxed smile slip onto his face. This simple and pure bustle and vitality, far from conflict and strife, was one of the things he wished to protect. And the smile of the girl beside him, whom he had pulled back from the edge of despair, was perhaps an especially important part of that. Sensing Kushina's low spirits and feeling the tension in the air on the street grow heavier, Chōfu pointed to a tea house and tavern at the corner that looked relatively quiet. We've been walking for a while. Let's go in, have a seat, and rest for a bit. Kushina nodded silently and followed Chōfu inside. There weren't many people in the place. The lighting was a bit dim, and a faint fragrance of tea and alcohol drifted through the air. A few villagers, who seemed to be regulars, and several off-duty ninja, sat scattered about, speaking in low voices. The atmosphere here was even more subdued than out on the street. Chōfu led Kushina to a corner seat by the window and ordered 2 glasses of fruit juice. Kushina sipped hers slowly, her gaze unfocused, clearly still immersed in the oppressive sense of looming war. At that moment, the conversation of several travel-worn men at the next table grew more animated, their voices carrying clearly across the room. They looked like they'd just returned from a mission, or perhaps were merchant guards back from the borderlands. "T-Sich, you can't stand it out at the border," growled the scar-faced man, taking a swig of his drink. He tried to keep his voice down, but couldn't hide his agitation. Things are getting more and more tense between the land of fire and the land of rain. "What's going on? Another fight?" His companion pressed. "More than just fighting," cut in another ninja, who looked sharper than the rest. He cast a wary glance around, but perhaps the alcohol loosened his tongue, for he went on, "Those lunatics from Sunagakure have been stirring up more and more trouble lately. The skirmishes hardly ever stop, and their methods, nasty every time. We've already taken losses at several of our outposts." "So what's Sunagakure after? Are they really looking to start an all-out war?" "Who knows? Their third Kazekage just took power, and things seem unstable at home. Maybe they're trying to divert trouble outward," the scar-faced man snorted. "And the worst are those bastards from Iwagakure," spat the sharp-eyed ninja. "They're just squatting at the border of the land of Earth, not making a move. It's obvious. They want us and Sunagakure to wear each other out, so they can swoop in and pick up the spoils." "What about the land of rain? Any news from there?" someone asked. "Salamander Hanzo." The sharp-eyed ninja let out a sigh. "The Hidden Rain village is holed up tight at home. They're in the toughest spot of all. Their land is wedged right between the 3 great nations. Now, they're on high alert, defending against the sand from the direction of the wind country, while also watching out for us, the leaf, and the stone from the other sides, in case we seize the chance to break in. No matter how formidable Hanzo is, he can't hold out alone. I've heard the Land of Rain is almost a meat grinder now, with small skirmishes breaking out non-stop." Their conversation was intermittent, laced with complaints about the current situation and worries for the future. Together, their words painted a vivid picture of the tension and volatile danger simmering along the border, as if a single spark could set off a storm. Kushina's grip on her cup tightened, her fingertips turning pale. She was still young, but she could grasp the meaning behind their words. Chōfu listened quietly, his gaze deep and unreadable. The information matched his earlier predictions, only now it was even more concrete. The sand's aggressive advance, the stone's hungry watchfulness, the rain's desperate defense. The prelude to the second great ninja war was already echoing across the land. He glanced at Kushina beside him, noticing her growing unease, then drained his juice in one swift motion. "We've rested enough. It's time to head back." Chōfu stood up. Lady Mito and Lady Tsunade must be getting worried. Kushina nodded immediately, nearly eager to escape the air thick with talk of war. Stepping out of the tavern, even the sunlight outside seemed tinged with a chill. Ninjas hurrying through the streets, others leaping across rooftops. Together, their hurried movements beat out a staccato rhythm, like the opening drums of war. The sky over the Leaf Village remained clear and blue, but in every heart, it felt as though a heavy storm cloud, war in its purest form, was pressing down, threatening to burst. Leaving behind the smoky, tense air of the tavern, even the breeze outside seemed weighted with unease. Uchiha Chōfu could clearly sense Kushina's sadness and anxiety. She no longer skipped along as she had when they first left. Now she walked with her head down, silently following at his side, her red hair seeming to have lost some of its luster. The two of them walked in silence toward the Senju compound. The streets bustled as usual, but those subtle signs of tension, quicker footsteps, heavy expressions, hushed conversations, now loomed large in their eyes. Chōfu and I, Kushina suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. Will there really be a war? Like last time? She didn't say it outright, but Chōfu knew she was thinking of the night Uchiha village was destroyed. Chōfu did not slow his pace. His gaze remained fixed ahead, and though his voice was calm, it carried a conviction that could not be doubted. War is always frightening. But Kushina, he turned his head to look at her. This isn't Uchiha village. This is Konoha, and you're no longer that helpless little girl who could only run away. He paused briefly, then continued. You will grow stronger, strong enough to protect yourself and those dearest to you. Don't forget, you are Uzumaki Kushina, and Lady Mito, Lady Tsunade, and everyone willing to defend Konoha will stand by your side. His words were like a reassuring balm, gradually dispelling the shadows clouding Kushina's heart. She looked up, her emerald eyes meeting the resolute lines of Chongfeng's profile, and she nodded firmly. Yes, I'll work hard to become stronger too. Strong enough that such things will never happen again. Seeing her regain her spirit, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of relief flickered in Chongfeng's eyes. Soon, the compound of the Senju clan came into view. Uzumaki Mito was still seated beneath the veranda, as if she had never moved. Yet, when she saw the two return, especially sensing the change in Kushina's mood, the gentleness in her eyes deepened. Tsunade was still there as well, arms folded. When she saw Chongfeng escort Kushina back, she merely gave a short huff, but the displeasure in her gaze seemed to soften, replaced by a greater concern for Kushina. Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade, we're back. Kushina ran over, not as exuberant as when she left, but clearly in much better spirits. It's good you're home, Mito said, gently ruffling her hair. She then looked to Chongfeng and nodded slightly. Thank you for bringing her back, young Uchiha. It was no trouble at all, Chongfeng replied politely. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. Chongfeng, Kushina suddenly called out, running up to him. She spoke with earnest sincerity. Thank you for spending time with me today, and thank you. Her face once again shone with a radiant smile, bright as sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Chongfeng returned her smile, subtle but heartfelt. Train hard, but don't be too hard on yourself. With that, he nodded once more to Mito and Tsunade, then turned and walked away. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, brows still slightly furrowed, but in the end, she simply muttered to Kushina, try not to get too close to the Uchiha boys from now on. Her tone, however, lacked its earlier harshness. Mito gazed at the now empty entrance, her eyes distant, and murmured softly, what a remarkable child. Who knows what path lies ahead for the Uchiha? Once he left the Senju clan grounds, the gentle warmth faded from Chongfeng's face, replaced once again by calm and contemplation. With tensions rising at the border, it wouldn't be long before the village began summoning ninja for deployment. Once he returned, he'd need a serious discussion with the clan leader about which shinobi to send out. There was also the matter of uniting the clan strength. Soon enough, the clan head would likely bring a large group of jonin to seek his help in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. His mind raced, turning over countless ways to rapidly increase his own power. Seeing Kushina home felt like just a fleeting interlude. He quickened his pace, heading toward the Uchiha compound. Leaving behind the relatively calm atmosphere of the Senju district, Uchiha Chōfu walked alone along the path back to his clan's home. The streets of Konoha bustled as always, but as he drew closer to the Uchiha quarter, the mood around him started to shift perceptibly. Strangers hung back, their eyes brimming with animosity as they lingered nearby, frequently casting wary glances his way. Their stares weren't those of curiosity toward a gifted child or admiration for a Uchiha prodigy, but rather fear, suspicion, aversion, and a cold detachment. Two women chatting and laughing by the roadside fell silent the moment he passed, their smiles freezing awkwardly. Their eyes darted away, and one even pulled her child behind her, as if on instinct. An old man at a vegetable stall, who'd just been cheerfully calling out to customers, stiffened when he caught sight of Chōfu, especially the prominent Uchiha crest emblazoned on his clothes. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen as he bowed his head and fussed with his already tidy produce, avoiding Chōfu's gaze entirely. A group of children, still rowdy from their day at the ninja academy, were suddenly yanked aside by anxious parents, who pulled them off the path with sharp urgency, as though he were some harbinger of disaster to be avoided at all costs. Murmurs buzzed around him like a cloud of bothersome insects, rising in his wake. That's him, isn't it? The one from the Uchiha clan. I heard it was their family that forced the Hokage's hand the other day. Stay away. The Uchiha are nothing but trouble these days. So frightening. My poor child, killed by the Uchiha. Though the whispers were hushed, Chōfu's keen senses caught every word. A restless, indescribable irritation crept over him, winding around his heart like stubborn vines, tightening with every step. He didn't care much for the opinions of ordinary villagers. Rationally, he understood the roots of their fear. The Uchiha had just challenged the village's authority in a show of strength. As a member of the clan, it was only natural to be met with suspicion and exclusion. But understanding didn't make acceptance any easier. Being treated as an outcast, subtly isolated, and branded with an unshakable label, no matter who he was as an individual, filled him with a cold, simmering anger and deep-seated frustration. He could even sense certain hidden gazes lurking in the shadows, perhaps members of the ANBU, or maybe from the root, watching his every move with the cold intensity of venomous snakes, adding yet another layer of oppression. His expression darkened involuntarily. The gentle smile he'd worn since leaving the Senju district vanished without a trace, replaced by a calm so cold it bordered on indifference. Only the slight furrow of his brow betrayed the irritation simmering within. He quickened his pace, eyes fixed straight ahead, exuding an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. This low, forbidding pressure seemed to make even the unseen watchers and whispering voices shrink back instinctively. The path ahead felt unbearably long. It wasn't until he finally stepped across the boundary into the Uchiha district that those prickling, oppressive stares and the suffocating sense of fear suddenly eased. Within the Uchiha grounds, the atmosphere was still shrouded in a heavy, uneasy silence, a lingering shadow from recent events. It was clear the clan had suffered significant losses in the past few days. Chōfu let out a slow, weary breath, but the restlessness in his heart refused to dissipate. The villager's fear was the most instinctive reaction of the week, but it was also the most insidious, wounding without form or warning. It made him realize all the more just how deep the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha ran. To mend it would take far more than displays of force or negotiations among the village leaders. Changing hearts was often harder than changing laws, and this road ahead was destined to be strewn with thorns, enough to vex and unsettle the soul. Well, if it's really this difficult, why not just break away from Konoha altogether? Once the Second Great Ninja War is over, White Fang of Konoha has fallen, and Lady Tsunade is suffering from her blood phobia. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to leave? Maybe I should find an opportunity to discuss it with the clan leader. This sudden thought flashed in Uchiha Chōfu's mind, a spark of inspiration ignited by frustration. He had barely stepped through the main gate of the Uchiha district and hadn't even managed to shake off the lingering irritation from those hostile gazes outside, when the sight before him made him pause in surprise. There stood clan leader Uchiha Sosuke ahead, and behind him, an imposing crowd, at least 20 or 30 people at a glance. All of them Uchiha Jonin, each with their 3-tomo Sharingan activated. Their eyes burned with fervor, their presence overwhelming, and in the fading light of dusk, the crimson of their Sharingan glowed brilliantly. Every gaze was fixed on Chōfu, who had just returned. The scene was almost like the entire Uchiha syndicate had come out in force to block the entrance. When Sosuke spotted Chōfu, his face immediately lit up with a beaming, enthusiastic smile, and he strode forward eagerly. "Chōfu, you're back. That's wonderful." A muscle twitched at the corner of Chōfu's eye, a sense of foreboding rising within him. His gaze swept over the crowd of zealous Uchiha Jonin before finally landing on Sosuke, whose expression practically screamed, "Praise me." Unable to help himself, Chōfu raised a hand to his forehead. "Chief," Chonfeng's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Have you gathered all the Jonin in the clan who have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan?" "Huh, that's right," Uchiha Sosuke replied with evident pride, giving Chonfeng a hearty pat on the shoulder, his voice booming. "Didn't you say you could help everyone awaken the Mangekyo? Such a momentous event for the glory of our Uchiha clan. How could we delay? I've already picked out the most talented, the most loyal, and the most accomplished Jonin among them. We're just waiting for you to show your skills." Although the Jonin standing behind him maintained the composure of seasoned shinobi, the fervor in their eyes and the way they leaned forward betrayed their excitement and longing. Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary power, and now it was within reach, held in the hands of this 8-year-old boy before them. Chonfeng looked at the faces, each one etched with yearning for power, then glanced at Sosuke, whose expression practically shouted, "Didn't I do a great job? Let's get started." A wave of headache washed over him. He drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress his urge to complain, and lowered his voice to speak to Sosuke. "Chief, As I recall, the condition I mentioned was that I can set my own requirements when helping others awaken, and that they would need to pay me in chakra as compensation, correct? Exactly. Sosuke nodded, his face suffused with the confidence of someone who thought he understood perfectly. Don't worry. I've explained all the rules to them. Anyone who wants to awaken must unconditionally agree to any terms you set and provide chakra as payment. No one would dare go back on their word. He seemed utterly unaware that there might be any issue, and instead was quite pleased with his own efficiency, as if he'd done Changfeng a great favor by pre-screening and assembling all the clients. Changfeng was speechless. Was this really what he meant? His intent had been to proceed slowly, choosing carefully, tailoring his conditions to each person's situation and needs, so as to maximize his gains and maintain control over the situation. But now, the chief had gone and turned it into a Mangekyo awakening wholesale event. Looking at the chief's expectant, utterly oblivious face, and the group of Uchiha Jonin behind him, barely able to contain themselves, Changfeng knew there was no easy way out of this today. He let out a resigned sigh and rubbed his brow. Fine. Since everyone's already here, Chief, take them to the secret chamber at Naka's shrine. We can't have too many at once, so let's do in groups. No problem. Sosuke exclaimed with delight. He spun around, brimming with energy, and waved his hand grandly. Everyone follow me, and Changfeng. Tonight, the Uchiha will write a new glorious chapter. And so, led by Uchiha Sosuke, a throng of Uchiha Jonin, their eyes burning with anticipation, surrounded the expressionless but inwardly exasperated Changfeng as they made their grand procession toward Naka's shrine. This strange procession drew the attention of other clan members within the compound, prompting sideways glances and a flurry of hushed discussions. They entered the shrine and unlocked the secret chamber. What had once seemed a fairly spacious chamber now felt cramped with so many people crowding in all at once. Changfeng stood at the center of the room, surrounded on all sides by pairs of scarlet, triple tomo eyes flickering with intensity. He couldn't help but feel like a zookeeper encircled by a pack of hungry wolves. He took another deep breath, deliberately ignoring the clan leader's impatient look urging him to begin. Sweeping his gaze over every Jonin present, he spoke with clarity and composure. Before we begin, I must reiterate the rules one more time. Standing in the middle of the chamber, Changfeng's eyes were as cold and deep as still water as they passed over each Uchiha Jonin, whose eyes burned with anticipation. The air in the chamber felt heavy and restless, charged by the chakra radiating from so many powerful warriors. He drew a steadying breath, forcibly suppressing his inner exasperation and urge to comment. His voice, not loud, nonetheless carried an undeniable authority that echoed through the silent room. Before we begin, I must reiterate the rules. First, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan carries risks. Success is not guaranteed. It depends on your own talent, your accumulated experience, and the strength of your will. What I can do is open the door for you, but whether you step through and how far you go will depend entirely on yourselves. Second, and this is the most important condition, his gaze grew sharp. For my guidance in your awakening, the price you must pay is half of your own chakra. At these words, a collective gasp swept through the chamber, with some even taking a step back on reflex. Half her chakra. For a ninja, that was almost as serious as losing half their life force. Chakra is the foundation of all jutsu and the key to maintaining combat ability. Losing half in an instant would mean a dramatic plunge in strength, leaving one weakened and vulnerable for some time, a state little better than being crippled. Even Uchiha Sosuke, who had been grinning with excitement, found his smile freezing on his face, clearly not expecting Changfeng's conditions to be so harsh. He opened his mouth, wanting to protest, but when he met Changfeng's calm and utterly uncompromising gaze, he swallowed his words. Changfeng took in all of their reactions, his tone icy as he continued. This isn't a negotiation. It's a transaction. You pay the price, and you gain the power. If you can't accept it, or are unwilling to risk the period of weakness that follows, you are free to leave now. A heavy silence fell over the chamber. The feverish excitement from moments before was doused in an instant, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over the crowd. All around, people exchanged uneasy glances, their faces full of inner conflict and hesitation. The allure of the Mangekyo's power was overwhelming, but the price of half their chakra was a heavy one to bear. After a brief moment of silence and hesitation, the longing for power ultimately overwhelmed reason and the fear of the cost. An older Jonin was the first to grit his teeth and step forward, his eyes full of determination. I am willing. Trading half my chakra for the power of the Mangekyo is worth it. At worst, I'll just need to rest for a week. He had been stuck at the 3 Tomo stage for years, well aware of how hard it was to break through the bottleneck. Now, with hope of advancement right before him, he would gladly accept temporary weakness in exchange for future strength. With someone taking the lead, the others quickly shed their hesitation. I'm in too. Count me as well. Half my chakra is a small price. If I can awaken the Mangekyo, I'll recover in no time. Almost everyone chose to accept. No one wished to back out now and miss what might be the only chance of their lives. Chōfu nodded, unsurprised. No one understood the Uchiha clan's obsession with power better than he did. Very well. Since everyone agrees, let's begin. Line up, one at a time. He gestured to the open space in the center of the chamber. Sit down, relax your mind, and activate your 3-tomo Sharingan. He turned to Uchiha Zongsuk. Clan head, please keep order. Make sure no one disturbs us. Zongsuk immediately nodded, stepping aside with a serious expression, standing guard like the most loyal sentinel. The first Jonin came forward as instructed, sitting down and activating his Sharingan, his excitement and nervousness obvious. Chōfu said nothing more, stepping in front of him. This time, he didn't even need to touch the man's temples. After thoroughly analyzing Zongsuk's Mangekyo and experiencing his own awakening, Chōfu was now completely at ease with this process. Slowly, he opened his own eyes. A deep, slowly rotating ring of azure blue runes suddenly appeared, and at its center, a singularity that seemed capable of swallowing everything radiated an awe-inspiring wave of ocular power. The pressure of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan instantly filled the entire secret chamber, making every watching Uchiha Jonin feel their breath catch, as if an invisible giant hand had seized their hearts. Involuntarily, awe and terror flickered in their eyes. This was the power they so desperately craved. Chōfu focused his attention on the core of reason, enveloping the Jonin below in an invisible field of analysis. He precisely sensed the other's mental fluctuations and chakra state, then began to simulate intense emotional shocks and mental stress, using his own eternal Mangekyo-esque power as a precise external stimulus and guide. About 15 minutes later, the Jonin's body began to tremble violently. He let out a suppressed, guttural cry as the tomo in his eyes started to spin wildly, twisting and merging together. A surge of brand-new ocular power, far weaker than Chōfu's, yet carrying its own unique aura, suddenly burst forth. He had succeeded. A new Mangekyo Sharingan, bearing a distinct pattern, slowly took shape in his eyes. However, before he could even savor his ecstasy, a flash of deep blue light glimmered in Chōfu's eyes. The power of the Herrschers of reason, activated with exquisite precision, swiftly analyzing the Uchiha's ocular technique pathways. The newly awakened Jonin was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of emptiness, as if a vast portion of his strength had been drained away in an instant. His face turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his body, and even sitting upright became a struggle. Half of his chakra had already been extracted by Chōfu with pinpoint accuracy, transferred and stored through the Herrschers of reason core. Next, Chōfu's voice remained calm and unruffled, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial affair. The weakened Jonin was helped aside to rest. He looked at Chōfu, his gaze a tangle of complex emotions, awed and fearful beyond words. The second Jonin took a deep breath and stepped forward to sit down. Inside the secret chamber, the ethereal blue light of the eternal Mangekyo flared up again and again, accompanied by fluctuating waves of energy, sometimes successful, sometimes not, and stifled groans of pain each time chakra was drawn away after a breakthrough. Uchiha Chōfu moved with the efficiency and detachment of a flawless machine, guiding, awakening, extracting. Vast streams of chakra flowed into him as quietly as rivers merging into the sea, greedily absorbed and stored by the Herrschers of reason core. Uchiha Sasuke stood by, witnessing his clan's elite one by one obtain the power they had longed for, only to be left utterly drained moments later. His emotions surged with excitement and confusion, too intense for words. He knew that from this night onward, the very balance of power within the Uchiha would be upended, and that the true key to it all was this boy before him. Only 8 years old, yet already wielding powers fit for a god. When the last volunteer finished the ceremony, the secret chamber was littered with Jonin, pale-faced, their strength spent, yet the Mangekyo gleaming in their eyes as they sat or lay sprawled across the floor. At the center stood Chōfu, who slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the immense, nearly explosive chakra reserves within the core, and the deep sense of satisfaction emanating from the Herrschers of reason core. Tonight, he had bestowed a dozen pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan upon the Uchiha clan. Tonight, he had also claimed a terrifying payment. The future of the Uchiha, the balance of Konoha, and even the shape of the wars to come, all had begun to shift into unknown territory because of what had transpired in this chamber tonight. Afterward, Uchiha Chōfu took a well-deserved period of rest. Then, he resumed his research. For a whole month, Uchiha Chōfu immersed himself almost entirely in his room, cutting himself off from the outside world. Stored within the core of the Herrschers of reason, in his body was a vast reservoir of chakra, along with circuit data for a dozen or so Mangekyo Sharingan ocular techniques from various clans. These formed the entirety of his research material. This immense energy, rather than being a burden, was expertly regulated by the core. It acted like the richest fuel, powering his mind through intense deductions and analyses. His goal was unwavering, to fully unravel the mysteries of the Mangekyo Sharingan, not just to understand them, but to master the very essence of their creation. Within the Hall of Knowledge, countless bluish rune rings, data streams simulating his eternal eyes, were continuously generated, combined, collapsed, and rebuilt. An ocean of information was broken down to the most basic Yin chakra particles, then rewoven in various sequences and patterns to simulate every possible ocular technique. This process was extraordinarily complex and mentally taxing. Yet for Chōfu, equipped with the core of the Herrschers of reason, it was a shortcut to truth. At last, after a month of tireless, sleepless effort, his eyes suddenly shone with an astonishing brilliance. I did it. He had finally uncovered the ultimate secret behind the special Yin chakra circuits required for Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. It was more than mere imitation or replication. He had truly grasped the underlying logic and framework. This meant, in theory, that as long as he possessed sufficient ocular power and the relevant knowledge, he could program new techniques for himself, just like writing code. Of course, there remained a vast gulf between theoretical feasibility and practical execution. Each ocular technique was incredibly intricate, demanding enormous reserves of power and mental focus to form stable circuits, all while imposing a heavy toll on a user's body and mind. His Diamond Rune techniques were already the most powerful ocular arts he could devise for his combat system, overwhelming in their might, but equally burdensome. Perhaps I could try creating a supportive technique, something structurally simpler, Chōfu pondered. Immediately, he thought of a recurring hassle before every battle: unlocking the summoning scroll seal to call forth his mecha. On a battlefield where every heartbeat could decide life or death, even a few seconds of delay might prove fatal. Storage space? The idea surfaced in his mind. Drawing on his preliminary grasp of space-time principles and the structure of Mangekyo ocular circuits, he began designing an entirely new, relatively simple technique: a stable, otherworldly anchor point for storing non-living objects, with an ocular power channel to access it from the physical world. The process remained grueling. Each attempt to construct the new circuit drained his ocular power and sent sharp pains lancing through his mind. After several more days of sleepless effort and relentless refinement, he finally succeeded. He slowly opened his eyes. In his right eye, the ghostly blue runic ring shimmered faintly. Unlike the previous manifestation of ruin, this time a newly constructed, relatively independent segment of the ring began to glow. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Before him, the atmosphere rippled like the surface of water. A twisted portal edged with a faint blue glow quietly opened in midair. On the other side of the entrance lay a void, a gray space where the flow of time could not be felt. He had done it. Shumi mustard seed. Yet, at the very instant this ocular circuit stabilized, a searing pain far greater than anything before shot through Chōfu's eyes. His temples throbbed violently, and even his brain reeled with a wave of dizziness. He let out a muffled groan and instinctively deactivated the kaleidoscopic eye, causing the portal to vanish as quickly as it appeared. The intense agony forced him to double over, hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath as cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. As expected, I'm still pushing myself too hard. He gritted his teeth, feeling the fierce protest from his body. Even though the structure of Shumi mustard seed was relatively simple, the burden of sustaining an additional ocular technique was simply too much for his 8-year-old body. It wasn't just a drain on his ocular power. His body was like a small vessel, forcibly filled beyond its limits, already showing signs of cracking. It took him quite a while to recover before the piercing pain and vertigo gradually faded, though a dull ache lingered deep in his eyes and mind, a constant reminder of his current limits. But at least I did it. Chōfu straightened, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. With a thought, he deftly unfurled the sealing scroll he always carried with him. Summoning technique. With a sharp hop and a swirl of white smoke, 3 towering mechs, Divine Machine Baldur, Demigod Mistiltine, and Hephaestus, materialized in the secret chamber. Chōfu activated the kaleidoscopic eye again, bringing the newly constructed Shumi mustard seed circuit in his right eye to life. He reached out and touched Demigod Mistiltine. Store. A vibrant hum resonated as if some invisible force consumed the massive mech, and in an instant, it was drawn into his hand. Chōfu could clearly sense Demigod Mistiltine, now floating quietly within that gray, Shumi mustard seed space. He let out a long breath, and at last, a genuine smile lit up his face. Hurriedly, he stored Divine Machine Baldur and Hephaestus into Shumi mustard seed as well. Though the strain on his body had increased, it was all worth it. From this moment on, the time needed to summon his mechs would be cut to a mere instant. In actual combat, this would be a game-changing advantage. With this breakthrough, Uchiha Chōfu's power had risen to a whole new level. He rubbed his still, faintly aching eyes, but his gaze was already fixed beyond the secret chamber. The clouds of war were gathering ever darker, yet he was more prepared than ever. As Chōfu enjoyed the convenience brought by the Sumeru mustard seed space, quietly enduring the added strain on his body, another thought suddenly crossed his mind. System, open that golden chest, he silently commanded. Ding! The golden, epic, chest has been opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ninefold Thunderblade Cultivation Method, originating from the Swallowed Star universe. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Chōfu's mind. Not mere words or images, but a legacy and understanding. The Ninefold Thunderblade, a complete inheritance of force techniques, footwork, and blade skills. At its core lay a staggering secret. With each advancement, the user could unleash an explosive force 0.7 times greater than their base strength. Upon mastering the 9th and final level, one could even erupt with a strength 7 times their own foundational power. A terrifying prospect. Its accompanying footwork, flowing light, and blade technique, Thunder Sever, were just as exquisite, easily surpassing most taijutsu and kenjutsu in the shinobi world. 7 times the power. Even Chōfu was shaken by the sheer audacity of this fearsome inheritance. It was utterly mind-boggling. But what truly drew him was the way these techniques would enhance his physical abilities. Once Uchiha Chōfu mastered all 9 levels, his body would naturally ascend to planetary strength. And at that point, he would have nothing to fear from the Otsutsuki. Just as he was lost in the profound wonders of this art, itching to start his training. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the secret chamber echoed with firm knocks. Chōfu's brows knit slightly. He quickly composed himself and stepped forward to open the door. Standing outside was none other than the clan leader, Uchiha Sosuke, his face marked by somber concern. Chōfu, sorry to disturb you. Sosuke's tone was formal. The Hokage's office has sent an order. An urgent jonin meeting is being convened. All jonin in the village must attend. You, though still young, your strength and achievements have earned you recognition as jonin within the clan, and the Hokage has tacitly approved. So, you're on the list as well. A jonin meeting? At such a sensitive time? Chōfu instantly realized this must be related to the increasingly tense situation at the borders. Understand, clan leader. When does the meeting start? We're heading there now. The conference room in the Hokage Tower, Sosuke replied, glancing at Chōfu, as if hoping to glean something from his expression. Yet Chōfu's face had already returned to its usual calm and inscrutable composure. All right, I'll get ready and head out immediately, Chōfu nodded. With that, he closed the secret chamber door, swiftly gathering his thoughts. The terrifying cultivation technique known as the Ninefold Thunderblade, which could overturn the entire shinobi world, would have to wait for now. At this moment, what mattered more was the upcoming Jonin Council meeting. Undoubtedly, this was the most crucial strategic deployment before the outbreak of war, and it would also serve as a significant showdown among the various factions. He glanced down at his simple training attire and, with a thought, began searching his bedroom. He soon produced a brand-new Jonin uniform, embroidered on the back with the Uchiha clan crest, along with a pouch for ninja tools, something he had prepared long ago. He changed swiftly, making sure every piece of equipment was in its proper place. In the mirror stood a young man, posture straight, eyes sharp and composed. Though his face was still youthful, the Jonin uniform, symbolizing strength, and the aura he exuded made it impossible to underestimate him. Hokage Tower, the Jonin Council. Chōfu murmured to himself, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He wondered what expression the third Hokage would make upon seeing the Uchiha clan rise to stand tall again. And as for himself, He would be stepping into the core of Konoha's power for the first time as a Jonin of the Uchiha. This meeting was destined to be anything but peaceful. He pushed open the door. Uchiha Zongsuk was still waiting outside. "Let's go," clan leader Chōfu said calmly. The two of them, one after the other, vanished swiftly from the streets of the Uchiha district, heading straight for the center of Konoha's power, the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Chōfu and Uchiha Zongsuk entered the Jonin conference hall on the top floor of the Hokage Tower, their steps steady and purposeful. The hall was cavernous, large enough to accommodate all the registered Jonin of Konoha. Already, nearly 100 Jonin had gathered inside, loosely grouped according to clan or alliance, conversing in hushed tones. The air was taut, thick with the tension of an approaching storm. The layout of the hall was strictly hierarchical. At the highest point stood a solitary platform, noticeably different from before, where two wide, empty chairs were placed side by side, reserved for the Hokage and anyone of equal standing. Below the platform, on both the left and right, were two tiers, each with 4 prominent and luxurious seats. Chongfeng's gaze shifted to the right. All 4 seats on the right were already occupied. At the head sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in his ceremonial robes and the Hokage's hat. His expression was calm as he puffed on his pipe, white smoke curling around him, obscuring any hint of his true feelings in the depths of his eyes. Seated right beside Sarutobi Hiruzen was Danzo Shimura. He stood with his arms crossed, his figure shrouded in shadow, and that single exposed eye, sharp as a hawk's, swept the crowd below without a hint of concealment. His gaze lingered especially coldly when Uchiha Sosuke and Chōfu entered, pausing on them with an air of scrutiny and undisguised disdain. The other 2 seats were occupied by the Hokage's advisors, Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu. Both wore solemn expressions, sitting upright, a trace of worry in their eyes. Konoha's highest visible decision-makers, the Hokage and his 3 advisors, were now gathered on the right side. Across from them, on the left platform, 4 equally distinguished seats remained conspicuously empty. The arrival of Uchiha Chōfu and Uchiha Sosuke immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Many of the Jonin watched with curiosity, suspicion, wariness, and even a hint of fear. News of the recent Uchiha coup attempt had already spread throughout the village, and the name of Uchiha Chōfu, the 8-year-old Jonin, was impossible to ignore. Uchiha Sosuke, feeling all these stares, instinctively straightened his back, his face bearing the reserved pride of the Uchiha clan head. Chōfu, on the other hand, was far calmer. His eyes quickly swept across the hall, taking in everyone's reactions, before coming to rest on the empty seats to the left. His gaze grew deeper, as if lost in thought. Unlike the other Jonin, he did not remain in place. Instead, he walked directly toward the area below the platform on the left, the space reserved for non-Hokage line Jonin. Uchiha Sosuke hesitated only briefly before following. Their movement drew further attention, and the murmur of whispered conversations grew louder. From the high seat on the right, a cold glint flashed in Danzo's single eye. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing even tighter. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused mid-drag on his pipe, his gaze growing even graver through the veil of smoke. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. All eyes turned to see Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya entering side by side. Their arrival caused a ripple of excitement. After all, the name of the legendary Sannin was known throughout Konoha. As soon as she entered, Tsunade fixed Chōfu with a harsh glare, making no attempt to hide her displeasure. Only then did she turn away, leading Jiraiya and Orochimaru to the right side, standing near the high-ranking seats, a clear display of their special status. Soon after, the clan heads or representatives of the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Aburame families arrived one after another. Some joined the left side, standing with the Uchiha and others, while some headed right to stand beside the Sannin. Most of the civilian ninjas sensed the uneasy atmosphere in the conference room and chose to stand on the right side, where the 3 legendary Sannin were gathered. The rest, stunned for a moment, quickly regained their composure and hurried to the right as well, declaring their stance. The entire assembly hall now faintly split into 2 camps, left and right, the air between them delicate and tense. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a brief glance at Sosuke Uchiha, but Sosuke paid him no heed whatsoever. As more clan representatives arrived, the mood in the hall grew even heavier, thickening with each new presence. On the right side of the platform, Konoha's upper echelon, led by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat with unshakable calm, veiled in swirling smoke and an aura of unfathomable authority. To the left, Sosuke Uchiha took the lead, flanked by the heads of the Aburame, Inuzuka, Kurama, and Hyuga clans. The other major clans, Jonin, stood in clear ranks, their gazes frequently shifting to the high seats, each face marked by a tangle of emotions. Chōfu Uchiha stood quietly at the forefront of the left side. Compared to the older, more seasoned clan heads beside him, his youth was striking, yet no one dared to overlook his presence. "Sosuke, is this the initial team you've chosen?" Hiruzen Tsurutobi asked, his expression calm as he reached for his pipe and fixed his gaze on Sosuke Uchiha. "Hokage, yes," Sosuke replied, unhurried and clear. "I have divided the duties of the police force into 4 main branches: enforcement, administration, prison, and special operations. Hyugayami, Inuzuka, Kurama Tenshin, and Aburame Oshima will each serve as department heads, overseeing all matters of internal and external security for Konoha." On the high seat to the right, Kohru Udatane and Hamura Midokado were so furious their faces flushed red. Danzo Shimura narrowed his single eye, making no effort to conceal his disgust. Hiruzen Tsurutobi's brow furrowed tightly, his fingers clenching around his pipe. "Sosuke, you haven't considered this carefully enough. Many of the police force's new powers overlap with those of the ANBU. I believe the ANBU should remain responsible for these duties," he said. "Hokage, how quickly you forget," Sosuke replied, composed and methodical. "The ANBU answer only to the Hokage, while the police force serves all the villagers. There's no conflict at all." On the high platform, Hiruzen Tsurutobi's face had grown so dark it seemed almost stormy. Beside him, Kohru Udatane and Hamura Midokado were equally grim, their chests rising and falling as they struggled to contain their anger. Danzo radiated a chill that seemed to freeze the air around him. Yet in the end, none of them spoke. Hiruzen Tsurutobi drew deeply on his pipe, then exhaled a cloud of thick white smoke, as if trying to expel all his displeasure along with it. He tapped his pipe gently against the table, and his voice, low and commanding, cut through the murmurs below. Silence. Powerful chakra, unmistakably of Kage level, rippled from his words, and at once the entire hall fell quiet. All the Jonin, regardless of their allegiance, instinctively straightened their backs and turned their eyes to the highest seat where the Hokage sat. "The Jonin Council will now begin." Tsurutobi Hiruzen's voice had regained its usual calm steadiness, though anyone could sense the turbulence lurking beneath that surface. "You have all been summoned today to discuss the urgent state of the current war." His gaze swept across the assembly before he announced the first topic in a grave tone. "First, according to the latest intelligence from a border, the number of sand ninja within the land of rivers has already far exceeded our alert threshold. They have not only been crossing the border to provoke us again and again, but have, in effect, occupied more than half of the land of rivers. The feudal lord's authority there exists in name only. In truth, the land of rivers has completely fallen and become a forward base, a springboard, for Sunegakure's assault on the land of fire." At these words, a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall below. Even though many had steeled themselves for bad news, hearing that an entire nation had fallen still sent a chill of shock and urgency through everyone present. "Second," Tsurutobi's tone grew heavier, "we must immediately dispatch a sufficient number of elite ninja units to the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers to garrison and fortify our defenses. We cannot allow the flames of war to spill into the land of fire. The Sand's invasion must be stopped at our nation's gates." Third, his voice deepened further, grave and unyielding. "Another piece of bad news comes from the land of grass. Our reconnaissance units have confirmed that the entire region has also fallen. Large numbers of stone ninja are now stationed there. While Iwagakure has yet to make any overt moves, their intentions remain unclear, and their troops massed at the border pose a significant threat to Konoha's northern front. To the north stood the stone, to the west the sand. Konoha now faced the crushing pressure of a two-front war. Fourth, the situation in the land of rain is even more complicated," Tsurutobi continued. "Amnin, under Hanzo of the Salamander, are still holding out, but chaos reigns within their borders. Sand ninja move recklessly throughout the land of rain, their actions brazen, and they have already clashed multiple times with our patrols, resulting in considerable casualties. The stone ninja, meanwhile, have kept to themselves within the land of grass, avoiding direct conflict with either the sand or with us, but their very presence remains a dangerous wild card." With the intelligence report concluded, the atmosphere in the council chamber grew oppressively heavy. Beset on 2 fronts, with a chaotic land of rain as a potential battleground, Konoha's predicament had never been more perilous. "That is the situation," Tsurutobi declared in a deep, somber voice. Our top priority now is to assemble a force to defend the western border against the Sand's invasion. We must decide on a commander, the composition of these units, and our strategy. Does anyone have suggestions? No sooner had he finished speaking than Shimura Danzo's cold, chilling voice echoed through the chamber. His lone eye swept across to Uchiha Sosuke, who sat high on the left, his words heavy with implication as he spoke. The pressure on the Western Front is immense. We are facing the main, sand-hidden forces, personally led by the seasoned elder Chiyo herself. Such a crucial defensive line must be entrusted to a commander who is absolutely loyal to the village and possesses extensive experience. In my opinion, the Uchiha clan has only just emerged from turmoil. They need time to recover and stabilize internally. It would be unwise for them to shoulder such a critical responsibility right now. It would be far safer to select a commander from among the other seasoned jonin. In an instant, all eyes turned to Uchiha Sosuke and Uchiha Chōfu. Yet, at Danzo's words, an almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Chōfu's lips. Just as Sosuke's brow furrowed and he prepared to refute Danzo's remarks, a clear and resolute voice rang out, breaking the brief silence. Hokage-sama, estamet elders. Following the voice, everyone's gaze shifted to the front ranks on the right, where a white-haired ninja stepped forward. His features were stern, his eyes as sharp as blades. A short sword emitting a faint white glow was strapped across his back, his very presence radiating a sense of a drawn blade ready for battle. This was none other than the renowned White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo ignored Danzo's slight frown and Sosuke's look of surprise. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice rang out clear and steady as he requested permission to act. The situation on the western border is dire. The Sand Hidden are ambitious, and we cannot allow them to set even a foot inside the Land of Fire. I, Tsukumo Hatake, volunteer to personally lead a team to the border of the Land of Rivers, assemble a defense force, and stop the Sand Hidden's advance. Tsukumo's sudden declaration shifted the previously tense atmosphere in the room. A fleeting trace of relief and satisfaction flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Tsukumo was not only a formidable Kaga-level warrior. His fighting style was particularly effective against the puppet masters of the Sand Hidden, but, more importantly, his loyalty to the Hokage was beyond question. Appointing him as the Western commander was, without doubt, one of the wisest choices available. Tsukumo, Hiruzen mused for a moment, then slowly nodded. I have absolute faith in your strength and resolve. Sending you to the Western Front is indeed the safest path forward. Danzo let out a cold snort. Though he made no further objection, the displeasure in his lone eye was plain to see. He had intended to sideline the Uchiha, never expecting Tsukumo Hatake to step in and disrupt his plan. Still, having Tsukumo in command was far preferable to letting the Uchiha take control of the military. The jonin seated below all nodded in agreement. If it's Lord White Fang, there's nothing to worry about. That's right, Lord White Fang will surely hold back the Sand Hidden. The words that Uchiha Sosuke was about to say caught in his throat. He glanced at the calm-faced Tsukumo Hatake, then at Uchiha Chōfu beside him, and ultimately chose to remain silent for the time being. Tsukumo Hatake had volunteered himself. Both his strength and his reputation were enough to command respect. If Sosuke were to forcefully vie for the position now, it would seem as if he were disregarding the greater good, potentially provoking resentment from the other clans. Tsukumo Hatake, if memory serves, in the original story, he died after the Second Great Ninja War for rather complicated reasons. His volunteering at this moment is no cause for concern. After all, this war is not crucial to the Uchiha, though the system is likely to issue a sign-in mission. Just as everyone believed the matter of the Western commander had been settled, Uchiha Sosuke's calm voice suddenly resonated throughout the hall. White Fang's strength is unparalleled, and his name inspires awe across the ninja world. With him as the Western commander, it is only fitting and natural. He began by affirming Tsukumo Hatake's abilities, which left everyone momentarily stunned, including Tsukumo himself, who looked up in mild surprise at the Uchiha seated in the place of honor. But then Sosuke's tone shifted, and his gaze turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the Sand Village has mobilized its full might this time, and their strength must not be underestimated. For White Fang to stand alone may be too great a burden. The Uchiha clan is willing to send our elite to join the Western Defense Forces, placing ourselves under White Fang's command. Together, we will guard the borders and protect the Land of Fire. His words sent a ripple of shock through the assembly, plunging the hall into an uncanny silence. The Uchiha wanted to send men to fight alongside the others, and to serve under Tsukumo Hatake's command? No one had expected this. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo immediately tensed, exchanging wary glances as they tried to deduce Uchiha's true intentions. Tsukumo Hatake, too, furrowed his brow ever so slightly. He glanced at Chōfu, his gaze now tinged with an appraising sharpness. With this, Uchiha Sosuke had demonstrated the clan's willingness to put the village first, avoiding direct confrontation with the upper echelons, while ensuring that the Uchiha strength would be present on the battlefield, gaining both merit and influence. Now, the pressure was on Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsukumo Hatake. If they refused, it would be a blatant slight against the Uchiha, who had not only volunteered but had also shown good faith. Yet, everyone knew the relationship between the sides had long since soured. If they accepted, it would mean allowing the Uchiha's full might onto the Western Front. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag of his pipe, exchanging a swift glance with Hamura Midokado and Kofuyudatane at his side, before looking again at the stern-faced Tsukumo Hatake. At last, he spoke slowly. The Uchiha clan's willingness to fight for Konoha is commendable. Tsukumo, what is your opinion? Tsukumo Hatake looked long and hard at Uchiha Chōfu, who sat in calm composure on the opposite side, then at Uchiha Sosuke. After a brief pause, he responded in a clear, resolute voice. Since we are all here to protect Konoha together, I, Tsukumo, welcome any powerful ally. I am truly grateful that our friends from the Uchiha clan are willing to assist us, and I will treat everyone equally, without exception. Excellent. Hiruzen Sarutobi brought the matter to a decisive close. Then, the commander-in-chief of the Western Border Defense Force will be Hatake Tsukumo. The Uchiha clan will send 30 ninja to cooperate in this effort. Prepare immediately. We depart in 3 days. Thus, the appointments for the Western Front's commander and troop deployment were settled amid the subtle currents of rivalry and alliance. Just as the delicate balance had determined the leadership for the Western Front, the tension in the conference hall had barely begun to settle when the next topic, the looming threat from a Wagakure to the north, was swiftly put on the table. As Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, ready to seek opinions on the defense and command of the northern border and intending to assign one of his closest confidants. Suddenly, from the highest seat on the left, Uchiha Sasuke rose abruptly. His voice rang out powerfully, seizing everyone's attention in an instant. Hokage-sama, with a formidable warrior like White Fang overseeing the Western Front, we can rest assured. Therefore, I propose the responsibility of defending the northern border against the Wagakure invasion should fall to the Uchiha clan. His words landed with force, radiating an unshakable confidence and authority. What? The Uchiha want to handle the northern front alone? Against a Wagakure? That's an enormous undertaking. A wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. Though the Wagakure's forces had yet to move, the pressure on the northern front was no less than that of the west. After all, Iwagakure's army was famed for its numbers and Earth-style jutsu. While the Uchiha clan was powerful, to shoulder an entire front by themselves seemed hubristic, bordering on reckless arrogance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply, his grip tightening around his pipe. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's solitary eye. Kofuyudatane and Hamura Midokado both revealed expressions of shock and anger. Yet, before any of the elders could voice their objections, Uchiha Chōfu stepped forward, his pace calm and unhurried. A striking contrast to Sasuke's impassioned declaration. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice was composed, yet carried clearly through the hall, picking up where Uchiha Sasuke had left off. The clan head speaks the truth. The Wagakure's forces mass in the land of grass. Though they have not yet struck, their ambitions are obvious and cannot be ignored. I, Uchiha Chōfu, though still young, am willing to go in person to the front lines of the land of grass, to form a defense force, to watch and repel any incursion from a Wagakure, and to ensure the northern gateway of the land of fire remains secure. An 8-year-old child, in the calmest of tones, declared his intent to lead his entire clan against the might of an entire shinobi village. At that moment, the conference hall fell utterly silent. Not a whisper could be heard. Everyone was left utterly speechless by the Uchiha clan's relentless proposals and by Chongfeng's earth-shattering request. They must be mad. The whole Uchiha clan must have lost their minds. The clan leader was fighting to take responsibility for an entire battlefront, and now an 8-year-old child was claiming he wanted to personally go to the front lines as a commander against the hidden stone. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew completely dark. He fixed his gaze on Chongfeng, searching the boy's youthful features for any sign of posturing or bravado. Yet all he could see was calm assurance and unwavering confidence. At last, Danzo could contain himself no longer. He spoke up in a cold, mocking tone. Such arrogance from a mere child. Does he even know how vast the world is? The battlefield is no playground. Do you truly believe the might of the Stone's army can be stopped by the likes of you? Has the Uchiha clan run out of capable men that they would send a child out to make a fool of himself? Chōfu, confronted with Danzo's doubts and ridicule, didn't spare him a single glance. His eyes remained steady on Hiruzen, as if Danzo's words were no more than empty air. Uchiha Sasuke gave a disdainful snort and replied with pride, "Our Uchiha clan is full of talent. Your worries, Danzo, are unnecessary." Though Chōfu is young, his skill and strength have already surpassed those of many seasoned jonin. With him in the north, backed by our elite, it will be enough to strike fear into the hearts of the Hidden Stone schemers. Or is it that you, Advisor Danzo, doubt the power of our Sharingan to see through their plots? Or the might of our flames to burn down any who dare invade? His words rang with the trademark pride of the Uchiha, but also seemed to awaken something in the room, reminding everyone that the Uchiha had truly risen to stand tall once more. Danzo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his face twisting into an even uglier scowl. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he weighed the situation carefully. If he agreed to the Uchiha's proposal, the benefits, he could move the Uchiha's main force away from the village center, preventing them from growing stronger internally. The Uchiha would have to face the full pressure of the Hidden Stone, which might wear down their strength and relieve the northern front at the same time. If the Uchiha succeeded, it would be a blessing for Konoha. If they failed, it would be an opportunity to weaken them. The drawbacks. This would grant the Uchiha independent military authority and vast freedom of action. If they achieved great merit on the front lines, their prestige would become even harder to contain. Handing over the entire northern border to them carried its own risks. If he refused the Uchiha's request, the benefits. The Hokage's faction would retain control over the northern forces. The drawbacks. A strengthened Uchiha would only grow more powerful within the village. The Hokage side would have to stretch their already scarce resources even further to handle the northern threat. It would seem as if the Hokage was sidelining a loyal, accomplished clan, chilling the hearts of other families. After careful deliberation, a glint of resolve flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. He spoke at last, his voice returning to its usual steady calm. Since the Uchiha clan has shown such determination and confidence, and both clan heads Sōsuke and Chōfu have volunteered for the task, then the responsibility of monitoring and defending the northern border against a Wagakure will be entrusted entirely to the Uchiha. He paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Uchiha Chōfu and Sōsuke, emphasizing, "Chōfu, you may be young, but since you've taken on this responsibility, remember this well. You hold the lives of the entire northern defense line and countless Konoha shinobi in your hands. Should you fail, military law will show no mercy. As for the composition of the forces and the specific strategies, the Uchiha clan will draft the plans themselves and submit them to headquarters for approval. Make absolutely certain that there are no mistakes." In the end, he chose to go with the flow, directing the double-edged sword that was the Uchiha toward the enemy, while still retaining ultimate procedural control in his own hands. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage." Uchiha Sōsuke replied in a clear, resonant voice, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Chōfu also bowed slightly, responding calmly, "I will obey your command, Lord Hokage. I will not fail you." And so, under a flurry of mixed gazes, shocked, worried, mocking, and expectant, Uchiha Chōfu, at only 8 years old, officially became the supreme commander of Konoha's northern border defense. The commanders of Konoha's two main fronts in the Second Great Ninja War had been decided in a manner that took everyone by surprise. The Western Front, Tsukumo Hitaki would lead the main Konoha forces, assisted by a supporting unit from the Uchiha. The Northern Front, Uchiha Chōfu would command a corps of Uchiha elites, joined by select units from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Kurama clans. The Jonin Council concluded in an atmosphere that was both tense and delicate. The various clan heads and elite Jonin each left the Hokage building with their own thoughts and agendas. Uchiha Chōfu exited the hall with the departing crowd, Sōsuke following closely behind, still visibly exhilarated by winning command of the northern forces and eager to discuss the details with Chōfu. "Clan head, let's discuss the specifics of unit reorganization and our operational plan later in the hidden chamber of the Naka Shrine." Chōfu interrupted, his tone calm, yet leaving no room for debate. "There are still some matters I need to handle first." Sōsuke paused, catching the depth and composure in Chōfu's eyes. Whatever he had been about to say, he swallowed it down and simply nodded. "Very well. I'll go gather the elders and the newly promoted Mangekyo Jonin." The two parted ways at the crossroads. Sōsuke strode purposefully back toward the clan compound, while Chōfu remained where he was, lost in thought for a moment. He had planned to return straight to the compound, to begin strategizing the northern defenses and continue training with the ninefold Thunderblade. But as he took his first step, he found himself stopping again. The gears of war had already begun to turn, and he was soon to depart for the northern border, with no telling when he might return. That loud, red-haired girl, if she came running to the Uchiha compound to look for him, only to find he wasn't there, she'd probably be both worried and angry, wouldn't she? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a major event from the original timeline, the Second Great Ninja War. During the Second Great Ninja War, you will earn 10 sign-in points for each genin you defeat, 50 points for each chunin, 200 points for each jonin, and 1,000 points for each kage. During this sign-in event, no other sign-in event will trigger until it concludes. Hearing the system's voice echoing in his mind, Uchiha Chōfu's face showed that this was exactly what he'd expected. Coming back to his senses, he pictured Kushina's face, puffed up with worry and frustration, and Chōfu gave a slight shake of his head. Never mind, I'd better go tell her, just to avoid any trouble. He changed direction, and with a few swift leaps, sped off toward the Senju clan's residential quarter. Moving with practiced ease, he arrived outside that familiar courtyard. Before he could even knock, the gate creaked open a crack from inside. Kushina Uzumaki's small head popped out, her emerald eyes lighting up the moment she saw Chōfu. Chōfu, what brings you here? She exclaimed in delight, throwing the door open wide. But then, sharp as ever, she noticed the seriousness in his expression, something different from his usual demeanor. Her smile faded a bit, replaced by a look of concern and confusion. Did something happen? Chōfu looked at her and got straight to the point. The Jonin meeting just ended. I came to tell you that I'll be leaving the village for a while soon. Leaving the village? Kushina froze, then immediately bombarded him with questions. Where are you going? Is it a mission? Is it dangerous? Her rapid-fire interrogation made her concern clear. To the northern border, Chōfu replied succinctly. The Wagakure has stationed troops in the land of grass. I need to be on the front lines. The northern border? On the front lines? Kushina's eyes went wide. She was still young, but even she knew what that meant. War. But you're only... She wanted to say you're only 8, but then remembered Chōfu's strength and status, which so far outstripped his age. She swallowed the words, her worry deepening. Will you be gone a long time? I'm not sure. It depends on how the war goes. Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, Chōfu's tone softened a little. I just wanted to let you know, so you won't be looking for me and find I'm gone. At that moment, Tsunade's figure appeared under the eaves as well. She crossed her arms and looked at the two standing by the door, especially Chōfu, her brows knitted. The northern border. It was you Uchiha who insisted on going there. That old man. Honestly, there were so many other options, she trailed off, but her tone was thick with dissatisfaction toward Aruzan Tsurutobi's decision and a sense of helplessness about the situation. Kushina, however, didn't dwell on such matters. She simply took a step forward, looking up at Chōfu with earnest eyes. You have to be careful. I'll train hard with Tsunade sis, and learn sealing techniques from Granny Mito. By the time you come back, I promise I'll be much stronger. Her gaze was firm, filled with a determination not to be a burden, but to fight side by side. Chōfu saw the seriousness in her face and nodded. I will. And you take care of yourself, too. Take me to see Uzumaki-ishin, will you? It's been so long. Has he come out of his training yet? Chōfu reached out and gently ruffled Kushina's fiery red hair. Okay, Chōfu. Kushina's small hand gripped Uchiha Chōfu's tightly, leading him toward the room assigned to Uzumaki-ishin. Inside, the faint pulse of chakra occasionally rippled through the air. Knock, knock. Come in, came a young voice from within. Chōfu stepped in and spoke to him about a few things. When he finished, he took Kushina and left the room together. At the gates of the Senju compound, he turned back to Kushina and reminded her, take good care of yourself. If you run into any trouble, go to Ishin. If things get really bad, you still have Lady Mito and the Uchiha. Goodbye, Kushina. Take care, Chōfu. With that, he lingered no longer. He gave Tsunade a slight nod of farewell where she stood under the eaves, then turned and left. Kushina stood at the gate, watching Chōfu's figure quickly disappear down the street. Only when he vanished around the corner did she lower her head in disappointment, her small hands balled tightly into fists. Tsunade came over, ruffling Kushina's red hair. Her voice, for once, was gentle. Don't stare after him, kid. That guy's no ordinary person. If you're worried, worry for his enemies instead. Come on, let's get back to training. Kushina nodded vigorously, her eyes reignited with determination. I'll become stronger. Much, much stronger. Leaving the Senju compound behind, Chōfu didn't pause. He headed straight back to the Uchiha clan grounds. The shadow of war was already looming, and the time left for preparation was running out. When he returned to the Uchiha compound, even the air seemed charged with a tension and urgency that was different from usual. Clan members hurried past, their faces taut with the anxiety and strain of impending battle. Most of the Jonin who had awakened the Mangekyo's power were still recuperating, trying to restore their chakra. The entire clan felt like a bow being drawn ever tighter, waiting for the moment to be unleashed. Chōfu did not go to the clan leader right away. Instead, he turned toward the training grounds. As expected, on the familiar training ground, he spotted two well-known figures. Uchiha Ryōli was fiercely practicing kunai, throwing and fire-release jutsu against a wooden post. Sweat soaked her training clothes, and her gaze was sharp and intense, as if that post were the enemy she would soon face. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gamma sat on a stone nearby, meticulously cleaning his ninja tools. His expression was as calm as ever, though his slightly furrowed brows betrayed an undercurrent of unease. Ryōli, Gamma, Chōfu called out. Both of them turned their heads at once. Chōfu. Ryōli immediately stopped her training and ran over in a few quick strides, excitement and urgency lighting up her face. I heard the meeting is over. Are we heading north? When do we leave? Her questions tumbled out one after another, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for battle. Gamma also stood up and walked over, his voice much steadier. Chōfu, what's the situation? Looking at his two friends, Chōfu spoke directly. Yes, the defense of the northern border has been entrusted entirely to our Uchiha clan. I'll be commanding the mission. That's fantastic. Ryōli punched the air in excitement. At last, we can really show what we're made of. Let those stone-headed Iwagakure shinobi feel the flames of the Uchiha. Gamma, however, remained composed. He glanced at Chōfu, a trace of concern in his eyes. Commander, Chōfu, that's a heavy responsibility. Iwagakure has a formidable force. It won't be easy. There's pressure, of course, but it's also an opportunity. Chōfu replied calmly, sweeping his gaze over his friends. I'll be leading the team out soon. I came to say goodbye. Goodbye. Ryōli was taken aback, but quickly caught on. She raised her voice. Wait. Why goodbye? Of course I'm coming with you. I'm much stronger now. As she spoke, she subconsciously touched her eyes, as if hoping Chōfu might help her awaken the Mangekyo right then and there. Gamma also looked at Chōfu. He said nothing, but his eyes made it clear he was going too. Chōfu looked at them both and slowly shook his head. Ryōli, Gamma, the battlefield is not a game. Especially this time. We'll be facing the full might of Iwagakure's army. The situation will be extremely complex and dangerous. He turned to the eager Ryōli. Ryōli, your resolve is admirable, but you still need more experience and patience. Chasing strength blindly will only get you killed faster on the battlefield. His words were blunt, even a little harsh. The excitement on Ryōli's face froze instantly. Her mouth opened as if to argue, but under Chōfu's calm and penetrating gaze, she finally lowered her head in frustration, muttering softly, I understand. Chōfu then turned to Gamma. Gamma, the same goes for you. Xianjian fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. I understand. He recognized Chōfu's decision, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret that they wouldn't be fighting side by side. But Ryōli was still unwilling to let go. Chōfu, do you really not need our help? Going alone. I'm not going alone. Chōfu cut her off. The clan will send an elite squad to accompany me. The best way you can help me is to stay here in the village and work hard to grow stronger. He paused, his tone softening just a bit. Especially you, Ryōli. If you truly desire strength, then focus on honing your Sharingan to its utmost. Master the 3 Tomo completely. When I return, and if you're ready, I'll keep my promise. He was referring to his pledge to help her awaken the Mangekyo. Ryōli's eyes lit up again at his words. She nodded vigorously. All right, it's a promise. By the time you come back, I'll have done it. Chōfu looked at his two friends. Though they were about to part ways, and the road ahead was uncertain, the bond between them remained as strong as ever. He reached out his hand. Ryōli hesitated for a second, then broke into a wide grin and firmly slapped her hand onto his. Xianjian smiled faintly and placed his hand on top of theirs. 3 hands, each a different size, stacked together, a symbol of their unbreakable friendship. Take care. You too. Make sure you come back safe. Come back safe. A simple farewell, with few words but all the meaning in the world. Chōfu withdrew his hand, gave them one last look, then turned and strode resolutely away, heading towards the Nain shrine. There a tough battle over war strategy awaited him. Ryōli watched Chōfu's figure disappear into the distance, clenching her fists, her eyes blazing with determination to become stronger. Xianjian simply stood in silence, his gaze deep and thoughtful, lost in his own contemplations. With war looming on the horizon, these young men and women were being forced to grow up quickly. Their separation was for the sake of a better reunion. Uchiha Chōfu led the elite warriors of the Uchiha clan as they left Konoha village behind. Their group was small, just over 30 in number, but their presence was sharp and focused. Even at the lowest rank among them, they were all jonin, and within their midst were several jonin whose chakra felt somewhat unstable, yet whose eyes were bright with intensity and whose ocular powers pulsed with mysterious strength. Clad in Konoha uniforms emblazoned with the Uchiha crest, they moved swiftly and solemnly, like a black arrow fired straight toward the northern border of the Land of Fire. Along with them, each of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Kurama clans had dispatched 20 ninja, 4 jonin squad from every clan. Yet as they left behind the bustling prosperity and relative safety of Konoha, the further north they traveled, the more the world around them seemed to change. The broad main road and the usually busy trade routes were still there, but now everything felt much quieter. In their place, streams of people could be seen flowing in the opposite direction, appearing along narrow trails that ran parallel or crisscrossed the main road. They were neither part of a merchant caravan nor travelers on a journey. Instead, they were ordinary civilians, bringing along their families, carrying simple bundles on their backs, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. Most of them wore tattered clothes, pushing wheelbarrows piled high with their meager belongings, leading thin, weary animals. Supporting the elderly and guiding the young, they trudged southward, toward the direction of Konoha village and the capital of the Land of Fire, step by arduous step. Bewilderment, fear, and anxiety about the future were written across their faces. The wailing of children, the scolding and sighs of adults, all blended together, echoing along the dust-choked road. Uchiha Chōfu swept his calm gaze over these migrating crowds. His core of the Herrschers of reason worked silently, keenly picking up the hushed conversations, the stifled sobs, and the helpless complaints that filled the air. Hurry up. I heard there's going to be fighting up north again. The ninja from Awagakure are ruthless. I've heard there's hardly anyone left in a land of grass. What about our fields and houses back home? Let's go to the capital. It should be safer there. Or maybe find somewhere to hide outside Konoha village. When will these troubled times ever end? It was often these ordinary people who could sense the approach of war sooner than anyone else. They voted with their feet, abandoning their homes in search of the faintest hope for survival. The winds of war gather. Before the armies move, the people are already weary. A sudden clarity dawned in Chōfu's heart. Ninja possess power and decide how wars are fought and how great in scale they become. But the ones who first bear the suffering of war, the ones who sense its coming most keenly, are precisely these seemingly powerless, ordinary folk. His team moved against the tide of refugees, a stark contrast drawn between the two groups. On one side, marched elite forces heading to the front lines. On the other, frail civilians fleeing the flames of war. Most of the Uchiha ninja wore cold, expressionless faces, indifferent to the scenes unfolding by the roadside. Perhaps they had grown used to it, or perhaps their minds held only their mission and loyalty to the clan. But Chōfu could not simply turn a blind eye. He saw a mother clutching her frail child, her vacant gaze fixed on the south, an old man glancing back toward his homeland in the north, furtively wiping tears from his eyes. Several children, not yet old enough to understand what was happening, followed their parents in confusion, crying only that they were tired from walking. These images overlapped with fragmented memories from his previous life, distant echoes of wartime scenes, quietly dissolving the sense of detachment that came from possessing power. Strength is not only for vying for power and glory, nor merely for the honor of one's clan. Perhaps it should be used for something more, for ensuring that more people need not flee their homes in such panic, nor live in fear of what tomorrow might bring. This thought flickered through his mind. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes now deeper, more resolute. Hurry up, he ordered calmly. We must reach the border fortress as soon as possible and get up to date on the latest developments. Yes, sir. The Uchiha ninja behind him answered in unison. The pace of the squad surged instantly, like a black whirlwind sweeping past the struggling refugees moving south, unwavering as they sped toward the land soon to be engulfed in the flames of war. The dust and distant cries faded behind them, while the road ahead grew ever broader, heavy with the chill intensity of an impending storm. After several days of forced march, Uchiha Chōfu and his unit at last arrived at the key stronghold on the northern border of the Land of Fire, a colossal military fortress built into the mountains, guarding the vital passage through the canyon. The entire fortress was constructed from massive stone blocks, its surface scarred by the wear of wind and frost, and pockmarked with the remnants of countless jutsu attacks, a testament to its tumultuous past. Towering watchtowers loomed over the vast plains to the north and the distant, rolling mountains toward the land of grass. At their peaks, vigilant ninja stood on duty, ever watchful for the slightest sign of trouble. The heavy iron gates groaned open slowly, echoing with a deep, metallic rumble. Beyond the gate, a steep ramp climbed upward, flanked on both sides by rock walls riddled with narrow firing slits and observation windows, features that made the fortress supremely easy to defend and nearly impossible to assault. The moment they stepped inside, they were struck by an atmosphere thick with the scent of steel, sweat, and tension, a chilling air of impending conflict. The garrison had already received word of their arrival. Hurrying forward was a ninja clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, a scar across his face, his expression weary yet sharply alert. Captain Akimichi Musha, leader of Konoha's Northern Border 3rd Defense Battalion. "Welcome, Commander." He snapped to attention and saluted. His voice was loud and clear, but when his gaze swept across Chongfeng's youthfully delicate face and the Uchiha clan crest behind him, a flicker of disbelief and surprise still flashed in his eyes. Though he had received the official appointment, signed by the Hokage himself, naming Uchiha Chongfeng as Supreme Commander of the Northern Border, seeing the legendary 8-year-old commander in person was a shock that could not be dismissed. Behind him, several Chunin from the defense squad also snapped to attention, their expressions a complex mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and doubt. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Akimichi," Chongfeng replied politely. He returned the salute with calm composure, his eyes quickly scanning the fortress's defensive arrangements, the morale of the garrison, and the location of supply depots. The core of the Herrschers of reason silently began recording and analyzing every detail within sight. "What's the current status of the fortress? Any unusual movements from Iwagakure lately?" Chongfeng asked directly as he walked with Akimichi Musha toward the command center, his tones steady and mature, entirely unlike that of a child. Akimichi Kinoshita was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and began his report in a professional tone. Reporting to the commander, "The fortress currently has 200 stationed ninja, organized into 4 squads that rotate shifts. Our supplies can last for about 3 more months, but we're running low on explosive tags and medical provisions. We've already requested resupply from the village, but nothing has arrived yet." He paused, his voice growing grave. "As for Iwagakure, the situation is very strange. Our reconnaissance teams have confirmed that Iwa's main force is indeed encamped within the borders of the Land of Grass, less than 50 li from the frontier. Their numbers are estimated at no less than 2,000, possibly more. However, a look of confusion appeared on Kinoshita's face. They show no signs of attacking, hardly any proper reconnaissance or harassment, either. They simply remain there in silence, as if they're waiting for some order. This unusual calm is making us even more uneasy. The enemy army pressing at the border, yet holding back without striking. Such psychological pressure was an agonizing ordeal for the border guards. Chongfeng listened in silence, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Iwa's reluctance to advance was something he had anticipated. Either they were waiting for a more opportune moment, faced a problem with internal decision-making, or perhaps they were waiting for news from other fronts, like the progress of Sunagakure in the west. Step-up reconnaissance, especially covert missions at night and during harsh weather. Chongfeng strode into the command post, a stone chamber crowded with maps and sand tables, and gave his orders directly. "Focus on probing the enemy's supply lines, the location of the command tent, the surrounding terrain, and their defensive arrangements. I want the most detailed intelligence possible." His orders were clear and incisive, hitting right at the heart of the matter, completely unlike someone new to the post who needed time to familiarize himself. A flicker of surprise crossed Kinoshita's eyes. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I'll see to it at once." "Wait," Chongfeng called after him, gesturing to the 110 men who had followed. "Take them around the fortress to familiarize themselves with all the defensive structures and secret passages. Integrate them into the guard rotations, with special attention to sensory and early warning positions. Tell them, here, there are no clan distinctions, only Konoha shinobi. All actions are to follow command." "Yes, sir," Kinoshita answered again, this time with greater solemnity in his voice. This young commander, it seemed, had more than just reputation and strength. His decisiveness and poise were those of a true veteran. With each of Chongfeng's commands delivered in an orderly fashion, the entire fortress began to operate with heightened efficiency, like a finely tuned machine. The addition of Uchiha Chongfeng's ninja, especially those skilled in reconnaissance techniques, greatly enhanced the fortress's ability to perceive threats and defend against genjutsu. Chōfu walked up to the massive military sand table, his gaze settling on the dense markers representing the positions of the Iwagakure army. Absent-mindedly, his fingers tapped against the edge of the table. Iwagakure's silence would not last much longer. He had to make thorough preparations during this brief calm before the coming storm. The training of the ninefold Thunderblade must also be made a top priority immediately. Only by becoming truly powerful could he prepare for every possible turn of events. Uchiha Chōfu had barely arrived at the border fortress for a day when Iwagakure's silence was shattered completely. At dawn, as the first pale light crept over the horizon, a piercing alarm shattered the fortress's tranquility. Enemy attack. Due north. Massive chakra signatures. Their numbers, over 1,000. The voice of the Hyuga ninja on the watchtower trembled. In his Byakugan's field of vision, the surging wave of chakra on the distant horizon was suffocating, like a tsunami. The earth groaned in agony and shook violently. Within several kilometers in front of the fortress, the terrain was forcibly reshaped. Countless earthen walls shot up from the ground, forming advancing barricades and encircling cages. Massive stone pillars, like battering rams, slammed heavily against the fortress's outer walls. The assault from Iwagakure had begun, and it struck with overwhelming force from the very start. All units, to your positions. Follow the preset defense plan move. Akimichi Kinoshida's roar echoed through the fortress. Though the defending shinobi were tense, thanks to earlier preparations, they managed to take up their battle stations in a relatively orderly fashion. Yet, when confronted with Iwagakure's regimental advance, Konoha's disadvantages quickly became apparent. The Iwagakure shinobi moved in units of 50, each called a company, advancing in perfect unison at a single command. The front rows wielded thick earth-release shields, while the rear lines readied powerful collaborative ninjutsu. Earth-release companies. Target. Left wall beside the main gate. Combined technique. Multi-earth dragon barrage. At the hoarse scream of an Iwagakure commander, several earth-release companies stood atop the earthen walls and moved as one. Their chakras resonated together, and from the ground, dozens of giant earth dragons took shape, roaring forth toward a single section of the fortress wall. Defend. Quickly. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The Konoha shinobi guarding that sector scrambled to respond, but the hastily raised earth wall crumbled instantly under the concentrated assault of the many earth dragons. Stone fragments flew in all directions, and the Konoha defenders behind the wall were scattered and battered, suffering heavy casualties. Damn it, their combined attacks are too strong. Water and lightning style combined, shouted the Iwagakure commander. 4 Iwagakure ninja squads atop the wall unleashed their jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet, and lightning release, ground walk. Dozens of Konoha shinobi cast earth flow walls to block the combined water and lightning attack, but the next wave, the massive earth dragons, smashed through the earthen defenses like they were nothing, leaving devastation in their wake. The earth dragon, imbued with the combined power of water mines and ninjutsu, left half of the Leaf Village ninjas stranded where they stood. Scenes like this played out all along the city walls. The Iwagakure assault surged like a relentless tide. Wave after wave, their objectives clear, their coordination flawless. They leveraged their numerical advantage and seamless teamwork to launch fierce, unyielding attacks on Konoha's defensive lines. The Leaf Ninjas were formidable as individuals. The Uchiha Sharingan could precisely strike down any reckless Iwagakure shinobi, while the Hyuga's Byakugan saw the flow of chakra, and their gentle fists sealed off enemy chakra at critical moments. The Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds worked in perfect tandem with their masters to unleash secret techniques. The Aburame's insects infiltrated every possible gap, and the Kurama's Genjutsu sowed chaos among their foes. Yet, faced with the overwhelming, ironclad assault of the Iwagakure troops, these efforts were as futile as trying to stop a carriage with bare arms. Konoha's defense lacked effective coordination and a rhythm for counterattack. The casualty numbers climbed rapidly. Ninjas fell again and again, struck down by a barrage of ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken. The fortress walls, inside and out, were already drenched in blood. Akimichi Kinoshita was soaked from head to toe in blood, his body expansion technique used over and over again, depleting his chakra to the point of exhaustion. Gasping for breath, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with a growing sense of helplessness. At the vanguard, Uchiha Chōfu charged forward, wielding a super electromagnetic rifle in each hand. Each weapon packed enough power to pierce a meter-thick steel plate, but even that proved of little use against the 10-meter-high earthen ramparts they faced. Fortunately, his bullets were specially crafted, each one inscribed with his unique Flying Thunder God mark. He streaked across the battlefield like a flash of black lightning, and with every shot from his twin rifles, 2 Iwagakure shinobi fell. But compared to the slaughter wrought by the Iwagakure assault, it was a mere drop in the ocean. The brutal, systematic warfare of the enemy legion was crushing Konoha's fighting strength in the most merciless way imaginable. "We can't go on like this," Chōfu said coldly. The boldness of individuals and the secret techniques of the clans were powerless before the true machinery of war. His gaze hardened, filled with resolve. "Captain Akimichi," Chōfu called out, "order all units to abandon the outer parapets. Pull back and consolidate the defense around the inner walls and the stairwells. Set up layered defenses to buy us time." "But, Commander, if we do that, the outer walls," Akimichi Kinoshita exclaimed in alarm. "Follow the order." Chōfu's tone brooked no argument. Drawing a deep breath, the eternal blue pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life in Chōfu's eyes. He clapped his hands together. Now, a low, resonant hum swept across the battlefield. A crushing, indescribable pressure descended without warning. Even the frenzied Iwagakure attackers faltered, their movements pausing as they looked up at the fortress in shock and confusion. Above Chōfu's head, space itself began to warp, and the outlines of 3 massive figures rapidly took shape. Were those humanoid fortresses? With a thunderous boom, the 3 steel giants stood tall at the heart of the battlefield. Hephaestus, the divine machine Balder, and the demi-divine machine Mistiltine. Hephaestus, clad head to toe in heavy armor dominated by red and metallic gray, its lines are sharp and bold, radiating an overwhelming sense of industrial power. Divine machine Balder. This dark red mech boasts a slender frame, interlaced with deep blue energy circuits coursing along its body. A massive cannon protrudes from its abdomen, and both hands wield an enormous trident sword whose blade shimmers with an eerie blue glow. Demi-divine machine Mistiltine. Similar in build to the divine machine Balder, but its armor gleams pure white, and its energy circuits pulse with a verdant green light. What kind of monster is that?" A terrified Iwagakure Chunin cried out. "Is it a summoned beast?" "No, this feeling." Hephaestus's eyes suddenly blazed with a crimson light, locking onto the densely packed ranks of Iwagakure forces below, swarming like ants. A thunderous boom echoed as its massive foot crashed down upon the city wall, causing the entire stretch of stone to tremble violently. In the next instant, its colossal form moved with an agility that defied its size, leaping from the ramparts and hurtling down like a meteor toward the thickest cluster of enemy troops. Target acquired. Commencing area clearance. Chōfu's icy voice rang out, broadcast through the loudspeaker. Hephaestus brought its twin blades together. The circuitry between them crackled, forming a cannon muzzle. In a split second, before anyone could even register what was happening, a bolt of electromagnetic laser burst forth, striking the massed enemy ranks. A deafening explosion resounded, followed by an intense, resonant hum. The unleashed energy was overwhelming. Wherever the laser swept, earthen barriers, stone, even the Iwagakure shinobi themselves, were vaporized in an instant, erased without a trace. In the midst of the enemy's tightly packed formation, a charred swath was carved out, dozens of meters wide and stretching over 100 meters long, leaving behind a strip of scorched, empty earth. With a single strike, at least 2 entire squads, over 100 Iwagakure shinobi, were obliterated, reduced to nothing but dust. Silence. A deathly, absolute silence blanketed the battlefield. Both Konoha's defenders and Iwagakure's attackers stood frozen in shock, utterly shaken by this blow that shattered all expectations. Tactics of coordinated ninja units? Group maneuvers? In the face of this force, calamitous and absolute, such strategies seemed laughably insignificant and fragile. Uchiha Chōfu, unleashing Hephaestus, had forcibly tipped the scales of battle with an almost brutal display of might. The fate of the northern border conflict had, from this moment forward, entered a new and utterly unpredictable phase. At the same time, Divine Machine Balder and Demi-Divine Machine Mistiltine leapt down from the wall as well. The 2 mechs streaked after Hephaestus like shooting stars, crashing down onto the battlefield in a storm of dust and debris. The shockwaves from their massive landings sent several nearby Iwagakure shinobi flying. The arrival of these 3 iron giants had completely changed the course of the battle. The commander of the Hidden Stone quickly shook off his initial shock and roared at the top of his lungs. "Don't panic. Those are the giant summoned beasts that have appeared in the Leaf Village. Focus your attacks. Earth Release Squad, restrict their movements. Demolition Squad, target their joints. Pin them down, then the front lines switch to the rear, and the rear covers the retreat." At that moment, the military discipline of the Hidden Stone Shinobi was on full display. After a brief spell of chaos, the remaining troops began to regroup. Countless kunai and explosive tags rained down on the three mechs, joined by coordinated earth release techniques that summoned colossal hands of stone from the ground, all trying to seize the machines by their legs. Yet against these war machines, forged with the combined might of destiny and inverse entropy technology, such attacks had little effect. Kunai and shuriken struck the armored plating with sharp metallic clinks, not even leaving scratch. Explosive tags blossomed into fiery bursts on the armor surface, but the brilliance faded like fleeting fireworks, unable to shake the mechs in the slightest. As for the massive stone hands, Hephaestus didn't even bother to shake them off. It simply strode forward, its heavy foot coming down with a thunderous crash, pulverizing the rocky grass beneath it. A futile struggle. Uchiha Nagakes observed the hidden stone's resistance with icy detachment. The three mechs moved autonomously, leaping onto the earth release walls, and each seeking out hidden stone shinobi to slaughter. The divine machine, Baldur, its sleek form radiated astonishing agility and destructive power. Gripping an enormous trident sword in both hands, it sliced through the air with a deep, resonant hum. With every swing, it reaped the lives of several stone shinobi. The deep blue circuitry on its dark red frame blazed with light. It charged a unit of hidden stone shinobi weaving hand seals in an attempt to unleash a large-scale earth release. The trident sword swept out in a single, unadorned arc. No flamboyant blade flashes, only the raw force and speed born of pure power. Where its blade passed, bodies, earthen walls, and rocks alike were cleaved in two. Severed limbs and shattered stones flew through the air as the unit was wiped out in an instant. And as if that wasn't enough, the massive cannon on Baldur's abdomen began to gather a concentrated surge of energy, and with a sudden blast, a thick azure beam shot out, striking the wall beneath the hidden stone shinobi with perfect precision, erupting in a violent explosion. The bodies of the shinobi tumbled down from the earth release wall like discarded, ragged dolls. The demigod machine, Mistiltine, first enveloped itself in a transparent shield, then bent its knees slightly, and, with a sharp whoosh, charged straight into the midst of the hidden stone troops. Its arms crossed, then swept out in tandem, clearing a swath before it. Spinning, it thrust its long blade forward, slicing through the front line and bisecting any shinobi who tried to block its way. The hidden stone shinobi tried desperately to fight back. Fire style, Great Flame Bullet. A squad of ninja unleashed the jutsu in unison, sending a massive fireball, over 20 meters in diameter, hurtling straight toward the subgod machine, Mistiltine. The fireball struck its shield, bathing it in a fierce red glow. Mistiltine, its barrier blazing crimson, charged through the flames, bursting from the inferno to confront the Iwagakure ninja. With swift, deadly strokes of its dual blades, it slashed through the enemy ranks, scattering the rock ninja in all directions. Meanwhile, the main force, Hephaestus, advanced like a moving fortress, pressing relentlessly forward. With a sweeping motion, it hurled a cylindrical device, which expanded into a vast ring, trapping the Iwnin who hadn't managed to escape in time. Panic erupted among the Iwagakure ninja as their jutsu went awry. They couldn't form the correct hand signs, nor aim their techniques at the intended targets. Their ninjutsu had failed entirely. Hephaestus's twin blades crackled with lightning. Then it instantaneously blinked into the midst of the enemy. A true teleportation, as if leaping through space itself. Abandoning its energy-draining railgun, it now relied on close-quarter swordplay, efficiently cutting down the scattered Iwnin. It was like a ruthless steamroller, leaving nothing but devastation and death in its wake. The tide of battle had completely turned. The once unstoppable Iwagakure army, which had been pressing forward with overwhelming force, now found their ranks shattered and their numbers decimated under the onslaught of the three mechs. Their advantage of coordinated tactics was utterly erased by the sheer might of these mechanical titans. Fear spread like a plague among the Iwagakure defenders left behind. Monster! Retreat! Fall back now! Panic-stricken cries rang out. The rear guard's assault faltered, and chaos began to spread. A rout was taking shape. Do not panic. Withdraw in order. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by military law. The Iwagakure commander's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to regain control. Rear units, pull back first. The front lines, hold your positions. But how could Chōfu grant them such a chance? Hephaestus's long sword suddenly split open, launching a salvo of homing missiles. The missiles arced through the sky, following a unique trajectory before slamming into the fleeing enemies ahead. At the same time, the trident of the barter machine struck from the flank like a phantom, expertly knocking Iwagakure ninja aside. Mistiltine's longsword arrived just in time, driving elite enemy ninja back. High atop the fortress walls, the Konoha defenders shook off their initial shock, their awe giving way to wild elation and a surging fighting spirit. Long live the commander! Take them out. Show those IWA bastards our power. It's time to strike back. Follow the commander, charge. Akimichi Kinoshita gazed below at the three mechs descending like divine warriors and the disintegrating ranks of the Iwagakure forces, his whole body trembling with excitement. He seized the opportunity at once and roared, "Everyone, cooperate with the commander's summoning beast. Counterattack. Take back the outer city wall positions." The morale of the Konoha shinobi soared. Like tigers unleashed from the mountains, they surged out from the inner wall and stairways, leaping onto the outer city wall to confront the scattered Iwagakure ninja. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A Uchiha, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo, formed seals in a blur and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. Lightning style, thunder dragon. 8 trigrams, air palm. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. The retreating Iwagakure ninja on the outer wall were blasted off one after another, raining down from the ramparts. Then, bypassing the interference field set by Hephaestus, the Konoha forces followed behind or flanked the 3 mechs, launching a countercharge against the disordered Iwagakure troops. Uchiha's great fireball, Hyuga's air palm, Inazuka's Fong over Fong. Secret techniques and jutsu burst forth once more. But this time, with the mechs as their shield, the shinobi attacked with abandon, unleashing their full power and mowing down the panicked enemy. This massive Iwagakure assault had been completely crushed. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the remnants of Iwagakure's forces, dragging their wounded, retreated in disarray like a receding tide, leaving only a ravaged battlefield and the 3 iron giants, standing tall and unshaken like war gods. Uchiha Chonfong darted through the enemy ranks with Flying Thunder God, one hand wielding an electromagnetic rifle, the other a kunai, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Iwagakure along their retreat for 10 kilometers. Seeing he'd pressed far enough, he used Flying Thunder God to instantly return to the unit led by Akimichi Musha, who had just advanced. "Commander Chonfong, are you hurt?" Akimichi Musha asked with concern. "I'm Fine. Let's head back." Uchiha Chonfong took a deep breath, answering calmly. It was the first battle, and a resounding, exhilarating victory. But Chonfong knew this was only the beginning. Iwagakure would never concede so easily. Their next attack would surely target the 3 mechs, though Chonfong doubted it would do them much good. Even as the dust of Iwagakure's defeat lingered in the air, thunderous cheers erupted atop the fortress walls. The Konoha shinobi, survivors in the wake of devastation, gazed at the 3 iron giants standing like mountains. Their eyes blazed with fervor and awe, as if beholding gods descended to the mortal realm. Uchiha Chonfong walked to the mechs and carefully recalled each one into his sumaru pouch. "We won. Victory is ours. Long live Lord Uchiha Chonfong." Excitement swept through the crowd, washing away the fear and frustration of being pushed back and turning it all into unbridled elation. Many wounded shinobi even forgot their pain, struggling to rise just to catch a glimpse of their commander standing atop the city wall, his robes billowing in the wind. Akimichi Mokushita wiped the blood and sweat from his face, his entire body burning with the thrill of victory and overwhelming joy. He rushed over to Chōfu in a few quick strides, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Commander, the Stone Hidden are in full retreat. Their morale is shattered. This is the perfect time to press the attack and expand our victory. Please, allow me to lead the troops who can still fight. At the very least, we can wipe out their rearguard and deal a heavy blow to their spirits." His proposal immediately ignited a response among the surrounding shinobi, especially the hot-blooded young ninjas and elite clan members. They were all eager to fight, itching to leap from the walls and utterly crush the fleeing enemy. However, Uchiha Chōfu's gaze remained as calm and cold as the depths of an icy lake. He slowly shook his head, his voice cutting through the clamor and reaching everyone present with chilling clarity. "No, pursuit is forbidden." "What?" Akimichi Mokushita froze, almost certain he'd misheard. He pressed on urgently. "Commander, this chance won't last. The Stone Hidden are in total disarray. There's no fight left in them. I said, no pursuit," Chōfu interrupted, his tone measured but carrying an unmistakable authority. He turned, sweeping his gaze across Mokushita and the anxious, confused faces around him. "Captain Akimichi, everyone," Chōfu raised his voice so more could hear. what is the foundation of today's victory? He gestured toward the three mechs on the battlefield. It was them. They caught the stone hidden completely off guard. The enemy knew nothing of our summoned beasts. That's how they suffered such a devastating loss. But Chōfu's voice sharpened. Besides them, what other advantages do we have? Do we have them outnumbered? And no, Mokashida's passionate voice faltered. Do we prepare the field in advance? Do we hold the terrain? And no, we didn't. Mokashida dropped his head. Can you withstand their combined jutsu if they regroup? No, Mokashida admitted, his face burning with embarrassment. Then that settles it. Chōfu's words were like a bucket of cold water thrown over the heads of the impassioned crowd. Mokashida's face flushed red as he opened his mouth to argue, but found his confidence draining away. If you charge out now, you'll be walking right into their trap. Furthermore, Chōfu continued, his tone steady and analytical. Our losses are not light either. Our warriors need rest and treatment. If we pursue recklessly and get bogged down in a stalemate or ambushed, the morale you just rekindled could collapse in an instant. Worse, it could lead to total annihilation. At that time, with only myself and the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, trying to defend such a vast border would be nothing but wishful thinking. His gaze finally settled on Akimichi Kinshida. Captain Akimichi, while a momentary victory is certainly something to celebrate, the true outcome of war is determined by who manages to smile at the end. What we must do now is not to recklessly chase after glory, but to consolidate our defenses, tend to the wounded, and consider how we'll face the next, fiercer assault from a Wagakure. Steadying our position is far more important than pursuing a few scattered survivors. Uchiha Chōfu said gravely. After all, those old geezers back in Konoha probably won't send us any reinforcements for this front. He thought to himself, the few of us here wouldn't even be enough to fill a grave. As Akimichi Kinshida looked at Chōfu's young yet composed face and listened to his clear, far-sighted analysis, the excitement and confusion in his heart slowly faded, replaced by a touch of shame and deep admiration. He realized that this young commander of his possessed not only formidable strength and a mysterious summoning beast, but also an extraordinary calm and strategic mind. In summary, I let my emotions get the better of me. Yes, Commander, I was careless and let victory cloud my judgment. Akimichi Kinshida bowed his head in genuine respect. I'll immediately arrange for the wounded to be treated, repair the defenses, and tighten our vigilance. Go, Chōfu nodded. Order the troops to maintain the highest alert and be on guard against a Wagakure surprise attacks. Yes, sir. And one more thing. We need to change our tactics. I'll form a mobile unit to harass a Wagakure's main forces. Though we are few, our mobility is unmatched. When to strike, when to withdraw, those decisions will be mine to make. At the same time, I'll leave behind a flying Thunder God token. If anything unusual happens, just channel chakra into it. Uchiha Chōfu instructed Akimichi Kinshida. Then, turning to the several clan members who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he said, the same goes for you. Come with me. I'll prepare some equipment for you. With the orders given, though the Konoha defenders felt a tinge of regret, they quickly set to work, scouring the battlefield, rescuing the wounded, and repairing the damaged walls and defensive structures. The members of the Uchiha clan, along with the 4 allied clans, entered the command center and closed the doors behind them. Jonin stepped forward. Uchiha Chōfu barked sharply. With a swift motion, 30 of the remaining 90-plus ninjas stepped forward. Among them were 10 Uchiha. The other 4 clans each had 5 Jonin. You 10, pair up and pick a team leader among yourselves. Then, each pair will team up with 4 from the other clans, forming a total of 5 squads. You have half an hour. With a commanding wave of his right hand, Uchiha Chōfu issued his orders. Soon enough, all 5 elite squads made up entirely of Jonin were assembled and ready for action. To maintain balance within each mobile squad, every team was assigned a Jonin from the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Kurama clans. Uchiha Chankei's ordered them to remain on standby, instructing them to rest well and await further commands. Stepping outside, the cheers gradually faded, replaced by an atmosphere that was steadier, more resolute. Uchiha Chankei's stood alone atop the city wall, gazing into the distance toward the main camp of a Wagakure, his eyes deep and contemplative. Today's victory was nothing more than a temporary repulse of the wolves. The colossal beast that was a Wagakure would not abandon its ambitions after a single setback. The true storm was still brewing on the horizon, and he knew he must seize this precious moment of respite and grow stronger as quickly as possible. Cultivating the 9-fold Thunderblade could wait no longer. Ever since he obtained this secret technique, one mishap after another had kept him from training. Now, with a brief lull in the fighting, it was time to ponder and practice. The next war might not be about defense at all. Wait, now's not the time for training. It's time to tally the casualties after battle. Uchiha Chankase exclaimed, giving his forehead a light tap as if to wake himself. The fortress gates groaned heavily as they swung shut, slowly sealing out the smoke and stench of blood lingering beyond the walls. The joy of victory was quickly overshadowed by the grim reality as the tallying of losses began. The makeshift medical station in the square was shrouded in a heavy silence. Cries of pain from the wounded, the urgent commands of medical need, and the muffled sobs of those who'd lost comrades all blended together in a somber chorus. Uchiha Chankase stood upon the raised platform at the front of the square. Before him, the remaining Leaf Ninja, faces marked by exhaustion and sorrow, stared up after surviving the bloody battle. Beside him, Akimichi Kinoshita delivered his preliminary report in a low, grave voice. Commander, the initial count is complete. We had 330 ninja in this battle. Of those, 47 have fallen, and 51 are severely wounded and unable to fight. Almost everyone is injured. In total, we've lost nearly 100 men. That number weighed on everyone's hearts like a stone. In just a single engagement, nearly a third of their fighting force was lost. It meant that if the Wagakure kept up this intensity, they might not even last 3 more days. Akimichi Kinoshita paused, his voice growing heavier still. Among the fallen, 3 from the Uchiha clan, 5 from the Hyuga, 2 from the Aburame, 3 from the Kurama. A subtle stir rippled through the crowd Chankase had brought when they learned of casualties from their own clans, especially upon hearing the Hyuga had suffered the most. As one of the Leaf's most powerful dojutsu clans, the Hyuga excelled in individual strength. Yet, in the face of overwhelming barrages of combined ninjutsu and relentless legion-style advances, their famed gentle fist and close-quarters prowess were nearly impossible to use effectively. Uchiha Chongfeng's gaze swept over the crowd. He could see the anger and frustration burning in the eyes of his clansmen, the silent sorrow and gravity weighing on the faces of the Hyuga, and a look of mournful sympathy reflected in the expressions of ninja from other families. He began to speak slowly, his voice ringing clear across the entire square, yet without the exultation of a victor. Everyone, we have held the fortress and repelled the first fierce assault from a Wagakure. This is a victory won with the blood and lives of every one of you here, and of those comrades who will never return. But the price of this victory is far too great. The Wagakure's tactics are clear, Chongfeng continued. They are using superior numbers and coordinated attacks to crush our scattered individual strength. Today, we managed to hold them back. But a Wagakure will not stop here. To drown in grief and fury will only lead us to follow the same fate as our fallen comrades. His voice suddenly rose, firm and compelling. What we must do now is not to weep, not to rage helplessly. First, give your all to save the wounded. They are seasoned warriors, our most precious asset. Second, repair and reinforce the defenses at once, especially in the sections that have been under heavy attack. Third, adapt our defensive strategy. Each squad, review the lessons from this battle immediately. From now on, the Hyuga should not participate in direct confrontations with a Wagakure. Instead, make full use of your Byakugan's long-range perception and abilities in command and coordination. I will equip you with specialized ninja tools for ranged strikes against the enemy. Blend your skills seamlessly into our overall defense. We can no longer fight as a scattered collection of individuals. We need to coordinate, to fight as a single, unified force. Starting today, all of you will join in group combat training, especially in coordinated defense of the fortress. His orders were crisp and powerful, pulling everyone's thoughts from sorrow and rage back to the reality of their tasks at hand. Yes, sir. The station ninja and those who had been brought by Chongfeng responded in unison. See to it that the bodies of our fallen comrades are properly cared for. Their deaths will not go unavenged. I will lead you to ultimate victory. Chongfeng's gaze lingered on each person before finally settling on the distant horizon, as if he could pierce the walls and see a Wagakure's main encampment beyond. Dismissed. Return to your posts. Yes, sir. The ninja responded together, then moved swiftly into action. Though sorrow still lingered in the air, the mood of busyness and urgency began to replace the earlier gloom. Chongfeng descended from the high platform and, after quietly giving Akimichi Mokushita a few instructions about the defense arrangements, he walked alone toward the command room. Closing the door behind him, shutting out the noise of the outside world, he finally allowed a trace of exhaustion to show on his brow. The list of nearly 100 casualties weighed heavily on his heart. Each family name on that list represented not only the pillars of Konoha, but also potential troubles that could arise in the future. Our strength still isn't enough, he murmured to himself. Relying solely on the divine engine could only resolve the immediate crisis. It was not enough to truly reverse their strategic disadvantage. He needed to enhance his own power as quickly as possible, especially by developing a trump card beyond the eternal Mangekyo. Once again, he took out the scroll of the ninefold Thunderblade. Determination flashed in his eyes. Only by becoming truly powerful could he control his own destiny, protect what he wished to protect, and ultimately claim victory in this war. Returning to his humble resting room, Uchiha Chōfu set up a few simple barrier wards for security. Then, unable to wait any longer, he began to train in the ninefold Thunderblade. The diagram and mental techniques for the first level, Thunder Resonance, appeared vividly in his mind. At first glance, the diagram depicted basic movements, a few simple slashing stances combined with footwork. But careful study revealed that the muscle activation patterns within were unnaturally complex. Chōfu drew a deep breath and tried to imitate the first motion. He positioned his feet as shown, neither too close nor too far apart, sank his weight slightly, and formed a blade with his right hand at an awkward angle. At the same time, his waist and abdominal muscles had to engage in a subtle yet persistent tremor. Yet, just this opening stance made him frown in concentration. The movement itself wasn't complicated, but the demand for full body coordination, especially among the smaller, deeper muscle groups, was refined to an almost inhuman degree. He tried to replicate it precisely, but felt his body stiffen, his muscle fibers clashing rather than harmonizing. Instead of the faint thunder resonance described in the manual, he only managed to strain his shoulder with a dull ache. Something's not right. Chōfu paused. Quietly, the core of the law of reason activated, granting him enhanced perception to observe the subtle workings of his muscles from within. He tried again, slowing down and adjusting each point of exertion bit by bit. Once, twice, 10 times. Sweat quickly soaked his hair. With his current physique and chakra control, learning an ordinary A-rank jutsu would never have been so exhausting. Yet this first level of the ninefold Thunderblade stood before him like an iron wall. Every tiny requirement seemed perfectly designed to challenge his muscle memory's blind spots and weaknesses. Through this observation, Uchiha Chōfu realized what he lacked: a certain energy. A missing energy, a force that can lubricate and heal. No wonder the entry requirements are so demanding. This is practically a complete overhaul of one's physique and power system. Chōfu panted, gazing at his arms, which were trembling slightly from exertion. Yet instead of feeling discouraged, his eyes burned even brighter with determination. The harder the challenge, the greater the value it holds. He felt as if he could already sense the terrifying explosive force hidden behind these seemingly awkward movements. After catching his breath for a moment, he dove back in. This time, he drew upon the unclaimed chakra from the core of the Herrschers of reason to lubricate and heal himself, chiseling away at that initial move again and again, striving to make every muscle in his body yield to that power trajectory which defied common sense. Within the training chamber, all that remained was the sound of his heavy breathing and the faint whisper of wind stirred by his movements. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, spent in a state of high alert and preparation for battle. Apart from handling military affairs and strengthening the defenses, Uchiha Chōfu devoted nearly all his free time to the arduous entry practice of the ninefold Thunderblade. Progress was slow, but his resolve was unwavering. Meanwhile, he kept a close watch on the members of the mobile squads he had personally selected and given preliminary training. After 2 days of rest and adjustment, they were all in peak condition. The time had come. At dawn, with the sky barely lit and the fortress shrouded in silence, Chōfu summoned the 5 teams to a secluded warehouse. He didn't waste time on speeches. His gaze swept over each determined face as he got straight to the point. "How are your conditions?" "Ready to move at any time, Commander." The members of all 5 teams answered in unison, a glint of battle hunger flickering in their eyes. Chōfu nodded, then drew 5 weapons from a sealed scroll, electromagnetic energy rifles, their unique forms glinting coldly in the dim light. He handed a rifle to each of them, briefly reiterating the key points of operation. The energy is limited, so use it wisely. Its penetration is deadly to most ninja, but don't become overly reliant on it. Next, he produced 5 specially crafted kunai, each handle engraved with the intricate seals of the Flying Thunder God technique. These are tokens, and your final safeguard. Infuse them with chakra, and I'll be able to sense it. When the time comes, I'll decide whether to send a divine machine or come in person. Remember, your primary mission is reconnaissance, harassment, and sowing chaos, and to survive. Do not engage in direct confrontation. Understood, They answered together, carefully stowing the kunai. The solid weight of these weapons, far ahead of their era, and the kunai, symbolizing absolute backup, filled them with confidence. There was no grand farewell. The 5 squads melted into the last darkness before dawn, leaving the fortress as silent shadows, slipping away in separate, predetermined directions. Their figures quickly vanished into the complex terrain, like droplets merging into the vastness of the sea. Chōfu stood atop the watchtower, his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, gazing into the distance where the others had vanished, his eyes deep and contemplative. The move had been made, whether it could stir the murky waters of Iwagakure and perhaps even lure out a great catch. Now, it all depended on the game of wits and a measure of luck from both sides. Beneath the dense canopy of withered trees, 6 figures glided through the forest like silent phantoms. Leading them was a member of the Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Baisong. In his early 20s, his features were cold and sharp. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun slowly, absorbing every detail from their surroundings. "Captain, there's an Iwagakure patrol up ahead, about 1.5 kilometers away." A Hyuga Jonin, his Byakugan wide open, darted up to Baisong's side. His name was Hyuga Haoshu. Haoshu always kept to the rear flank of the group, his pure white eyes vigilant, scanning nearly every angle for dangers. Suddenly, Haoshu's movements stilled. He raised his hand and flashed a few concise hand signals. Baisong and Lingyue in front instantly understood. They froze, blending perfectly into the jagged rocks around them. Through Haoshu's Byakugan, he could see a 5-man Iwagakure patrol about 200 meters ahead, fanned out in a cautious advance. To his eyes, their chakra flowed vividly clear. Baisong's gaze grew icy as he quickly issued tactical orders. Lingyue nodded ever so slightly, her hands forming seals with breathtaking speed, utterly silent. Though she had not awakened the Mangekyo, her Jinjutsu with an ordinary Sharingan far surpassed most shinobi. An invisible wave of mental energy spread out, enveloping the patrol with pinpoint precision. The leading Iwagakure captain suddenly faltered, his eyes momentarily clouded. In his warped perception, he glimpsed a suspicious shadow flicker behind a rock to his front left. "Something's there," he barked, instinctively signaling 2 teammates to move in for a closer look. This shift exposed their flank, directly in Haoshu's line of fire. Haoshu, already poised with his electromagnetic rifle, held his breath, steady and focused. The Byakugan's unrivaled range and X-ray vision allowed him to lock onto his targets without ever revealing his position. He squeezed the trigger. A nearly imperceptible crack split the air. A beam of laser light, too swift for the naked eye, zipped across the 200 meters, striking at a cunning angle, piercing the Iwagakure captain's simple headguard his temple and sinking into his skull. The captain's body slackened. Without a sound, he crumpled to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Baishu appeared behind a remaining patrolman in a flicker of movement, his right hand slashing a kunai across one throat, while his left kept firing, each laser beam boring through another Iwagakure shinobi's head. Pew! Pew! 2 more soft shots echoed through the forest. Hinata Hiroki fired 2 calm, precise shots. Each bullet found its mark. 2 Iwagakure shinobi fell instantly. The entire skirmish, from start to finish, lasted less than 5 seconds. All 5 members of the Iwagakure patrol were eliminated in utter silence. Neither Hakamatsu nor Lungyu even needed to use their Mangekyo Sharingan. With only Jinjutsu, kunai, and electromagnetic energy guns, they accomplished a flawless, silent takedown. The 3 regrouped swiftly. After quickly cleaning up the scene, they vanished once more into the depths of the forest, moving like specters toward their intended target. This elite mobile squad carried out their sabotage behind enemy lines with astonishing efficiency, leaving no trace as they struck at the heart of Iwagakure. At the edge of the withered forest, 6 figures stood motionless, blending into the shadows like ancient stones. Half a kilometer ahead, the outlines of the Iwagakure camp appeared faintly in the thinning dusk. Rows of tents filled the area, and the distant murmur of voices drifted on the air. The scent of earth and smoldering campfires lingered faintly. Uchiha Hakamatsu raised his hand, and the team immediately gathered around. His gaze swept over each face. Hinata Hiroki, Aburame Tetsumu, Inazuka Kuroya, Kurama Yatsurai, and beside him, Uchiha Lungyu. "Let's confirm the mission." Hakamatsu spoke in a low, commanding voice, each word clear and deliberate. "Sow chaos, inflict damage, and probe the camp's defenses. Don't aim for total destruction. Strike fast and retreat safely." Everyone nodded silently. "We move out. Hiroki, clear the outer sentries first and open a path for us. Lungyu, infiltrate with me. Hiroki, take the high ground and provide cover from a distance. Tetsumaru, Kuroya, flank and be ready to intercept any pursuers. Yatsurai, prepare your jinjutsu. If needed, create widespread confusion. With assignments clear, the team scattered instantly. Hinata Hiroki's Byakugan shone like a beacon in the gloom, swiftly locking on several hidden sentries lurking at the camp's perimeter. He steadied his electromagnetic energy rifle, adjusting his breath. Soft, barely audible thuds signaled his shots. In the distant cracks of stone and the canopy of trees, sentries froze and fell without a sound. Uchiha Hakamatsu and Lung Yu exchanged a glance, then slipped forward like shadows, silent, swift, and nearly invisible. Using the terrain for cover, they vaulted over the outermost makeshift fence and melted into the camp's interior. Inside, most of the Iwagakure shinobi were clustered around campfires, eating and resting, their vigilance relaxed. Hakamatsu and Lung Yu moved like lethal shadows, weaving rapidly between tents. Now, Hakamatsu barked in a low voice. Lung Yu's hands flashed through a series of signs. Fire style, majestic dragon flame. A colossal fire dragon roared forth, tearing toward a supply tent and exploding in a pillar of fire and billowing smoke. Almost simultaneously, Hakamatsu hurled a barrage of kunai, each tied with explosive tags, scattering them like a rain of deadly blossoms toward tents and crowded gathering spots. Fire! We're under attack. It's the Leaf's ninja. Chaos erupted throughout the camp in an instant. Explosions, shouts of alarm, and screams of pain all blended into a deafening uproar. From a vantage point on the perimeter, Hyuga Koju remained calm and squeezed the trigger. Beams from his electromagnetic rifle picked off Iwagakure squad leaders trying to organize a counterattack, or ninja attempting to fire signal flares, eliminating threats and clearing the way for the two infiltrators. Aburame Tetsumaru unleashed a swarm of pitch-black insects, descending upon one side of the camp like a living storm cloud, obscuring vision and devouring chakra in their path. On the camp's edge, Inazuka Kuroya and his ninkin, Haijin, swept through like a sudden gale, taking down two Idonin who tried to escape and raise the alarm. Standing safely at a distance, Kurama Hakurai pressed his hands lightly to the ground. Invisible waves of jinjutsu rippled outward, catching many Idonin as they burst from their tents. Some found themselves slashing at empty air, others stood dazed and confused, plunging the camp deeper into chaos. In the midst of all this, Shirogane and Lung Yu moved as if they owned the place. The Sharingan locked onto their targets with uncanny precision, kunai and ninjutsu working in perfect tandem, and every strike brought results. Their goal was not slaughter, but to inflict maximum damage and spread terror. Yet, the Iwagakure response was swift. After a moment's confusion, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Regaining their composure, the Iwnin rallied together, forming a defensive formation and collectively wove a series of hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a thunderous rumble, massive earthen walls shot up from the ground, encircling the two Uchiha, trapping them within. At the same time, a surge of powerful chakra erupted from the center of the camp. Retreat! Shirogane barked the order, decisively refusing to get drawn into a prolonged fight. The two retreated at once, leaping over the wall in a flash and regrouping with their teammates on the perimeter. Under cover of Hakurai's Jinjutsu and Koju's suppressive fire, they vanished into the deadwood forest from which they'd come, leaving behind only wreckage, roaring flames, and furious, frustrated shouts from the devastated IWA camp. "Where do you think you're going, you thieves?" A red-haired youth, helmet-crested and clad in purple robes with a coat of yellow-brown armor, gave chase. The 6 members of Shirogane's Uchiha squad had just regrouped, preparing to withdraw along their planned route, when a wave of scorching, violent, and overwhelmingly destructive chakra surged at them from behind, so tangible it felt like a tidal wave, locking onto their presence. "This is bad. They've caught up. This one's a real powerhouse. His chakra is incredible." Hyuga Koju's Byakugan saw it first, his voice uncharacteristically grave. Directly behind us, and closing fast. Almost as he spoke, a figure crashed down onto the open ground ahead of them like a falling meteor, sending cracks snaking through the earth and clouds of dust billowing upward. From the settling dust, a short but imposing young ninja slowly rose, fixing the group with a glare as sharp as a drawn blade. "Captain, that's Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Stone Village." TCH troublesome. Uchiha Hakamatsu clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You little rats from the Leaf think you can just cause trouble and walk away?" Rashi's voice rumbled, deep and oppressive. "Leave your lives here." Without another word, Rashi clapped his hands together. Earth-style, lava bomb jutsu. He spat small stones from his mouth, but as they arced through the air, they rapidly grew into massive boulders, hurtling straight for Uchiha Hakamatsu. But he wasn't finished yet. Rashi flashed through a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Blaze Bullet. A torrent of flames spewed from Rashi's mouth, chasing after the flying boulders. Uchiha Hakamatsu and his team leapt away from their original positions, dodging both of these powerful jutsu coming at them one after another. They had barely found their footing when Earth Style, Earth Wave Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Flow. Two more Earth Style techniques crashed down in quick succession. The ground beneath them surged like waves on a stormy sea, making it impossible to stand steady. Forced to react, they had no choice but to jump atop the undulating earth. Before they could even land, the ground shattered into countless grains of fine sand, surging and shifting like the tides. When the team touched down, they channeled chakra to the soles of their feet, allowing them to stand firm atop the rolling waves. But the sand swirled up and around their ankles, threatening to trap them. The very first wave of attacks had already put the team on the defensive. Lightning style, ground surge. Uchiha Hakamatsu pressed both hands onto the sandy waves below. Instantly, the sand's movement ceased. At that moment, Rashi himself appeared right in front of them. His entire body was now cloaked in a blackish-red chakra, thrumming with power. In the distance, squads of stone ninja were closing in to encircle them. Ryogetsu, Hakamatsu called to his comrade. Uchiha Ryogetsu was more than ready, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, the three tomo blurring into a clover-like pattern, a clear sign he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The shadowy, crimson figure that rushed toward them suddenly froze in place, its pupils reflecting the same pattern as Ryogetsu's Mangekyo. Ryogetsu met Hakamatsu's gaze and gave a slight nod. Retreat, Hakamatsu ordered. The team immediately broke away, slipping out of the encirclement before it could fully form, leaving Rashi behind. Lord Rashi, the stone ninja, rushing to complete the encirclement, hurried to the now motionless Rashi's side. At the same time, 80 ninja from the main force split off in pursuit of Hakamatsu's team. Once the stone ninja were close enough, Uchiha Ryogetsu released his control over the Four Tails Jinchuriki. A thunderous roar shattered the air. The awakened Four Tails unleashed its fury, tearing into any stone ninja who dared approach. Agonized screams echoed one after another, filling the battlefield with chaos. Fall back. He's preparing a tailed beast bomb, shouted one of the stone commanders. Rashi, now sprouting three tails, dropped to all fours. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and in front of his lips, spheres of black, red, and blue chakras swirled together, forming a single, ominous orb. Earth Style, Earth Wall. In perfect unison, 200 stone ninja flashed through hand signs and slammed their hands to the ground. A massive earth release wall rose from the ground, its thickness easily exceeding 100 meters at first glance. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast ball struck the wall, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The earthen barrier was nearly pierced through. Before the Iwagakure ninjas could even catch their breath, a second-tailed beast ball was already upon them. We're finished. The thought rose involuntarily in the minds of all the Iwagakure present. Earth release, core tremor. A burly figure stepped in front of the other Iwagakure shinobi, pressing both hands to the ground. The earth in front of them surged upward, blocking the tailed beast ball while also diverting its trajectory. Earth release, mountain soil technique. Earth release, earth in prison. He formed two different hand seals in rapid succession. Two massive hemispheres closed in on the rampaging Four Tails, their immense force restraining its wild movements. Then from beneath the earth, a solid earthen cell rose up, trapping the beast inside. Fall back. This won't hold for long, the burly man commanded, waving a large hand. Maintain discipline. Work together to subdue it. Yes, Lord Kuratsuchi, the assembled shinobi responded in unison. Kuratsuchi felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble unnaturally, and he knew things had taken a turn for the worse. Another deafening explosion shook the air. Dark red chakra erupted skyward like a volcanic blast, shattered stones flying in all directions. Rashi's body was enveloped in a translucent, crimson cloak of chakra, for tails of pure energy lashing furiously behind him. Wherever he stepped, stone melted into searing magma, and the air filled with the acrid stench of sulfur. Earth release, opening earth rising excavation. Kuratsuchi slammed his hands onto the ground, causing an enormous ring-shaped wall to rise up, once again trapping the Four Tails Jinchuriki within, if only for a moment. But the effort was like trying to stop a boulder with a blade of grass. A blazing tailed beast ball pierced the earth wall in an instant, and the shock wave from the explosion hurled several Iwagakure shinobi into the air. Lord Kuratsuchi, it's only a matter of time before full-tailed beast transformation, one ninja shouted, his voice trembling despite himself. Kuratsuchi ordered, prepare your jutsu. Sealing squad, take your positions. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Kuratsuchi pressed his hands to the ground, turning the earth ahead into a deep mire, causing the rampaging four-tails to sink in. The well-trained Iwagakure shinobi moved swiftly. Dozens of Earth-style users formed hand seals at once. The previously soft ground instantly became as hard as iron, trying to restrict the four-tails' movements. Yet the intense heat radiating from Rashi's body continued to melt the rock beneath him. Water release, great waterfall technique. The water release squad finally arrived, joining forces to channel massive torrents from a nearby river. The cold water crashed onto the burning earth, producing billowing clouds of steam that temporarily obscured vision. In that instant, Kuratsuchi sprang into action. Despite his massive frame, he moved with astonishing agility, cutting through the swirling steam and charging straight toward Rashi. Senior Rashi, wake up! Huang Tu roared, his fist gathering dense earth release chakra as he slammed it into the ground. Earth release, fisher palm. The ground cracked in all directions from the point of impact beneath Huang Tu's fist. For a brief moment, this strike sent unstable ripples through the tailed beast cloak shrouding Rashi's body. At the same time, the sealing squad's ninja formed a string of special hand signs. Sealing technique runes wrapped around Rashi's limbs, blazing with piercing light the instant they touched the tailed beast chakra. Aor! Rashi let out an inhuman roar as even more chakra surged from within him, causing fractures to appear in the rune chains. It's no use. We can't hold him, the sealing squad leader shouted. Earth release, mountainous earth technique. With another furious cry from Huang Tu, two colossal earthen mountains, each over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground on either side and closed in on Rashi. Huang Tu commanded, sealing squad, prepare the four-symbol seal. I'll maintain the mountainous earth technique for 60 seconds. Sealing art, four-symbol seal. A formidable sealing force, like an invisible net, enveloped the four tails, compelling its massive form to shrink until finally it reverted to Rashi's human shape, unconscious. Suddenly, a hush fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of cooling magma and the heavy breathing of the ninjas. Dragging his exhausted body forward, Huang Tu gave the order, take Senior Rashi back to the village. Yes, sir. Two Iwagakure Jonin stepped forward to carry out the command. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Once his breathing had steadied, Huang Tu pulled aside a squad captain for questioning. It was a group of Leaf shinobi, the IWA captain replied, still shaken. Lord Rashi was chasing them and reached this spot, but then, for some strange reason, he just stopped. As soon as we closed in around him, Lord Rashi suddenly turned on us and attacked. For some strange reason, he just stopped. Rumble. Before Huang Tu could think further, a deafening explosion erupted from the other side of the camp, sending up a column of thick, black smoke. Just as Huang Tu had barely suppressed the rampaging four-tails Jinchuriki and was still reeling from the crisis, an ear-splitting blast and towering smoke suddenly tore through the other end of the IWA camp. What's happening? Huang Tu whipped around, his expression growing even darker. On the west side of the camp, the area responsible for logistics and tending to the wounded, flames now raged, consuming everything in their path. Almost simultaneously, as the Uchiha Hakusho squad lured and detonated the main fighting force on the east side, another mobile team, led by Uchiha Ryoen and Uchiha Oki, like vipers in the night, had silently circled to the camp's western flank. Captain Uchiha Ryoen was known for his calm composure and razor-sharp tactical sense. His vice-captain, Uchiha Oki, was all fire and intensity, a master of direct assault. The team was likewise reinforced with elite members from the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Kurama clans. The commotion has already started in the east, drawing most of their attention. Liang Yen observed the western camp coolly through the dense tangle of withered branches. The guards here were clearly distracted, many of them drawn to the ruckus in the east, leaving them flustered and unfocused. Our chance has come. The target, the logistics warehouse and medical tents. Cause as much destruction as possible. Spread panic. Move out. The Hyuga ninja struck first, swiftly taking out several sentries posted high above. The Aburame clan unleashed their silent swarms, seamlessly interfering with the attention of the remaining guards. At the entrance, Members of the Kurama clan wove their illusions, quietly ensnaring several Iwagakure shinobi. Bewitched, the guards wandered as if sleepwalking, oblivious to the infiltrators slipping past them. Uchiha Liangyan and Uchiha Daichi shot into the heart of the camp like twin bolts of lightning. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Daichi finished his hand seals and unleashed a sweeping wave of fire, engulfing several supply tents in an instant inferno. Liangyan darted between the tents, his kunai slicing cleanly through support ropes. He set off explosive tags with careful precision, focusing on areas that seemed to store food pills, wounded personnel, ninja tools, or medical herbs. His Sharingan unleashed a fleeting jinjutsu, muddling the minds of enemies and throwing their actions into chaos. Several Iwagakure Chunin who tried to organize a firefighting effort froze in place, helpless against the illusion. Enemy attack. There are intruders on the west side too. It's Konoha shinobi. Panic erupted in the western camp. Wounded soldiers struggled to escape the ring of fire, while the logistics ninja frantically tried to salvage supplies, only to be picked off one by the elusive Liangyan and Daichi, or struck down by crackling beams of electromagnetic energy fired from unseen angles. The chaos spread like a plague, even affecting reinforcements rushing in from the east. They had originally been dispatched to subdue the rampaging Jinchuriki, but now their own rear lines were in flames. Caught off guard, they floundered, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Damn it! Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, slammed his fist against a nearby boulder when he saw the west under attack, shattering the stone with a thunderous crack. He had just managed to quell Rashi's rampage, suffering heavy casualties and a blow to morale, and now the western camp was under siege as well. It's a feint, those Konoha bastards. He immediately split his forces, sending a contingent racing to support the west. But the chaos was already irreversible. The loss of supplies and personnel was inevitable. Uchiha Liangyan, seeing Iwagakure reinforcements flooding in from the east and the camp thrown into the planned disarray, wasted no time lingering. He let out a sharp whistle, retreat. But before he could shake off the dogged Iwagakure pursuers, a massive figure loomed into his path. Kuratsuchi's hulking form charged forward like an enraged war machine, each footfall making the ground tremble. His eyes burned a furious crimson. The Iwagakure shinobi, still shaken from the recent internal chaos, now found their terror replaced by a surge of murderous intent, ignited by their superior's wrath. Like a flood bursting through a broken dam, they surged toward the western encampment. Form up. Earth release squads to the front. Advance under cover. Demolition squads, prepare to blanket the enemy. Crush those Konoha rats for me. The furious roar of Kitsuchi thundered across the battlefield, instantly rallying the battered defenders of the western camp. Where the Uchiha Ryoan's team had left the Iwagakure ranks scattered and in disarray, the arrival of their commander and the return of the main force now rekindled their fighting spirit. Drawing on the remnants of their fortifications, they mounted a fierce resistance, striving to coordinate a pincer attack with the approaching reinforcements. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Spear. Walls of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the Uchiha team's retreat and slicing the battlefield into sections. Countless stone spears thrust up like bamboo shoots after rain, forcing Ryoan, Daichi, and the others to dodge relentlessly, their movements increasingly hampered. Trouble. The main force is back. It's Kitsuchi Iwagakure's elite. A Hyuga shinobi anxiously relayed from the perimeter. Disrupt them with electromagnetic shots. Yakumo, cast Jinjutsu. Maximum range. Ryoan barked out orders calmly amid the chaos, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. Daichi, ever more ferocious, unleashed a relentless barrage of fire-style jutsu, determined to blast a way through. Fire-style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Burn through. A massive dragon of flame slammed into the earth wall, sending shards of rock showering through the air, but fresh earthen bulwarks immediately rose to fill every gap. In that moment, Iwagakure's disciplined combat formation revealed its formidable resilience. Like a relentless millstone, they pressed forward layer by layer, steadily shrinking the maneuvering space for the Konoha assault team. At the center of the battle line, Kitsuchi himself stood immovable as a boulder, both hands pressed to the earth. Earth-style, Mountain Soil Technique. Though not as colossal as when used to suppress a tailed beast, two huge hemispheres of rock materialized from thin air, sweeping in from both sides to crush Ryoan and Daichi. Their sheer size left almost no room to evade. Ryoan! Daichi cried out in alarm. Ryoan's eyes flashed with resolve. He knew he could hold back no longer. In an instant, the ordinary tomo of his Sharingan linked and morphed into a far more intricate, haunting pattern. the Mangekyo Sharingan. Note, his Mangekyo abilities, left eye, crag shatter, can slow the flow of life in a target, nearly freezing them in time, though the more chakra the target has, the weaker the effect. Right eye, Sakuya's blaze, can accelerate the flow of life, either hastening healing or aging. A towering, half-formed skeletal figure of violet light materialized on the battlefield. With arms outstretched, the skeletal guardian braced itself against the crushing force of Kitsuchi's mountain soil attack. Ryoan's Mangekyo spun faster than ever, and on the opposing side, Kitsuchi and several Earth Wall users faltered for an instant, paralyzed where they stood. A tremendous crash echoed across the field. Susanoo shattered two massive boulders, then swung its hand to break through the Earth-style wall blocking the path. Retreat! The members of Liang Yin's squad seized this fleeting opportunity and shot through the opening like arrows loose from a bow. Think you can escape? Earth-style, rock pillar prison. Once Uchiha Liang Yin's Mangekyo Sharingan faded, Kitsuchi snapped back to his senses within a second or two. There was no way he would let them get away. Although he was astonished by their uncanny ability to instantly affect multiple ninjas, his reaction was swift and decisive. With a clap of his hands, countless towering stone pillars erupted around the breach, trying to seal off their escape in a cage of rock. Yet, the Hyuga ninjas covering the perimeter unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic energy blasts, each shot striking precisely at the critical joints of the rock pillars, delaying their convergence. In the end, through seamless teamwork, formidable individual strength, and Liang Yin's Mangekyo at the critical moment, Uchiha Liang Yin's squad narrowly broke free from the encroaching prison of rock. Battered, exhausted, and with their chakra nearly depleted, they slipped once more into the darkness of the withered forest. Kitsuchi watched their silhouettes vanish into the woods, but did not order a deeper pursuit. His face was ashen, his eyes swept over the devastated western encampment, a scene of utter chaos. Rage churned in his chest, but all he could do was stifle it into a low, guttural growl. Tonight, the pride of Awagakure had been trampled beneath the feet of the Uchiha. He would not forget this debt. While Uchiha Hakamatsu and Liang Yin squads were stirring up a storm in the main camp, 3 other mobile teams had already slipped deep into the land of grass. Like shadows, they converged silently outside another, smaller Awagakure outpost. The sight in this area was far more tragic than anything near the main encampment. Among the dead trees, the ruins of destroyed civilian villages from the land of grass lay scattered, charred walls and broken beams silently bearing witness to the devastation. Some embers still glowed red in the darkness, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning and a faint, metallic tang of blood. Along the roadside, unburied corpses could be glimpsed, faces twisted in agony, clear victims of cruel torment. The heavy scent of burning, mingled with a sweeter, more sickening odor of rot, seeped into the nostrils of the waiting ninjas, unavoidable even in the night breeze. Even these hardened shinobi could not help but swallow involuntarily. Moonlight struggled through the sparse, dead branches, casting a pale glow across the ruins along their path. This place had once been a small village. Now, only shattered walls and twisted timbers remained. Charred beams jutted skyward like the desperate arms of the hopeless. By the collapsed remains of an earthen wall, Uchiha Genka's gaze swept over the curled body of a woman. Her clothes were tattered and stained, ripped and soiled beyond recognition, a clear sign of unspeakable suffering before death. On her pallid face, terror and agony were frozen in her final expression. Her eyes stared wide, hollow, fixed upon the endless black of the night sky. Even more shocking was the grotesque wound slashed across her abdomen, and scattered beside her were tiny, trampled bones, once the unborn child she'd carried. Not far away, by a crude earthen pit, lay a heap of a dozen or so bodies, hastily buried and half-exposed. Men and women, the old and the young, all jumbled together. Wild dogs or crows had already paid their visit. Torn limbs and scattered bones gleamed pale in the open, while some corpses still bore the unmistakable marks of kunai wounds, scorched patches from fire-released jutsu, or the brutal fractures left by blunt force. Beneath a charred, withered tree, they even discovered a sharpened wooden stake impaling the body of a boy no more than 10 years old. The cruelty of it was beyond words. All of this was taken in by the Konoha shinobi at a glance. Yet, on their faces, there was no sign of overt anger or sorrow. Years of ninja training and the harsh reality of endless battles had already forged an unyielding shell around their hearts. Captain Hyuga's Byakugan remained calm and focused, scanning the distant enemy encampment and its watchposts. The Aburame captain's attention was absorbed by the steady flow of information from his insects. Uchiha Genka's fingers trace steady attack routes across the dirt, his touch unwavering. The Konoha shinobi lurking in the shadows wore eyes as cold and steady as the kunai in their hands, devoid of any trace of emotion. Having survived the brutalities of war, they had long since learned to bury unnecessary feelings deep within. Rage and pity had become luxuries. On a mission, they could only serve as fatal weaknesses. So they watched the camp more closely, noting patrol patterns and the layout, transforming this hellish scene into cold, hard intelligence. The three Uchiha captains of the teams gathered to confer. The camp is guarded by about 200 men. The defenses aren't as tight as the main base, but the fortifications are complete, and there are 4 watchtowers, Captain Uchiha Ryuka reported swiftly. The intervals between patrols are lengthy, but there's a strong chakra presence in the southwest corner. Possibly a supply depot or a detention area, Uchiha added, relaying the more detailed information his teammates' insects had gathered. Uchiha Genka's gaze was icy as he scratched a rough map of the camp into the earth. The atrocities committed by a Wagakure here show they see this area as a secure rear base. Their vigilance is relatively low. That's our opportunity. He tapped a few points on the sketch. Our mission is the same. Harass, sabotage, spread panic, and force a Wagakure to stretch their resources thin. Here's the plan. Team A, under my lead, will infiltrate from the east to monitor internal movements. Team C, led by Captain Yamashita, will circle to the southwest to sabotage supplies or free any prisoners, then retreat after creating maximum chaos. We'll move during the window after the next patrol teams cross paths. After achieving their objective, the team was not to pursue enemy annihilation. Their mission was to inflict sufficient destruction, then regroup at the designated extraction point along the planned route. If confronted by formidable foes or unexpected situations, self-preservation took priority, even activating their tokens to call for aid if absolutely necessary. Understood, the 2 captains replied in hushed voices. With a swift, silent hand signal from Uchiha Genka, the 6 elite ninja of Team A melted into the darkness, moving like liquid shadow toward the eastern edge of the enemy encampment. They advanced under the cover of faint noises created by the Aburame clan's dispersed insect swarms and the subtle jinjutsu cast by the Kurama clan, illusions placed at precise angles to make sentries subconsciously overlook certain blind spots. Team is successfully infiltrated to the edge of the eastern fence. In Uchiha Genka's eyes, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly, picking out the fleeting moment when the sentries atop the watchtowers shifted their gaze. He raised his electromagnetic energy rifle. A faint, high-pitched whine sliced through the night. Without a sound, the throats or chests of the sentries on the 2 eastern watchtowers were pierced. They collapsed to the floor wordlessly, lifeless before they hit the ground. Almost simultaneously, the other team members affixed special delay detonation tags to key points along the fence and to empty tents nearby. Fall back, Genka ordered in a low tone. The members of Team A swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Seconds later, a series of thunderous explosions ripped through the eastern perimeter. The fence was blasted open, and flames erupted from the tents. We're under attack. East side. Cries and whistles of alarm echoed through the camp. The Iwagakure shinobi scrambled for their weapons, their attention completely seized by the explosions and fire to the east. Patrols and reserve squads rushed to reinforce the eastern flank, throwing their formation into brief chaos. And just as Iwagakure's attention locked onto the east, Team B, hidden on the northern high ground, sprang into action. Captain Uchiha Ryuka's eyes flashed coldly. Now, the Byakugan of the Hyuga Ninja zeroed in on critical targets exposed in the confusion. Squad leaders rallying their troops, commanders struggling to restore order, and guards lining the supply depot's path. The electromagnetic rifles hummed with the telltale soft whir. A volley of lethal blue beams sliced through the darkness, crossing hundreds of meters to strike with deadly precision. A mid-ranking Iwagakure ninja, kunai raised and barking orders, suddenly collapsed with a charred hole in his forehead. Another, an elite preparing an earth-style defense, was shot through the heart. Guards on the route to the warehouse fell in quick succession, opening a breach. Fire style, Grand Fire Dragon technique. Uchiha Ryuka, leading several teammates, seized the chance and surged through the thinnest point of the neglected northern line. A massive fire dragon crashed into a cluster of tents. The flames, whipped by the wind, spread with terrifying speed. North side. There are enemies on the north side too. Watch out for fire release attacks. The chaos in the Iwagakure camp intensified. Explosions and fire erupted on the eastern flank, while precision sniping and sudden fire release assaults hit from the north. For a moment, the defenders couldn't determine the main direction of the attack. Their command system was paralyzed. As panic swept through the Iwagakure camp, with soldiers scattering like headless flies, Team C, lurking like a venomous snake, struck from the shadows in the southwest under the lead of Uchiha Yamashita. Their target was clear, the area with the strongest chakra signatures. As expected, they found a makeshift supply depot, and a crude cage holding dozens of survivors from the land of grass. Fire release. Grand blaze blossoms. Yamashita attacked first, spewing 3 fireballs into the air. Like a meteor shower, they came crashing down on the Iwagakure shinobi. Several guards were burned alive, their screams fueling the growing panic. Lightning release. Earth current. The ninja following close behind sent electric currents surging through the ground, paralyzing enemies within range. Quick, open the cage. Destroy the supplies. Yamashita commanded. The team sprang into action. Kunai sliced through chains, and the pale, emaciated captives from the land of grass surged out, fear and hope mingling in their eyes. At the same time, explosive tags flew toward the towering stacks of food and weapons. A thunderous series of blasts erupted from the southwest corner. Supplies went up in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. Southwest, the warehouse and the prisoners. It's over. The supplies are burning. That was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The already chaotic Iwagakure camp completely lost its composure. Orders to put out fires, defend, pursue the attackers, or save supplies clashed and contradicted each other. Soldiers were at a loss, and the entire camp descended into a frenzy of hysteria. The time is now. Attack freely. Cause as much destruction as possible. Withdraw in 1 minute. Uchiha Genka's voice reached every teammate through a unique chakra signal. The 3 squads surged forth like tigers among sheep, seizing the chaos to launch a final wave of attacks. They abandoned stealth, Sharingan eyes gleaming eerily in the firelight. Kunai, shuriken, and ninjutsu struck with deadly precision, cutting down isolated or small groups of Iwagakure shinobi, while focusing on destroying key defensive structures. The supports of the watchtowers, the bases of the fences, and the stockpiled water sources were all systematically targeted. 1 minute later, a sharp whistle pierced it in. Without lingering, the 3 squads melted away like the receding tide, vanishing along their planned routes into the darkness and confusion surrounding the camp. They left behind a camp engulfed in flames, with smoke blotting out the moon, filled with cries, shouts, and despair, along with ruined supplies and shattered defenses. The 3 mobile teams, as coordinated as night owls, regrouped smoothly at the designated extraction point. The team members checked each other's injuries. For the most part, they had only suffered minor chakra depletion and superficial wounds. The most serious case was an arm cut by flying debris from the explosion, which had already been treated with medical ninjutsu. Unlike the stifling silence that filled the cave when they first arrived and witnessed the carnage, now a nearly careless, languid air hung over the cavern. TCH, I thought they'd be tough. Turns out that was it. Uchiha, Luhua wiped blood from his kunai, his tone openly scornful. Slow reactions, clumsy teamwork, we ran circles around them. Exactly. Uchiha Mashida chimed in, his expression relaxed after the mission's completion. The watchtower's sentries were useless, and their command structure fell apart the moment we attacked. Aside from sheer numbers, they were hardly worth mentioning. Uchiha Schwanhua gave a concise summary. Their quality varies wildly. They're nothing like the main force. The 3 Uchiha captains sat together, swiftly exchanging information. No fatalities on our side. 3 lightly wounded, all treated. Luhua reported first, his voice calm. Yamashita added. The southwest corner was confirmed as a supply depot and prison. We freed around 30 civilians from the land of grass. About half the supplies were destroyed, enough to make this camp feel the sting for quite a while. Schwanhua nodded, tracing patterns in the dust with his fingertips. The camp's defensive reaction was 2 beats slower than expected, and their will to resist was weak. After a few blows, they nearly collapsed. It seems the garrison here isn't Iwagakure's main force, more likely a second-line unit or a mix of rookies and recuperated soldiers. He looked up, the 3 tomo in his eyes glinting faintly in the gloom, and concluded, all things considered, we've more than accomplished our objective. Calling these Iwagakure troops paper tigers might sound harsh, but they're simply nothing like the elite forces we've faced before. A sense of ease spread among the team members. A raid that could have turned into a deadly ordeal had ended almost flawlessly, with hardly any losses. The result was a tremendous boost in morale. Everyone, Uchiha Schwanhua's voice was quiet, yet carried clearly to every ear. You've all seen the intel summary and experienced the battle yourselves. The IWN station here are weak and undisciplined. His gaze swept over the group, sharp as a blade. Our original mission was to harass them. But now, we have a chance to wipe them out completely, to pull this thorn and cripple Iwagakure's position here. After consulting with Captains Liu Hua and Yamashita, we've decided to change our plan. This enemy camp will be annihilated. There was no objection from the members of the 3 task forces. The plan has been adjusted as follows. Uchiha Ryuka announced, his speech brisk and clear. Though the enemy is weak, their numbers still outstrip ours by more than tenfold. In this assault, we captains will lead the charge from the front, and you will witness the divine power of the Uchiha. Konoha has long since decayed. Only the Uchiha can protect your clans for generations to come. After a brief rest, taking advantage of the Iwagakure shinobi's ongoing confusion, they returned to the enemy camp under the leadership of several Uchiha captains. Everyone, Uchiha Jinka called out, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly before morphing into a complex, mesmerizing kaleidoscope pattern. A chilling surge of chakra began to radiate from him. Let's show them the true power of the Uchiha. At his command, 5 other Uchiha, Ryuka, Yamashita, and 3 more elite clansmen, all wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, let their eyes blaze with an eerie, otherworldly light. In a flash, 6 figures split and vanished like phantoms, each seizing a key position at the camp's east, south, west, north, as well as southeast and southwest flanks. Susanoo. Almost simultaneously, 6 voices rang out low and forceful around the perimeter of the camp. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Enormous, tangible waves of chakra erupted skyward. Colored a myriad of hues, and each bearing slight differences in form, skeletal frameworks swiftly took shape, rapidly layered over by thick, sinewy muscle. In the blink of an eye, 6 towering giants, Susanoo, like gods or demons straight from legend, stood sentinel around the camp, as imposing and immovable as mountains, completely encircling the Iwagakure encampment. In its second form, Susanoo appeared as a half-bodied titan, its iron bones and muscle made of chakra, radiating terrifying power. What are those monsters? It's over, we're doomed. The commander of the Iwagakure camp, a seasoned jonin, stared wide-eyed and frantic at the 6 half-formed giants, his voice breaking into a desperate roar. Don't panic. Focus your attacks. Doton squad, use your strongest jutsu. Concentrate your fire. Break through it. Dozens of Earth-style ninja forced themselves to rally, forming hand seals in unison and channeling their chakra into the ground with defiant shouts. Earth-style, multi-headed Earth Dragon. Earth-style, Fist of Stone technique. Earth-style, Earth Flow Divide. Massive Earth Dragons burst from the ground, roaring as they surged toward a crimson Susanoo. Gigantic fists of rock crashed down like meteors. The very ground split open, trying to swallow one of the giants whole. But all these attacks, before Susanoo, were powerless. The Earth Dragons crashed into Susanoo and dissolved into ordinary mud with barely a ripple of chakra. Stone fists shattered instantly against Susanoo's arm, not even leaving a mark. The gaping earth could not so much as force a single step from Susanoo's feet. The strength of ants. Uchiha Yohua, wielding his crimson Susanoo, let out a cold snort. With a sweeping motion of Susanoo's massive arm, like a burning hand carrying the momentum to incinerate all creation, he struck out. In an instant, the lingering Earth Dragons and stone fists were shattered. Every ninja and stretch of ground caught within the arc of that blazing arm was flattened, hammered into the earth like iron pressed beneath a smith's blow. Lightning style, 8-headed thunder serpent. Another Uchiha, inside his Susanoo, unfurled a giant hand. From its palm burst forth countless enormous snakes, each formed from raging lightning. They hissed through the encampment, wild and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, Iwagakure ninjas were charred to cinders, tents and fortifications vaporized in crackling blue light. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A third Susanoo, form hand seals. Though it was only a basic fire technique, fueled by Susanoo's vast chakra reserves, it unleashed not mere flames, but a sea of searing fire that engulfed nearly half the camp. The air shimmered with heat. Stone itself began to melt. Those Iwagakure ninja, who failed to escape in time, were vaporized in the inferno. 6 Susanoo, like 6 merciless engines of slaughter, unleashed the Uchiha clan's might without restraint. Fire style, lightning style, sheer physical destruction. Every manner of attack wove together into a deadly net, sweeping across the entire camp. The resistance of Iwagakure's ninjas melted away like snow under the noon sun. Their kunai and shuriken, hurled in desperation, bounced harmlessly off the Susanoo, not even managing to provoke an itch. Even their most desperate jutsu failed to draw the Susanoo's attention. The battle had turned into a one-sided massacre. With only Jonin-level fighters at best, Iwagakure's shinobi stood no chance before the second stage Susanoo. When the six towering, half-bodied Susanoo descended like divine retribution, the rest of the mobile squad did not simply stand by as spectators. Sheltered behind the Uchiha's fortress-like defense, they unleashed their own astounding killing efficiency. The Hyuga ninja, stationed at vantage points, felt the pressure on them suddenly lift. No longer did they need to worry about being exposed and targeted. Their Byakugan flared at full force, focusing on mopping up any survivors. Blue beams from the electromagnetic rifles, like the touch of the Reaper, struck with pinpoint precision, picking off any Iwagakure ninjas fortunate enough to survive the Susanoo's onslaught. Their marksmanship became calm and methodical. Often, just as an Iwagakure shinobi poked his head from the rubble, still disoriented, a beam would pierce his skull. The Aburame clan's ninja drove their insect swarms to the limits of their power. No longer were the dark clouds of insects scattered for distraction or reconnaissance. Now they whirled together into lethal vortices, diving into the ruins left in Susanoo's wake, searching out the wounded or those feigning death. Where the swarms passed, only short, sharp screams of agony remained. The illusionists of the Kurama clan no longer sought to control large swathes of the battlefield. Instead, their jinjutsu became more insidious and deadly. When an Iwagakure shinobi barely managed to evade the sweeping blade of Susanoo's giant sword and was still reeling from the shock, an illusion would silently descend upon him. In his eyes, his comrades would suddenly morph into fierce Konoha ninja, attacking him with flashing blades, or the ground beneath his feet would transform into a pit of devouring quicksand. Such jinjutsu, cast at the height of terror, had an exceptionally high success rate. Many Iwagakure shinobi, trapped within these hallucinations, turned on each other in a frenzy or simply gave up, standing frozen in place, only to be dispatched with little effort. Inuzuka clan hounds, alongside their masters, lay in wait at the outskirts of the camp, hunting down any who managed to escape. With a crack of their electromagnetic rifles, they brought a swift end to the stragglers' lives. Every so often, a voice of admiration would ring out. These worked like a charm, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's legacy. Thus, the battlefield was carved into a model of ruthless efficiency. Susanoo, indisputably, was both the vanguard and the bulwark, responsible for massive destruction, drawing the lion's share of enemy fire and sowing terror and chaos. The Hyuga Jonin acted as snipers and battlefield watchers, eliminating survivors from afar and providing early warnings. Jonin from the Aburame and Inuzuka clans were meticulous sweepers and guerrilla hunters, clearing hidden corners and tracking down those who slipped through the cracks. Kurama shinobi, as masters of illusion, shattered the enemy's last vestiges of resolve and bred confusion from within. Under this all-encompassing and merciless assault, the Iwagakure forces found themselves unable to muster even the semblance of organized resistance. They could not escape Susanoo's devastating blows, could not evade the Hyuga's pinpoint strikes from a distance, could not hide from the Aburame's relentless insects, nor outrun the pursuit of the Inuzuka. In the end, many perished, lost in shadows of fear and illusion. The battle became a one-sided rout. Before their eyes, the camp was destroyed and flattened with terrifying speed. The screams, the thunder of explosions, and the roar of unleashed jutsu filled the air for less than 5 minutes before gradually falling silent. When the last pocket of resistance was crushed beneath the might of Susanoo and its flames were snuffed out, not a single sign of life or intact structure remained within the camp. The 6 colossal Susanoo forms slowly faded, revealing 6 Uchiha warriors, faces pale but eyes still sharp and unyielding. In mere moments, more than 200 Iwagakure shinobi, together with their encampment, had been wiped from existence in the most literal sense. The entire affair was brutal, efficient, and marked by a chasm of power so wide it bred despair. Such was the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the terrifying force wielded by Uchiha Nagake's Special Operations Squad, enough to turn the tide of any local conflict. Sparks leapt and crackled atop the smoldering ruins, casting flickering light over the weary, silent faces of the Konoha ninja. The stench of blood hung so heavy in the air it nearly smothered the acrid tang of burnt earth, making every breath a struggle. The battle was over. Not a single Iwagakure shinobi remained standing within the camp. Inventory complete. All enemy units have been eliminated, the Hyuga ninja announced, retracting his Byakugan. His voice carried a faint rasp that was easy to miss. The prolonged, intense use of his dojutsu was a considerable strain, even for someone from the Hyuga clan. Our side sustained no casualties. Chakra reserves are down to about half on average. We've used up nearly all the explosive tags, and other ninja tools have suffered minor losses. Another Aburame ninja, responsible for logistics, reported swiftly. Jinka Uchiha gave a nod, his gaze sweeping over the devastated enemy camp. Victory had come swiftly and decisively, so effortlessly, in fact, that it surpassed expectations. Gather any scrolls, maps, and letters of value, especially their defensive layouts and communication records with the main base. Jinka ordered, his voice as calm and steady as ever. Move quickly. We can't afford to linger. The team immediately fanned out, combing through the corpses and rubble with care. They worked with practiced efficiency, taking care not to touch the bodies more than necessary, each one frozen in a different grim final pose. The Aburame Jonin directed his insects to search for any hidden chambers or encrypted items that might be concealed from plain sight. Meanwhile, the Inazuka Jonin and his Ninkin patrolled the perimeter, staying alert for any survivors or unexpected intruders. Before long, useful intelligence was collected, a rough map marked with local outposts and patrol routes, several routine reports to and from the main base, most of them requesting supplies or updating on the cleansing progress, their language cold and brutal, and some special Iwagakure rations and explosive tags. Captain, I found this. An Uchiha team member handed over a half-charred scroll inscribed with coded writing. Looks like some kind of encrypted communication, but the damage is pretty severe. Jinka took the scroll, examining it closely, his brow furrowing. Take it back with us. It might prove useful to the commander. He stowed the damaged scroll and glanced up at the sky, now blood-red in the light of dusk. That's enough. Clean up our traces and get ready to move out. The team swiftly organized the gathered intelligence and used Earth-style jutsu to cover some of the evidence they'd left behind. They made no attempt to bury all the Iwagakure corpses. The task would have been overwhelming and, ultimately, unnecessary. Stick to the planned route. Head to the extraction point. Jinka cast one last look over the blood-soaked ground before signaling the retreat. The three squads merged back into a single unit, slipping away from the burning camp in silence, vanishing into the night as they had arrived. But this time, they carried more than just the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. On their shoulders rested the weight of over 200 lives taken, and intelligence salvaged from the ruins, information that might shift the tide of war. That evening, deep in the heart of the land of grass, a heavy silence hung over the land. Only the flames rising behind them and the thick scent of blood bore silent witness to all that had just transpired. The Uchiha blade had already tasted blood, and perhaps this was only the beginning of the long, dark night along the northern frontier. Elsewhere, on the road escorting Rashi back to the village, two Iwagakure Jonin lay sprawled lifeless, their heads pierced clean through, eyes wide open in death. Inside the command center of the border fortress, the atmosphere was heavy yet orderly. A faint scent of antiseptic mingled in the air with an almost imperceptible trace of blood. Uchiha Changfeng stood in the center of the room, having just removed a tactical glove stained with dark red blood. His expression was calm, and with a pristine tissue he methodically wiped away the last sticky traces from his fingers, every movement unhurried and meticulous. His gaze settled on a makeshift stretcher laid out in the corner of the room. There a figure was shackled tightly at the wrists, ankles, and neck, lying in a deep coma. It was none other than Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Stone Village. At this moment, Rashi had lost all the ferocity he once exuded. His face was ashen, his breathing shallow, yet his vital signs had stabilized. After cleaning the last trace of blood, Changfeng crumpled the tissue into a ball and flicked it with practiced precision into a distant waistbin. He strode over to the stretcher, looking down at the unconscious Rashi. Within his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a deep, ghostly blue light swirled, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. "How is he?" Changfeng asked, his voice youthful and even, directing his question to the medical squad leader and the sealing specialist standing respectfully nearby. The medical squad leader bowed and gave a prompt report. "Commander, the target's vital signs are stable. The main issues are chakra depletion and minor internal injuries. Rest should be enough for recovery. However, the tailed beast chakra inside him remains extremely active, rampaging instinctively even in his unconscious state." The sealing team leader added, "We've applied a triple-layered sealing technique. For now, it's holding, but the four-tails chakra reserves are immense. If this drags on, trouble could arise. Moreover, the Jinchuriki's mind is linked to the beast. Forcibly sealing him for too long may trigger a violent backlash." Changfeng nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. To capture a Jinchuriki alive and intact was far more valuable than killing one, but the risks and control challenges multiplied exponentially. It was like holding a scalding hot coal, dangerous to grasp, yet a potential treasure trove of strategic value. He extended a finger and hovered it over Rashi's abdomen, feeling the searing, turbulent chakra beneath, as volatile as molten lava. He lifted Rashi's eyelid and, seeing the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo still present, felt reassured. Double the watch. Have the sealing team rotate shifts. Leave nothing to chance, Chōfu instructed as he withdrew his hand. Without my direct orders, no one is to approach. Any attempt to probe or provoke the beast is strictly forbidden. Yes, sir, the two answered in unison. Chōfu cast one last glance at the unconscious Rashi, his expression remaining calm and unruffled. He turned toward the command table, where the latest border maps and intelligence reports from each squad were spread out. Sitting down, his thoughts drifted back to 2 minutes earlier. Target confirmed. Four Tails Jinchuriki, weak, currently being moved. In that instant, Chōfu made his decision. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had already dispatched 2 surveillance drones, each no larger than a pinky finger, as soon as the mobile squad left the camp. The drones witnessed everything. They rose into the sky without a whisper, blending into the clouds and withered woods, moving toward the target area far faster than any ninja could. Their silent compound eyes streamed live footage and high-precision scans back to him. Through their transmission, Chōfu saw it all. Rashi, still dazed and slung across the back of a jonin, and another Iwagakure jonin, keeping watch up ahead. Their chosen route was well concealed, but to Chōfu, who possessed a god's eye view, there was nowhere to hide. There, Chōfu pinpointed a narrow valley, a choke point with steep rock walls on either side, perfect for an ambush. In the next instant, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside the drones, tailing Rashi's group, his presence perfectly masked. He arrived at the exit of the narrow valley, a step ahead, waiting for his prey to walk right into the trap. There was barely a pause. The moment the 2 Iwagakure jonin stepped into the valley, Chōfu's hand swept up, twin electromagnetic energy pistols snapping to target. With a sharp hum, 2 pale blue beams flashed out, moving faster than the eye could follow. One jonin barely sensed the danger before a beam pierced his temple. The other was struck down before he could even look up. Shock was frozen on their faces as the last traces of life left them, and they collapsed to the ground. The jonin carrying Rashi crumpled, sending Rashi tumbling to the earth, a jolt that snapped him wide awake. Bastard! Rashi roared, taking in the scene and recognizing Chōfu's silhouette. Dark red chakra, like living fire, erupted from his body, his skin searing hot, a chakra tail lashing out and smashing against the rock wall. Stones shattered and flew. He was on the verge of transforming further, ready to incinerate the hated leaf ninja before him, when his gaze met Chōfu's eyes, now aglow with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The deep, intricate pattern of those eyes swirled, as if holding the secrets of the cosmos. Rashi froze instantly. The rampaging tailed beast chakra was locked in place by an invisible frost, dissipating in a heartbeat. He felt his consciousness plunging into a bottomless abyss, his body utterly beyond his control, unable even to move a single finger. In his eyes, only that pair of kaleidoscopic eyes remained, as if they could see through everything. Faintly, the low, fearful growl of the tailed beast echoed in his ears. Chōfu walked forward at a measured pace, gazing at Rashi, who stood paralyzed, displaying only terror and unwillingness on his face. Throughout the entire ordeal, Rashi could not muster even the slightest resistance. With a casual motion, Chōfu hoisted the unconscious Rashi. He glanced at the 2 corpses of a Iwagakure jonin lying on the ground, his expression unreadable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the fortress command post. The entire capture, from interception to subjugation, took no more than 10 seconds. Precise, efficient, and almost soundless. When facing a Jinchuriki, what he displayed was overwhelming, absolute power. Recalling all this, Chōfu's gaze refocused on the map before him. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. When it comes to dealing with tailed beasts, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is truly invaluable. Capturing Rashi had been effortless, but the true challenge was only beginning. How to handle the chain reactions that this trophy would set off. Capturing Rashi was merely the first step. The real question was how to maximize the value of this move. How to use him to stir up an even greater war and harvest more sign-in points. These were considerations he could not ignore. There were some uninvited, watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, making him uneasy. Uchiha Chōfu shifted his gaze to the ground nearby. Never mind. Now isn't the time to meet, he murmured to himself. While analyzing the situation on the battlefield, he would occasionally lift his eyes to the sky. It's time. In an instant, Uchiha Chōfu vanished from the camp. On this silent night, The departure of a commander went entirely unnoticed. Uchiha clan compound, secret chamber. The candlelight flickered, casting elongated shadows of Uchiha Chōfu and Uchiha Sosuke across the wall. The air was thick with the scent of old scrolls and faint dust. Inside the chamber, the candlelight danced across half of Uchiha Chōfu's face, leaving it shrouded in shifting light and shadow. He picked up the slightly cooled tea from the table and took a measured sip, his movements unhurried, as if he had only just finished a routine night patrol. The situation on the northern border has stabilized for now. Chōfu opened, setting down his teacup, his voice steady. The Wagakure launched a large-scale assault, employing coordinated great techniques with considerable momentum. We lost 13 men. Sosuke's gaze sharpened, but he remained silent, waiting for the rest. But their offensive was repelled. Chōfu continued, his tone as calm as before, as if describing something unrelated to himself. I deployed the Shinji. It proved effective, at least enough to make a Wagakure think twice before attempting another direct assault of that scale in the near future. Sosuke gave a slight nod. That at least was good news. More importantly, Chōfu shifted the topic. The mobile squads I dispatched have proven their worth. They infiltrated deep behind enemy lines and successfully raided 2 important camps of a Wagakure, burning large stores of supplies and sowing considerable chaos. Most notably, he paused, turning his gaze toward Sosuke. One of those squads managed to provoke a brief rampage from Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, which caused a Wagakure no end of trouble. Sosuke's eyebrows twitched. A Jinchuriki running amok was no trivial affair. This was, without a doubt, a significant tactical victory. It was Chōfu's next words that truly made Sosuke sit up straight. I took advantage of the turmoil and acted personally. Chōfu's voice dropped, taking on an icy edge. While 2 Wagakure Jonin were escorting Rashi back to the village, I intercepted them. Those 2 Jonin have been dealt with. As for Rashi, he lifted his eyes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glimmering eerily in the dimness as he looked straight at Sosuke. Right now, he's lying in the command tent of our camp, quite safe. Even Sosuke Uchiha, seasoned as he was, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at those words. To capture a Jinchuriki alive. How did you pull that off? What about Inoki? Sosuke's voice was rough, tinged with disbelief. It went smoothly, Chōfu replied, brushing aside the details of the capture with studied nonchalance. Clearly, he had no intention of dwelling on it, instead steering the conversation to the future. Capturing Rashi is only the beginning. The Wagakure will never let this go. Inoki himself may well take action. That suits me perfectly. He leaned forward, candlelight flickering in his eyes. Clan leader, my side of the board is set. All that's left is for the winds to shift. Now it's time you told me. How much progress have you made gathering allies among the ninja clans back in the village? Shaken from his astonishment, Sosuke's expression grew grave at the question. He shook his head slowly. The situation is less promising than we'd hoped. Right now, only a handful of minor clans, like the Fuma and the Kamizuki, who wield little real influence in Konoha, have shown any willingness to engage in secret talks. Chōfu listened, his fingers drumming a steady rhythm on the tabletop, a crisp, deliberate sound that echoed through the silent chamber. He seemed unsurprised and pressed on. That's too slow, clan leader. We're running out of time. We need to move faster. Leaning in again, the candle's glow danced in his eyes. I'll be making a major move soon. When the time comes, I'll need the full backing of the clan. Sosuke's gaze sharpened. A major move? What exactly do you have planned? Chōfu let out a sigh, as though somewhat helpless in the face of clan leader Zongsuk's relentless questioning. He could only lower his voice and explain, I'll use the Four-Tails Jinchuriki as bait to force the main forces of a Wagakure out, including that old fox Inoki, the 2 scales, and draw them into a decisive battle against me. He paused, a flash of unshakable confidence flickering in his eyes. And I will face them alone. In one battle, I will break the backbone of a Wagakure and send shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world. I'll force them to sign a humiliating peace treaty, not only yielding the land of grass, but also conceding enormous benefits. When that time comes, our clan must immediately dispatch people to fully take over the land of grass and turn it into the foundation for our Uchiha nation. Fixing his gaze on Zongsuk, he articulated his ultimate goal, one word at a time. When the dust of this shinobi world war settles, and we have drawn enough nourishment from a Wagakure and the land of grass, that will be the moment for the Uchiha to break away from Konoha and establish a nation of our own. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongsuk's eyes flashed with shock and fervor, but soon those emotions gave way to doubt. If the plan succeeds, the land of grass will be within our grasp, and with the elite of the Uchiha, we can easily take control. Why bother try to win over those minor shinobi clans of Konoha? In his view, those small clans held little power and seemed insignificant in the future Uchiha nation. Chōfu seemed momentarily caught off guard by the question, glancing at Zong-suk with a hint of exasperation. Clan leader, do you think a nation can be built by warriors alone? Governance, farming, craftsmanship, trade, every aspect demands manpower. Our Uchiha clansmen are indeed elite, but we are few in number. Are we to send Sharingan wielders to till the fields, build roads, or manage the markets? Those small clans may lack fighting strength, but they have many non-combatants skilled in various trades, the perfect workforce and administrators. With more hands, we can stabilize the new territory and grow stronger much faster. Besides, the land of grass isn't truly suitable for us. I may soon meet with an influential figure, and when that time comes, I'll know where our new nation should rise. Zong-suk was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had indeed overlooked the challenges of long-term development. That was short-sighted of me. It's just, he still harbored his greatest concern, his gaze grave as he looked at Chōfu. Chōfu, are you truly confident? Facing all of Awagakure's main forces by yourself, including the Tsuchikage? That's incredibly dangerous. And this influential figure, who is it? Chōfu stood, a light of absolute confidence gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, clan leader, I would never make such a plan if I weren't certain of victory. My strength far surpasses anything you imagine. Just do what you must. Keep our rear secure, and be ready to take over when the time comes. As for who that influential figure is, you'll know soon enough. Seeing Chōfu so resolute, Sosuke took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He nodded heavily. I understand. I'll do my best to persuade them again, and try to unite more ninja clans to prepare for what's to come. Chōfu nodded. There's no need to force things too much. Just let them develop naturally. What matters most is that our clan is ready. I'll be off now. Before he finished speaking, Chōfu's figure had already begun to blur. In the next instant, he vanished completely from the secret chamber, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air and the flickering flames of the candles. Uchiha Sosuke sat alone in the chamber, silent for a long time. Chōfu's plan echoed in his mind like a sudden clap of thunder. The risks were immense, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be unprecedented. To break free from the mire of Konoha, that was something he had never dared to dream of before. He gazed at the spot where Chōfu had disappeared, and his eyes gradually hardened with determination. No matter what lay ahead, the Uchiha clan's fate was now tied to this young clansman's path. There was no turning back. The only way was forward. He needed to start planning in detail right away, to be fully prepared for the earth-shaking battle that was sure to come. In the mountain graveyard, a cold wind threaded its way through the jagged caves, crying with a mournful wail as it passed. Uchiha Madara, once the demon of the ninja world, now sat with eyes closed, leaning against a stone throne. He was as still as a statue, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. Suddenly, the ground before him rippled like the surface of water. A pure white figure slowly rose from the earth, its form twisting and writhing until it took on a human shape. It was White Zetsu. Lord Mura, White Zetsu called out in his signature tone, part mocking, part exaggerated. I have some interesting news for you, straight from the northern frontier. Madara didn't open his eyes. He merely let out a low hum, signaling for him to go on. White Zetsu began his report with dramatic gestures. There's a remarkable kid in Konoha now, Uchiha Chōfu. He's young, but his skills are nothing to scoff at. The fools from Awagakure launched an attack, but his big toys gave them a real thrashing. He mimicked the sounds of explosions and twisted his body into various shapes. Boom! Crash! The Awagakure took heavy losses. It was a disaster for them. Madara remained silent, as if these tidings were of little consequence. White Zetsu leaned in closer, his tone turning sly and conspiratorial. But the real fun came afterward. That Chōfu kid sent several teams to stir up trouble behind Awagakure's lines. One of those teams, no one knows how they did it, actually provoked Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, into going on a rampage right in the middle of his own camp. At the mention of Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara's eyelids seemed to twitch ever so slightly. We're not done yet. White Zetsu's voice brimmed with excitement. Just as the Hidden Stone village was thrown into chaos and sent people to escort Rashi back, that Chōfu kid, he made his move in person. In a flash, he appeared. Before the two jonin from the stone village could even react, he took them down with a glowing weapon, striking twice in quick succession. And then, White Zetsu drew out his words. He just glanced at Rashi, and that fierce Jinchuriki was instantly paralyzed. Unable to move, like a helpless chick being plucked up and carried back to the Konoha fortress. The Mangekyo, Madara, finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, tinged with a trace of understanding and a subtle, elusive emotion. He slowly opened his eyes that had weathered countless storms, betraying no hint of joy or anger. Yes, those eyes exactly. White Zetsu nodded eagerly. And, Lord Madara, there's something even more interesting. This kid seemed to notice me. He muttered to himself, saying, "No, now's not the time to meet. Madara, what do you think that means?" Interesting, very interesting. Was that message meant for me? Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a faint, excited smile. If that's the case, then I'll be waiting for you, Uchiha Chōfu. Right? You think it's interesting too, don't you, Madara? White Zetsu clapped his hands gleefully. Madara closed his eyes again, as if he'd lost interest in everything once more. But his parting words made the laughter on White Zetsu's face fade ever so slightly. Keep watching him. Perhaps he'll stir up some waves in this stagnant world of shinobi. As for his fate, will he become a dragon that commands the storm, or a moth drawn to the flame, burning out in a single flash? I'm quite curious to see. White Zetsu giggled. Understood, Lord Madara. I'll keep a close eye on young Chōfu. With that, his body slowly melted into the ground, vanishing from sight. The graveyard among the mountains returned to utter stillness, with only Uchiha Madara's immovable figure remaining, silent, watchful, as he observed the shifting tides of the shinobi world from shadows. Northern Border Fortress, Commander's Private Quarters. Uchiha Chōfu furrowed his brow slightly, slowly drawing his chakra back from the pathways within his body. Just moments ago, as he returned to his room after finishing military duties, he sensed a faint but unmistakable disturbance sweep across him. It wasn't pain, more a strange sensation he'd never experienced before. Given his current mastery over both body and energy, not even the subtlest change could escape his notice. He immediately held his breath and focused, activating the Herrschers of Reason Core to enhance his Sharingan, and conducted a meticulous, full-body scan from head to toe. His muscle fibers remained tough and powerful, chakra flowed steadily and boundlessly, and his mind was as sharp and refined as liquid mercury. All his physiological indicators were at their peak. There were no signs of injury, poisoning, or any jinjutsu. How strange, Chonfeng muttered under his breath. The sense of unease not only failed to dissipate, but actually grew sharper and more distinct the deeper he focused his inspection. It did not originate from his body, nor from his chakra, nor even from his mind. Having ruled out every ordinary possibility, Chonfeng's thoughts immediately centered on the most extraordinary presence within him. The supreme construct from Honkai Impact 3rd, the Herrschers of Reason Core. This core had fused with him at the deepest level, a power source that transcended worlds. With a single thought, his consciousness dove into the unfathomable depths within himself. There, the Herrschers of Reason Core hung in the void like a singularity in the cosmos, quietly suspended, emitting a mysterious, deep blue radiance. Countless fundamental laws, composing all things flickered and recombined around it, weaving an intricate tapestry. And at this moment, Chonfeng could clearly see it, deep within the core's blue glow, a single point of purplish-black light, unlike anything else, emanating a faint aura of chaos and destruction. It pulsed slowly, like a heart still in the womb. This was the true source of that strange sensation. What is this? Cautiously, Chonfeng's awareness drifted closer, gently brushing against the purplish-black point. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, as if some seal had been lifted. After the core had bound itself so deeply to him and continued to absorb the energy of this world, it was now nurturing a brand new life, a unique, personal Honkai beast born solely for Uchiha Chonfeng. At present, this companion Honkai beast was still in its earliest, embryonic stage. The purplish-black light was its nascent form. This explained the sense of strangeness. A new offspring, intrinsically linked to the core of his being, was taking shape inside him. With this understanding, any lingering doubts in Chonfeng's heart melted away, replaced by a surge of delight. A companion Honkai beast. Without question, this was an unforeseen trump card, brimming with untapped potential. What's more, didn't this mean that the world of shinobi was about to experience its own Honkai eruption? I hope it grows soon. It could prove to be a tremendous help. Yet he did not rush to hasten the process. Instead, he decided to let nature take its course, closely observing the embryo's development. Withdrawing from his inner vision, Chonfeng slowly opened his eyes. The previous sensation of strangeness had transformed into a subtle sense of connection, as if an egg had quietly begun to grow inside him, waiting for the day it would hatch. How fascinating. It seems this core still holds more surprises for me. The corners of his mouth curled upward, his gaze shifting again toward the location of the Iwagakure encampment on the map. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Uchiha Chōfu rose early, left a shadow clone in the command center, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the woods behind the Konoha camp. He needed to register his cultivation gains with the ninefold Thunderblade here. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting dappled patterns across the forest clearing, which was blanketed in a carpet of fallen foliage. Uchiha Chōfu's true form appeared silently amidst the trees. He drew in a deep breath of the crisp air, tinged with the scent of grass and wood, letting the desolation of the border fortress settle quietly within him. He did not begin practicing his blade right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and stood still, letting his whole body relax. Beneath his skin, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan grew subtly warm, granting him powerful introspective perception. Paired with the analytical prowess of the Herrschers of Reason Core, he prepared for training, ready to record today's progress. In his mind, an ethereal phantom was performing the opening stance of Thunder Spar from Triviality with flawless precision. Every contraction and relaxation of muscle, every pathway of chakra flow, was vividly clear. Slowly, he mirrored the specter's movements, swinging his blade in a studied imitation, each motion carried out with meticulous accuracy. He raised his right hand, following the path inscribed in his mind. Though the angle appeared awkward, it was in truth the most efficient way to channel power. His shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints gave off faint but distinct pops. At the same time, he roused every muscle fiber, feeling a subtle and concentrated surge, like 1,000 miniature lightning bolts, brewing along his tendons and nerves, radiating outward from deep within. This time, the sensation was utterly different. Though the movements still felt unnatural, his body was no longer resisting or sluggish. It was as if something was guiding him, gently prying open those tiny muscle groups that were usually so hard to control. A slight, but undeniable, tingling spread from his fingertips, following special meridians up his arm. By midday, he had at last completed all the motions of the first stage of the ninefold Thunderblade. Uchiha Chōfu exhaled heavily, his muscles trembling with exhaustion. Compared to the past few days, when he couldn't even finish the first set, today he had at least managed to complete the entire form. With cultivation finished, he savored the barely perceptible yet unmistakably real thunder resonance reverberating within him, leaving both body and mind refreshed. Silently, he teleported back to the command center via the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as he dispelled his shadow clone, he caught sight of a subordinate entering with a steaming meal. The rich aroma of food swept away the fatigue of training. "Commander, your meal is ready. Please enjoy," the subordinate said respectfully. Chōfu nodded and took a seat at the dining table. The lavish spread was tempting enough to make anyone's mouth water, but he had developed a habit over the past few days. Before picking up his chopsticks, he would discreetly inspect the meal. An invisible ripple from the Herrschers of Reason Core swept over the dishes and rice, gentle as a passing breeze. In an instant, the molecular structure of the food, its energy composition, and even any trace of artificial additives all appeared vividly in his mind. No toxins, abundant energy, and cooked to perfection. The core's feedback put his mind completely at ease. "You've worked hard," Chōfu said to his subordinates. Then, without further ceremony, dug in heartily. He ate quickly, relishing the surge of energy the meal provided. Supplies along the border were hardly abundant, but this meal was clearly prepared to the highest possible standard under the circumstances. Before long, he had devoured every last bite, leaving nothing behind. His subordinate, who had been standing nearby, immediately stepped forward, moving swiftly and respectfully to clear the dishes. At that moment, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded outside the command post. The curtain was swept aside, and a reconnaissance ninja, his face dust-streaked and his eyes razor-sharp, strode in and dropped to one knee. "Reporting, Commander. Urgent message from the forward observation post. There's major, unusual activity at the Iwagakure encampment." Chōfu dabbed his mouth with a napkin, his gaze sharpening instantly. "Details." "Yes, sir." The scout's words came faster now. "There's a huge cloud of dust inside the Iwagakure camp. Our recon team observed large numbers of ninja rapidly assembling. All signs point to Iwagakure preparing to launch another large-scale assault at any moment." After hearing the report, Chōfu's eyes showed not the slightest surprise. Instead, a cold glint flickered in them, as if to say, just as expected. They had captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It would have been truly strange if Iwagakure had done nothing in response. Clearly, Iwagakure could sit still no longer. He rose, standing tall and straight as a pine, all traces of mealtime relaxation wiped away. Pass down the order. Move to highest alert. All personnel, take up positions according to the defensive plan. Notify Deputy Commander Akimichi and all squad leaders to report to the command post for an immediate meeting. Yes, sir. The reconnaissance ninja and the subordinate who had been clearing the dishes both answered at once and sprang into action. The atmosphere inside the command post grew taut in an instant, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Uchiha Chōfu strode to the massive military sand table, his gaze settling on the marker representing the Iwagakure encampment, his finger tapping lightly on that very spot. Trying to take back Rashi? Or do you aim to overrun the fortress in one fell swoop? He murmured, a cold light swirling in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Come then, let's see how many sign-in points this war will bring me. A storm was gathering over the border fortress, the clouds of war thickening once more. Slightly earlier, in the Iwagakure camp, Kitsuchi sat behind a table. On the ground across from him lay two corpses, eyes wide open in death. There were no other wounds on their bodies, just a thumb-sized hole piercing each of their foreheads. Damn it, Kitsuchi roared, smashing the table in front of him with a single furious blow. Where is Rashi? Was it him? Huangta glared with his eyes wide as bronze bells at an Iwagakure jonin who had brought back the corpses. Lord Huangtu, we haven't found any sign of Lord Rashi, the jonin stammered, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Hearing this, the fire of rage in Huangtu's heart subsided just a little. Take me to the scene. Yes, sir. Before long, Huangtu arrived at the canyon where Uchiha Chōfu had ambushed Rashi's group the previous night. There are bloodstains here, exactly 2 pools. Huangtu examined the spot where the 2 jonin had fallen. This is a pit scorched out by the tailed beast chakra when Rashi transformed. Huangtu gazed thoughtfully at the meager traces left behind. The 2 jonin must have lost their lives in an instant, while Rashi should have transformed into his tailed beast form first. Yet, all that remains here are these 2 pits. That means even Rashi had no chance to resist the attacker. So, who could have so easily defeated 2 jonin and a Jinchuriki? It seemed there was only one answer. Uchiha, is Konoha preparing to wage all-out war against us? Huangta ground his teeth, voice trembling with fury. The veins stood out on his forehead, proof enough of his seething rage. Return to camp and assemble the main force. Huangtu ordered, barely containing his killing intent. Then, he formed hand signs and summoned a small mole. Quickly, he scribbled vital information on a slip of paper, tucked it into a tiny tube around the animal's neck. Little one, hurry and deliver this intelligence to the Tsuchikage. Huangtu patted its head, and with a faint puff, the mole vanished in a wisp of smoke. Uchiha, your days of peace are over. Huangtu no longer bothered to reign in his murderous aura. Around him, both Chunin and Jonin trembled faintly. Even the insects in the grass fell silent, the night's chorus suddenly still. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. Inoki sat at his desk, paperwork spread before him. Though slight of stature, his presence radiated unquestionable authority. Suddenly, with a soft thump, a tiny mole appeared on his desk, squeaking as it raised the tube on his chest. Inoki's brow furrowed as he snatched the message and scanned it quickly. In an instant, the air in the office seemed to freeze. A wave of terrifying pressure burst from him. The slip of paper crushed to dust in his grip. Uchiha, they dare to capture Rashi. Inoki's voice was low and menacing, seething with volcanic fury. Another Mangekyo has emerged among the Uchiha. A flicker of wariness passed through Inoki's eyes. Send word. He snapped his head up, barking orders through the door. Summon all remaining main forces in the village. Every jonin on standby is to mobilize. Notify Huangtu on the front lines. Hold the line at any cost. I'll head there myself. Yes, came the hurried response from beyond the door, followed by the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Inoki strode to the window, gazing in the direction of Konoha, his face somber as storm clouds. To take the Jinchuriki captive, this was a blatant act of war. So what if they possessed the Mangekyo? The arrogance and tyranny of the Uchiha had to be washed away with blood. This time, he would make Konoha, and that entire Uchiha clan, pay a terrible price. Afternoon sunlight filtered into the quiet chamber of the command post near Konoha's border. Uchiha Chōfu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his chakra flowing gently like a warm stream, soothing the muscle aches from his training in the ninefold thunderblade technique. In less than half an hour, all fatigue melted from his body, and when he opened his eyes, they shone with renewed vigor. He moved to the workbench, his thoughts turning to the electromagnetic floating cannon detailed in the super electromagnetic weapon blueprints etched in his mind. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slowly, and, with the lawman's core amplifying his powers of analysis, he swiftly deconstructed and absorbed the intricate energy circuits and structural principles sketched across the blueprint. Without pause, he picked up a chakra-infused metal ingot. Chakra gathered in his palm, sharp and precise as a sculptor's blade, and he began to mold and engrave the material by hand. Under his meticulous control, the metal seemed to come alive at his fingertips, stretching and reshaping, as delicate runes were inscribed one by one with exacting care. By the time the setting sun cast its golden glow into the room, a metal sphere no larger than a fist, inscribed with intricate patterns of deep blue, hovered quietly in midair. Around it orbited several smaller auxiliary components, each emanating a faint aura of energy. Chōfu exhaled a heavy breath and carefully stowed away his unfinished masterpiece. He walked to the window, with a silhouette of the Iwagakure encampment blurred in the distance, and the air seemed thick with the oppressive sense of an impending storm. Not bad, he murmured to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously against the window frame. A slight smile played at the corner of Chōfu's lips. His spirits were high. Night fell, and the command center blazed with light. Chōfu had just concluded a strategy meeting with the Kimichi Makuka and the others, finalizing their preliminary defense plans. After dismissing the group, he did not rest. Instead, he stood alone before the vast sandbox map, running his finger over the marker denoting the Iwagakure camp. The deep blue of his eternal Mangekyo glimmered softly in his gaze. Silently, the lawman's core came to life, analyzing the topography, the deployments of friend and foe, and even every potential attack route in an instant. Countless streams of data collided in his mind, weaving together a tapestry of tactical possibilities. Passive defense will always be the lesser strategy, he whispered, his eyes finally settling on an inconspicuous canyon marked on the map. Perhaps it's time to give them a little surprise. He turned and walked toward the secret chamber, where the embryonic core of the floating cannon still hovered in anticipation. It was time to accelerate its completion. In the stillness of the deep night, Uchiha Chōfu's silhouette quietly appeared in a desolate canyon, dozens of miles behind the fortress. Jagged rocks jutted skyward, and the place was rarely visited by a soul, making it the perfect site for testing new weapons. He formed hand seals, setting up simple soundproofing and illusionary barriers to ensure no trace of movement would escape. Next, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he raised his hand to catch the silently dropping, streamlined floating cannon. Its ghostly blue patterns gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Let's test the speed first. With a thought, Chōfu sent out his command. The floating cannon instantly transformed into a streak of blue, zipping back and forth through the canyon, darting and weaving at such speed that it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Core feedback showed that its straight-line acceleration rivaled a Jonin's full-powered body flicker technique, while its agility within a tight range far surpassed the limits of the human body. What about its target acquisition? He casually tossed 3 stones in different directions. The cannon's muzzle adjusted in a blink. Almost before the stones left his hand, 3 fine blue beams lanced out with uncanny speed, evaporating each airborne stone to nothing. With the aid of the law of reason core, the targeting system, combined with Chōfu's own battlefield instincts, achieved almost delay-free multi-target locking. Time to see how powerful it is. Chōfu's gaze fixed on a massive rock face 100 meters away. Maximum power, fire. The core of the floating cannon flared bright, the electromagnetic accelerator ring emitting a low, resonant hum. A blinding blue beam tore through the night, soundless, piercing straight into the rock wall. At first, there was no explosion, only a fist-sized hole, its edges smooth as glass, bored clean through and vanishing into darkness. Where the beam passed, stone was vaporized in an instant by searing heat. Only as the beam faded did the rock wall suddenly erupt in a violent explosion. Tremendous penetration, highly concentrated energy, perfect for eliminating high-value targets or breaking through defenses. And if you have enough of these, and aren't afraid of expending them, they'd work well for crowd control too, Chōfu assessed coolly. He went on to test its sustained combat duration, about 15 minutes at full output, its precision in following commands, and its stability under various environmental interferences. Every metric met, or even slightly exceeded the specifications on the blueprints. Over 90% complete, more than ready for real combat. Chōfu lifted his hand, recalling the floating cannon. This new weapon would become another ace up his sleeve to counter the elite forces of Iwagakure. Then, spreading out his right palm, he instantly conjured another identical floating cannon atop it. After storing this one away, Uchiha Chōfu clapped his hands together and slowly separated them. Between his palms, floating cannons began to form rapidly, one after another. The chakra stored within the Law of Reason core was being steadily consumed. In a single round, he created 50 floating cannons, using up roughly half the chakra reserves within the Law of Reason core. Uchiha Chōfu once again activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With his right hand, he touched each of the floating cannons in turn, storing them away into the Sumeru mustard seed. In the darkness, he cast the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the fortress in an instant. The looming conflict no longer felt as daunting, and his confidence grew. Night fell, and the moon climbed high into the sky. With a swift motion, Chōfu used the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear inside the secret chamber of the Nanga Shrine. "Chōfu, you're back. Any news?" came the steady voice of Uchiha Sosuke. "Clan leader, it looks like Iwagakure is about to make a major move. I plan to infiltrate the Land of Grass and take the Four Tails Jinchuriki with me," Chōfu reported. "At the same time, I'll have people spread word across the lands of fire, wind, earth, and rain about the whereabouts of the four Jinchuriki, forcing them to come looking for me." Chōfu's calm words struck Sosuke like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Are you certain about this? If you go through with it, there's no turning back?" Sosuke asked gravely. "I'm ready. Clan leader, how are things on your end?" Chōfu replied, his face serene. "I've reached out to more families, but there's still some hesitation. If you can make a strong enough impression this time, it should convince them." "That's good. Farewell for now." With that, Chōfu used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his private quarters reserved for the commander. The next morning, in the command room at the border fortress, Uchiha Chōfu summoned the deputy commander, Akimichi Kinoshita. Facing the young yet composed commander, Kinoshita waited respectfully for his orders. "Captain Akimichi," Chōfu said, his tone even, "I have a task for you. Use all our intelligence channels and any unconventional means necessary to spread two messages as quickly as possible. First, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi of Iwagakure, has been captured by us, the Hidden Leaf. Second, I, Uchiha Chōfu, will, together with the Jinchuriki, publicly dispose of this trophy 3 days from now on the Withered Bones Plain in the Land of Grass." At these words, Akimichi Kinoshita's pupils contracted sharply. He looked up at Chōfu in shock, disbelief written all over his face. "Commander, this will completely enrage Iwagakure. They'll come at us like wild beasts. It's far too dangerous." "Do as I say," Chōfu replied, his gaze calm and unyielding. "That's exactly what I want, to draw them out. Remember, it's not just the land of Earth that needs to hear this. Make sure people in the lands of fire, wind, and even some in the land of rain catch wind of this news. The bigger the commotion, the better." Kinoshita looked into Chōfu's resolute eyes. Knowing the order was absolute, he forced down the storm in his heart, bowed deeply, and declared, "Yes. Understood. I'll see it done immediately." He turned and strode away, his determined silhouette bearing the weight of an order that was sure to ignite the entire border like a powder keg. After Akimichi Kinoshita departed, Chōfu turned and walked toward the secret chamber, hefting the still deeply sealed and unconscious Rashi in his hand. Without taking a single guard, his figure flickered and vanished from the fortress in an instant, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Deep within the Land of Grass, a vast and desolate expanse, known as the Withered Bones Plains, stretched to the horizon. Once an ancient battlefield, the very earth here seemed stained with the memory of blood, and only brittle, yellowed grass swayed in the restless wind. Chōfu's figure appeared suddenly at the heart of the plain. He dropped Rashi unceremoniously at his feet, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to rest and conserve his strength. A wild wind whipped up dust and sand, sending his robes billowing, yet he remained as immovable as a rock rooted deep in the earth. Here, he set himself as bait, calmly awaiting the arrival of his prey. The empty plain was the perfect stage for his power to be unleashed and for a grand performance to unfold. Meanwhile, on the road to the Land of Grass, the mighty Iwagakure army surged forward at breakneck speed. The killing intent radiating from thousands of ninja scent birds fleeing from the skies. At the very front of the formation, a small figure hovered in midair. It was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. His face was dark as a storm, and the fury he had bottled up threatened to burst forth at any moment. Rashi's capture was a direct affront to the dignity of a Wagakure, one he was determined to avenge personally. Just then, a communications ninja came running breathlessly, his face etched with fear and anger, and handed over an urgent report. Inoki took the message and scanned its contents. It was the very news Akimichi Kinoshita had been ordered to spread. In that instant, a terrifying surge of chakra exploded from Inoki, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Uchiha Chōfu! How dare that brat insult me like this? His roar thundered through the valley, shaking the very air. Inoki was so enraged that even his beard trembled. Publicly capturing a Jinchuriki was already a monstrous humiliation. Now this upstart dared to openly announce the location, trampling the pride of both him and the entire Hidden Stone village into the dirt. All forces, hear me. Inoki's voice was hoarse with rage. Target, Withered Bones Plains. Advance at maximum speed. I want that arrogant Uchiha brat and his insolence ground to dust. The pace of the Iwagakure army surged again, a raging flood, charged with the fury to crush all in their path, storming toward the heart of the land of grass. A battle of earth-shaking proportions over the Four Tails Jinchuriki was about to erupt upon this ancient plain. In Konoha, beneath the Hokage rock, the village seemed calm on the surface, but powerful undercurrents churned beneath. When word blazed through the village that Uchiha Chōfu had set a challenge at Withered Bones Plains and publicly provoked all of Iwagakure, the entire leadership erupted in chaos. Chōfu, go get him! Uchiha Sosuke, seated at the Konoha police force headquarters, gazed into the distance and cheered softly. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if the air itself could drip water. This is outrageous. Absolutely lawless nonsense. Koru Udatane slammed her hand on the desk, her face ashen with anger. What is Uchiha Chōfu thinking? Detaining a Jinchuriki without permission and then brazenly announcing his whereabouts. Does he intend to drag all of Konoha into an all-out war with a Wagakure? Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses with a heavy sigh, his brow knit tight. This move is far too aggressive. It's cut off any possibility for diplomatic mediation. The Wagakure is certain to retaliate with full force, and the pressure on our northern border will be unprecedented. It might even trigger a chain reaction among the other hidden villages. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, drew deeply on his pipe. Wreathed in smoke, his face looked more weary and conflicted than ever. He understood better than anyone the power and danger that Uchiha Chōfu represented. This act might seem reckless, but given the strength that young man had shown, it was unlikely to be a moment of impulsiveness. The news spread rapidly through unofficial channels, disguised as rumors. We can neither publicly deny nor halt it. Hiruzen slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. There's no point assigning blame now. Our immediate priority is to reinforce the northern border at once, stay vigilant in case Iwagakure lashes out, and keep a close watch on the movements of Kyomogakure and Kirigakure. He paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Additionally, send an elite ANBU unit to secretly infiltrate the border of the land of grass. I want to know exactly what is about to unfold on the bone-dry plains. A premonition stirred in his heart. This storm sparked by Uchiha Chōfu might well reshape the entire ninja world. Deep within the Foundation's headquarters, Shimura Danzo received the news, a cold, calculating glint flickering in his single eye. Elegant brat. Yet perhaps I can use this opportunity to strike a heavy blow against a Wagakure, and at the same time, weaken the Uchiha. Leaning on his cane, he whispered instructions to his men, standing behind him, mobilize our people as well. If necessary, give a Wagakure a little help. Make sure Uchiha Chōfu doesn't return to Konoha alive. Senju clan compound, at Uzumaki Mito's residence. Crash! Tsunade slammed her palm down, shattering a table in a burst of fury. That kid is getting way ahead of himself. Does he have any idea what he's doing? Does he really think he's invincible now? Even my great-grandfather wasn't that arrogant back in his day. Sobbing, Kushina Uzumaki plopped down on the floor in tears. Phony, I can't stand this. There, enough from both of you. Give little Chōfu a bit more faith, will you? I believe in this child. He's always been careful in his actions. He must be absolutely certain before taking a step like this. Mito interjected gently, unable to watch any longer. Oh really? Kushina sniffled, looking up, her eyes still wet. Don't worry, trust your big brother Chōfu. Mito gently stroked Kushina's fiery red hair. I'm gonna find that old Hokage and see what he has to say about this. Tsunade, having vented her anger, spun on her heel and made straight for the Hokage's office. Tsunade's sister, Kushina, still wiping away her tears, hurried after Tsunade. But Mito stopped her in her tracks, shaking her head at Kushina with a silent warning. Meanwhile, the interactions between some of Konoha's clans and the Uchiha grew ever more frequent. Konoha Village, this vast and intricate machine, had been forced into high gear by Uchiha Chongfeng's audacious move, a move that shook the very foundations of the village. Everyone understood that the outcome on the Withered Bones Plains would directly shape Konoha's future. On the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers, the Konoha encampment was shrouded in dry, swirling sand. Inside the command tent, Tsukumo Hatake had just finished laying out the plans for an advanced skirmish. A lingering chill clung to his fingertips from cleaning his white fan shortblade. A messenger ninja hurried in, respectfully presenting a sealed, urgent report, his face unable to hide a look of shock. Tsukumo took the scroll, unrolling it with calm precision. But when he saw the contents, his eagle-sharp eyes narrowed suddenly, and his hand paused briefly in the act of wiping his blade. For a few seconds, the air inside the tent seemed to freeze. Detained the Four Tails Jinchuriki without authorization and publicly revealed their location on the Withered Bones Plains. He repeated the key points from the scroll in a low voice, and for once, the face that was usually as steady as a mountain showed a rare and grave tension. Lord Tsukumo, this Uchiha Chongfeng has gone too far. Iwagakure will surely retaliate with everything they have. Shouldn't we adjust our plans to guard against? The adjutant at his side couldn't help but speak up, his tone urgent. Tsukumo raised a hand, silencing the rest of the adjutant's words. He closed his eyes, drawing in a deep breath tinged with dust and sand. When he opened them again, his gaze had regained its usual composure, though a deeper worry stirred beneath the surface. Uchiha Chongfeng has his reasons. That's all that needs to be said, Tsukumo replied, his voice low and steady. If he dared to make such a move, he must have something to rely on. Our task now is not to question his decision, but to ensure that the river country's defensive line remains intact. He decided quickly and gave his orders. Send word to the entire army. Raise our alert to the highest level. The Sand Shinobi are not to be underestimated. If they catch wind of the northern upheaval, they may well seize the opportunity to strike. Pull back some of our forward reconnaissance teams, reinforce the main camp's defenses, and adopt a defensive posture. Avoid any large-scale clashes with the sand at this time. Dispatch additional scouting squads to closely monitor the movements of the sand, and do everything possible to obtain more detailed intelligence about the plains and the land of grass. Send our current situation assessment and recommendations back to the village immediately and await the Hokage's decision. After issuing his orders, Tsukumo Hatake walked to the entrance of the command tent and lifted the flap, gazing northward in the direction of the land of grass. His eyes seemed determined to pierce through endless mountain ranges and deserts. To challenge an entire village on your own. Chōfu, are you a fool or a hero? He muttered under his breath, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his blade. As the white fang of a leaf, all he could do in this moment was sink his fangs into the enemy before him, holding the line and safeguarding the village against the storm that might soon come crashing in. Elsewhere in the hidden leaf village, at the edge of a secluded training ground, Orochimaru had just finished a secret experiment and was now strolling leisurely to unwind. A root ninja appeared out of nowhere, silently handed over an intelligence scroll, and vanished just as quietly. Orochimaru unrolled the scroll with an air of indifference, but when he saw the names Uchiha Chōfu, Four Tails Jinchuriki, and Withered Bones Plains, a slender eyebrow arched ever so slightly. Then, a cold, twisted smile curled the corners of his lips. Well, so you finally couldn't hold back, Chōfu-kun? His hoarse, low chuckle slithered through the woods. To capture a Jinchuriki and flaunt it for all to see. What a reckless move. Are you testing the limits of your own strength, or trying to announce the Uchiha's return to the entire ninja world? A burning curiosity flickered in his serpent-like eyes. Chōfu-kun, let me see. Just how dazzling a light can you shine? I truly cannot wait to find out. At the same time, on the rooftop outside the Leaf Village bathhouse, Jiraiya was clutching the latest manuscript of Make Out Paradise, brow furrowed as he racked his brain for brilliant passages, hoping art could dispel the gloom of war. As he listened to passing villagers discussing Uchiha Chōfu, their conversation caught his ear. Has that Uchiha kid lost his mind? He suddenly leaped to his feet, his voice so loud that startled shrieks rose from the women's bath below. This is throwing the whole village into the fire. Irritated, he raked his fingers through his shock of white hair, pacing anxiously atop the roof. And why isn't the old man stopping him? No, wait. That brat's a frontline commander now, far from any restraint. Damn it. This won't do. I can't just sit here. Jiraiya stopped abruptly, resolve flashing in his eyes. That kid may be arrogant, But if he screws this up, the entire northern front is lost. I have to see what's going on myself. He glanced at the Make-Out Paradise manuscript in his hand, sighed, and carefully tucked it away. Art was important, but the duty to protect the leaf was greater. With a flicker, he vanished from the rooftop, ready to set out at once for the border of the land of grass. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, each in their own way, kept a close watch on the storm Uchiha Chōfu had stirred, a storm that was about to sweep across the entire ninja world. At the very moment when Inoki personally led the main forces of Iwagakure toward the Withered Bones Plains in the land of grass, a secret order was also dispatched from the Hidden Stone Village. An envoy, skilled in stealth and negotiation, set out with Inoki's handwritten letter, traveling at top speed in utmost secrecy to the land of lightning. Kumogakure, Raikage's office. The third Raikage, stood bare-chested, his powerful arms folded across his chest like a black iron tower, listening intently as the Iwagakure envoy delivered his urgent report. A heavy, stifling air hung over the office. The envoy respectfully presented the letter, his tone grave. Lord Raikage, I come bearing Lord Tsuchikage's command. A wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared among Konoha's Uchiha clan, a boy named Uchiha Chōfu, just 8 years old. His abilities are unfathomable. He has already captured our village's four-tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, alive, and has openly dared to provoke us. If he's not eliminated, he'll become a grave threat to the entire ninja world. Lord Tsuchikage hopes to form an alliance with Kumogakure to attack Konoha from east and west and share its spoils. When the time comes, all the plentiful lands and resources of the Land of Fire will be yours to take as you wish. The third Raikage took the letter, glanced over it carelessly, and then snorted with disdain. The paper crumpled in his powerful grip. His voice boomed through the office, brimming with unrestrained arrogance. Mangekyo Sharingan? In the face of absolute strength and speed, such tricks are meaningless. However strange that Uchiha brat may be, is he faster than my hell stab? Tougher than my lightning release armor? He rose to his full, imposing height, his presence pressing down on the room as his gaze bore into the envoy. Has that old man Inoki finally been scared into submission? Now he wants to use his Kumogakure as his tool. Go back and tell him, we have no interest in looting while someone else fights. If he wants revenge, let him earn it himself. If Iwagakure can't even handle a single Uchiha kid, then maybe you shouldn't count yourself among the 5 great nations. Intimidated by the third Raikage's overwhelming presence, the envoy broke out in a cold sweat, but still tried to persuade him. Lord Raikage, the threat of the Uchiha is truly enough. The third Raikage cut him off with an impatient wave of his hand. I made up my mind. See the guest out. Helpless, the envoy could only bow and withdraw, his heart chilled to the core. The plan to unite with Kumogakure had failed before it even began. After the envoy left the Raikage's office in disappointment, the third Raikage sat back down in his broad chair. His thick fingers began to rap a steady, muffled rhythm on the desk. A brief silence fell over the room. Father, do you really think the Uchiha pose no threat? The young couldn't help but speak up again. More than anyone, he knew his father well. Behind that arrogance always lay careful thought. The third Raikage glanced at his subordinates, snorted, and said, Fools! Of course I won't be completely taken in by that old geezer Inoki's alarmist talk, but I won't underestimate any potential threat either. The Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, that's a power Uchiha Madara himself once wielded. His tone suddenly shifted, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. But instead of relying on Iwagakure's one-sided claims, why don't we go and weigh Konoha's strength ourselves? Especially this Uchiha Chōfu who's appeared out of nowhere. I want to see just how capable he really is, and we'll use our own Kumogakure methods to find out. He stood up abruptly and issued his orders. Pass this on. The reconnaissance squad is to depart at once and infiltrate the border of the Land of Fire for armed scouting. Tell me to stay on high alert and be ready at any moment. Without my command, no one is to act rashly. Border patrol units are to heighten their vigilance. If there's any unusual movement along Konoha's defensive line, report it immediately. Also, send ninja into the Land of Grass to monitor the battle between Uchiha Chōfu and the Iwagakure ninja, and relay all information back in real time. Yes, sir. The messenger ninja beside him immediately accepted the orders and hurried off. It was clear, the third Raikage was far from indifferent. When he said, no mobilization, he meant he wouldn't launch a large-scale allied attack. Yet, wary of unknown powers and driven by Kumogakure's own ambitions, he didn't hesitate to dispatch elite forces for a show of strength. If Konoha showed even the slightest weakness, Kumogakure's fangs would bare themselves in an instant. The ninja world situation, because of Uchiha Chōfu's actions, grew ever more unpredictable and turbulent. Uchiha Chōfu stood with hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the sea of Iwagakure troops. A faint, indifferent smile played at his lips as he cleared his throat, ready to deliver some grand remark like, "Lord Tsuchikage, did you really mobilize all these forces just to greet me?" But suspended above the Iwagakure front lines, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, wore a face creased with cold, killing intent. He had no interest in idle talk. The instant he saw Chōfu rise, Inoki brought his hands together in front of his chest, locking onto his target. Irigand Brat. Klapalatadai. Dust release. Atomic dismantling jutsu. With a furious shout, Inoki summoned a dazzling, cube-shaped barrier between his palms, a force that radiated utter annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the cube swelled, surging toward Uchiha Chōfu and a nearby Rashi. The very air in its path was split down to atoms, unraveling everything it touched. Damn it, the old man plays dirty. Ambush and sneak attacks on an 8-year-old like me. All of Chōfu's posturing caught in his throat, and he cursed out loud in frustration. Faced with this bloodline technique that could reduce all to nothingness, he didn't dare take it head-on. The moment his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan caught the activation of Dust Release, his silhouette blurred, vanishing in a flash. Flying Thunder God technique, activate. In the split second before the Dust Release barrier could close in, Chongfeng's figure, along with Old Purple, flashed away in a hair's breadth escape, teleporting to a spot dozens of meters away where he had previously set a Flying Thunder God Kunai as a marker. The space they just occupied was swept by the Dust Release barrier. A section of ground vanished into thin air, leaving behind a vast, mirror-smooth, cube-shaped pit. Standing at the edge of the pit, Chongfeng brushed off his spotless clothes, his expression dark and stormy. Not even a warning before you unleash your ultimate move? You people from Iwagakure really have terrible tempers. Seeing his Dust Release fail, Inoki was about to switch tactics when, in the distance, Uchiha Chongfeng's anger was unmistakable. His eerie, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun even more furiously. "Old fool, I was being polite, but you just don't get it, do you?" Chongfeng pressed his hands together in a decisive seal, an explosive surge of chakra radiating from him. "Let me show you what real power means." Hephaestus. A thunderous roar split the air. Accompanied by earth-shaking noise and a billowing cloud of smoke and dust, a colossal figure, ashen red and iron gray, like a steel mountain, descended with unstoppable force onto the plane of bones. Hephaestus had been unleashed from the Sumeru mustard seed. Beneath the stormy clouds, its cold metallic body glimmered with a ghostly sheen. The sheer scale and presence of this giant instantly overshadowed the killing intent of thousands of gathered Iwagakure shinobi. The moment Hephaestus appeared, the armor on its shoulders snapped open, launching several unassuming metal discs that landed with precision around the battlefield. As soon as the discs hit the ground, they activated and began emitting a deep, high-frequency hum. An invisible field of disruption rapidly expanded outward from Hephaestus, forming a massive barrier nearly a kilometer in radius. "What's happening? My chakra. I can't form seals properly anymore. Earth-style, earth-flow wall. Wait, why won't the rocks rise?" Enveloped by the interference field, the Iwagakure shinobi were stunned to find their chakra sluggish and chaotic. Their fingers, as if mired in thick mud, struggled to form hand signs with any precision. Ninjutsu attempts weakened drastically or failed outright. Some shinobi, overwhelmed by the chaotic chakra within, even suffered backlash from the disruption. Even Inoki, still hovering in the air, felt his face pale. As he tried to muster another Dust Release, he sensed a wild current rampaging inside, utterly beyond his control. His chakra manipulation was being powerfully disrupted. The extraordinarily precise bloodline elimination technique was simply impossible to form. Ninjutsu is being interfered with. Inoki's heart pounded as if struck by a tidal wave. Such a method, directly targeting chakra itself and paralyzing the entire ninjutsu system on a massive scale, was something he had never even heard of before. Uchiha Chongfeng stood atop Hephaestus's massive shoulder armor, gazing down at the disarrayed Iwagakure army below. A cold smirk played on his lips as he declared, "So you like playing dirty, do you? Let's see how you handle this now." With the appearance of this bizarre interference field, the balance of the battlefield was violently tipped. Iwagakure's greatest advantages, their numbers and ninjutsu coordination, were instantly rendered nearly useless. The Withered Bones Plains had become a hell's cape, where steel clashed with flesh and blood. Hephaestus's colossal form moved like a mobile fortress. Each swing of its arm, each thunderous step, unleashed a storm of blood and steel. The Iwagakure ninjas' resistance crumbled before overwhelming power and nullified ninjutsu, their formation scattered and broken. Sitting atop the war machine's shoulder, Uchiha Chōfu watched the slaughter below with a blank, impassive face, thinking the efficiency still left something to be desired. With a mere thought, the space beside him warped once more. Out of thin air appeared the pristine white figure of Miss Stilltine, its green energy circuits gleaming. Under the rampage of these two iron titans, Hephaestus and Miss Stilltine, the Iwagakure formation finally collapsed. Deprived of their jutsu, the ninja were as fragile as straw before the might of technology and raw strength. The battlefield had become a one-sided massacre. Cries of agony mingled with the gut-wrenching sound of metal tearing through flesh. High above, Inoki hovered in the air, his face ashen with urgency and rage. His formidable dust release was too difficult to control precisely under the interference, and other jutsu were similarly weakened. But years of battle experience forced him to remain calm. His sharp gaze swept over the battlefield, finally locking on several humming metal cylinders driven into the ground, the very source of the invisible field, disrupting everything. Although still able to move, listen up. Inoki's voice crashed over the chaos like a thunderclap, steely and resolute. Forget about those two puppets. Your target is the glowing cylinders at the edge of the field. Get close to them. Use your kunai, your fists, whatever you have. Destroy them. As the order rang out, the remaining Iwagakure ninja hesitated only for a moment. Then, a look of tragic resolve filled their eyes. They understood this was their only chance at survival, and a command that might very well be their last. Unable to use ninjutsu or any ranged attacks, they had no choice but to hurl their bodies through the storm of mechanized firepower and attempt to destroy the devices by hand. For Iwagakure, let's take them down together. A handful of Chunin and Jinin led the charge, shouting hoarsely as they rushed forward. Weaker to begin with, they struggled even more within the interference field, quickly becoming little more than decoys and cannon fodder. Hephaestus's railgun and Miss Stilltine's greatsword swept across the battlefield like the Reaper's scythe, claiming the lives of these brave, yet fragile souls. Blood stained the withered bones, plains crimson. Every step closer to the interference devices cost dozens of lives. This was a charge of unparalleled brutality. Again and again, Iwagakure shinobi fell along the way, some vaporized by laser fire, others shattered by sweeping sword strikes, still more crushed beneath the colossal feet of the mechanized titan. Yet, they pressed on relentlessly, using the bodies of fallen comrades as cover, forcing their way forward with sheer desperation. At last, after sacrificing more than 200 shinobi, most of them genin and shunin, a handful of the most agile jonin managed, amid the hail of bullets, to reach the disruptor. They raised their kunai, channeling every ounce of strength, and brought them crashing down on the metal cylinder with all their might. Clang, clang, crack. Sparks flew in all directions, and under the relentless assault, the sturdy cylinder finally began to fracture. Its resonant hum grew erratic, faltering. With the last of the disruptors destroyed, the suffocating interference field receded like a tide, vanishing in an instant. We did it. The surviving Iwagakure shinobi felt chakra flow freely within them once more, and tears of joy threatened to spill from their eyes. But before they could revel in victory, a chill more piercing than ever swept over them, the killing intent emanating from Uchiha Chōfu, standing atop Hephaestus's massive shoulder. The disruptor's destruction signaled the beginning of Iwagakure's counterattack. Yet it also meant that Chōfu's patience had reached its limit. The very moment the interference field dissipated, the oppressed shinobi of Iwagakure erupted into action with astonishing vigor. At their commander's hoarse, desperate cry, nearly 1,000 shinobi formed seals in unison, their synchronized chakra resonating in a blaze of light. Katon, Goka Mekyaku, gone were the sporadic fireballs. What surged forth now was a rolling inferno, a crimson sea of flames raging like a tidal wave. The heat warped the air, and the scorching blast set dry grass ablaze far in the distance. The overwhelming spectacle promised to consume Uchiha Chōfu and his iron colossus in a single, devastating sweep. Yet, standing upon Hephaestus's shoulder, Chōfu merely let out a cold, dismissive snort in the face of a jutsu fierce enough to boil seas and scorch mountains. And as the apocalyptic wall of fire bore down, Chōfu's hands flashed through a sequence of seals, his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, glinting with otherworldly light. Flying Thunder God technique. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as space itself twisted violently. In the blink of an eye, the massive Hephaestus, along with Chōfu and Rashi on its shoulder, vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The combined firestorm of Awagakure crashed down upon the now empty plain, liquefying the earth into a blazing, glassy crater. Yet not so much as a scrap of their enemy remained. They're gone. Above us? No, behind. Cries of astonishment had barely been uttered when a vast shadow, laden with a crushing sense of dread, suddenly materialized at the very heart of the Awagakure army's formation. Boom! Hephaestus descended like a meteor from the heavens, its colossal steel body crashing brutally into the dense crowd below, instantly crushing countless unsuspecting Awagakure shinobi beneath its might. A shockwave, laden with shattered stone and scattered limbs, surged outward in all directions, unleashing a cacophony of wails and shrieks that echoed through the chaos. Chōfu sat immovably atop the shoulder armor, gazing down with cold indifference at the terrified and utterly disordered enemy scrambling at his feet. Hephaestus moved like a tiger loose among sheep, its massive mechanical arms sweeping through the crowd, firing laser cannons at point-blank range. With every motion, it unleashed a storm of blood and carnage. That's the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. Damn it, that cunning little Uchiha brat. Inoki recognized the jutsu instantly, his mind racing for a countermeasure. The spark of resistance the Awagakure shinobi had just mustered was utterly extinguished by this sudden, unpredictable strike. Their formation was torn apart from within, the command system thrown into paralysis. Unable to organize any meaningful resistance, they could only scatter and flee in panic under the Steel Titan's relentless assault, suffering catastrophic losses. While Uchiha Chōfu piloted Hephaestus, launching his deadly flying thunder god assaults, another white mech, Mistiltine, was facing a trial of its own. Though the main target of the joint fire release assault was Chōfu, the surging sea of flames and stray fire jutsu still engulfed Mistiltine's position. Yet, in an instant, a shimmering, translucent energy shield rippled across Mistiltine's surface, a self-adaptive defensive field. This shield was not evenly distributed. The moment it touched the flames, it shifted and transformed, becoming a barrier of fire itself. While maintaining optimal internal temperature, the shield cleverly redirected the fire, bending it away from the mech's core. Scorching flames struck the barrier, but like water encountering the edge of a wedge-shaped rock, they split and were deflected harmlessly to either side. Mistiltine's massive frame pressed forward through the heat, its steps unwavering, forcing its way out from the heart of the inferno. Though the energy field fluctuated wildly under the relentless assault and the mech's surface glowed red-hot from the heat, Mistiltine itself suffered no significant damage. Bursting free from the sea of fire, it immediately raised its longsword, sweeping through the ninja ranks in a series of swift, merciless strikes. These two elusive, all-powerful titans of steel became the inescapable nightmare, haunting every Awagakure shinobi's heart. Just as Mistiltine's sword carved a bloody path through the ordinary Awagakure troops, a towering figure erupted from the crowd with the ferocity of a beast springing from the shadows. It was none other than Akatsuchi, another Kage-level powerhouse of Awagakure, famed for his monstrous strength and masterful earth-release jutsu. Seizing a fleeting moment while Mistiltine's attention was divided, he acted. In the blink of an eye, both his arms were encased in armor of impenetrable rock, swelling to several times their normal size. Earth-style, fist rock technique. Earth-style, steel binding mode. A massive stone fist, roaring as it tore through the air, slammed squarely into Mistiltine's side. The adaptive shield flared to life the instant it made contact, but the sheer physical force behind the blow was overwhelming. Yet, this was only the beginning. A sharp glint flashed in Akatsuchi's eyes, and with almost simultaneous motion, he pressed his other hand against his giant stone arm. Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu. In that instant, an unimaginable heaviness surged into the stone fist. Mistiltine's shield let out a strained, anguished wail before shattering beneath the crushing force. Immediately after, the stone fist, now packed with terrifying mass, came crashing down onto the mech's armor, as unstoppable as a falling meteor. A deafening metallic crash exploded across the battlefield. Mistiltine's enormous frame was hurled into the air, tossed like a battered toy, flipping backward before smashing into the ground hundreds of meters away. Dust billowed skyward, and deep dents and fractures marred the mech's armored surface. With this precise and ferocious surprise attack, Akatsuchi inflicted devastating damage upon Mistiltine, momentarily clawing back a sliver of hope for the embattled stone hidden forces. The tide of battle seemed to shift, if only slightly, as new variables came into play. Meanwhile, Under the relentless onslaught of concentrated jutsu and suicide attacks, even Hephaestus's thick armor finally began to show scratches and scorch marks. Suddenly, from deep within its chest, the core engine erupted with a thunderous roar, like a rampaging beast unleashed. The crimson glow in its eyes blazed brighter, nearly bursting forth as tangible fire. Overload mode engaged. A violent, chaotic energy field exploded outward from its core. At this moment, Hephaestus's hunger for destruction reached its peak, a single-minded pursuit of utter annihilation. Its railguns, freed from the need to recharge, unleashed a barrage of massive energy beams in rapid succession, one after another like thunderbolts. These beams no longer sought pinpoint targets. Instead, they swept across the dense ranks of stone-hidden shinobi like a scythe through a field. Wherever the beams passed, flesh, earth walls, or stone, everything was reduced to ash in an instant, carving out terrifying swathes of emptiness across the battlefield and leaving hundreds of ninja dead or obliterated in their wake. But this was only the beginning. The next second, Hephaestus's colossal form blurred and vanished, leaping forward in a short-range spatial jump, then crashed like an artillery shell straight into the very heart of the stone-hidden formation, right where the defenders were packed the tightest. The moment it landed, the twin massive metal blades on its arms sprang free from their wrist housings with a resonant clang. More terrifying still, searing white laser energy burst from the hilts, instantly forming two titanic laser swords, each over 40 meters in length. Then, it performed an action so terrifying that it made the souls of all who witnessed it tremble. It released its grip on the hilts of its titanic swords, letting the two massive laser blades drop like pendulums to rest at its feet. Immediately after, the thrusters on its lower half roared to life at full power. Using a single mechanical leg as its pivot, the gigantic machine began spinning on the spot with wild, unstoppable force. With its body whirling at high speed, the twin laser swords, each 40 meters long, transformed into a circle of utter annihilation, a ring of death with a 100-meter radius. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Wherever the blazing circle swept, whether it was terrified ninjas fleeing for their lives, elite jonin desperately forming defensive hand signs, thick earthen walls, or the undulating terrain itself, anything taller than a meter was sliced cleanly in half the instant it touched the lasers. No explosions, no resistance. Only the sickening sound of slicing and the hiss of matter vaporizing in a heartbeat. The spinning lasted only a few seconds, but when Hephaestus finally came to a halt, the area within 100 meters of its center was utterly transformed. Nothing remained taller than a meter, just a field of gleaming, glass-smooth ground. Severed limbs, shattered weapons, fragments of rock. Everything was frozen at the moment it was cut, as if this patch of earth had been razored flat by a god. The hellish spectacle instantly drained every last ounce of courage and warmth from the bodies of the surviving Iwagakure ninja nearby. Hephaestus, pushed beyond its limits, had just announced itself as the one and only Reaper on this battlefield, and it had done so in the most brutal, direct way imaginable. While the mech was butchering the Iwagakure forces, Inoki and Uchiha Chōfu were hardly standing idle. Beneath a grim, overcast sky, a short, middle-aged man hovered in midair. This was none other than Inoki of the Two Scales, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. And facing him, standing on the ground and gazing up, was a child, so young he seemed almost out of place. Without a word, Inoki's hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. He pressed his palms together, then pulled them apart. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Before his hands, a dazzling cylindrical barrier sprang into existence, radiating an aura of utter destruction as it expanded, surging toward Uchiha Chōfu and erasing everything in its path. But Chōfu vanished in the blink of an eye, teleporting to a marker he had set earlier using the Flying Thunder God technique. The detachment of the primitive world slammed down on the spot where Chōfu had just been standing. Now, in that place there was nothing but a deep, cylindrical pit. Its interior walls were polished smooth as a mirror, the mouth of the pit perfectly even, as if it had always been that way. Without wasting another word, Chōfu's eyes suddenly blazed with the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo. He clasped his hands in the air before him, and in a flash, two sleek metallic railguns appeared, glinting coldly in his grip. "Old man, try this on for size." Chōfu let out a cold shout, giving Inoki no chance to calmly form hand seals. He raised both arms, aiming at the hovering Inoki in the air, and pulled the trigger relentlessly. A barrage of specialized projectiles, accelerated to their limits by electromagnetic fields, transformed into a storm of metal too swift for the naked eye to follow. With a piercing roar, they swept toward Inoki like a torrential downpour. The hail of bullets was so dense it nearly blocked out all vision, covering every possible angle of Inoki's escape. Inoki's pupils contracted in shock. He hadn't expected such a swift and bizarre assault. His floating figure darted rapidly through the sky, leaving behind several afterimages, while his hands blurred through a series of seals. Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu. He massively increased his own weight, plunging downward at great speed, his hands still moving to form new seals. Earth-style, fist of stone jutsu. Landing heavily on the ground, Inoki completed the last seal and slammed both palms onto the earth. Enormous stone fists surged from the ground, rising to shield him. But the electromagnetic cannon's power was far beyond that of ordinary ninja tools. The stone fists were instantly riddled with holes, shattered to rubble by the relentless barrage. Earth-style, golem formation. Even more massive stone giants erupted from the ground in an attempt to block the bullets, but each was effortlessly pierced through. Relying on his vast experience and remarkable aerial agility, Inoki evaded to the left and right in midair, at times conjuring small stone barriers to deflect the projectiles, but he was clearly on the defensive. His aged face was twisted with shock and anger, clearly unprepared for the ferocity and cunning of this young man's attack. Chongfeng's expression remained icy, maintaining a steady stream of suppressive fire as he coolly calculated Inoki's movement patterns and chakra expenditure. Faced with Uchiha Chongfeng's relentless electromagnetic onslaught, Inoki knew that brute force would only lead to disaster. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Shielded by a stone barrier, his hands flew through another round of seals. Earth-style, earth substitution. Just as another volley of bullets obliterated the stone shield, Inoki's figure in the air suddenly stiffened, pierced through in an instant by several electromagnetic rounds. But the Inoki that was struck crumbled away into loose earth, scattering in all directions. Almost as the substitution was destroyed, a faint chakra ripple emerged from the ground below. Earth-style, hiding like a mole. Using the cover of his substitution technique, Inoki's real body slipped soundlessly into the solid earth, gliding away like a fish through water. Hidden deep beneath the surface, he not only dodged every linear attack from the electromagnetic cannon, but even his presence became one with the earth itself, nearly impossible to track. On the surface, Chongfeng's barrage suddenly ceased. He stood atop the scorched ground, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly scanning the seemingly tranquil earth, a frown furrowing his brow. Hiding underground, are you? Quite the slippery one. Watching as Inoki slipped underground, Uchiha Chongfeng was neither anxious nor impatient. Instead, he reigned in the fierce aura that surrounded him. He landed steadily on the ground, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan still active. But instead of letting his gaze wander aimlessly, his eyes locked onto a specific spot beneath his feet, as if he could pierce through the layers of earth to see the swiftly moving figure below. Of course, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan alone could not achieve this. But the core of the Herrschers of reason was different. When pushed to its full potential, it allowed him to sense the changes in the earth's structure and density, as well as on Inoki's chakra signature, bright as a torch in the darkness. Each detail stood out to him with perfect clarity. He made no move to attack. Instead, he strode forward at a measured pace, following Inoki's path underground like a silent specter. Every step he took was feather-light, yet to Inoki, burrowing below, each one landed like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. Beneath the surface, Inoki's brow furrowed in concentration. He could feel it clearly, that young Uchiha was tracking him from above, shadowing his every move. This sensation was even more suffocating than a storm of blows raining down. He tried changing his speed, altering his course, even pausing for brief moments, but every time, the figure on the surface adjusted in perfect sync, as if an inescapable gaze had been fixed upon him. What on earth is this kid doing? Inoki's mind churned with uncertainty. Being read so completely made him deeply uneasy. While traveling underground helped avoid direct attacks, it drained both chakra and mental energy, especially under the pressure of relentless pursuit. He felt like a field mouse under the eye of a hawk, knowing that the moment he surfaced, he would be struck down without mercy. As the seconds ticked by, the psychological strain on Inoki mounted, and his chakra reserves steadily dwindled. Meanwhile, on the surface, Chongfeng remained calm and composed, waiting patiently for his prey to run out of air and patience, forced at last to break through the earth. It was clear that the initiative in this duel rested firmly in Uchiha Chongfeng's hands. No, I can't keep this up any longer. Feeling the air grow thin in the cramped underground space, Anoki realized he had to act. Activating the Earth Release, submarine voyage technique, he surged out of the ground like a swordfish leaping from the sea. Uchiha Chōfu seized the moment, swiftly firing the projectile from his railgun. A streak of blue light shot through the air, cutting a straight line as it pierced Anoki's body. Anoki's form burst apart like a balloon, a thick cloud of smoke billowing out. Expanding his senses, Uchiha Chōfu quickly realized that the target he struck was nothing more than a shadow clone. Anoki's true body now stood on the other side, his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone, a faint white radiance gathering between them. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Anoki gasped for breath, unable to hide the pride gleaming in his eyes. So that's how it is. The shadow clone split away, half the chakra, and drew my attention. The moment it emerged from underground, most of my focus was inevitably diverted. Uchiha Chōfu's face was full of admiration. The pale pillar of light erased everything in its path, annihilating all matter as it sped toward its target. Just as the dust release beam, powerful enough to obliterate all things, was about to strike, Uchiha Chōfu's form blurred like a specter. With a scarcely audible ripple in space, he vanished from where he stood. Whoosh! The dust release beam struck only empty air once more, leaving behind nothing but another smooth, deep cylindrical pit. Before Anoki even had time to catch his breath, he suddenly sensed a strange surge of energy from behind and to the side. He spun around sharply, just in time to see Uchiha Chōfu appear several dozen meters away, hands pressed together in a seal, his eternal Mangekyo eyes burning with brilliant light. "Old man, why don't you try my new toy?" Chōfu called out coldly, thrusting both palms forward with force. From the sumaru mustard seed, he produced 6 floating turrets he had prepared in advance. Floating turret array deploy. In an instant, the space before him rippled like water. 6 streamlined, fist-sized metallic devices shot forth in utter silence. No sooner had these 6 floating turrets emerged than they scattered like a swarm of sentient bees, instantly surrounding Anoki, who had just unleashed his dust release from every angle. Without the slightest hesitation, 6 slender yet deadly blue beams fired from the front of the turrets, their speed breathtaking. Each one targeted a vital area: Anoki's head, limbs, and torso. The beams tore through the air with a piercing, high-pitched whine. Anoki's pupils shrank. A surge of intense danger made the hair on his arms stand on end. He had never expected his opponent to possess such strange and swift long-range attacks. In the split second he could only draw upon the last reserves of chakra within him, instantly dashing to the side and conjuring a thin layer of rock armor to cover his vital points. Sizzle! The beams grazed the edge of his Tsuchikage cloak, instantly vaporizing the fabric. One beam even pierced the rock armor on his shoulder, leaving a scorched black hole and sending a wave of searing pain through him. Staggering, Anoki managed to steady himself in midair, eyes fixed on the 6 floating turrets, which adjusted their angles with relentless precision and locked onto him once more like a plague. A look of unprecedented gravity settled on his face. Uchiha Chōfu's tenacity far surpassed anything Anoki had anticipated. With the 6 persistent floating turrets continuing their precise, unyielding assault, Anoki knew he had no choice. He would have to change his strategy. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them down onto the ground. Earth-style, hard-forged colossus technique. With a thunderous boom, a colossal earthen giant erupted from the earth, far larger and more solidly constructed than any rock golem that had appeared before. It stood like a mountain upon the plains, placing itself squarely between Anoki and the incoming barrage, momentarily cutting off the floating cannon's rays. But that was not the end. Without pausing for breath, Anoki's hands blurred through another series of seals, and he struck the golem's leg with his palm. Earth-style, ultra-weighted boulder technique. An invisible, crushing force instantly enveloped the entire earthen giant, causing its weight to multiply exponentially. Its massive feet sank deep into the ground, and every punch and kick it could deliver now carried unimaginable destructive power. In quick succession, Anoki formed seals again, his palms glowing with an earthy yellow light that spread across the golem's entire body. Earth-style, hardening technique. The stone covering the giant transformed in an instant, becoming as strong as forged steel, gleaming with a metallic luster. Their defensive power had reached a whole new level. And so, an ultimate stone puppet was born, combining terrifying mass, impenetrable defenses, and an overwhelming size. It unleashed a silent roar and charged forward, its steps sending tremors through the ground. The floating cannon's beams sparked harmlessly against its hardened body, unable to penetrate, while its fists, capable of smashing small hills, swung straight toward Uchiha Chōfu. Facing this rampaging, reinforced giant, Chōfu's eyes narrowed, but there was no fear in his gaze. He continued to command the floating cannons, directing a relentless assault at the giant's joints and eyes, anywhere that might be vulnerable, trying to distract and restrain it, all while quickly retreating and raising the railgun in his hands. Tough skin and thick armor? Let's see how long you can last. The railgun thundered once more, launching a specially designed round like a steel spike straight at the giant's knee joint, aiming to cripple its movement. At the same time, Chōfu searched for Inoki's true location, strike the king to capture the thieves. Inoki was acutely aware of the situation. If the earthen giant were destroyed, he would be left utterly defenseless. Without hesitation, he fused himself into the giant's body, making it easier to control, allowing him to repair any damage in real time, and giving himself the chance to slowly recover his chakra from within its protective shell. Seeing Inoki merge with the golem, Uchiha Chōfu's eyes flashed with sharp intent. This was indeed a troublesome tactic. Ordinary attacks would struggle to threaten Inoki's body, hidden deep inside that thick earthen armor. Think you're safe hiding in your shell? Chōfu scoffed coldly, and suddenly changed his approach. The floating cannons ceased firing at the giant's torso, and like nimble hummingbirds, shifted their aim to the giant's joints, ankles, and the hollows behind its knees, critical points for movement and support, pummeling them with a barrage of precise, targeted shots. A staccato burst of rapid fire echoed through the battlefield. The blue beam sliced through the giant's moving parts with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, methodically cutting and destroying its mechanisms. Although the giant's surface was protected by a hardening technique, the joints remained comparatively vulnerable, and under the immense pressure of the ultra-weighted boulder jutsu, those spots bore the greatest strain. The relentless assault from the floating cannons began to slow the giant's movements, making its steps stiff and ungainly. Even the act of lifting a foot became a struggle, and its rate of self-repair could no longer keep pace with the rate of destruction. Meanwhile, Chōfu himself darted around the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing and vanishing in a blur, while the railgun unleashed heavy barges precisely at the joints already weakened or damaged by the cannons. Yet, even as new breaches opened, Inoki fought desperately to restore them, and thus the earth and stone giant maintained a precarious balance between destruction and repair. Chōfu could see that, despite the cannon's accurate strikes, they could only whittle away at the colossal figure. It was nearly impossible to bring down this triple-layered, self-healing construct powered by 3 different jutsu. A flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. He would hold back no longer. The overwhelming power of the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, surged forth. Susanoo, a thunderous roar resounded, and a torrent of chakra erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the spectral frame of a giant, deep blue warrior took shape, bones materializing, followed by sinews and muscle, all encased in a shimmering suit of chakra armor. This incarnation of Susanoo stood tall upon the earth, its form complete with 2 powerful legs, and its stature rivaled that of the stone and earth titan across from it. This was the second stage of Susanoo, boasting even greater might and a more perfected form. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, came Inoki's sharp, heavy voice from within the earth giant. How can he have so much chakra? But protest and fury did nothing to change the outcome. He drove the giant forward, swinging a boulder-shattering fist, empowered by the ultra-weighted boulder jutsu, straight at the spectral Susanoo with unstoppable force. Excellent. A fierce light ignited in Chōfu's eyes as he commanded Susanoo to meet the blow head-on, gathering his own terrifying chakra into a colossal fist. Boom! The 2 mighty giants collided, fists slamming together with the force of colliding meteors. The shockwave burst outward in a ring, gouging the earth for hundreds of meters around and sending dust rocketing into the sky. When the dust settled, it was a clash of equals. The earth giant drew its strength from sheer mass and the ultra-weighted boulder jutsu, while Susanoo's power stemmed from the ultimate force of ocular prowess and chakra. After the initial impact, both giants staggered back half a step, only to hurl themselves at each other again like ancient, mythical beasts locked in battle. The earth giant unleashed devastating punches and kicks, each strike making the ground quake, while Susanoo moved with greater agility, fists, elbows, knees, and feet striking with masterful martial skill and razor-sharp, chakra-infused blows. Crash! 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 The 2 giants clashed on the open plain in a most primal and savage battle of brute force. Wherever they fought, the ground split and fissured, rocks shattered and crumbled, as if a natural disaster was sweeping through the land. Inoki tried to leverage his mastery of earth release, constantly repairing and reinforcing the earthen stone giant, while Changfeng, relying on the immense ocular power of his eternal Mangekyo and the chakra stored within both himself and the core of the Herrschers of reason, maintained the stability and might of his Susanoo. But Inoki's chakra reserves were already limited. He simply couldn't outlast Uchiha Changfeng. This battle's outcome was already decided. The two of them continued to command their colossal constructs, locking into a fierce and relentless struggle. As the clash between the giants reached a fever pitch, the stone armor of the earthen rock colossus began to fall away, and its rate of regeneration slowed perceptibly. Hidden within, Inoki's eyes flashed with grim resolve. He knew all too well that drawing out this battle any further would only end in certain defeat. It was time to gamble everything on one desperate move. Forcing what little chakra he had left to the surface, Inoki struggled to clasp his hands together inside the earth giant's body. That familiar, heart-stopping aura of destruction began to gather between his palms. All the while, Uchiha Changfeng, ever vigilant through the core of the Herrschers of reason, sensed the shift in his opponent's state almost the moment Inoki began to concentrate his chakra. That's an enormous surge of chakra. That's dust release. The old man is going all in. Without hesitation, Changfeng's true body slipped silently out of Susanoo, leaving behind only a shadow clone to maintain the Susanoo's form and continue grappling with the stone giant. Meanwhile, Changfeng himself used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport to a distant vantage, his gaze icy and sharp as he watched the heart of the battlefield. And, just as expected in the next instant, dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Inoki's hoarse shout erupted from deep within the earth giant's chest. A blindingly brilliant cube of energy, far larger than any before, burst into existence, instantly enveloping the azure Susanoo locked in close combat with the rock giant. A searing white light devoured everything in its path. Within that annihilating radiance, the mighty Susanoo melted away like snow beneath the blazing sun, swiftly disintegrating and dissolving. No matter how the shadow clone inside tried to drive its ocular power and chakra, it was all for naught. In the blink of an eye, the towering Susanoo was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of chakra behind. The cube of white light gradually dissipated, revealing in its place a vast, smooth-walled square crater. And the earthen stone giant, now weakened and spent, its stone armor flaking and falling away from its exhausted form. Inoki crawled from the giant's body, gasping for breath, his face deathly pale, yet his eyes gleamed with a mix of relief and ruthless satisfaction at his seeming victory. At last, did I finally get rid of that troublesome giant? But just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold voice suddenly echoed from above and behind him. What a beautiful finishing blow, Inoki. Unfortunately, you only struck a clone. Startled, Inoki whipped his head around, only to see Uchiha Changfeng floating in midair behind him, his electromagnetic cannon once again raised. Dangerous blue light gathered at its muzzle, while 6 floating cannons, loyal as hunting hounds, locked on from every direction to the third Tsuchikage, whose chakra was nearly spent. Now it's time to end this. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Changfeng pulled the trigger. Just as he did, and the electromagnetic cannon was about to unleash its deadly round. With a crack of thunder, a blue figure wreathed in violent lightning chakra burst onto the battlefield in a blur faster than the eye could follow, as if teleporting into the fray. He was tall and powerfully built, with dark skin, the third Reikage, relying on his body, famed as the strongest spear and shield, and his terrifying speed and lightning release chakra mode. He snatched the weakened Inoki in the nick of time, and, in a flash of lightning, whisked him out of harm's way. A sharp electric snap resounded as the electromagnetic round struck the ground where the Reikage had just stood, blasting open several deep craters. Reikage! Changfeng's brows knitted together, his assault briefly pausing. He hadn't expected the cloud's forces to appear at such a critical moment. Inoki, now rescued, collapsed beside the Reikage, his face ashen and breath ragged. Still, he forced himself to warn. Reikage, be careful. This guy's tricks are bizarre. Seems like he doesn't need chakra and those flying weapons. The third Reikage shielded Inoki behind him, his rugged face grave. Though he'd just saved a life, he had witnessed with his own eyes the blue giant obliterated by dust release, and the 2 steel monsters rampaging through the battlefield. The power Uchiha Changfeng displayed was truly formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary Kage. I don't need you to tell me. I can see it for myself, the Reikage growled, lightning crackling ever more intensely around him as he fixed a sharp gaze on Chōfu. But Uchiha Chōfu gave them no time to catch their breath or regroup. Floating cannon array deploy. With a cold command, the space behind him rippled, and no fewer than 14 brand-new floating cannons came roaring out. Combined with the 6 already present, 20 floating cannons filled the sky, a swarm of deadly machines radiating a pulse of overwhelming energy. Lock on. Priority target, Reikage. Secondary, on Noki. At Chōfu's mental command, 16 cannons instantly swiveled, weaving a net of concentrated blue beams that swept across the battlefield, raining down on the lightning-swift third Reikage. The other 4 floating cannons clung to Inoki like leeches on bone, relentlessly locking onto him as his chakra neared exhaustion and his movement slowed. With precise interference and sniper shots, they left him no chance to recover or to assist the Reikage. With a furious roar, Reikage pushed his lightning-release chakra mode to its absolute limit. He weaved and darted through the deadly lattice of beams, dodging at the edge of possibility. When he couldn't avoid a shot, he met it head-on with his lightning-clad arm, each impact ringing out with the clash of metal and thunder. Though his speed was unmatched and his defense formidable, facing the three-dimensional, all-encompassing assault from 16 floating cannons at once brought immense pressure. It felt as if he were trapped in quicksand, unable to close the distance to Chōfu, let alone launch an effective counterattack. Inoki, meanwhile, was in even direr straits. Hounded by 4 floating cannons, he could only barely maintain small earth walls for defense, constantly on the verge of disaster. He had become a complete burden to the Reikage. Alone, Uchiha Chōfu wielded the tactic of overwhelming floating cannon firepower to simultaneously suppress 2 Kaga-level powerhouses. Once again, he seized absolute control over the battlefield. Seeing the floating cannons successfully pin down the Reikage, a cold glint flashed in Chōfu's eyes as he seized this fleeting, decisive moment. A surge of immense ocular power welled up within him. Blue chakra erupted skyward, and in an instant, the second stage of Susanoo reappeared on the battlefield. This time, Susanoo's right hand clenched the air, and a massive Tachi sword, formed from highly condensed chakra, took shape. Chōfu's intention was unmistakable. He targeted Inoki, who was nearly collapsed on the ground, all but powerless to resist. Slash! Susanoo unleashed a silent roar. The enormous Tachi sword tore through the air, descending on Inoki with a terrifying might to cleave mountains and sunder peaks. Even before the blade landed, its fierce wind pressure gouged deep trenches into the earth below. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise, leaving Inoki no chance to dodge or defend. At that very moment, the third Reikage, harried to his limit by the 16 floating cannons, caught sight of the lethal strike out of the corner of his eye. His pupils shrank in shock. Damn it! With a furious bellow, he threw caution to the wind. No longer caring about conserving chakra or evading the floating cannons' attacks, he became a living thunderbolt, lightning flaring brighter than ever as he took several searing hits to his broad back, each blast tearing bloody holes through flesh. In a flash that rivaled true lightning, he hurtled toward Inoki's position, moving faster than thought. Lightning release, lightning instant. Boom! With explosive force, the Reikage beat Susanoo's blade by a split second. He shoved Inoki aside, throwing himself in the path of the chakra Tachi. His right arm, clad in the strongest lightning armor, swung up to block the blow. Clang! A deafening crash split the air. The chakra Tachi and the Reikage's arm collided with brutal force, unleashing a dazzling burst of light and a storm of wild, surging energy. The ground beneath the Reikage's feet collapsed with a tremendous crash, but relying on his monstrous physique and lightning-style defenses, he managed to withstand a blow powerful enough to split a mountain. However, the force of the attack pinned him in place, trapping him between Susanoo and the floating turrets that swiftly closed in for the kill. With a single, precise assault, Uchiha Chōfu forced the Reikage into direct confrontation, driving him into an utterly disadvantageous and passive position. Just as Chōfu manipulated all the floating turrets, preparing to unleash a volley at the Reikage, who was bracing himself against the Susanoo's strike. Not a chance. A deep, thunderous shout erupted, booming across the battlefield like a sudden storm. A burly figure, shrouded in deep crimson tailed beast chakra, burst into the fray with a speed rivaling even the Reikage's own, unyielding and fierce. It was none other than Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki. His expression was cold and resolute, eyes sharp as a hawk, and 4 solid tails of chakra whipped around him, their wild energy making the very air tremble. Without a single wasted word, he charged in. The moment he entered the battle, his tailed beast-empowered fist, carrying the force to shatter mountains, crashed down upon the core of the floating turret formation. Tailed beast, heavy torrent. A cataclysmic explosion followed. The combined force of concentrated tailed beast chakra and a highly compressed air cannon erupted in a terrifying shockwave. It instantly disrupted the turret's electromagnetic anti-gravity fields, blasting several out of the sky and scattering their metal remains like a storm of shrapnel. The planned volley was abruptly interrupted and detonated midair, spawning a chaotic, dangerous storm of chakra high above the field. Freed from pressure, the Reikage roared furiously, lightning chakra surging from his body as he swung Susanu's great blade aside and quickly regrouped with the timely arrival of Killer Bee. "B, you're right on time," the Reikage said in a deep voice, a hint of relief barely audible beneath his stern tone. Killer Bee gave a slight nod, his gaze locked intently on Uchiha Chōfu, his voice steady and grave. "Brother, this guy is dangerous." Tail Beast chakra boiled around him. He was on the highest alert. Chongfeng's eyes grew even colder as he stared at Killer Bee, who had intervened and shattered his deadly assault with a single blow. He unleashed an illusion with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, targeting Killer Bee. Though Bee faltered for the briefest instant, he quickly shook off the Jinjutsu. Puzzled, Chongfeng thought to himself, Killer Bee isn't a perfect Jinchuriki. How did he resist the control of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion? No matter, it doesn't change anything. Now, with the two top warriors of the Hidden Cloud Village standing together, the difficulty of this battle skyrocketed in an instant. Chongfeng maneuvered his Susanoo into a defensive stance as the remaining floating turrets recalibrated, a chilling intent spreading across the open plain. The true, brutal battle was only just beginning. One calamity after another, especially the sudden intervention of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, utterly ignited the fury burning within Uchiha Chongfeng's heart. The light in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan grew colder, more violent than ever before. "Very well. Again and again, one after another, you all insist on ruining my plans?" Chongfeng's voice was frighteningly low, carrying a chilling menace that sent shivers down the spine. "Let's see just how much you can withstand." He brought his hands together in a forceful seal before his chest. "Shumi mustard seed, all floating cannons deploy." A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Behind him, space began to ripple violently, as if the surface of boiling water. In an instant, streamlined, floating cannons surged out in a metallic torrent, erupting madly from the distortion. Together with the ones remaining from before, a total of 50 floating cannons filled the sky in a flash. The eerie blue glow of their energy patterns cast an unnatural light across the gloomy heavens. Their cold barrels, like the eyes of death itself, all locked onto Reikage and Killer Bee below. And that was not all. Chongfeng pressed his palms downward. An enormous chakra fused with crumbling energy gathered and took shape before him in a frenzy. Metallic skeleton, armor plating, energy circuits constructed out of nothing at a speed that defied all logic. In the blink of an eye, yet another steel titan, crimson and gray and radiating an ominous aura, Hephaestus, came crashing down to the earth. Its colossal form cast a shadow, so vast it nearly enveloped both Reikage and Killer Bee. Another one. Reikage's face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Inoki, slumped on the ground and desperately trying to recover his chakra, grew ghostly pale the moment he recognized this monstrous machine. With the last of his strength, he shouted hoarsely, "Reikage, Eight Tails boy, be careful. That thing can launch disruptors with a massive range. They'll scramble your chakra and make your jutsu useless. You must destroy those metal cylinders stuck in the ground first. Otherwise, we won't even be able to use effective ninjutsu." Inoki's warning rang like an alarm bell, making Reikage and Killer Bee's hearts clench. In an instant, they understood why the Iwagakure forces had been forced into such a helpless position before. But it was already too late. The newly arrived Hephaestus had already opened its shoulder armor, revealing several disruptor cylinders. With a deadly, rising hum, they were about to be fired to the edges of the battlefield. 50 floating cannons blazed with gathering energy, their destructive power charging to the brink. Uchiha Chongfeng stood within the crystalline brow of Susanoo, his eyes icy as he looked down on the two warriors and their tailed beast below, his presence like a god passing judgment. "The game ends now. Big brother, destroy those cylinders first." Killer Bee growled, his beast's unique physiology making him immune to the disruptor's effects. A massive surge of tailed beast chakra instantly compressed and condensed before his gaping jaws. A jet-black tailed beast bomb, radiating an aura of utter destruction, rapidly took shape. It launched straight toward one of the disruptor's core columns with explosive force. Wherever the tailed beast bomb passed, space itself seemed to warp and twist, its speed utterly astonishing. However, Uchiha Chōfu carried a special energy token on his person, rendering him immune to the interference field's effects. The moment B was gathering his tailed beast bomb, Chōfu had already anticipated his intent. Try to destroy it? Not a chance. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike the disruptor, Chōfu's figure flashed like a phantom. Using the flying thunder god technique, he appeared instantly right in front of the device. His expression was cold and unyielding. With his hands already forming the necessary seals, a spatial barrier covered in mysterious runes unfolded before him in a heartbeat. Flying thunder god, guided thunder. The pitch-black tailed beast bomb slammed into the space barrier, but instead of the expected explosion, it vanished without a sound, swallowed up as if it had sunk beneath the waves. The very next instant, far above the area where the remnants of Iwagakure's forces were gathered, identical spatial ripples spread through the air. The redirected tailed beast bomb suddenly materialized, and then, boom! A cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens, the massive black sphere of energy erupting outward, consuming everything in that sector. Caught off guard, the Iwagakure shinobi had no time to flee. Trapped by this sudden and devastating friendly fire from their own ally, they suffered heavy casualties, their screams drowned beneath the overwhelming roar of the blast. What? Both Killer Bee and the Raikage saw this unfold, their pupils contracting sharply, faces turning grim with shock and horror. They had never imagined their opponent could use a space-time ninjutsu to transfer the tailed beast bomb with such precision. Meanwhile, Chōfu stood firm before the disruptor, his gaze icy as he watched them. The tide of battle once again shifted decisively in Uchiha Chōfu's favor. Even as Hephaestus and the Eight Tails clashed in furious close combat, Uchiha Chōfu locked his main focus on the Raikage and Inoki, both of whom were affected by the disruptors. The electromagnetic cannons in his hands roared to life once more, their custom projectiles forming twin torrents of metal that crisscrossed toward the third Raikage, who was desperately trying to break through the floating turret's blockade. At the same time, with a subtle mental command, half of the floating turrets overhead split their firepower. 25 cannons unleashed a dense, nearly seamless web of blue energy beams, sweeping down to engulf the Raikage. The Raikage let loose furious roars, lightning crackling wildly around him as he struggled to dodge through the gaps in the barrage and the energy net. Yet the interference field severely hampered his movements, making it nearly impossible for him to maneuver as effortlessly as before. Whenever evasion became impossible, he had no choice but to block with his arms. Each impact landed with a dull, heavy thud, followed immediately by a fresh, bloody wound. On the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Chōfu had not overlooked Inoki. Out of the remaining 25 floating turrets, he dispatched 5, which stalked Inoki, who was desperately trying to recover his chakra, like venomous serpents, relentlessly harassing him with precise, targeted blasts. Thin but deadly beams of light rained down constantly around Inoki, forcing him to break off his recovery, rolling and dodging in disarray. He could not get a moment to regroup, let alone support the Raikage. To make matters worse, with his speed, he was entirely unable to evade. His body already bore several ghastly wounds that cut deep to the bone. With only his own strength and an endless array of formidable techniques and shrewd tactical allocations, Uchiha Chōfu was actually suppressing 3 of the most powerful figures in the ninja world, all at once. The rhythm of the battlefield had fallen completely under his control. Seeing the Raikage struggle for his life amid a hail of firepower, and Inoki forced into a desperate corner, Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, flashed a look of fierce resolve in his eyes. "Big brother," he roared, utterly ignoring the massive laser sword of Hephaestus as it swept toward him. He gathered all the tailed beast chakra he could muster into the few remaining tentacles, and, like an arrow loose from a bow, hurled himself recklessly at the nearest disruptor core cylinders. With a thunderous surge, Hephaestus's laser sword sliced cleanly through the Eight Tails' massive body, instantly severing and vaporizing nearly half of the beast along with several tentacles. Deep red-tailed beast chakra gushed out like blood, and Killer Bee let out a muffled cry of agony. Yet even as his body was being cut apart, his tentacles, charged with the last of his strength, came crashing down upon one of the disruptor cylinders. A sharp crack resounded, followed by an explosive burst of sparks. The disruptor shattered, and the invisible force field enveloping the battlefield vanished in an instant. With chakra flowing smoothly once more, the Reikage reacted with lightning speed. Almost the very moment the force field disappeared, his body erupted in a brilliant flash of lightning. Lightning style, lightning body flicker. He became a living bolt of lightning, darting across the field. In the split second before the floating turrets could unleash another volley, he snatched up the collapsed Inoki and retreated hundreds of meters at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, barely making it out of the deadliest firing zone in time. Though battered and wounded, they had managed to escape what was surely a fatal predicament. As for the Eight Tails, who had sacrificed half his body, he now lay slumped in the distance, his breath faint, his severed flesh squirming in an attempt to regenerate. But clearly, he was in no shape to fight again anytime soon. The disruptor had been destroyed, and for now, the Reikage and Tsuchikage were out of immediate danger. Yet the price had been steep. The Eight Tails grievously wounded, the Iwagakure army nearly annihilated, and the Tsuchikage chakra almost completely depleted. Meanwhile, the chakra Uchiha Chōfu had stored earlier in the core of the Herrschers of Reason was nearly exhausted. At the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Chōfu fixed his icy gaze on the two who had narrowly escaped with their lives, then glanced at the distant, weakened Eight Tails. His eyes were cold as frost. He slowly raised his hand. The remaining floating cannons shifted position, and Hephaestus returned to his side with heavy, echoing steps. The ability to clear out the small fry with divine machines and floating cannons has indeed reached its peak. But if I want to be like that man in my memories, Uchiha, toying with the 5 Kage during the Fourth Great War, these tools and conventional tactics alone are still far from enough. His eyes swept casually across a spot on the battlefield. The core of the Herrschers of Reason allowed him to sense several subtle chakra fluctuations beneath the ground, hidden so well that even his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't detect them. Lurking in the shadows, are you waiting for me to make a mistake? Or do you want to see all my cards? Chōfu sneered inwardly. The unique Dojutsu born from my eternal Mangekyo is a surprise reserved for that particular enemy. There's no way I'll waste it on these few. Besides, establishing a nation still requires years of careful growth. If they start fighting among themselves, that would serve my interests best. Although the battle with the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and the Eight Tails had been fierce, Chōfu had always kept a firm grip on the pacing, relying mainly on technological weapons, Susanoo, and the Flying Thunder God technique. That's enough. I've achieved what I set out to do today. With that thought, Chōfu's mind was made up. He directed Hephaestus and the floating cannons to retreat, forming a defensive formation, while he stood tall within Susanoo, his gaze chilling as he addressed the Reikage and Inoki. Tsuchikage, Reikage, this ends here for today. Take your people and get out of the land of grass. From this day forward, the land of grass belongs to the Uchiha. If you dare set foot here again, next time, things won't be so simple. He chose to withdraw at the height of his advantage, keeping his trump card hidden to deal with the even more dangerous enemies lurking in the shadows. Victory today was important, but looking at the whole game, the concealed finishing move mattered even more. With a final, frosty glance at the Reikage and Tsuchikage supporting each other, and at the distant Eight Tails struggling to regenerate, Chōfu quickly weighed the gains and losses of this battle in his mind. 3 Kage-level opponents and half an Eight Tails, just 1,500 sign-in points and a portable battery. It's a nice haul, but if not, it's no big loss, he thought to himself, pursing his lips in slight dissatisfaction. Not being able to keep the Eight Tails, the walking portable battery, was indeed a bit of a letdown. Still, his spiritual awareness swept over the Sumeru mustard seed space. There, the lifeless body of Rashi lay in silence, and the four-tailed Son Goku, sealed with special runes, continued to radiate intense heat and ferocious energy. I've been holding Inoki and the main forces of Iwagakure at bay for quite some time now. By now, Hephaestus and Miss Stiltine should have already wiped out the bulk of their army on the other side. In his mind's eye, he could already see the battlefield strewn with corpses, yet his gaze remained utterly calm. His objective was achieved. To continue tangling with the battered yet still desperate Reikage and the others would yield little benefit, and might only present an opportunity for hidden adversaries to take advantage of the chaos. It's time to head back, tally the spoils, and digest the fruits of this battle. He spared no further glance at the wary Reikage and Tsuchikage. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot, using the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the massive Hephaestus and the swarm of floating turrets disappeared along with him. All that remained was the devastated, bone-strewn plain, where 2 Kage-level survivors and a gravely wounded Eight Tails lingered, shaken to their core. This legendary battle, one against many, shaking the entire shinobi world, came to a close, at least for now, with Uchiha Chōfu's overwhelming dominance and his strategic goals fulfilled. When Chōfu reappeared at the heart of the bleached bone plains by way of the Flying Thunder God technique, the scene before him had transformed. The dark, surging army of Iwagakure was gone. In its place, a land scoured to ruin, scorched earth and deep, rending scars as far as the eye could see. Hephaestus stood silently at the center of the battlefield, the air around it shimmering with residual heat. Its crimson electronic eye swept the surroundings with cold indifference. Across the wide plain, the only movement came from a single figure, Akatsuchi, towering and broad-shouldered as a mountain. Now, however, he was battered and broken, his body laced with wounds and charred black, one arm missing entirely. Yet, through sheer willpower and his mastery of Earth-style defenses, he struggled on, desperately searching for even the faintest hope of survival. Chōfu cast an indifferent glance at the Iwagakure elite, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion. He raised his hand and withdrew a floating turret from the Sumeru mustard seed. Its azure patterns pulsed as it hovered steadily at his side. With a thought, the turret's muzzle swiveled, locking onto Akatsuchi, who was stumbling for cover several hundred meters away. Core energy gathered in an instant, the barrel illuminating with a piercing blue-white glow. From afar, Akatsuchi seemed to sense the shadow of death closing in. He snapped his head around just in time to see the strange device floating at Chōfu's shoulder, its barrel aimed squarely at him. For the first time, despair flickered across his face as his pupils shrank in fear. A sharp, searing beam cut through the air. Before he could even weave the hand signs for a defensive jutsu, a concentrated blast of blue energy shot across the battlefield, crossing hundreds of meters in a heartbeat and piercing straight through Akatsuchi's chest with unerring precision. The beam's intense heat and destructive force obliterated his organs and snuffed out the last spark of life within him. A sudden rigidity seized Akatsuchi's gigantic frame. He looked down in disbelief at the bowl-sized, charred-edged wound that pierced his chest. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but only a torrent of blackened blood, mingled with fragments of viscera, spilled forth. In the next instant, his mountain-like body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust billowing into the air. A Kaga-level powerhouse from the Hidden Stone Village had fallen. Uchiha Chōfu, his expression unmoved, calmly retracted the floating cannon, as if he had done nothing more than brush away a speck of dust. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The sub-god machine, Misteltein, lay toppled in the distance. Its chassis was battered and dented in numerous places, and unstable sparks flickered at the joints. Clearly, it was on the verge of total collapse. In contrast, Hephaestus, though it had endured a fierce battle, remained in good condition overall. Aside from the shattered reinforcement barrier at its legs and some scuffed paint on its armored surface, it was still holding strong. Chōfu raised his hand and formed a seal. Return. He moved first to stand beside Misteltein. With a pull of his chakra, the space around the heavily damaged white mech began to ripple and distort. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight, safely stored away inside the Sumeru mustard seed space. Next, he turned to Hephaestus, which stood loyally at his side like a steadfast guardian. The red and gray steel behemoth knelt halfway down at his command, lowering itself. Chōfu pressed his hand against its cold armor. You've worked hard. You can rest now, too. A similar spatial distortion shimmered in the air, and the massive Hephaestus faded into nothingness, likewise drawn into the Sumeru mustard seed. In an instant, the center of the plain, once filled with colossal machines and the scars of battle, was left empty, save for Uchiha Chōfu himself. System, display my information. Ding. Multiverse sign-in system at your service. Host, Uchiha Chōfu. Gender, male. Age 8. Bloodline, Uchiha. Techniques, Uchiha Chakra Refinement, green. Martial arts, Ninefold Thunderblade, gold. Ninjutsu, Sasavajra Ruin, Sumeru Mustard Seed, Flying Thunder God, fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Mission, in progress, Second Great Ninja War. Kills, Kaga level, 1, Jonin, 57, Chunin, 683, Genin, 2549, total sign-in points obtainable, 37,890. Points will be awarded upon completion. End mission, yes/no. Sign-in points, 5,143. He was about to turn his attention elsewhere, when he noticed a tiny red dot blinking atop the shop icon. Curious, Uchiha Chōfu tapped it open, and to his delight, the shop had just been updated. Stellar Tower, 10 billion sign-in points. Wu Slaying Divine Feather, 1 billion sign-in points. Yuki God, 1 billion sign-in points. Tomb Ship, 1 billion sign-in points. Calamity Armor, 100 million sign-in points. He flipped through the list. Every price was far beyond what he could afford. He kept turning the pages, and finally caught sight of something a little more within reach. Wooden Crystal, 1,000 sign-in points. Cloudvine, 1,000 sign-in points. Artblade Disc, 1,000 sign-in points. Black God Set, 1,000 sign-in points. Sky Evasion Shuttle, 1,000 sign-in points. Fragment of Crimson Copper Core, 200 sign-in points. Golden Horn Behemoth, 1,000 sign-in points. Hearts to Heaven Cultivation Method, 100 sign-in points. He forced himself to look away, suppressing the longing that surged up inside him. Better to wait until the mission was over before making any purchases. With a slow, steady breath, Chōfu exhaled. Time to focus on the real task at hand. He brushed imaginary dust from his clothes, his expression composed. Having cleared out the minor enemies and collected the loot, the next step was to wait for the true adversary to appear and settle the final score. He lifted his gaze to the gray, overcast sky, as though waiting for something momentous. Deep within the mountain graveyard, a chill wind weaved through jagged, twisted stones. A colossal ghetto statue loomed, as if an ancient god lay sleeping, its presence casting a suffocating shadow. Beneath that shadow, a solitary figure reclined upon a stone throne. "Summon him to me," an aged voice commanded White Zetsu at his side. Though he had not yet reached the decrepitude of the Third Great Ninja War, no need yet for the ghetto statue to sustain his life. The years had nonetheless etched deep lines across his face, his skin furrowed and worn, but his bearing remained imposing and regal. This man was none other than Madara Uchiha. At once, White Zetsu replied, then melted into the ground and vanished. "He's coming." Chōfu Uchiha glanced at the ground nearby. From that spot, a White Zetsu figure grew out of the earth. "Chōfu Uchiha, Lord Madara wishes to see you. Lead the way." Chōfu Uchiha followed White Zetsu into the heart of the domain. His eyes immediately locked onto the figure atop the stone throne. Without a moment's hesitation, the intricate, otherworldly pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to life, its ghostly blue radiance piercing the gloom, meeting that scrutinizing gaze without a hint of fear. Almost simultaneously, Madara Uchiha, seated high above, slowly lifted his eyelids. His eyes, Rinnegan, ringed and ancient, stared back. Two pairs of eyes, symbols of the highest power in the ninja world, faced each other across the secretive graveyard. The eerie blue glow of the eternal Mangekyo clashed silently with the cool violet of the Rinnegan, a collision of power felt in the charged air. An intangible, crushing pressure spread through the chamber, and even the ever-jesting White Zetsu instinctively smothered his laughter, shrinking back a little. This was a confrontation that crossed not just generations, but entire eras. Madara studied the eternal Mangekyo in Chōfu's eyes. His aged face betrayed no joy or anger, only a deep, ancient calm, as fathomless as a well untouched by time. At last, he spoke, his voice rough and echoing with the weight of centuries. "These eyes of yours, Uchiha's descendant, you're quite intriguing." Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, those double-layered, spiraling eyes, fixed on Chōfu. His raspy voice echoed through the graveyard. To possess such power, yet still wallow in the mire of the ninja village, fighting over scraps with those insignificant insects. Is that all your ambition amounts to, Uchiha's descendant? He leaned forward slightly, exuding an air of looking down upon all beings. Do you wish to truly see this world, rife with despair, war, and betrayal? Join me. Lend me your strength. I will forge a new world, where the Uchiha will finally know true and everlasting peace. At these words, Chōfu Uchiha's lips curled in open mockery. Madara, I appreciate your kindness, but my fate, as Chōfu of the Uchiha, will always be in my own hands. Be someone else's dog? Sorry, I have no interest. Madara's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. Clinging to this fleeting illusion you call reality. That's true foolishness. Your so-called self-determination is nothing more than futile struggle in an endless curse. Illusion, Chōfu retorted without flinching, his eternal Mangekyo shining fiercely. It's precisely because reality is full of pain and struggle, precisely because the world is imperfect, that we must fight to change it. Not cower like cowards, hiding away in some fabricated perfect dream, deluding ourselves into satisfaction. Peace like that, how is it any different from death? Foolishness. Madara's voice crackled with anger. What have you experienced? Have you seen kin slay kin, friends turned against each other, and how fragile a peace built on lies truly is? Human nature is conflict. True peace will never exist in the real world. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can erase conflict at its roots, creating a perfect world. One without barriers, without pain, where only fulfillment remains. That is true salvation. That's not salvation at all. It's tyranny. The cruelest prison imaginable. Changfeng shouted, his voice ringing clear. Who are you to make decisions for everyone? Who gave you the right to strip people of the chance to feel reality, to endure pain, to embrace hope, to create a future of their own? Madara, you claim it's all for peace, but really, you're forcing your own despair onto everyone else. You set yourself up as a god. But don't forget, you too climbed out of this so-called filth of reality. In the end, all of this is just an excuse to indulge your own ridiculous messiah complex. True hope? That's nothing but brief numbness before an even greater despair. Madara sprang to his feet, a terrifying surge of chakra radiating from him. Even the demonic statue of the outer path behind him let out a deep, menacing roar. Look at your feet. Look at this land, ravaged and scarred. Is this what you call truth and hope? Countless lives have perished in vain. This is what you want. That's exactly why we must end this meaningless cycle. But not by running away as you do. Changfeng stood his ground, his chakra surging skyward, matching Madara's overwhelming presence. With my own strength, I'll shatter the old order and forge new rules. Perhaps the process will be just as bloody, but it will be a future the living have fought for and chosen themselves. Not a false paradise handed down by your charity. Every life, no matter how painful, deserves the right to choose its own path. Not to have someone else decide what kind of life they should have. And different. Forcing your will onto the world. Binding others in chains of your own making. Don't overestimate yourself. You brat. Their beliefs clashed like water and fire, colliding fiercely in this shadowed graveyard, neither willing to back down. This was a fundamental confrontation between the ghosts of the old world and the young king of a new era, a battle for the world's future. Invisible sparks filled the air, and the sense of impending violence was palpable. The ideological conflict between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Changfeng was like mixing cold water with hot oil, utterly irreconcilable. Their words could not move each other, and at last, the tension ignited. Stubborn fool, then I'll make you see reality. With force, Madara roared, not even bothering with hand signs as his Rinnegan flared with raw power. Limbo border jail. In that instant, invisible shadows from the world of Limbo split off at terrifying speed, lunging toward Changfeng. It was a power unique to the Rinnegan, one that ordinary shinobi could neither sense nor defend against. Yet Changfeng wielded the core of the Herrschers of reason, which allowed him to perceive every fundamental particle in his vicinity. As the shadow struck, he couldn't see it clearly, but by reading the shifting patterns of particles in space, he could barely track its position. Bang! Flying thunder god technique. Even as the shadow emerged, Changfeng had already drawn his railgun from the Summer mustard seed. The moment it closed in, Uchiha Changfeng unleashed the flying thunder god. Whoosh! His form vanished an instant before the shadow's attack could reach him. He reappeared right beside Uchiha Madara, the barrel of his weapon aimed squarely at Madara's head. But the spot where he had just stood collapsed in utter silence, leaving a gaping crater. Shinra Tensei. With a mere flicker of his eyelids, Madara unleashed an invisible force, sending Changfeng hurtling away. Oh, you managed to evade Limbo. A flash of genuine surprise crossed Madara's eyes, quickly giving way to even fiercer fighting spirit. It seems your eyes are indeed something special. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Changfeng's eyes were icy cold as his eternal Mangekyo spun rapidly. Try this. Hephaestus. With a thunderous roar, the red-gray steel titan manifested once more, making the tomb seem even more cramped. The moment Hephaestus appeared, the disruptors on its shoulders sprang open again, attempting to seal off Madara's jutsu. But just as the cylindrical disruptors were deployed, several white zetsus rose from the ground, launching a fierce assault on the devices. In no time at all, the disruptors were destroyed. This is trouble. White zetsus are plant-based life forms, so the disruptor's electromagnetic field is useless against them. Uchiha Changfeng frowned in frustration. The same trick won't work on me, Madara sneered as he clapped his hands together. Katon, majestic destroyer flame. This wasn't any ordinary fire technique, but a raging inferno fueled by the power of the Rinnegan, surging forth like a tidal wave. The flames swept across nearly half the vast cavern, their scorching heat so intense that even the rocks began to melt. Hephaestus's chest cannon gathered energy, then unleashed a massive electromagnetic beam, slicing through the sea of fire in an attempt to pierce it. But Madara's figure moved like a specter through the air, easily dodging the beam. The firestorm continued to surge toward Chōfu and Hephaestus. Susanoo. Chōfu dared not hesitate. Azure Chakra surged skyward, instantly forming a massive skeletal giant that shielded both him and Hephaestus's core systems. The flames crashed against Susanoo's armor with a deafening roar. The defense held, but the onslaught sent violent tremors through the spectral giant. Impressive defense, but how long can you keep it up? Madara floated high above, his Rinnegan gazing down with indifference. He wove another hand sign. Then try this. Would release. Deep forest emergence. A rumble shook the earth. The ground split open as countless enormous tree branches burst forth, writhing like giant serpents, lashing and coiling madly toward Chōfu's Susanoo and Hephaestus. The legendary wood release of the first Hokage, reborn in Madara's hands. The power of the trees was overwhelming, binding Susanoo tightly and squeezing ever tighter, the pressure making the air ring with a bone-grinding sound. Hephaestus swung its laser sword, hacking away countless branches, but new ones kept sprouting endlessly. Damn it, this cramped space is a nightmare for the flying thunder god. Madara just tosses out these massive jutsu, like it's nothing. No, I need to get us out of here. In a blink, Uchiha Chōfu and Hephaestus vanished from the scene. Just before disappearing, Chōfu's voice echoed through the empty mountain cavern. Old man Madara, if you've got the guts, let's find a better place. Let's see what you're really made of. Humph. What nonsense. Uchiha Madara allowed a white Zetsu to merge with him, drawing enough life force from the demonic statue of the outer path to make himself more than a decade younger. Then let me stretch my limbs a bit. Uchiha Madara took off his war fan and quickly followed after. Arriving at the graveyard, he saw that Uchiha Chōfu was indeed waiting there. My, you really are cautious. You've filled this place with those projectiles engraved with your flying thunder god seals. The moment he appeared, Madara immediately took stock of the situation. With a clap of his hands, countless roots of wood release burst from the ground, twisting and writhing toward Uchiha Chōfu and Hephaestus. Wood style, deep forest emergence. No wonder you once fought the first Hokage. Chōfu felt the pressure mounting, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. But times have changed. Hephaestus, overload mode. Clear the field. Hephaestus's core roared back to life, surging with power. The dual-blade laser sword gleamed once more, and the machine whirled madly. A ring of pure energy swept out, slicing and vaporizing the trees that surged toward them. With brute force, they carved out a clear space amid the forest birth. Impressive. You're already stronger than 99% of all shinobi, Madara remarked, his Rinnegan fixing on Chōfu. He clapped his hands again. But it's not enough. Tengai Shinsei. In an instant, the rock ceiling above the graveyard seemed to turn transparent. Massive meteors, wreathed in roaring flames, broke through the earth. With an apocalyptic force, they plummeted toward the ground. While each meteor was smaller than the one summoned during the Fourth Great Ninja War, their sheer number and the area they covered was immense, blanketing everything within several miles. This was the true force of a natural disaster. Chōfu glanced at Madara, who had already summoned his perfect Susanoo. What a bastard. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Chōfu's expression grew grave. He instantly withdrew Hephaestus. Under this relentless rain of meteors, its usefulness was limited. He unleashed the full power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, perfect form. A surge of brilliant blue chakra erupted forth. The half-formed skeleton swiftly grew flesh and armor, transforming into a majestic, winged warrior clad in armor. The perfect Susanoo. Wielding a colossal chakra blade in both hands, the perfect Susanoo stared down the falling meteors. With a silent roar, it swung upward with all its might. Break for me! A deafening explosion shook the world. Chakra blade and meteor collided with unstoppable force. The resulting crash and shockwave tore through the entire mountainous graveyard. Rocks shattered in all directions, and even the Gedo statue deep within the cave let out a guttural roar. Meteor after meteor was cleaved in two by Susanoo's blade, the halves crashing down on either side of the graveyard, shaking the land as if the earth itself was groaning. With each relentless strike, Susanoo's glow dimmed, its energy clearly being pushed to the limit. Chōfu stood, breathing heavily, within the crystalline forehead of the Susanoo, his gaze locked intently on Madara, floating in the sky. To think you've mastered even the complete body Susanoo, and you even split the heavenly meteor in two. Madara looked down at the azure-armored deity below, a blend of admiration and murderous intent swirling in his eyes. The more I see, the more I hate the thought of killing you, Junior. But precisely because of that, if you can't be used by me, I absolutely cannot allow you to stand in my way. Madara pressed his hands together once more, the brilliance of his Rinnegan eyes flaring brighter than ever before. Then, how about a second round? High above, a second meteor, far larger, its flames raging even fiercer, tore through the heavens, its monstrous form already visible. With an earth-shattering roar, it plummeted. Chongfeng's pupils shrank in shock. Surviving one was barely possible. 2 in a row. This old monster Madara, his chakra reserves and ocular power seemed utterly without limit. He couldn't take this head-on. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. On the edge of disaster, Chongfeng made his choice. A colossal spatial vortex blossomed beneath the second meteor shower. The very next instant, dozens of miles away from the graveyard, high above a desolate mountain range, space warped anew. The titanic meteor crashed down, obliterating the mountains into dust. But the cost in chakra was staggering. He was still young, and his chakra reserves, like a battery, were far from abundant. Ocular technique, the world in a mustard seed. Overhead, space split open like a torn sack, and uncountable meteors vanished into its depths. After sending away the second wave of meteors, Chongfeng's face turned slightly pale, the effort draining his chakra and ocular power to the limit. He dropped to one knee, panting raggedly. To use the Flying Thunder God to such a degree, you never fail to surprise me, Junior. That pocket up there, is it your ocular technique? Madara slowly descended from the sky, coming to stand a short distance in front of Chongfeng, his Rinnegan regarding him with calm detachment. But this is the end. You spent a great deal of chakra and ocular power, haven't you? Yet, just as Madara believed victory was his, Chongfeng lifted his head. There was no despair on his face. On the contrary, a strange smile flickered across his lips. Senior Madara, you're right. My usual strength is nearly exhausted, he said, rising to his feet. In his eyes, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo seemed to deepen, growing ever more profound. But, who told you Uchiha power is all I have? Inwardly, he whispered, System, assist me. Ding! The Myriad World sign-in system is at your service. Open the system store. Uchiha Chongfeng swept past the items requiring hefty sign-in points and stopped at the entry for the complete nuclear weapons database. Nuclear weapons database, 500 sign-in points. Without hesitation, he purchased it. His sign-in points dropped to 4,643 remaining. All of these actions took but a second. He raised his hand, palm facing upward. Slowly, a core of intricate, ghostly blue light emerged, radiating a mysterious glow. This was the Herrschers of Reason Core. Comprehend, reconstruct, create. Chongfeng murmured in a low chant as the core flared with dazzling brilliance. With this, as the center, forged the weapon, intercontinental ballistic missile array. Vast torrents of crimson chakra were drawn from the Sumeru mustard seed and poured into the Herrschers of Reason Core. An overwhelming surge of Honkai energy burst forth like a tidal wave, swiftly taking form behind him. In an instant, dozens of missile silos materialized out of thin air. Row upon row of intercontinental ballistic missiles, each tipped with a nuclear warhead, stood tall. They resembled colossal, slender, multi-stage pencils or cigars. Tail fins and exhaust ports at the base, sharp conical tips gleaming at the top. For the first time, a grave expression appeared in Madara's Rinnegan eyes. From these unfamiliar creations, he sensed a wholly different kind of power, one that, for the first time, seemed to pose a true threat to him. What is this power? Madara asked, his voice heavy. The power to defeat you. Chongfeng's gaze was razor-sharp as he thrust his arm forward, pointing straight ahead. Saturation bombardment. Unlimited duration. A moment later, a thunderous roar split the heavens and earth. Dozens of intercontinental missiles erupted all at once, their engines igniting with searing flames, each one propelled violently from its launcher. Like roaring steel dragons, they soared into the sky. But instead of flying in straight lines, the missiles arced into the air, swiftly adjusting their trajectories. They pierced through the brooding canopy above, raining down from every angle and altitude, blanketing not only Madara, but the entire surrounding expanse. This was total, indiscriminate, and catastrophic area coverage. Any attempt to dodge was rendered meaningless. Madara's Rinnegan spun wildly as he desperately tried to track the path and weakness of these dark weapons. He could feel that at the core of each one, a dangerously unstable, raging energy was contained, If unleashed, their force would far surpass even S-rank ninjutsu. Trying to make up for quality with sheer numbers and range? How naive, Madara sneered, his hands moving in a blur of seals as he unleashed the full might of his Rinnegan. Sealing absorption barrier. A massive barrier, swirling like a vortex, sprang up before him, designed to swallow both the missiles and their energy, erasing them from existence. The first wave of missiles crashed headlong into the barrier's perimeter. But to Madara's shock, these missiles were not made of pure energy. They possessed solid, reinforced physical bodies. Explosions erupted in quick succession, each one shaking the world to its core, a symphony of destruction, as if heralding the end of days. Each missile detonation unleashed a terrifying fireball and shockwave, the heat of which far surpassed even the molten rock deep beneath the earth. The scorching temperatures instantly vaporized everything within the blast radius, while the shockwaves rippled outwards in relentless rings of destruction, peeling back and tearing apart the very layers of the earth itself. At the core of each explosion, the light was so blinding it could not be stared at directly. It was as if a miniature sun had been born in that very spot. Violent, chaotic energy rampaged through the air, clashing furiously with chakra, the two powers annihilating each other and setting off even more ferocious storms of energy. After withstanding the barrage of several missiles, Madara's sealing technique absorption barrier finally crumbled under the strain, shattering like glass. The next wave of missiles, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, came crashing down in relentless succession toward his position. Shinra Tensei. Madara instantly switched his defensive tactics, unleashing a powerful repulsion field centered on himself, forcefully hurling away the incoming missiles and the surrounding shockwaves. But there were too many missiles, and the explosions covered too vast an area. Under the ceaseless onslaught, the repulsion field of Shinra Tensei was tossed and battered like a lone boat in a raging storm. One missile even broke through the very edge of the force field, exploding not far from Madara and sending him staggering from the violent impact. "Damn it!" Madara roared, his Rinnegan eyes burning with a fury that bordered on disbelief. The roiling smoke and fiery glare from the explosions engulfed the entire sky above, and the shockwaves even reached Zetsu, who had been watching the battle from afar. Frightened out of his wits, Zetsu immediately burrowed back underground. The Herrschers of Reason's core kept drawing in crimson chakra, converting it into collapse energy, maintaining this terrifying rain of missiles. He didn't know if this overwhelming bombardment would truly devastate Uchiha Madara, but his real goal had already been achieved: to use this cataclysmic power far beyond the common sense of the ninja world to shatter Madara's arrogance. As the smoke slowly cleared, the figure of Uchiha Madara reappeared in the battlefield that had been torn apart countless times by the explosions. He was still hovering in midair, but now he looked far more battered than before. His robes were in tatters, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. The chakra aura surrounding his body had grown chaotic and unstable. He fixed a fierce gaze on Changfeng in the distance, and on the missile launch base behind him, looming like a fortress of war. For the first time, Madara's Rinnegan eyes betrayed not just gravity, but a flicker of genuine fear. "What is this power? What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Madara's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a caution he had never shown before. "It's a ninjutsu that can defeat you. A ninjutsu that can reshape the very order of the ninja world." Uchiha Changfeng, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, answered with defiant pride, "I am Uchiha Changfeng, the one who will break all the old orders. Madara, if you insist on clinging to your delusions, then I will keep fighting you until you yield." Fire! Dozens of intercontinental ballistic missiles, breaking the sound barrier, launched into the sky once more. The sheer danger surging towards him made Madara Uchiha's expression grow even more grave. Super Shinra Tensei! A thunderous explosion erupted, a force so terrifying it defied all description, exploding outward from Madara as its center. This was an absolute defense, powerful enough to repel anything in its path. Dozens of missiles were detonated mid-air in an instant. A rolling roar swept across the battlefield. The entire mountain graveyard began to collapse completely as these two forces, each beyond the realm of common sense, collided with overwhelming might. Inside the cave, massive boulders rained down like a storm, and the demonic statue let out a howl of agony. As the blinding light faded and the storm of energy slowly subsided, nothing remained but a wasteland of utter ruin. After the Super Shinra Tensei had swept across the ground, Choka's Uchiha once again raised his right hand, then brought it down decisively. Fire! Watching the endless barrage of missiles, Madara Uchiha could only descend to the ground, forced to abandon his previous air of pride. He unleashed both Susanoo and the Wood Release. Wood Human technique. The Susan armored Wood Human stood, combining both formidable offense and defense. The missiles were now upon them, close enough to feel their heat. A deafening barrage followed. The Susan armored Wood Human's defenses were astounding. Even as thousands of missiles per minute hammered down, though Susanoo showed signs of damage, and Madara couldn't move from his spot, he kept repairing it with his immense reserves of chakra. Yasaka beads, Madara commanded, launching a barrage of energy orbs through Susanoo's hands. Missiles exploded in the air, detonated before they ever reached their target. At this stage, the battle was no longer a contest of skill or strategy. Now, it was a clash of chakra, Madara Uchiha against the combined might of Four Tails and Chōfu's Uchiha. With the body of a sage of 6 paths, Madara's chakra reserves were astonishing, yet age was catching up with him. At last, Chōfu's Uchiha could no longer create any more intercontinental missiles. Susanoo and the Wood Human faded away from Madara as well. Chōfu's Uchiha dropped to one knee. The phantom core of the Herrschers of reason flickered and vanished. His robes were torn to shreds, his energy utterly spent, and even his eternal Mangekyo had gone dark for the moment. Every inch of him radiated exhaustion. Across from him, Madara Uchiha still stood, but he too was battered and battered, his robe in tatters, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his body crisscrossed with wounds, some of them even mortal. The light in his Rinnegan had dimmed noticeably. He stared hard at Chōfu's, his gaze tangled with shock, anger, admiration, and disbelief all at once. He, Madara Uchiha, the Azura of the shinobi world, had actually been pushed this far by a member of the next generation. Chōfu's Uchiha, you are impressive. With those words, Madara was carried away by several white zetsu. Chonfeng struggled to lift his head and forced a smile. So, it seems making me your dog isn't going to be that easy, Madara-senpai. Come on, come and find me. Let's have a proper conversation. As his voice faded, Madara's presence vanished completely from the ruins. Chonfeng could hold on no longer. He collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the gloomy sky revealed by the crumbling graveyard. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. There was no clear victor in this battle. Deep within the mountain graveyard, the extraordinary clash defied all logic. The shockwaves and earth-shattering booms it unleashed were like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ever-widening, intensifying ripples across the vast shinobi world. The energy storm unleashed by their fight extended far beyond the graveyard itself. For hundreds of kilometers around the mountain tomb, the trembling of the earth could be felt distinctly, as if some colossal beast was turning over beneath the ground. Even more striking were the changes in the sky. Lead-gray clouds gathered and swirled toward the graveyard at an unnatural speed, forming a massive vortex. Now and then, bizarre, blinding arcs of energy, not lightning, but something stranger, flashed within the clouds. Animals with keen senses grew restless and uneasy, fleeing the area in droves. Such a monumental phenomenon could never be completely covered up. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, frowned deeply as he read the urgent report from the Umbu. It described how Uchiha Chonfeng had single-handedly stood against the entire Iwagakure force, the strange weather and tremors at the border, and the peculiar events that followed. According to the report, Uchiha Chonfeng had left only 2 steel mechs to battle the bulk of the Iwagakure ninja, and yet, unbelievably, he had annihilated their entire force. Meanwhile, Chonfeng himself had gone with its Tsuchikage, Inoki, to fight one-on-one elsewhere. The most outrageous part was that he had returned unscathed, calmly killed Akatsuchi, and even reclaimed the 2 mech from the scene. Hiruzen found his pipe had lost its flavor, and the crystal ball on his desk no longer held any interest. He picked up another file, this one about the earthquake and abnormal weather. The epicenter and energy source weren't in any of the usual battle zones between Iwagakure and the Leaf, but in a remote, uninhabited region at the border of the land of grass and the land of earth. A sharp double knock sounded at the door. Komein. Hiruzen called out. Hokage-sama, here's the latest intelligence on the disturbances at the mountain graveyard. An Umbu operative entered, handed over the report, and quickly withdrew. Hiruzen opened the file, and when he saw the name Uchiha Madara, he felt his pupils contract sharply. Why is that old monster still alive? He thought. He read on, and when the name Uchiha Chonfeng caught his eye, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly skimmed the rest of the information, and by the time he finished, he could do nothing but slump back heavily into his chair. Uchiha Chonfeng. Hiruzen Tsurutobi grit his teeth as he uttered the name. He simply couldn't understand it. How had things changed so dramatically in just a month? The Uchiha Chōfu, who originally couldn't defeat him, had now not only bested Inoki with ease, but was even clashing fiercely with Uchiha Madara. Bang! The doors to the Hokage's office were flung open with a crash. A young man with bandages wrapped around his head strode in, his expression dark and sinister. Hiruzen, we're in serious trouble. Danzo Shimura burst out the moment he stepped into the office. That demon Madara Uchiha isn't dead yet. And what's even more terrifying, that brat Chōfu, just 8 years old, is actually able to fight him. I've said all along the Uchiha clan had to be eradicated, but now look where we are. Danzo, now's not the time to point fingers. We need to focus on our next move. Hiruzen set down his pipe. What else can we do? Round up the entire Uchiha clan. We can use them as leverage against Chōfu when the time comes. Danzo, that's far too extreme. Hiruzen, you can't keep hesitating. It's too risky. The Uchiha will definitely have contingencies in place. Contingencies? Sooner or later, they'll run out of options. First, send in the civilian ninja to wear them down, then have the clan shinobi move in for the capture. My route plus your umbu. There's no way we'll fail. No, absolutely not. If we do that, once Chōfu returns to the village, there'll be no hope for reconciliation. Hiruzen, you're still as weak as ever. That's enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage here. Knock, knock. Before Hiruzen could give permission, a man and a woman entered the office, pushing open the door. Hiruzen, there's something strange going on at the mountain graveyard, Kohor Yutane reported. That area, it's said to be an ancient cemetery, rarely visited by anyone, Hamura Midokado mused. Such a massive energy surge. There's no way it's a natural occurrence. Koharu's expression grew grave. Could it be related to Uchiha Chōfu? He caused such a commotion at the Withered Bones Plain, captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and now this. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at the two advisors, then took a deep drag from his pipe. It is indeed Uchiha Chōfu. He's currently fighting Madara Uchiha. What? Koharu and Hamura were both left utterly speechless, their faces pale with shock. Withered Bones Plain. The third Raikage, supported Inoki as they stood amidst the sea of corpses that littered the plain. Inoki's face was streaked with tears, overcome with regret for his earlier mistake. Suddenly, they saw countless meteors crashing down from the sky, accompanied by a relentless thunder of explosions in the distance. Cold sweat beaded on Raikage Icebrow as the Cloud Ninja quickly formed ranks around their leader. Inoki remained on his knees, weeping bitterly beside the shattered body of Akatsuchi. The terrible chaos continued for 6 straight hours. At last, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the commotion in the distance faded into silence. Lord Raikage, here is the detailed report on the disturbance at the mountain graveyard. A trembling ANBU from the hidden cloud raised both hands, offering a document to the Raikage. At the same time, he recounted what he had witnessed. As he listened to his subordinate's account of the strange events on the western border, secret with style techniques, Susanoo, a rain of falling meteors, and exploding iron pillars, Ice's rugged face showed, for the first time, a genuine expression of fear. Uchiha Chōfu, what a terrifying man. I blurted out. If he's so powerful, why didn't he just wipe us out? I suppose we must still be useful to him in some way. Inoki replied, looking utterly defeated. In his youth, he'd crossed paths with Madara Uchiha, and now, as an old man, he was facing Uchiha Chōfu. It was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. Rain Village, atop the high tower. The demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, stood silently. His deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through the endless curtain of rain, gazing far into the distance. Did you sense it, Kanzo? Hanzo's voice carried a hint of unease. That power, it's overwhelming. Even from so far away, it's enough to make you tremble and struggle for breath. My lord, I can barely speak, came the halting reply from an ANBU, kneeling behind Hanzo, his voice faltering with fear. Deep underground, in a hidden base, black Zetsu oozed slowly from the wall, merging seamlessly with the shadows. His voice, filled with unprecedented confusion and alarm, echoed in the darkness. Something's gone terribly wrong on Madara's side. That blast of energy, it wasn't Madara's. I could sense Uchiha Chōfu's chakra mixed in. Did they actually fight? What was the outcome? White Zetsu popped up beside him, patting his chest in lingering fright. That was terrifying. The battle was unbelievable. Lord Madara didn't seem to have the upper hand at all. And that Chōfu, he unleashed all sorts of bizarre and powerful techniques. Black Zetsu's tone grew darker. We need to accelerate the plan. Uchiha Chōfu is an unstable element. We must find the right moment to eliminate him, and soon. A few days passed, and the aftershocks of the battle began to ripple across the ninja world. Though the leaders of the villages did everything in their power to contain the news, an incident of such scale, marked by extraordinary phenomena and surges of energy, could not be fully concealed. Rumors began to spread quietly among the common folk of the ninja world. Did you hear? Ancient summoned beasts were fighting in the land of grass. That's not it. I heard the Uchiha clan awakened some kind of forbidden power. I could feel that chakra. It was cold and violent. No human could possibly possess such a thing. Could it be? The legendary enemy of the Sage of Six Paths has returned. Panic spread invisibly, and many ninjas who had taken on border missions became exceptionally cautious. Some even outright refused to enter the affected areas. A sense of oppressive tension, like the stillness before a brewing storm, weighed heavily on the minds of those who were in the know, or even those who only half understood the situation. The battle at the mountain graveyard was like a meteor crashing into the river of fate. The ripples it set off were spreading at an unprecedented speed, stirring up turmoil throughout the entire ninja world. Following the traces left by White Zetsu and Madara Uchiha as they retreated, Chōfu's Uchiha tracked them to their new hideout, a cave not far from the mountain graveyard. Wow, seriously? Of all places, did you really have to pick a base that's so dark, cold, and damp? Chōfu's Uchiha remarked offhandedly. The plan must be kept absolutely secret. Only then can the Eye of the Moon project be completed without a hitch, Madara retorted, having regained his elderly appearance. Tisich, still obsessing over your Eye of the Moon plan, I see, Chōfu scoffed, turning his lips down in disapproval. You reject my infinite Tsukuyami. So tell me, what exactly do you mean by breaking the old order? Are you just planning to make enemies everywhere and take on the entire ninja world by yourself? Even if your power is unmatched, how long do you think you could withstand the world's combined assault? Fine, I'll share my plan. But before that, let me ask you a few questions. First, why is it that ninjas must always bow to the daimyos and nobles? Their power is nowhere near ours, yet they still lord over us. Because Madara's old face clouded with confusion. Second, I've read clan records about the era of ninjutsu. Legend has it the Sage of Six Paths founded ninjutsu mainly to boost productivity. Back then, people used ninjas to help with labor, irrigating fields, lighting fires, keeping warm, and so on. So why is it, nowadays, all ninjas do is fight and kill? Why don't they do anything productive? How could ninjas possibly be doing those kinds of things? Madara shot back instinctively, as if the idea was beneath him. See, even you don't see ninjas and commoners as equals. What does that tell you? It means your true goal was never peace, Chōfu said sharply, his words laced with biting sarcasm. You bah enough. I won't stoop to arguing with such an ignorant upstart, Madara replied, unable to hide his exasperation. Third, ninjutsu has existed for so many years, yet why are there still so many factions in the ninja world? Isn't this endless division a betrayal of the Sage of Six Paths himself? Chōfu's voice rang out, brimming with unshakable resolve. I've had thoughts like that before, but it was Hashirama's stubbornness and ignorance that stopped me. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with unrestrained delight. After all these years, he had finally found a kindred spirit, someone who could truly match him, both in strength and in ideals. Even if that someone was only an 8-year-old child. So, what's your plan? Madara asked, eager for Uchiha Chōfu's answer. First, abolish the feudal lord system, then spread education, and ultimately unite the shinobi world, accomplishing a feat never before seen. After that, the people of the shinobi world will be able to live in peace under the rules I establish and my protection. Chōfu slowly raised his arms, his expression fervent. And what if you die? Madara cut straight to the heart of the risk. If I die, if the world becomes unjust again, then let it be overthrown and rebuilt once more. Let them create the happy world in their own hearts. When rotten flesh is cut away, new flesh will grow. When the night passes, dawn will always come. Chōfu declared with unwavering resolve. Then is what you're doing really meaningful? In the end, you're still putting your faith in those who come after you. My plan is different. Madara spoke confidently. Different, yes. Genjutsu controls them. Then they starve to death. And in the end, extinction. Chōfu shot back with a mocking look. You. Madara was so angry his hair seemed to bristle. All right, enough. What you're talking about is still far off. For now, I have to take the first step. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. As long as I teach people to resist and pursue happiness, they'll find their own way forward. I want to be that pioneer. Chōfu's eyes were sharp as blades. That's why I need a foundation, I need power. I need a nation strong enough to support my new order. The battle on the Bleached Bones plain, capturing the Four Tails, provoking Iwagakure. These were not just for intimidation. They were to draw attention, to create an opportunity for my real objective. Your real objective? Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. One of the 5 great nations, the land of water, Kirigakure. Changfeng spoke the name slowly and deliberately. A flash of understanding and intrigue appeared in Madara's eyes. Kirigakure. The village is riven with internal strife. The bloodline clans and the commoner shinobi can't stand each other, and the great clans are locked in constant conflict. It's isolated on distant islands, with the weakest ties to the outside world. It's certainly one of the easiest targets. And being far from the continent center, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. A perfect place to lay down roots. Exactly. Changfeng nodded. Madara gave Changfeng a long, penetrating look. So, how do you plan to do it? It's simple. You and I join forces and take the Mizukage Tower of Kirigakure by storm. Changfeng analyzed calmly. We'll seize control of Kirigakure with overwhelming force. So bold and ostentatious. That's not usually your style, Madara remarked, curiosity in his voice. I had no other choice. My plan was to lead the entire Uchiha clan in defecting from Konoha. When that happens, it will undoubtedly create a huge uproar. Even if we secretly control the Mizukage, the shinobi clans of Kirigakure will fiercely resist. He paused for a moment and then continued. So why not intervene directly and rule by force? Then why don't you just take down Konoha directly? Uchiha looked at Uchiha Changfeng as if he were a fool. Keeping Konoha intact draws fire away from us, allowing us to preserve more of our vital strength, Changfeng replied solemnly. Yet, in his heart, he was grumbling, Old man, of course you don't care about them. You're a native of this world, but I'm not. If the Sage of Six Paths were to show up because of this, I'd be done for. After listening, Madara drummed his fingers lightly on his knee, sinking into thought. This plan, indeed, had considerable merit. Having an Uchiha as Mizukage, what benefit does that bring to you or to me? Madara finally asked the key question. He would never help Changfeng for nothing. For me, Kirigakure will serve as the perfect springboard and foundation for the Uchiha to break free from Konoha and stand as an independent nation. Only with a fully functioning shinobi village as our base can I better consolidate resources, build strength, and carry out my vision. Changfeng answered candidly. As for you, Madara-senpai, a Kirigakure-led or controlled in cooperation with us could become a potential ally for your Moon's Eye plan, or at the very least, a force that won't stand against you. That's certainly preferable to a hostile and chaotic Kirigakure. Oh, and now you're not opposing my Moon's Eye plan? Madara sounded a bit puzzled. It can serve as a backup, can't it? Changfeng chuckled. Could he possibly admit that he was actually interested in the legendary Kagaya, Otsutsuki? Madara, of course, understood the subtext. He weighed the pros and cons carefully. Controlling Kirigakure would also further his own long-term goals of sowing chaos and weakening the 5 great nations. Very well. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke, his voice deep and commanding. I will provide the necessary support. However, as for the actual execution and direct confrontation, you and the Uchiha will have to handle that. I will not show myself openly. That's more than enough. Changfeng nodded. I have no shortage of elite warriors at my command. Young Uchihas like Uchiha Baisong and Uchiha Linue have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. They're more than capable of facing Kirigakure's strongest. Plus, with the special weapons I can provide, our chances of success are very high. Mangekyo Sharingan. A shadow flickered in Madara's eyes. Indeed, the new Uchiha generation was proving itself talented. So, have you decided who will be Mizukage? Uchiha Susuk, Changfeng, named his candidate. He has the strength, and he's the current Uchiha clan leader. Very well. Madara rose to his feet, his Rinnegan eyes looking down at Changfeng. Remember this alliance, Uchiha Changfeng. Do not go back on your word, or else, even with that power, you'll come to understand what true despair really means. Changfeng forced himself upright as well, meeting Madara's gaze without the slightest hint of fear. The same goes for you, Elder Madara. I trust you'll honor your promise too. On these ruins, a secret meeting that began as a fierce confrontation subtly shifted into a fragile cooperation, and the two reached a preliminary agreement. Their sights were set on the distant, mist-shrouded hidden mist village across the sea. Almost casually, the fate of one of the great shinobi villages, perhaps even a great nation, was decided between them. The currents of the shinobi world, once again, took a dramatic turn because of the alliance between these two Uchiha. The meeting at the mountain graveyard concluded in mutual understanding, and the outcome was better than expected. Without a sound, Uchiha Chōfu returned to the northern border fortress using his Flying Thunder God technique. Inside the fortress, the atmosphere remained tense, but compared to the pure admiration of the previous days, there was now a clear sense of awe toward the unfathomable power Chōfu possessed. When Chōfu appeared in the command room, every ninja who saw him unconsciously straightened their backs, their eyes blazing with fervor and respect. Wasting no time, Chōfu immediately summoned all the mid and high-ranking commanders. The main force of Iwagakure has been defeated on the Withered Bones Plain. The Four Tails has been captured, Rashi has fallen, and Akatsuchi, their Kaga-level warrior, has perished. He got straight to the point. His calm words struck the meeting room like a thunderclap. Even though many had guessed as much, hearing it confirmed by their commander sent a shock through everyone's hearts. At this moment, Iwagakure no longer has the strength to oppose us. Now, here are my orders. Chōfu's tone suddenly sharpened. Using the current garrison as our main force, and with the support of any local factions in the Land of Grass willing to cooperate, set out at once. Completely take over all former Iwagakure-controlled zones and strategic points within the Land of Grass. If you encounter resistance, eliminate it without mercy. The objective: within 3 days, there must not be a single organized Iwagakure presence left on the map of the Land of Grass. Yes, Commander. The officers roared their assent, their long-suppressed morale erupting into surging fighting spirit. They had waited far too long for this moment. Like tigers unleashed from their cage, Konoha's ninja forces poured out from the fortress. Thanks to prior sabotage and intelligence gathering by their mobile squads, they had a thorough grasp of Iwagakure's troop deployment and supply routes within the Land of Grass. The battle unfolded as a near rout. Deprived of reinforcements and unified leadership, the remnants of Iwagakure's forces were either swiftly annihilated when they tried to make a stand, or broke ranks and fled in panic, retreating back to the Land of Earth. The Konoha ninjas did not pursue them deep into enemy territory, for their true goal was the Land of Grass itself. They swiftly seized control of key towns, transportation hubs, mines, and border outposts. Along the way, they encountered sporadic resistance from local grass country militias and wandering ninja, but under the iron heel of the Leaf's regular army, these pockets of defiance proved futile. Like insects trying to stop a rolling cart, quickly crushed and swept aside. At the same time, Uchiha Chōfu dispatched diplomats to reassure the civilians and the daimyo's household of the grass country, declaring that Konoha's purpose was to end the tyranny of Iwagakure and restore peace and order to the grass country. He further promised that once stability was achieved, the grass country would be granted greater autonomy, though this, of course, was merely a matter of expediency. Amidst the fervor of occupation, Chōfu used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Naka shrine of the Uchiha clan, where he met with Uchiha Sosuke. Clan leader, the grass country is almost within our grasp. Send our people to take over at once. The priorities are to seize control of the economic lifelines, rebuild the defense systems, and extract as much benefit as possible from the grass country. Waste no time. Start negotiations with the nobility and have them exchange land for resources and money. Chōfu, are we really going to give up such a juicy prize when it's right within our reach? Uchiha Sosuke was clearly reluctant to let go. Don't get too greedy. The grass country may look fat and tempting, but it's bait with a hook. If we bite down hard, we'll be the ones who end up paying the price. Chōfu explained. All right then, and about that important figure you mentioned meeting, was it Uchiha Madara? Sosuke's expression was complicated. Yes, we fought first, then reached an agreement. Kirigakure in the Land of Water will be the next foothold for our Uchiha clan. Chōfu summarized succinctly. Understood. Our people are already prepared to move out at once. On the other end of the communication, Uchiha Sosuke's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. After years of careful planning, the Uchiha clan was finally on the verge of possessing a territory entirely under their own control. 3 days later, the main resistance within the grass country had been all but eradicated, and the banners of Konoha flew across this war-weary land. It was at this time that Uchiha Inada personally led a large-scale Uchiha takeover team, entering the border fortress in groups disguised as merchant caravans and wandering ninja. The handover ceremony was conducted inside the fortress, simple yet solemn. Uchiha Chōfu formally handed over the scroll, symbolizing military command and provisional authority over the grass country, to Uchiha Inada. This place I leave to the clan, Chōfu said to Sosuke, his tone grave. The first task is to stabilize and absorb. At the same time, be mindful of your methods. Don't provoke the native forces of the grass country too much for now. Use a gentle hand, keep control behind the scenes. Rest assured, Lord Chōfu. Inada nodded emphatically, ambition sparkling in his eyes. We know exactly what needs to be done. The Uchiha had waited far too long for this opportunity. Here, this place will become our most reliable source of wealth. The handover proceeded without a hitch. Among the Konoha shinobi originally stationed here, not all were of the Uchiha clan. But after enduring one fierce battle after another, especially after witnessing Chongfeng's power, which seemed nothing short of miraculous, they had come to regard this commander's orders as law. Any lingering doubts were quickly dispelled in the face of the Uchiha's efficiency and professionalism. These administrative personnel sent by the Uchiha clearly excelled at governance and development, far more so than those who were pure warriors. Once the transition was complete, Uchiha Chongfeng did not linger. He gathered the original strike team that had followed him to the northern border, elite members from mobile squads like Uchiha Baisong, Lungyu, and Hyuga Haoshu. Our mission is done. Chongfeng looked at the comrades who had followed him through life and death. In their eyes, he saw both the exhaustion of battle and a spark of hope for the future. We set out immediately. Let's return to Konoha. There was no grand send-off. The group slipped away quietly from the border fortress, now flying a new banner, and began the journey home. The road back bore no resemblance to the one they had taken north. Each person in the squad brimmed with pride. They had played a part in and borne witness to a campaign that would reshape the very landscape of the shinobi world. And their commander, Uchiha Chongfeng, his name was destined to spread across the land with the change of hands in the land of grass and the crushing defeat of Iwagakure. Along the way, they could sense the subtle shift in atmosphere. Passing through border towns in the land of fire, they were met with eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Rumors of the northern battles, wildly exaggerated tales, had already made their rounds. On occasion, when they encountered Konoha patrols, the response was immediate respect, even a hint of reverence, once their identities were verified. After several days of travel, the familiar gates of Konoha finally came into view. Yet, instead of the triumphant welcome they might have expected, the village gates were now heavily guarded. The sentries were all members of the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, and the air was tense. Uchiha Chongfeng led his team calmly to the entrance. Jonin Uchiha Chongfeng, welcome back. An Umbu captain in a mask stepped forward, his tones strictly formal. The Hokage has ordered that you and your direct subordinates are to report to the Hokage's office immediately upon your return. Chongfeng showed no sign of surprise. He simply nodded, his expression calm. Lead the way. Behind him, his team exchanged glances. They all understood. Konoha's top brass was up to something once again. A new confrontation, one fought not with weapons, but with wits, was likely already waiting for them at the heart of Konoha's power. Uchiha Chongfeng wore a calm expression as he strode through the gates of Konoha village. His return was bound to stir up new waves in this seemingly peaceful village. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though the very air could be wrung like a soaked cloth. Sitting at the head of the table was Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage. On either side of him sat the three high-ranking advisors, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohar Udatain. Together, these four represented the very core of Konoha's ruling power. Standing opposite them was Uchiha Chongfeng, freshly returned from the northern border in triumph, radiating a sharp and formidable presence. Behind him stood several elite Uchiha Jonin, their faces drawn taut with tension. The windows of the office were tightly shut, sealing out all outside noise. Only the slow coils of smoke from a pipe drifted through the heavy air. Chongfeng, the village is well aware of your achievements at the northern border. Hiruzen Tsurutobi began in a steady tone. His voice carried its usual warmth, but his gaze was as piercing as an eagle's. You not only repelled the Iwagakure invasion, captured the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, but also managed to seize control of the Land of Grass. All of this has brought the village tremendous advantage and valuable strategic space. On behalf of Konoha, I thank you and the soldiers who fought at the border. These opening words, formal and measured, set the tone for the conversation that was to follow. Hokage-sama gives me too much credit. I merely did my duty. Uchiha Chongfeng replied with a slight nod. His tone was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. However, Hiruzen's voice shifted, turning grave. The question of how to handle the aftermath in the Land of Grass is something we believe requires careful discussion. Discussion? Chongfeng's brow arched slightly. The Land of Grass was won through the blood and sacrifice of my Uchiha brethren. Naturally, it should fall under Uchiha stewardship. What is there to discuss? As for myself, I have but one request. No, not a request, but a statement of fact. A future that benefits both Konoha and the Uchiha. His gaze locked onto Hiruzen Tsurutobi, his voice clear and unwavering. The Uchiha clan has rendered great service to Konoha. Our strength and contributions are plain for all to see. Yet, since Konoha was founded, the Uchiha have always been kept at arm's length from the core of power, to the point of being watched and mistrusted. This injustice must end. I demand that the next Hokage be chosen from the Uchiha clan. At these words, the air in the office seemed to freeze in an instant. Though they had anticipated such a move, the bluntness and force behind Chongfeng's demand caused the faces of the three advisors to darken on the spot. Even Ruzen Sarutobi's hand, holding his pipe, paused ever so slightly. Absurd. Koharu Yutane slammed her hand on the table, her voice ringing out sharply. The Hokage's seat concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands in this village. How can it be handed over simply on the basis of military merit? What's truly needed is the will of the people, the recognition of all the great clans. Uchiha, with your history, how could the village ever feel at ease in trusting such power to your hands? Besides, haven't the Uchiha already claimed the position of chief of the Konoha military police force, a role whose authority rivals that of the Hokage? Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses, his tone gentler, but his stance just as firm. Chongfeng, your contributions will not be forgotten by the village. But the seat of Hokage is a matter with far-reaching implications. It demands careful and lengthy deliberation. At this moment, what the village needs most is stability. Shimura Danzo spoke up, his voice cold and sinister, his single eye glinting with a chilling light. Uchiha Chongfeng, you move troops without authorization and seize control of the land of grass. That, in itself, was an act of overreach. And now you're aiming for the Hokage's seat as well. Are you trying to leverage your achievements to split the village apart? With the combined pressure from the higher-ups, those standing behind Chongfeng broke into a nervous sweat, their palms slick with anxiety. But Chongfeng only smiled, a smile brimming with undisguised mockery. The will of the people? The recognition of all clans? He echoed, his gaze sweeping across the four before him. I wonder, when a third Hokage took power, how many shinobi in the village actually supported him? Wasn't it ultimately decided by a single word from the second? Where was the so-called will of the people? Where was the approval of the clans? Stability? Marginalizing the village's most powerful clan for generations. This is your way of maintaining stability? And you even keep a rat who prefers the shadows and sewers around, just to muddy the already foul waters of Konoha. His voice rose, carrying a force that brooked no argument. Konoha was founded on the alliance between the Senju and the Uchiha. Now, with the Senju line faded and the Uchiha still strong, having rendered unparalleled service, by every right, in every sense, the position of Hokage should fall to the Uchiha. This is not a request. This is the Uchiha reclaiming what is rightfully theirs. Insolence! Danzo roared. Konoha belongs to everyone, not just the Uchiha. The succession of the Hokage follows its own rules. Who are you to meddle in this? Rules? Chongfeng sneered. Rules are written by the strong. The Uchiha now have the power to break the old rules and usher in a new order. Power! Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke again, his voice low and heavy with the dignity of the shinobi hero. Chongfeng, you do indeed possess formidable strength. But governing the village cannot rely on brute force alone. The Uchiha's history of extremism and their distance from the village are indisputable facts. Handing over supreme authority to the Uchiha on a whim could plunge the village into chaos, or even civil war. Is that what you want to see? He tried to move Chongfeng with emotion, to reason with him, pressing the weight of the village's greater good in an attempt to subdue him. Division? Extremism? Chongfeng sounded as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Who is truly responsible for this rift? It's those higher-ups who have always looked at the Uchiha through tinted glasses. It's those policies that deliberately keep the Uchiha at the edges of power. As for extremism, any community subjected to prolonged injustice and oppression will inevitably breed extremism. The solution isn't more suppression. It's to give us the status and respect we rightfully deserve. He stepped forward, unleashing his formidable presence without restraint. The air in the office grew so tense it seemed to freeze. And as for civil war? Who would dare? Would you? Uchiha Chongfeng pointed at Mitokado Hamura. You wouldn't dare. Then how about you? Chongfeng turned to Koharu Yutane. Or perhaps you? Chongfeng swung his gaze to Danzo Shimura. You impudent brat. Don't get cocky. Danzo snapped, veins bulging in anger. Coward. Look, Lord Hokage, no one here dares to go to war with the Uchiha now. Uchiha Chongfeng spread his hands, locking eyes with Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose gaze was as deep as a bottomless lake. I'm telling you, The Uchiha will become Hokage. I've said my piece. Who supports me? And who stand against? Danzo's face turned a furious shade of purple, barely able to restrain his urge to act. Hamura and Koharu were both shocked and infuriated. They had never seen an Uchiha so brazen, so forceful. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew dark and grave. Changfeng, are you threatening the village? No, I'm laying out your options. Changfeng reigned in some of his aura, but his eyes remained icy. Konoha can choose to finally accept the Uchiha, to acknowledge our achievements and status, to let Uchiha become Hokage and lead Konoha into a stronger future. When that time comes, the land of grass will be presented as a gift from the Uchiha to Konoha, becoming the village's strongest shield to the north. He paused, then his tone suddenly sharpened like a blade drawn from its sheath. Or, Konoha can stubbornly cling to those outdated rules, continuing to reject and suppress the Uchiha. In that case, his gaze swept across every senior leader present, and he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Then I, Uchiha Changfeng, and the entire Uchiha clan behind me, will no longer play Konoha's game. What did you say? The four elders nearly thought they'd misheard. Exactly what it sounds like. Changfeng's voice was calm, yet carried an air of finality. The Uchiha will withdraw from Konoha. We will take our clan and stand on our own. From this day forward, the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf Village will have nothing more to do with each other. You can keep playing your petty power games to your heart's content. Uchiha will carve out our own destiny in this ninja world, in our own way. His words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the silence in the room. Several senior leaders of Konoha were shaken to their core. Should they accept the Uchiha as the heart of the village, or watch helplessly as Konoha's sharpest blade is split away for good? Hiruzen Sarutobi sprang to his feet, eyes full of disbelief and rage. Uchiha Changfeng, do you realize what you're saying? Betraying the village is punishable by death. Betrayal? Changfeng scoffed. It was the village that betrayed the Uchiha first. Since there's no place for us here, why should we stay and be a thorn in your side? You forced my hand. He spared not a single glance at the high-ranking elders, whose faces had turned ashen, and strode toward the door. Stop right there. Danzo's voice rang out, sharp as a blade. From the shadows, several hidden murderous intents locked onto Changfeng. Changfeng did not pause. He merely tilted his head slightly, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, flashing in his eyes. That cold stare made Danzo feel as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss. You want to make a move? Go ahead and try. Let's see whether the Uchiha are wiped out first, or if Konoha is destroyed by my hand. With those words, he pushed open the door without hesitation, leading his followers away from the Hokage's office. Behind him, the Konoha leadership was left in a deathly silence, torn between shock and fury. The negotiations had completely collapsed. At that moment, the fate of the Uchiha and Konoha parted ways, each heading toward a different horizon. Uchiha Changfeng showed not a hint of hesitation. He knew that Konoha's leaders, especially Shimura Danzo, would never let things rest. Rather than wait for their schemes and retribution, he would take the initiative, cut off any future threats, and declare Uchiha's independence with overwhelming force. After leaving the Hokage building, Changfeng immediately used Flying Thunder God to arrive at the Naka Shrine. There, he found Uchiha Sosuke and instructed him to gather all the clan's people. The plan begins now. Lead all the shinobi clans willing to follow the Uchiha to assemble outside Konoha's main gate. Today, we leave Konoha behind. Though these ninja clans weren't the strongest, each had their own areas of expertise. Their numbers were considerable, making them essential as the workforce and technical backbone needed to build a new power. Once he gave the order, Changfeng vanished like a wraith, not returning to the Uchiha compound, but heading straight for a place nearly forgotten by most Konoha shinobi, the Senju compound. Once hailed as one of the strongest clans in the ninja world, the Senju were now in decline, their home empty and desolate. Changfeng's true target was the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, those who, after the fall of Yuzushiyo, had sought refuge with the Senju or been taken in by Konoha. His arrival put the few remaining Senju and Uzumaki on guard. But to Changfeng's surprise, when he explained his intentions and tried to persuade them to leave with him, many of the Uzumaki were reluctant to give up the hard-won peace they had finally found. There was nothing for it. Uchiha Changfeng could only seek out Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Ishin. Brother Changfeng, you're finally back. Kushina came running toward Uchiha Changfeng, her footsteps light and quick, before she threw herself into his arms. Kushina, long time no see. Uchiha Changfeng lifted her up easily, raising her high above his head. Kushina's laughter rang out, bright and joyful, like a flower in full bloom. All right, All right, Kushina, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Our Uchiha clan is planning to leave Konoha. Would you be willing to come with us? Chonfeng set her down gently, resting his hands on her shoulders as he spoke. Yes, I'd be happy to. Wherever you go, Brother Chonfeng, I'll go too. Kushina answered earnestly, her eyes shining with determination. Good. Now let's go find Uzumaki Isshin. Chonfeng took Kushina's small hand and led her straight to Isshin's house. Isshin, our Uchiha clan is leaving Konoha. Will you come with us? Me? How many from the Uzumaki clan have agreed to go with you? Just Kushina. I'm sorry, Lord Chonfeng. I want to stay in Konoha and protect my people. Are you sure about this? Being a Jinchuriki isn't an easy burden to bear. I'm sure. Lady Mito is getting old. She probably doesn't have many years left. I want to inherit her responsibility and her strength. I want to protect my clan even better. Very well. I wish you the best of luck. I'm leaving now. Just as Uchiha Chonfeng took Kushina's hand and stepped out of the Senju compound, a figure of great stature appeared before them. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, once the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Though her years were many, her gaze remained clear and wise. She looked at Chonfeng as though she had long foreseen his arrival. Hello, Granny Mito. Uchiha Chonfeng and Kushina greeted Uzumaki Mito together. Granny, where's Tsunade? I haven't seen her, Chonfeng asked in confusion. Tsunade's already gone to the battlefield in the Rain Country, Mito replied. Young Uchiha, I am already aware of your intentions. Mito's voice was calm, weighted with the gravity of a lifetime's experience. Konoha has indeed strayed from the ideals Hashirama and Madara had when they founded it. Rotten roots can no longer support a towering tree. She paused, then made a decision that even surprised Chonfeng. Kushina may go with you, but you must promise me. Take good care of her. Hey, what are you planning to do? To Kushina. Suddenly, a blonde-haired boy rushed forward, blocking Chonfeng's path. Nawaki, come back here. Granny, he's trying to take Kushina away. I know, but isn't that what Kushina wants? Yes, I volunteer to go with Brother Chonfeng. Kushina replied, her big, bright eyes blinking innocently. I see. Nawaki lowered his head in disappointment. Mito continued, Chōfu, I have another request. Please take some of the young Senju with you as well. What? This time, Chōfu was genuinely stunned. The Senju and Uchiha clans have been bitter rivals for generations. Taking Uzumaki Kushina was understandable, but to take Senju clansmen as well? Noticing his confusion, Mito spoke with calm composure. The Senju bloodline is fading away. If they stay in Konoha, they'll be nothing but pawns in power struggles, prey for the strong. Hashirama dreamed of peace, but Konoha now can no longer give it. Perhaps you, who are shattering the old order, can offer these children a different future. Let them see with their own eyes what kind of new world you intend to create. You trust me that much? Chōfu asked directly. She smiled gently. The Uchiha are a proud clan, a powerful one. They've never thought much of the Senju's meager talents or bloodline. Chōfu looked deeply at Mito. This elderly woman understood things better than anyone else. He nodded. Very well. Anyone who wishes to come will be treated well. Soon, with Uzumaki Mito's tacit approval and arrangements, a dozen or so young Senju, carrying complicated emotions, quietly packed their belongings and merged into the growing crowd gathering at Konoha's main gate. The irony of history was thick in the air. By the time Uchiha Chōfu reached the main gate, a vast sea of people already filled his view. At their head stood Uchiha Sosuke, with nearly the entire Uchiha clan assembled behind him. Their eyes burned with fervor, filled with hope for the future and the resolve to leave everything behind. Beside Sosuke stood the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Yamaki. Nearby were the leaders and members of several other mid-sized and smaller ninja clans, such as the Fuma and Kamizuki. Together, they numbered in the hundreds. Though some faces showed anxiety, there was a greater sense of determination, a willingness to bet everything on a new future. Adding in Kushina and the Senju clansmen brought from the Senju compound, this group preparing to leave Konoha had swelled to nearly 4,000 strong, many among them elite Jonin-level ninja. Such a massive, abnormal gathering had long since alarmed Konoha's defense forces. Umbu and regular shinobi crowded the walls and streets, watching tensely, but none dared to step forward and stop them. Because at the very front of the crowd stood a man with a calm expression, yet radiating an overwhelming and suffocating pressure. Uchiha Chōfu. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others had clearly received word, but they did not appear. Were they powerless to stop this? Or were they plotting something unseen? No one knew. Let's go, Chōfu said simply, with no wasted words, waving his hand. The immense procession, like a flood bursting through a dam, began to move, flowing steadily out through the gates of Konoha. With this step forward, it marked a complete severance from the past. Many of the Uchiha who glanced back wore expressions filled with longing, relief, and above all, a resolute determination to embrace a new life. Yet, Chōfu did not immediately follow the group as they left. After most of the clan had exited the village, he stopped in his tracks and spoke to Uchiha Sasuke, clan leader. Take everyone and go ahead according to the planned route toward the land of grass. There's an old score I still need to settle. Sasuke instantly understood his meaning, his expression grave as he nodded. Be careful. In a flash, Chōfu vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of Konoha, before an extremely well-hidden underground entrance, the very lair of Shimura Danzo and his rude organization. He made no attempt at stealth. In an instant, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to life, its powerful ocular force amplified by the core of the Herrschers of reason. His senses reached deep into the base, locking unerringly onto that loathsome presence. Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo! Chōfu's voice rang out, cold as ice, cutting through every layer of obstruction and echoing through the entire underground stronghold. Old man, I come to bring you ruin and death. Deep within the base, Danzo's face twisted in shock. He had never expected Uchiha Chōfu would dare to invade directly before leaving, and to find this place with such uncanny precision. Stop him! Danzo barked hoarsely. Countless root ninjas surged from the shadows like specters. Barrages of ninjutsu, toxins, and explosive tags rained down on Chōfu like a relentless storm. But in the face of overwhelming power, all of it was in vain. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as the core of the Herrschers of reason activated silently. Shinra Tensei. He had once studied this technique while battling Uchiha Madara, recording it in the Hall of Knowledge, and analyzing it repeatedly until he finally mastered it. Now, he could wield it at will. With a simple lift of his hand, an immense repulsive force erupted from his very center. Every root ninja charging at him, along with their jutsu and weapons, slammed into an invisible wall, then were hurled back even faster, bones snapping, bodies broken, the casualties piling up. Chōfu strode forward, calm and unhurried, deeper into the base. Any trap or barrier that tried to hinder his advance was effortlessly unraveled by the insight of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the analytic prowess of the Herrscher's core. Soon enough, he arrived at the secret chamber where Danzo waited. Danzo's lone eye was wild with terror and madness. His hands blurred through hand seals as he sucked in a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A massive orb of wind roared toward Uchiha Chōfu. Seeding technique, absorption. This, too, he had learned by deciphering it with a Herrscher's core. Chōfu extended his right hand, a layer of transparent barrier forming over his palm. The massive wind sphere smashed into the barrier and was instantly absorbed without a trace. Seeing this, Danzo continued to weave hand signs. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. But even as Danzo opened his mouth to inhale, Uchiha Chōfu had already drawn his handheld railgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Danzo hurriedly unleashed a jutsu, managing to counteract the incoming projectile. However, the forced release sent his chakra surging chaotically through his body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Before Danzo could recover, another projectile shot toward him with deadly speed. He dodged to the side, but the bullet still struck his left shoulder. His entire arm vanished in an instant, and the pain from the severed limb made Danzo scream in agony. Now, unable to form hand signs with just one arm, Danzo tore off the eye patch over his right eye with his remaining hand. Beneath it was revealed a Mangekyo Sharingan, swirling with power. Trying to show off the Sharingan in front of me? Chōfu's eyes glinted with icy disgust. You're not worthy. In a blink, he was right before Danzo. His right hand, swift as lightning, plunged toward Danzo's right eye. A sickening squelch sounded, mingled with Danzo's wretched scream. Chōfu's fingers dug into the transplanted Sharingan, tearing it out along with the surrounding muscle and tissue in one brutal move. The act was ruthless yet precise, as if he were scraping away a filthy stain. The technique of the Mangekyo hadn't even had time to fully activate before it was violently interrupted. Danzo clutched the bleeding wound on his right arm, collapsing to the ground. His face was twisted in pain and utter, hopeless despair. Flying Thunder God, is it? That strange bullet. Chōfu gazed at the Sharingan in his hand, still pulsing with traces of chakra, but his face remained expressionless. He stowed it away in his dimensional pouch. Uchiha Chōfu stepped up beside Shimura Danzo. The honor of the Uchiha cannot be sullied. You, and your filthy organization root have no right to exist. But simply letting you die would be far too merciful. With his hand shaped like a blade, Uchiha Chōfu struck down hard on Danzo's arm, shattering the bone with a single blow. What's 1,000 minus 7? Chōfu intended to keep Danzo conscious by making him answer math questions. He wanted Danzo to feel every shred of this excruciating pain. WH, I said, what's 1,000 minus 7? Seeing Danzo's confusion, Chōfu smashed another bone. It's 993, Danzo stammered, shivering. Crack. And what's 993 minus 7? Another bone shattered. It's 986. And so, one by one, he shattered Danzo's bones. Only after making Shimura Danzo endure the utmost agony did he finally let him fall unconscious. He no longer spared a glance at Danzo, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and turned to walk away. At the same time, he raised his hand. The core of the Herrschers of reason glimmered in his palm, as a tremendous surge of Honkai energy was summoned and shaped once more. With this, let us bury the darkness of the past once and for all. In an instant, a uniquely shaped intercontinental nuclear missile materialized, hovering in midair. With a single thought, Chankei's ignited the missile's tail, sending out a scorching jet of flame. The missile shrieked with a deadly wail as it shot straight towards Shimura Danzo. As for Chankei's himself, he vanished in a flash, reappearing high above the outskirts of the hidden leaf village using the flying thunder god technique. The next moment, a roar exploded. A blinding light, impossible to describe in words, suddenly lit up half the sky along the horizon. It was as if a sun had burst forth from the depths of the earth. Immediately after came a deafening blast, enough to shatter eardrums. A massive mushroom cloud, swirling with fire, ash, and the raw force of annihilation, slowly rose from the location of Root's secret base. A violent shockwave swept across the entire village, causing countless houses to tremble and windows to shatter. That deeply buried base, which had been operated for decades by the Root organization, along with all its members, records, dark deeds, and the desperate, blinded Shimura Danzo, was utterly erased from the world in that instant, leaving behind nothing but a colossal, bottomless crater rimmed with shimmering, glassy edges. The tremendous explosion and its reverberations reached even the distant Uchiha migration party. Turning back, everyone gazed at the mushroom cloud rising in the east of the village, their faces painted with awe and reverence. Suspended in the sky, Uchiha Chankei's looked down coldly at the chaos and panic that had engulfed the hidden leaf village below. This attack was not just retribution. It was a final, irreversible break. From this moment on, there would be no more ties between the Uchiha and the hidden leaf. All bonds were cut. There would be no turning back. He did not linger. With a flash, he sped off in pursuit of the migrating Uchiha, racing northward toward the future that belonged to his clan. All that was left for the hidden leaf was a vast ruin and an endless legacy of fear and reflection. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special check-in. Because of your intervention, Shimura Danzo has died 35 years ahead of time, dramatically altering the world's course. Host has triggered a special check-in. Check-in task. Hold Kushina Uzumaki's hand for 1 minute. Check-in reward. 5,000 check-in points. 1 golden chest. Epic. I never expected that in venting my anger, I'd stumble upon such a pleasant surprise. Uchiha Chankei's was momentarily stunned by the reward, but then his handsome face broke into a radiant smile. Wasting no time, he quickly caught up with the main Uchiha group. He made his way to Kushina's side, and without a word, reached out and gently took her soft hand in his own. Chōfu, big brother. Kushina's face turned as red as her hair. I just wanted to check if you were cold. Uchiha Chōfu racked his brain for an excuse. Just like that, a minute slipped by. Uchiha Chōfu quickly let go of her hand, moved to the side, and began to check the information in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. You have received 5,000 check-in points, golden epic chest times 1. System. In the mission from the Second Great Ninja War, Chōfu communicated with the system in his mind. Ding! Second Great Ninja War mission ended. Mission settlement. Kage level 2, Jonin 80, Chunin 850, Genin 3,100. Rewards 86,500 check-in points, golden epic chest times 1. System, show me how many check-in points I have now. Ding! Host currently has 96,143 check-in points. TSK, I really shouldn't have ended the Second Great Ninja War mission so soon. I'm just a little over 3,000 points short of redeeming the Herrschers of the Encore. Maybe I should wait a bit longer. After the Kirigakure incident, I might trigger a special mission. If it works out, I'll redeem the Herrschers of the Encore. Then, system, open the 2 golden epic chests. Ding. Golden epic chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have received Soul Ring System Technology ×1, 3rd generation Divine Body Technique ×1. System, I get why I got the 3rd generation Divine Body Technique from the chest, but what in the world is this Soul Ring System? Ding. The Soul Ring System originates from Dolawa continent. At its core, it's a kind of rune technology. They just don't know how to use it properly over there. Oh, so what can it do? Ding. 1. It can strengthen the soul. 2. It can store techniques in advance. 3. In theory, it can be stacked indefinitely without limit. Damn, that's amazing. All these exchanges were taking place in Uchiha Chongfeng's mind as he communicated with the system. Though it seemed as if a long time had passed, in reality, it was only a few seconds. Thanks to the assistance of the Herrschers of Reason Core, his thought process was far beyond the ordinary. Returning to Kushina's side, Uchiha Chongfeng and she chatted idly as they followed the main group along the road. 2 days later, the group arrived at the coast. During this time, Konoha had directly posted bounties on several clan heads in Jonin from the other ninja clans. A few bounty hunters did show up, but before Chongfeng even needed to lift a finger, a few Uchiha, with awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, dealt with him effortlessly. The trickiest opponent was a ninja who used Earth Grudge Fear. When Uchiha Chongfeng heard that, he immediately thought, isn't that Kakuzu? He caught him straight away and took him into custody. At the port by the sea, they bought several large ships and set sail for the land of water. A day later, they entered the land of water. The vast, boundless sea surrounding the land of water was shrouded year-round in a persistent, heavy mist. It was much like the country itself, mysterious, unwelcoming, and concealing countless undercurrents and bloodshed within. Deep within this mist lay the infamous Hidden Mist Village, known far and wide as the Village of the Bloody Mist, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many. Today, the fog seemed even denser than usual. A large force of ninja, their ranks a mixture of many different clan crests, moved like a phantom fleet. They slipped silently past the Hidden Mist's outer maritime patrols and defensive lines, making their way into the dense forest that bordered the village. This was the allied ninja force led by Uchiha Chongfeng, who had broken away from the Leaf. Alongside the Uchiha were members of the Hyuga, Fuma, Kamizuki, and other clans, as well as a few from the Senju. The troops halted within the shadowy woods. A stifling silence hung over them, broken only by the sound of heavy drops of water sliding off leaves. The air was thick with the tang of seawater and a faint, oppressive scent of blood, an aura that seemed to seep from the hidden mist itself. At the very front stood Uchiha Chongfeng. His gaze pierced layer after layer of mist, fixing on the sprawling village complex, its outlines barely visible against the mountains through the swirling fog. He could sense the chaotic flow of chakra within the village walls, a turbulence charged with agitation, unease, and hostility. It seems the name Bloody Mist is not just for show, Chongfeng murmured under his breath. Just then, a figure appeared at his side, as if materializing from the shadows themselves. It was Uchiha Madara. He wore his ancient crimson armor, and his rinnegan swept coldly across the hidden mist below, as if appraising a toy that would soon be his. "You're here," Chongfeng said calmly, without turning his head. "The timing is perfect," Madara replied, his voice harsh with authority. "The third Mizukage, Black Ho Ao, is an arrogant man. Break his stubborn pride completely, and taking the title of Mizukage should be easy." Madara glanced at the force assembled behind Chongfeng. A disciplined, well-equipped army, and a barely noticeable glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. "You've moved even faster than I expected, and your forces are more formidable than I'd predicted." "The Leaf is now a thing of the past," Chongfeng replied coolly. "It's time to deal with what's in front of us. As agreed, you and I will take the lead. With overwhelming force, we'll crush any possible resistance, force the Mizukage to abdicate, and clear a safe foothold for the rest of our troops." Just as I hoped, Madara's lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. Let these mist shinobi, so addicted to their bloody infighting, witness what true power really is. Chongfeng turned and walked toward Uchiha Sosuke, who stood at the head of their formation. Clan leader. "So this is Lord Madara." Uchiha Sosuke, along with all the elite members of the Uchiha clan behind him, as well as the leaders of the Hyuga, Fuma, Kamizuki, and other clans, held their breath and focused intently, awaiting the final command. "Yes, Elder Madara, and I will move ahead." Chongfeng's voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears. "We will storm Mizukage Tower directly, subdue any forces that dare resist, and force the current Mizukage, Kurasuna Ao, to abdicate. At the same time, We will clear out a 500-meter radius around the Mizukage Tower, establishing it as our temporary command center and foothold. His sharp gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Wait here for the signal. As soon as you see the fighting around the Mizukage Tower subside, the clan leaders will immediately lead everyone in at full speed, take control of the designated area, and rapidly construct defensive fortifications. Remember, move fast and strike hard. If you encounter any armed resistance not from our side, show no mercy. Eliminate them on the spot. Yes, came the resounding reply. Their voices brimmed with fighting spirit. This would be their first true battle since declaring independence. They had to win it swiftly and decisively. With the orders given, Chōfu and Madara exchanged a glance. No words were needed. In perfect unison, both sprang into action. In a flash, like lightning cleaving through dense mist. Uchiha Chōfu and Uchiha Madara, their figures moving faster than the eye could follow, ignored all the outer security barriers and patrol squads of Kirigakure, charging straight for the village center toward the towering Mizukage Tower. Inside Kirigakure, the atmosphere was already stiflingly tense, thanks to the long-standing oppressive rule of the third Mizukage, Kurasuna, AO. But when Chōfu and Madara's overwhelming chakra descended without warning, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been hurled into boiling oil. The entire village erupted into chaos. Enemy attack. What terrifying chakra. Who are they? They're heading for the Mizukage Tower. Alarm bells blared nonstop. Countless Kirigakure shinobi poured out from streets, houses, and training grounds, scrambling to intercept these two intruders. Yet before absolute power, all of their efforts were utterly futile. Out of my way, insects! With a casual wave of his hand, Uchiha Madara unleashed a transparent repulsion shield with Shinra Tensei, sweeping away dozens of charging Kirigakure shinobi, soldiers and weapons alike, sending them crashing through houses along the way, their fate unknown. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in his eyes, Uchiha Chōfu lifted his hands slightly. 50 floating cannons erupted from the Shumi mustard seed device. The cannon's beams of light flashed out in an instant, each one claiming a life. 50 shinobi fell before they even had a chance to react. The two of them tore through the crowd like tigers among a flock of sheep, their advance unstoppable. No one could withstand even a single blow. Wherever they passed, people and horses were sent flying, and they forged a straight path toward the Mizukage Tower. Water style, water dragon bullet. Lightning style, ground walk. Ninja art, hidden mist, jutsu. Some quick-witted jonin from afar launched ninjutsu attacks in response. Several massive water dragons roared forward. Deadly lightning crackled and darted along the ground, and the mist thickened, striving to disrupt sight and sense alike. Child's play, Madara scoffed coldly, clapping his hands together. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. An ocean of fire erupted out of nowhere, instantly vaporizing the water dragons and consuming the entire surrounding area in its blaze. The approaching lightning-style techniques were utterly overwhelmed by the roaring flames, reduced to nothing before they could even draw near. As for the thickening mist, it simply couldn't take shape in the face of Madara's overwhelming fire jutsu. Sharp, precise beams of blue energy zipped through the air, picking off the hidden mist jonin who tried to hide in the shadows to cast ninjutsu or manipulate the fog. Each one was swiftly eliminated. Their speed was so great that the jonin had no chance to react. Overwhelming, absolute dominance. The arrival of these two gods tore apart all of Kirigakure's standard defenses in the most brutal and direct way possible. They hadn't even revealed their true trump cards, yet they approached the Mizukage Tower as if they were strolling through an unguarded field. The tower's guards were the village's elite ANBU. They quickly formed a defensive formation, making a final, desperate stand. Protect the Mizukage. No matter what, we must stop them. So stubborn. Chōfu's eyes turned icy as he prepared to strike. Let me handle this. Madara stepped ahead, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his Rinnegan. It's time to bring this farce to an end. He raised both hands, aiming at the top floor of the Mizukage Tower, the Mizukage's office. Universal Pool. A terrifying gravitational force erupted. The entire wall facing them, along with the furniture, documents, and the slender, poised figure sitting upon the Mizukage seat. Third Mizukage, Kuratsuchi AO, were all wrenched from the building by an irresistible force, flying straight toward Madara and Chōfu. Mizukage-sama! The ANBU cried out in shock and terror. Kuratsuchi AO's eyes snapped open, ablaze with pride and fury. Bastard! Lightning style! Severing thunder, he roared, unleashing an arrow of crackling lightning from his mouth. Wherever the bull passed, the air was filled with the sharp scent of ozone, like metal being welded by a blowtorch. Pathetic insect, Madara said coldly, as if he had foreseen it all. He didn't even bother to defend himself. His Rinnegan merely spun a fraction, sealing art absorption. When the thunderbolt arrow met the invisible barrier before Madara, it vanished instantly, swallowed without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the sea, leaving not a ripple behind. Open fire. With a wave of his right hand, Uchiha Chōfu signaled, and half of the floating cannons hovering overhead turned to target Kuratsuchi Ao, unleashing a barrage of lasers. A sharp, searing sound cut the air. The lasers moved with breathtaking speed. Before Kuratsuchi Ao could even form a single hand sign to defend himself, the floating cannon's beams had already pierced his body, ending his life in a heartbeat. From the moment Madara unleashed his universal pull, to Kuratsuchi Ao's desperate counterattack, to Chōfu's decisive strike, all of it happened in the blink of an eye, no more than a few seconds. Below, the Umbu who had sworn to protect the Mizukige's tower stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The Mizukige, whom they had always believed to be unbeatable, had been dispatched with such ease. A bone-deep chill swept through them, gripping their souls with icy dread. Madara slowly floated higher, his Rinnegan sweeping coldly over the deathly, silent mist village and the distant, fearful shinobi who dared not approach. His voice, as cold and unyielding as winter, echoed through the entire village. The third Mizukige, Kuratsuchi Ao, was unbalanced and arrogant, whose lust for power plunged the hidden mist into the chaos of the bloody mist era, leaving the people in misery. Today I, Uchiha Madara, together with Uchiha Chōfu, claim the mandate of heaven to set things right. From this day forward, the hidden mist will be under our control. With his proclamation made, neither Madara nor Chōfu paused. Next, let's clear the field. Chōfu casually tossed Kuratsuchi Ao's corpse to an elite Uchiha who would follow behind. See that he's buried with dignity. This is the mercy of the Uchiha. His gaze swept over the forces still gathering around the Mizukige's tower, those who dared to resist or who plotted a counterattack. Leave them to me. Madara seemed to relish the feeling of overwhelming his enemies with absolute power. Forming hand signs, he summoned forth a torrential surge of chakra. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. With a deafening rumble, the ground around the Mizukige's tower split open yet again, and countless giant trees burst forth, coiling with uncanny precision around the mist shinobi who tried to mount a resistance. At the same time, these towering trees formed a colossal, living barrier, temporarily sealing off the Mizukige's tower and a 500-meter radius around it from the rest of the hidden mist village. Only a single pathway remained, leading unimpeded to the heart of the stronghold. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chōfu unleashed the power of the Herrschers of Reason Corps once more. Behind him, radiant lights shimmered as dozens of defensive turrets rapidly materialized, lining the perimeter of the area and forming a second, impenetrable wall of steel. The icy muzzles of the cannons pointed unwaveringly outward, their silent menace warning off any who would dare approach with ill intent. In the distance, hidden within the deep forest, Uchiha Sosuke and his companions watched Hyuga Yamashi with wide eyes. It's over. That was terrifying. Truly, this is what they mean by the Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Sosuke's eyes blazed with sharp determination. He thrust out his right hand and commanded, "Everyone, advance at full speed toward the Mizukige building. Take control of the area." A thunderous roar erupted from the allied forces, pent-up energy unleashed at last. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they surged forward along the path that Chōfu and Madara had carved, sweeping mightily into the heart of Kirigakure. The troops quickly flooded into the cleared zone and, according to plan, began fortifying their positions and setting up defensive lines. Those Kirigakure shinobi and clans who had been watching from the sidelines, or who still harbored defiance in their hearts, were now struck silent and deeply shaken. They had witnessed the swift defeat of Kurakama Ao, the terrifying might of the world of trees, and the instant construction of an impenetrable iron defense. Only now did they realize these were no ordinary invaders. They were monsters with power on par with gods. To resist would only bring more pointless death. This was especially true for those who, having caught wind of the truth, recognized Uchiha Madara's identity or had heard of Uchiha Chōfu's terrifying exploits in Konoha and the Land of Grass. Any spark of rebellion within them was snuffed out, leaving only numb resignation. Above Kirigakure, the ever-present heavy mist began to churn and roll with violence, as if even the heavens sensed that these two gods had arrived, heralding a world-shaking upheaval. After helping Chōfu subdue the core resistance and vanquish the third Mizukige, Kurakama Ao, Uchiha Madara disappeared into the mist as quietly as he had come. His goal was accomplished, to help Chōfu suppress Kirigakure. He had no interest in the tedious business of governance or consolidating power. Such burdens were the true test for the Uchiha clan itself. Within Kirigakure, after the brief but fierce resistance was crushed, an eerie silence fell over the village. Fear, anger, confusion, and sorrow tangled in the hearts of every villager. They looked upon the invaders, now entrenched around the Mizukage building, their defenses unbreakable, and the Uchiha fan banners flying high. It was clear. The skies over Kirigakure had changed forever. Uchiha Chōfu stood atop the Mizukage building, gazing down at the mist-shrouded village. He did not rush to have Uchiha Sosuke declare him the new Mizukage, for such a move would only ignite greater backlash. Instead, he chose a more calculated and even more domineering approach, ruling by dividing the land. With the Mizukage building as the center, he carved out a vast, relatively independent, and well-equipped district of Kirigakure near the eastern coastline, designating it exclusively for the Uchiha clan and their followers. The original Kirigakure residents and shinobi of that area were forcibly relocated. Any who resisted were ruthlessly eliminated. The cold commands and the ruthless execution by the Uchiha ninjas made every villager of Kirigakure fully aware of the will of their new master. Within this newly designated Uchiha district, construction began at a swift pace. Under Uchiha Sosuke's direction, the clan members made use of foundational construction techniques provided by the Herrschers of Reason Corps, as well as their own strength, to build fortified structures, barracks, training grounds, and essential facilities for civilian life. The Hyuga clan took charge of perimeter security and intelligence screening. The Kamizuki clan, known for their sensitivity to energy fluctuations, assisted in setting up barriers around the area. Even the young members of the Senju clan were assigned tasks and joined the construction efforts, a gesture signaling both participation and the first steps toward unity. Once the internal arrangements were tentatively settled, Uchiha Chōfu's gaze turned outward, beyond Kirigakure, toward the place that in name ruled the land of water, held the authority to appoint or dismiss the Mizukage, the nation's capital, where the pampered and corpulent daimyo indulged in luxury. In Chōfu's eyes, the twisted relationship between the shinobi villages and the great nations was a cornerstone of the old order. Ninjas held real power, but were forced to obey feckless daimyo who knew only pleasure in politics, a situation he found utterly absurd. What he sought to create was a highly centralized new order led by absolute strength. Therefore, this meddlesome daimyo, and the system he embodied, had to be utterly crushed. He summoned no one for counsel, nor did he devise a complicated plan. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes became meaningless. On this day, a thick mist still blanketed the land of water. Uchiha Chōfu left Kirigakure alone, rising steadily into the sky, then speeding through the clouds above. Soon, he appeared over the bustling, extravagant streets of the nation's capital. Compared to the constant tension and grim atmosphere that hung over Kirigakure, the capital was a world apart. Music and revelry filled the air. Wealth and indulgence were everywhere. Nobles in ornate attire chattered away, as if untouched by the turmoil of the outside world. They might have heard rumors of recent upheaval in Kirigakure, but paid it no true heed, dismissing it as a squabble among their tools, conflicts that, in the end, would always resolve themselves in service to their masters. First, Chōfu drew an electromagnetic cannon from the Shumi mustard seed, and with practiced precision, fired rounds in several directions, each marked with the seal of the Flying Thunder God. He landed within the city, suppressing his presence until he seemed no different from an ordinary traveler, and made his way straight toward the lavish, heavily guarded residence of the daimyo. The daimyo's residence was, if anything, exceedingly well protected. Not only did it boast elite samurai, but also a handful of personal ninja loyal directly to the daimyo himself. Under the perception of the core of the law of reason, not a single guard, hidden or exposed, could escape detection. Like an invisible phantom, he slipped effortlessly past the outer defenses and appeared directly in the heart of the daimyo's residence, right outside the grand, opulent hall where the daimyo handled his daily affairs. Inside the hall, the constant clamor of string and wind instruments filled the air, their shrill notes scraping against the ears like nails on glass. So this is what passes for refined music. It's nothing more than crude scraps of metal being toyed with. The daimyo of the land of water, a corpulent man draped in elaborate robes, clung to a beautiful dancing girl as he reveled in the music and performance, surrounded by an array of fine wine and delicacies. Several guardian shinobi were scattered in the corners of the hall, their postures seemingly relaxed, but their eyes sharp with vigilance. Changfeng made no attempt to conceal himself. He simply pushed the doors wide open. Who goes there? How dare you? Do you know where you are? This is the daimyo's residence. The grating music came to an abrupt halt, and the dancing girls gasped in terror. The guardian shinobi reacted instantly, drawing their weapons with harsh shouts as they stepped forward to shield the daimyo. The portly daimyo, bleary-eyed from drink, looked up and saw a stranger standing at the doorway, a young man in black, his eyes cold as ice. For a moment, he was stunned, but anger quickly overtook him. Who let this fool in? Guards, seize him, chop him up, and feed him to the fish. Changfeng's gaze swept over the shinobi, who now stood braced for battle, before settling on the daimyo's face, flushed red with rage and intoxication. His own eyes betrayed no emotion, only a chilling intent to kill. It's time for the land of water to have a new ruler. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly through the grand hall, bearing the weight of an undeniable verdict. Insolence, one of the guardians roared, weaving hand signs. Water style, water. He never finished the jutsu. A faint pop. A tiny hole appeared on the shinobi's forehead. The light in his eyes faded, and he crumpled lifelessly to the floor. He hadn't even seen how the attack had come. What was that? It's that white floating thing. Damn it. Take this, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. But their efforts were futile. Sharp, whistling blasts split the air as Changfeng's floating cannons unleashed a barrage of lasers from behind him. With a series of dull thuds, several ninja collapsed instantly. Each corpse bore the same fatal wound, a charred hole in the forehead. In only a few heartbeats, the once crowded hall was nearly emptied of defenders. Those few who remained stared at Changfeng, who stood in their midst like a wrathful god, his robes untouched by even a drop of blood. Terror filled their eyes, and their hands trembled as they clung to their weapons. As for the daimyo, his corpulent frame had already collapsed onto the floor in abject terror. The effects of the alcohol had vanished, replaced by the stench of urine seeping from his trousers. The air was thick with the foul odor of his fear. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling as he watched Changfeng draw closer with every step. He pleaded incoherently, desperation spilling from him. Please don't kill me. I am a daimyo. I can give you money, as much as you want. Power, women, whatever you desire. I can give it to you. I beg you. Changfeng strode up to him, looming over the pitiful, grotesque figure who embodied the decaying power of the old era, his eyes filled only with disgust. Remnants of a bygone age have no right to exist. He raised his hand. The floating cannons gathered energy, a cold warning shimmering in the air. No. The daimyo's scream was shrill with despair, echoing through the hall. A beam of searing light pierced his bloated head. The daimyo's body gave a faint shudder, his pupils dilating in an instant. In that moment, every spark of life was utterly extinguished. His obese frame crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a small puff of dust. The supreme ruler of the land of water had fallen. His reign ended in an instant. Changfeng didn't spare a single glance at the corpse. He turned and walked toward the grand hall's entrance. The handful of surviving guardian ninja, along with the trembling dancers and musicians, dared not stand in his way. He stepped outside, standing atop the high steps, looking down at the warriors and guards who had rushed to surround the hall upon hearing the news, yet none dared approach. Gathering his chakra, his voice thundered across the capital, resonant as rolling storm clouds. The daimyo of the land of water, blinded and corrupt, has bled the people dry. His crimes demand execution. From this moment on, I, Uchiha Changfeng, will take command of the land of water. All old systems are hereby abolished. If any have objections, come forth and fight. As his words faded, the entire capital was plunged into a deathly silence, which quickly erupted into a storm of panic and chaos. The news that Uchiha Changfeng had slain the daimyo of the land of water spread like a raging plague, sweeping through the ninja world at breathtaking speed. A single stone had stirred 1,000 waves. This was no mere skirmish between ninja villages or a simple regime change. It was the most direct challenge yet to the order of the ninja world, a system maintained for decades by the 5 great nations' daimyo residences and the 5 great ninja villages. This was defiance of the established hierarchy, a true act of regicide. The first to react were the other 4 great nations' daimyo. Upon hearing the news, the daimyo of the land of fire was both shocked and furious, smashing his favorite teacup in a fit of rage. Madman! That Uchiha madman! How dare he? This is a declaration of war against every ruler in existence. He must be punished. Contact the daimyo of earth, lightning, and wind immediately. The daimyo of the land of earth, already seething over the loss of the grass country and the crushing defeat at Iwagakure, now exploded in fury. Regicide. He deserves death at every hand. If this is allowed, won't our very lives be at the mercy of those ninja commoners in the future? We cannot let Uchiha's wild ambitions succeed. Though the daimyo of the land of lightning revered strength, even he could not accept such a world-shaking act. He slammed his fist down. This is utter arrogance. Ninja should know their place. How dare he slay a feudal lord and proclaim himself king? Does he take the great nations for nothing but mere ornaments? Though the Land of Wind's feudal lord wielded relatively little power, he too felt a chilling sense of dread, as if the fate of the hares foretold the doom of the foxes. The desire to unite and apply joint pressure reached an unprecedented peak. Through an emergency communication, the four great feudal lords swiftly reached a consensus. Uchiha Chōfu and his faction were now the sworn enemies of the entire shinobi world. At any cost, he must be eradicated. They began urgently contacting their respective shinobi villages, wielding immense political and resource pressure, demanding the formation of an allied punitive force to raise Kirigakure and execute Uchiha Chōfu. Meanwhile, every major shinobi village was rocked by fierce upheaval in the wake of this sudden, earth-shaking turn of events. In Konohagakure, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Tsurutobi sat in silence for a long time after receiving the news, finally letting out a long, heavy sigh. He had always known Chōfu was a man who recognized no bounds, yet he never imagined he would go so far. This was an event that threatened the very order of the shinobi world itself. Konoha had been swept into this storm, like it or not. In Kumogakure, the third Reikage, A was both shocked and conflicted, his eyes flickering with complicated emotions. He was furious at Chōfu's regicide, and yet, somewhere deep inside, there was a flicker of unspoken approval. After all, he had always believed in the supremacy of strength. But now, the tide was turning. Kumogakure could not stand apart from the world. In Iwagakure, Inoki burned with rage. Yet when he thought of Chōfu's dreadful power, reality washed over his anger like a bucket of icy water. Uchiha Chōfu was not only the sworn enemy of Iwagakure, now he was the slayer of lords, giving Inoki the perfect excuse to incite the other great nations to war. In Sunagakure, the third Kazekage weighed the pros and cons. The Land of Wind was poor, and Sunagakure itself was still mired in the quagmire of war. Yet the feudal lord's pressure made him hesitate. Even within the battered ranks of Kirigakure, reactions to the lord assassination were far from unanimous. Some conservatives felt as though the sky was falling, certain this would drag Kirigakure into a bottomless abyss. But among the radicals, those already discontent with the feudal system, there was, beneath the fear, a glimmer of dark satisfaction and anticipation. For a time, the name Uchiha Chōfu became the focal point of the entire shinobi world, a poisonous thorn that the defenders of the old order felt must be ripped out at any cost. And Uchiha Chōfu stood at the very eye of this storm, his shocking act of regicide a brazen challenge hurled at the entire old world. With the death of the water daimyo, Uchiha Chōfu seized the reins of power in the land of water with ruthless determination, declaring himself supreme ruler and bringing Kirigakure under his direct command. A few days later, he left a shadow clone in the daimyo's residence, while his true self returned to Kirigakure. Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, long notorious for its bloody mist infighting, had now been infused with the formidable bloodlines of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Fuma, Kamizuki, Senju, and other powerful clans. The friction and conflict between the old and new powers were like jagged rocks lurking beneath a shroud of mist, always threatening to shatter the seemingly steady vessel of the village. Though the physical barriers between the new district carved out by Uchiha Chōfu and the original old district of Kirigakure had been removed, the forest barrier had been dismantled, an invisible gulf still seemed to separate the two. The new district was orderly and well-planned, its architecture blending the Uchiha's austere style with the Hyuga's refined elegance. Supported by the Herrschers of Reason Corps, its infrastructure was rapidly being renewed, brimming with vitality and promise. Meanwhile, the old district remained unchanged. When Uchiha Chōfu returned and saw this, he understood at once. This can't go on, he thought. It's time to take action. He made his way to the Mizuki's office and explained the current situation to Uchiha Sosuke. Mizuki-sama, we can't just turn a blind eye to this. We have to make sure those who came with us truly become part of Kirigakure. Chōfu's tone was tinged with urgency. I really don't know what to do about it, Sosuke admitted, clearly troubled. Then let's call a meeting first. We need to talk things through, set down some rules, and avoid trouble in the future. Thus, a Kirigakure planning conference, personally convened by Uchiha Sosuke and requiring the attendance of all the village's senior leaders, was held in the council chamber of the Mizukage Tower. Unlike the somber, oppressive meetings of the Bloody Mist era, the atmosphere this time, while serious, lacked that suffocating heaviness. At the very least, Uchiha had not yet issued any harsh or draconian decrees. We of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, and other clans are indeed newcomers, someone began. Frankly, we all wish to integrate into Kirigakure, but after these days together, it's obvious there's still a gulf between us. We're here today to lay all this out, to clarify our positions. Let's sit down and talk things through. After all, we Uchiha aren't unreasonable people. At this, many of the clan ninja, sitting below, couldn't help but twitch their lips in wry amusement. Very well, everyone is free to speak their mind. Let's bring the issues to light, work together, and build a better Kirigakure. If Mizukage-sama permits, I'll go first. A pale-skinned ninja from the Kagaya clan stood up. To begin with, our clan's biggest question is, how do you plan to treat the original Kirigakure shinobi in the future? Haha, you don't need to worry about that. We will treat everyone equally. This is written into the village rules. Uchiha Sosuke turned to look at Uchiha Gunma beside him. Uchiha Gunma quickly began to take notes. Uchiha Chōfu watched this scene, and his respect for Uchiha Sosuke deepened once more. All right, is there anything else? Lord Mizukage, will we also get to live in those big new houses someday? A civilian ninja asked tentatively. Hearing this, Uchiha Sosuke was momentarily taken aback. That's right. Ever since he became Mizukage, he had overlooked them. He couldn't let only the ninja clans from outside move into the new homes, could he? Seeing Uchiha Sosuke lost in thought, the civilian ninja grew so anxious he was nearly in tears. If it's not possible, that's all right. We're fine staying in our old houses. We're used to it. Of course you can. This has been a shortcoming in my work, and I ask everyone's forgiveness. Uchiha Sosuke stood up and gave a deep bow to the crowd below. Please believe me, we will resolve these issues very soon. The ninjas below scrambled to their feet and bowed in return to Uchiha Sosuke. Uchiha Chōfu, watching all this, could barely hold back a smile. All right, everyone, you may sit. Are there any other concerns? At his words, the ninjas finally rose and settled cross-legged onto their cushions. People began to speak up, one after another, explaining the difficulties they faced. By the end, the atmosphere in the hall had grown unusually relaxed. Anything else? The ninjas glanced at each other, shaking their heads one after the other. If no one else has anything to add, then allow me to share my own thoughts, Uchiha Chōfu announced, rising to face the gathering. Chōfu stood before a massive map of the Land of Water, already marked in various colors to distinguish the new and old districts, as well as the key resource sites. His gaze swept across the assembled ninjas. The old Bloody Mist era has faded away, and our village has been reborn, Chōfu began, his voice steady and resonant. But it's not enough to simply break the old rules. What we must build is a stronger, more prosperous new order, one where everyone living under the Hidden Mist banner can find hope and happiness. And for that, I need everyone's cooperation. He paused, then introduced the heart of the meeting. Today, I am putting forward a series of new policies that concern education, our future, and the lives of each and every one of us. The monopoly of the ninja clans over ninjutsu and educational resources had long been a deep-seated problem in the ninja world, and was one of the main sources of the infighting that plagued the Bloody Mist. What Chōfu intended to do was to shake these foundations from the very roots. First, educational reform. Chōfu pointed to several areas on the map of the Hidden Mist village. I propose that we abolish the old, closed-off education system that catered only to the descendants of ninja families. Instead, we will establish a 3-tier public education system for the entire village. A ripple of unease spread through the audience, especially among the representatives of the old clans, whose expressions darkened slightly. This proposal struck directly at their core interests, their monopoly over knowledge and power. The first tier, the primary academy, Chōfu continued, ignoring their reactions. This will be open to all children aged 6 to 8, regardless of whether they come from ninja families or common households. Attendance will be compulsory. The curriculum will no longer be limited to dry theories of ninjutsu, but will include basic reading, writing, and arithmetic, the history and geography of the Land of Water and the ninja world, and, most importantly, the method of chakra refinement. At these words, the hall was thrown into an uproar. Even Uchiha Sosuke's face betrayed his astonishment. To make the method of chakra refinement available to all the village's children, even commoners, that was nothing short of heresy. My lord, An elder from the Hashigaki clan could no longer contain himself and stood up. Chakra is the very foundation of a ninja. How can it be so lightly handed down to commoners? Such a move would lead to a rampant spread of power and threaten our rule. Chōfu glanced at him and smiled. A rampant spread of power? Huh, that's exactly what I want, a tide of power. After all, whose power could possibly outmatch mine? The elder had no retort. By lowering the threshold to power and giving more people a chance to access it, we could discover true genius from a much wider pool. If the hidden mist is to grow strong, we cannot cling to the old ways. We must embrace the world. He swept his gaze across the assembly, raising his voice. And besides, this is only the most basic sensing and refining. It's still a long way from actually mastering ninjutsu. But this gives every child hope, a chance to change their fate. As long as they work hard, even those born to humble origins will have the opportunity to become ninjas, to become defenders of our village. He continued, the second tier, the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy will be divided into 2 tracks, combat and non-combat. Both tracks will be open to all children aged 8 to 12 who have successfully refined chakra and passed the basic assessment. Let's start with the combat track. Here, students will systematically study the fundamentals of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, as well as teamwork and mission simulations. All textbooks will be personally reviewed by the village's jonin, stripping away content that glorifies infighting and bloodshed, and adding chapters on teamwork, tactical thinking, and even basic scientific knowledge. As for the non-combat track, this is for those who either do not wish to fight or who do not pass the combat track's assessments. Here, students will learn practical, everyday ninjutsu, techniques that help with daily life, such as farming, irrigation, and heating. The third tier, the Advanced Academy of Kirigakure. Chōfu revealed the most ambitious part of his plan. This will be the highest institution established for the elite who have graduated from the combat program of the Ninja Academy. Here, we will not only teach advanced ninjutsu, but also offer specialized courses in tactical command, governmental administration, medical ninjutsu, and rune technology. Our faculty will be composed of the clan leaders present, the jonin, and myself. This comprehensive educational system unfolded before everyone's eyes like a magnificent blueprint. It shattered the barriers between clans, opened a path for commoners to rise, and cultivated a diverse array of talents for the future of Kirigakure. Many who had harbored doubts began to seriously contemplate the far-reaching implications behind this vision. At the same time, Chōfu added, offering an even sweeter incentive, all families whose children enter the Ninja Academy or higher institutions will receive extra food rations and living subsidies. For those who achieve outstanding grades, their families will enjoy reduced taxes. In this way, we encourage every household to actively send their children to school. Education and martial prowess alone are not enough. The hardships of daily life are the breeding ground for unrest. Chōfu had decided to use the power of the core of the Herrschers of reason to fundamentally improve the living conditions and economic foundation of Kirigakure. Second, the Technology and Livelihood Initiative. Chōfu switched the map, now displaying detailed terrain and water systems of Kirigakure and its surrounding areas. Kirigakure is shrouded in heavy mist all year round, damp, cold, and prone to disease. I will work with the Senju clan and medical nin to establish a village-wide clean water and medical security system. He pointed to several key locations. Here, we'll build large rune-powered water purification towers, using chakra technology to purify the water, then distribute it to every household through pipelines. At the same time, public clinics will be set up in every district, staffed by trained medical nin, providing basic health care to villagers at little or no cost. This was an act of true virtue that benefited everyone. Even the most stubborn members of the Kagaya clan could not object. Who wouldn't want their family to drink clean water and receive timely treatment when ill? In addition, given our coastal environment, I will introduce new marine aquaculture and fishing technologies. With a sweeping gesture, Chōfu conjured in midair models of deep-sea net pens and efficient fishing boats, their structures illuminated by shimmering light and shadow, simulations created by the core of reason. These new tools and methods will greatly increase our fisheries' output and safety. Traditional fishing grounds will no longer be the private property of just a few ninja clans. Instead, the village will manage them collectively, forming fishing teams made up of both ninja and fishermen, with the profits distributed according to contribution, part going to the village, and part paid directly as dividends to all participants. For those ninja clans with some ancestral resources, although they have lost their monopoly, if the new technology truly brings greater benefits, participating in it may not be a bad thing after all. As for transportation, Changfeng continued. We will construct standardized roads connecting the old district with the new one, and even stretching all the way to the capital. At the same time, we're developing mist ships powered by chakra, which will make travel through dense fog safer and more efficient, and thus promote trade. In terms of housing, we plan to make multi-story buildings common in the village, so everyone will be able to live in safe, comfortable homes that are warm in winter and cool in summer. And finally, energy. Changfeng's gaze swept over the crowd. We will build several controlled nuclear power plants at suitable locations around the village perimeter, providing a stable energy supply for future workshops, lighting, and even more facilities that improve daily life. This dazzling array of technological and social plans made the Mist administrators present feel as though they were glimpsing an entirely new world. Clean water, convenient healthcare, plentiful food, smooth transportation, and mysterious new energy. These are things they had never even dared to dream about before. The third matter, personnel and promotion system reform. Changfeng's tone was fair but unyielding. From today forward, all positions in Mist, ranging from the Mizukage assistants to squad captains, will follow a comprehensive evaluation system for promotion. This includes mission completion rate, individual abilities, tactical contributions, mastery of new technologies and knowledge, and achievements and performance in the new education system. He deliberately stressed the importance of education. Outstanding graduates of a ninja academy can go directly into internships with the ANBU or elite units. The very best from the Advanced Training Institute may even be promoted directly to department heads or technical leads. As long as you have the ability, even if you come from an ordinary family, you can rise to prominence in Mist. He looked at the old clan leaders. Of course, the experience and strength of you clan leaders are also valuable assets to the village. The new system isn't meant to completely deny the past, but to provide a fairer stage for all. As long as your clansmen are capable enough, they can still hold important positions, and perhaps go even further. These words were both reassurance and warning. It was a warning not to rely on ancestral privilege anymore, and to make sure their clansmen worked hard to adapt to the new rules. After dealing with these pressing matters, Uchiha Changfeng finally enjoyed a moment of leisure. System, why didn't occupying Hidden Mist Village trigger a special sign-in this time? Uchiha Changfeng asked the system in his mind. Ding! The multiverse sign-in system is at your service. The changes brought about by this operation have not yet reached the threshold required to trigger a special sign-in. What about killing the daimyo of the Land of Water? That didn't have any effect either. It had some impact, but not much. All right then, I'll finish my tasks first, and come back later to enjoy myself. Changfeng made his way to the outskirts of the village. There he used the power of the Herrschers of Reason's core to conjure, out of thin air, a massive, fully controlled nuclear fusion power plant. Beside it, he constructed several factories for producing cement and bricks. He then ordered the Uchiha he had brought with him to follow the illusion he had cast on him, and instruct the newly recruited workers accordingly. Once the new policies were announced, under Uchiha Changfeng's absolute authority and with tangible support provided by the Herrschers of Reason's core, the reforms swept forward with great momentum and a touch of compulsion. At first, the old clans and some conservative ninja remained on the sidelines, even resisting in secret. But when they saw, one after another, clean public water towers rising, muddy river water being purified, turning crystal clear and sweet, the first fleets of new-style fishing boats, equipped with advanced techniques, returned with catches far greater than ever before, and the old clan ninjas who took part actually received substantial dividends. Led by members of the Uchiha, every household in the village was now connected to electricity. Everyone could light their homes at night, and accidents from moving about in the dark became much less common. The factories built outside the village greatly increased the speed of weaving and sewing clothes. Now, everyone in the village could afford warm, inexpensive garments. In the ninja academy, children from different clans, even from commoner families, began studying and training together. Though barriers remained, the old obsession with bloodline superiority was slowly fading. These concrete changes, gentle yet persistent, gradually melted away the resistance, like a frog being warmed in slowly boiling water. Self-interest, after all, is the best adhesive. When the old clans realized that not only could they survive under the new rules, but might even thrive, their will to resist weakened considerably. Especially for the smaller ninja clans and commoner families, they began to see Changfeng as a savior. Their children finally had a chance to change their destinies, and their living conditions improved in real, tangible ways. A new sense of unity began to quietly take root within Kirigakure. Uchiha Chōfu stood atop the Mizukage Tower, gazing down at the village as the lights gradually flickered on and the laughter of children drifted up to him. His eyes were deep and thoughtful. These policies to benefit the people were only the beginning. The real challenges still lay ahead, balancing the interests of old and new powers in the emerging order, and facing the wars soon to be stirred up by the other four great nations. But at the very least, he had already set Kirigakura's great ship on a new course and injected it with fresh vitality. With an iron fist, he had swept away obstacles. With benefits and hope, he began to weave a web of shared interests that bound everyone together. Kirigakura, the once infamous village of the Bloody Mist, was now quietly transforming, at a pace never seen before, toward a strong and unknown future. Uchiha Chōfu arrived at a place rarely touched by human presence. A faint, ethereal sigh echoed in his mind. With his eyes closed, Chōfu shook his head. Lately, sighs like this had been appearing in his mind more and more often. I have no idea what's going on. When I ask the system, it just stays silent. A mischievous chuckle slipped out as Chōfu opened up the system shop. Seeing his 96,160 sign-in points, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. System, I want to upgrade the Herrschers of Reason Core. I want to transcend. I want to become the true Herrschers of Reason. Chōfu shouted out, filled with excitement. Ding! 10,000 sign-in points deducted. Upgrade successful. With a crisp snap, it was as if Chōfu heard a soul-deep resonance. In that fleeting instant, the entire world looked utterly different through his eyes. While he gazed at a blade of grass, the entirety of its existence, from seed to withering, flooded into his mind all at once. Every cell structure, every atomic configuration, each neutron and proton, all of it was vividly clear in his thoughts, instantly recorded in the Hall of Knowledge. He glanced up at a bird soaring across the sky, and without thinking, stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a lifelike bird materialized right before him. It flapped its wings in panic and fluttered away from Chōfu. Looking closely, one would see both birds were identical in every detail. In that moment, he felt he had truly become an omnipotent god. His mind was ablaze with activity, and objects appeared and disappeared all around him. There were ordinary weapons, knives, spears, swords, and halberds, as well as powerful molecular-level high-frequency blades. There were meek little foxes and rabbits, and even colossal, mythical dragons. Just as his imagination leapt to planet-destroying cannons, the Four-Tails chakra supply within the miniature universe abruptly cut off. Chōfu's own chakra and stamina surged uncontrollably into the true Herrschers of Reason Core. Halfway through the construction, Chōfu couldn't take it anymore. A wave of weakness swept through his body, yanking him back down from that godlike, transcendent state. Ugh! Ha! 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 Snapping back to himself, Chōfu immediately halted his act of creation. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Ha ha! Surveying the myriad creations scattered around him, creatures running, flying in all directions, Chōfu laughed with unrestrained joy. Who's there? This is the land of water. Surrender now, and we'll go easy on you. Wait, that looks like Lord Uchiha Chōfu. Huh, impossible. Lord Chōfu's never been this skinny. A few patrolling ninja from the Hidden Mist village stood at a distance, calling out warily to this suspiciously slight child. I am Uchiha Chōfu. Come here and take these things back to the village, came a clear, youthful voice in response. After finishing his words, Uchiha Chōfu used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his own room in the Hidden Mist village. Is that really Lord Chōfu? One of the patrol members stood slack-jawed in disbelief. When the patrol team brought back the objects created by Uchiha Chōfu, an uproar swept through the village. People were eager to try the molecular-level high-frequency vibration blade. No matter what you try to cut, it was effortless. When they swung at a tree, the trunk split instantly, as easily as slicing through tofu. Once the tree fell, the cut surface was so smooth you could see your own reflection as if looking into a mirror. There were those who wanted to touch the mythical dragon, its massive body covered in sturdy, gleaming scales. Bothered by the attention, the dragon swayed its long, elegant body and soared into the sky, vanishing amid swirling clouds. While the villagers marveled at Uchiha Chōfu's wondrous creations, he had already slipped into a barbecue restaurant, where the plates beside him were stacked as high as a person. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, he returned home and collapsed straight into bed. At the same time, a ghostly blue light enveloped him, cocooning him as if he were wrapped within a mystical chrysalis. Suddenly, a figure began to take shape. A person with a pair of crown-like horns atop his head, a Rinnegan eye on his forehead, one Byakugan, and another eye of unknown origin. His skin was deathly pale, and his hair cascaded in an endless wave. There could be no mistake. It was the legendary Otsutsuki Shimi. He raised his face to the heavens and let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, at Mount Myabuku, Elder Fukasaku, you called me here in such a hurry. What's going on? The young Jiraiya addressed the elderly toad before him. The great toad sage has had another prophecy. It concerns the very fate of the ninja world. Fukasaku's tone was grave. What? Take me there now. Jiraiya's expression turned tense, his voice filled with urgency. Jiraiya and Fukasaku made their way to stand before an ancient toad, so old its eyelids barely opened. Around its neck hung a necklace, suspending a crystal ball inscribed with the character for oil. Great sage, young Jiraiya is here. Fukasaku called up to the venerable toad on the high platform. Ooh! The great toad sage squinted his eyes, speaking in an unhurried manner. It's Jiraiya. Young Jiraiya. Didn't you have something important to tell him? Fukasaku explained anxiously. Jiraiya. Ah, young Jiraiya. I saw a vision. A silver-haired, golden-eyed young woman in a purple dress, cradling the entire ninja world in her arms. And then, the ninja world was utterly destroyed. What? Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were startled out of their wits. A girl who could hold the entire ninja world in her embrace. Where could such a gigantic girl come from? In just one hug, and the ninja world was completely destroyed? Is our world really that fragile, and we never knew? Hey, old man, I think your eyes are failing you. How could you have such an outrageous prophetic dream? Fukasaku was so angry he stamped his foot. The great toad sage remained silent. Ah, looks like the old man has drifted off to sleep again. Fukasaku sighed helplessly. I'm used to it by now. Jiraiya chuckled, letting it go. Besides the child of prophecy, I've got a new mission. White hair, golden eyes, dressed in a purple skirt. I will find you. Jiraiya looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself. A beastly roar thundered across the ninja world, echoing from Kirigakure to Konohagakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure. Every village could hear it as clear as day. The figure of Otsutsuki Yum began to materialize. His presence appeared before everyone's eyes, no matter the distance. To each person, he looked exactly the same. Just then, a pristine white hand reached down from the sky, grasping for Otsutsuki Yum. Otsutsuki Yum reacted instantly, unleashing black chains from within himself that stretched out to cover the entire ninja world. This was his divine technique, Scar. Within the area covered by Scar, he could move freely at will, much like the flying thunder god. Just as he prepared to teleport away, he realized the entire space had been sealed. He couldn't teleport at all. Even moving was a struggle. Seeing that Scar was useless, he tried another divine technique. Killing intent reflection. Killing intent reflection would inflict equal harm on anyone who harbored malice toward Otsutsuki Yum. In other words, if you wanted to punch Otsutsuki Yum the very instant that thought arose, you would be punched yourself. But it was no use. Shonen Baikuna could shrink inanimate objects and himself to a minuscule size. Useless. Great Black Heaven. A space where time itself stands still. He tried to enter the Great Black Heaven. Still useless. Yomi Hirasa. Before Otsutsuki Yum could unleash all his divine techniques, he was already caught. The immaculate, jade-like hand carefully closed around Otsutsuki Yum and brought him close. Before him stood a colossal girl with white hair and golden eyes, dressed in a purple skirt. She was gigantic. Her hand alone spanned half the ninja world. Otsutsuki Yum stood trembling in her palm, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yes, since his birth, this was the first time he had ever felt so helpless. The girl's icy gaze swept over him, pronouncing a chilling verdict, defective. And before Otsutsuki Yum could even react, she erased him from existence. Collapse descend. The girl looked out at the ninja world before her, uttering a divine proclamation. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to the moment before Otsutsuki Yum's appearance. Mount Myaboku. I will find you, no matter what. Jiraiya gazed up at the sky, murmuring softly to himself. Sometime later, in Kirigakure, the educational reforms championed by Uchiha Chōfu were like planting a seed of vitality in the blood-soaked soil of Kirigakure. A brand-new three-tiered public education system, open to all children of appropriate age, especially the foundational primary learning hall and the more advanced ninja academy. Children from different classes and ethnic backgrounds, who once might have lived their whole lives as strangers, were now brought together under the same roof. The mist still hung thick, but the sounds drifting from the school were no longer just the cold clashing of kunai and suppressed, heavy breaths. Now, the air carried the lively chorus of children reading aloud, their curious questions about the unknown and awkward attempts at conversation. Xiaoming was a typical child of Kirigakura's common folk, living in the damp, narrow alleys of the old quarter, though those cramped lanes had now been replaced with tall, gleaming new buildings. His father worked as a laborer, hauling cargo at the docks. His mother earned a meager income mending fishing nets. In the old days, his fate seemed all but sealed, destined to follow in his father's footsteps, spending a lifetime in the salty air of the docks, burdened by heavy loads. Everything changed when the primary learning hall was founded, and that imposing figure in black, with eyes bright as stars, announced that every child could attend school, and even learn the mysterious chakra. At first, Xiaoming's parents could barely believe it, but when they heard the school provided a meal and even offered stipends, they decided to give it a try. Within those school walls, Xiaoming felt for the first time how vast the world could be. He learned to write his own name, discovered that lands existed far beyond the water country, and, most thrilling of all, under his teacher's guidance, he actually sensed a faint yet undeniable warmth flowing inside him. Chakra? In that moment, it was as if his entire world had been illuminated. He was no longer just a poor kid destined to roll in the mud by the docks. Now, he held the possibility to change his fate. He threw himself into his studies, working with fierce determination, as if to make up for everything he'd ever lacked. Thanks to his excellent academic performance and tenacious spirit, Xiaoming advanced smoothly to the Ninja Academy. Yet, this new environment was far more complex than the primary learning hall. His class was filled with all kinds of children. There were Uchiha heirs, marked by the iconic clan fan on their robes and eyes brimming with innate pride. There were Hyuga children, with pure white eyes and a quiet, refined grace. A few others wore the traditional garb of Kirigakura's old ninja clans, their gazes fierce or wary. Children from the Kagaya, Hozuki, and similar families. Naturally, Xiaoming and a few other commoners gravitated toward one another, huddling like startled animals, cautiously watching those noble-born classmates. They could all feel the invisible barriers between them. When the teacher asked questions during theory class, and Xiaoming mustered the courage to answer correctly, he could feel the disdainful gazes of some ninja children. During physical training, their lack of foundation meant that their performance was far inferior to those ninja children who had been strengthening their bodies with secret medicines since childhood. This drew a few unrestrained snickers, especially from a boy named Kagaya Komuro, who was particularly hot-tempered and often swung his fists about, mocking Xiaoming and his friends as mud legs and saying their chakra was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Xiaoming often felt frustrated and inferior. The halo of hope that once shrouded him seemed to dim against the cold, hard wall of reality. But a turning point came during a practical class called Teamwork and Survival Simulation. This lesson, a key part of the new curriculum, aimed to break down old divisions and foster a spirit of cooperation. The teacher randomly divided the class into several groups, ensuring that each group included students from different backgrounds. By chance, or perhaps by fate, Xiaoming ended up in a group with Kagaya Komo, a silent girl named Uchiha Shi, and a timid boy from the Hozuki clan called Hozuki Mizuno. Their assignment was to work together to cross a simulated, trap-filled, poison mist forest and retrieve a target scroll hidden within. From the outset, the team was nearly paralyzed by disarray. Komuro, relying on his physical prowess, tried to charge ahead alone and promptly triggered the first trap, getting himself tightly ensnared by simulated vines and crying out in panic. Hozuki Mizuno was so frightened he nearly dissolved into water and slipped away. Uchiha Shi simply watched coolly from the sidelines, seemingly contemptuous of her teammates' foolishness. Xiaoming, sweating with anxiety, recalled the trap recognition techniques he'd learned in theory class. Koamaru, don't move. That's a binding trap. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Xiaoming called out with newfound courage. Mizuno, can you use water release to soften the ground to your left? I think there might be a pressure plate there. Shi, your Sharingan can see farther through the mist than any of us. Could you help guide us? For a moment, the three were stunned into silence. Koamaru stopped struggling and looked at Xiaoming with suspicion. Mizuno glanced nervously at Uchiha Shi. And for the first time, those crimson eyes of Uchiha Shi truly regarded Xiaoming, the civilian boy. After a brief pause, Uchiha Shi nodded, her single tomo spinning slowly in her eyes. 15 meters ahead, behind a tree on the left, there's probably a disguised trap. The right side is clear. Mizuno breathed a sigh of relief and quickly formed hand seals, sending a small stream of water into the ground. Xiaoming carefully avoided the pressure plate and used a kunai to cut through the vines binding Koamaru. Their first successful collaboration was like a stone dropped into a frozen lake, sending ripples outwards. In the tasks that followed, Zhao Ming, with his solid theoretical knowledge, repeatedly uncovered hidden traps and shortcuts. Uchiha's Sharingan offered unparalleled insight. Kagaya Gumru, on the other hand, played a crucial role whenever brute force was needed to break through obstacles. Even Suja Hozuki managed to make use of her hydrification technique, successfully slipping through a narrow underwater passage to retrieve a key item. When the four of them, breathless but unscathed, walked out of the simulated forest with the target scroll in hand, a peculiar sense of accomplishment filled the group. For once, Kagaya Gumru didn't mock anyone. Instead, he patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder and grumbled, "Hey, Zhao Ming, you've actually got a pretty sharp mind." Uchiha, she gave Zhao Ming a slight nod of approval. Suja Hozuki, meanwhile, let out a relieved smile, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. For the first time, the layer of ice between them began to show signs of melting. As their studies deepened, Zhao Ming's strengths in theory and cultural subjects became increasingly apparent. He even started tutoring Kagaya Gumru, whose academic work was a disaster. In turn, Gumru began to occasionally offer pointers to Zhao Ming during taijutsu classes, sharing tips on striking and evasion. Though his manner remained gruff, the malice was gone. In one public lesson on the basics of chakra nature transformation, the teacher presented a challenge: devise a simple defensive structure by combining water release and earth release. Many of the ninja clan children pondered in vain. Even Uchiha, she frowned in concentration. But Zhao Ming, recalling how dockworkers built flood barriers with sandbags, proposed a solution that seemed clumsy yet was extremely practical, earning the teacher's praise. In that moment, Zhao Ming noticed a subtle change in the way his classmates looked at him. There was less disdain in their eyes, and a hint of genuine respect had appeared. He realized that in this new school, one's origin was no longer the sole measure of worth. Knowledge and wisdom could win respect, too. With each successful collaboration and recognition, the hope of the common folk grew ever brighter and more steadfast. Kagaya Gumru was born into the Kagaya clan, a family infamous for their Shikatsuka bloodline and their fierce love of battle. During the Bloody Mist era, they were feared as ruthless instruments of slaughter. From a young age, Gumru had been taught one thing: might makes right. The Kagaya bones are the hardest of all. Other clans are weaklings, fit only to submit or be crushed. Entering the new ninja academy was, at first, a humiliating experience for him. To have to sit in the same classroom as those mud-legged commoners and the outsider Uchiha and Hyuga, it was laughable. His early days at school were spent using his fists and fiery temper to uphold the old order he knew, one built on bloodline and strength. He mocked commoners like Zhao Ming, provoked Uchiha Shi, and looked down on the timid Suja Hozuki. However, the school's rules and curriculum repeatedly challenged his long-held beliefs. In the theory classes, the fists he was so proud of were utterly useless. The intricate formulas and abstract theories left him dizzy and confused, his grades plummeting to disastrous levels. He even found himself needing tutoring from the very civilian student he used to look down on, Shomei. During the teamwork exercises, he tasted the bitter consequences of fighting alone for the very first time. Without the support of companions, his personal bravery seemed awkward and powerless when faced with clever traps and complicated tasks. It was especially through that collaboration with Shomei, Izumi, and Mizuru that he realized some problems simply couldn't be solved by sheer toughness or brute force. Yet what truly stung was the open taijutsu sparring match, where he had confidently faced a peer from the Hyuga clan. The other boy's seemingly gentle fist technique struck with uncanny accuracy at his chakra points, causing the flow of his proud Kagaya Kekiai Genkai to sputter and stall, and in the end he lost just barely. At that moment, the unshakable belief that Kagaya Taijutsu is the strongest began to crack. Despite his temper and poor performance, the school's teachers didn't give up on him. Instead, they adapted their teaching to suit his strengths. A Jonin instructor from the Uchiha clan once told him during taijutsu training, "Katsumuru, your strength and bone blades are gifts, but power must be guided by wisdom. Charging blindly is the way of beasts, not shinobi. A true warrior must learn to use strength effectively, and sometimes to draw upon the strength of comrades." These words struck him like a hammer. He began, reluctantly at first, to listen to Shomiai's theoretical analyses, to coordinate under Uchiha Seiki's tactical direction, and even to protect the timid Hozuki Mizuru. Gradually, he discovered that when the power of a team came together, the missions they accomplished were far more brilliant and efficient than anything he could achieve alone. The sense of achievement from working together and succeeding seemed every bit as rewarding as piercing an enemy with his bones. He also realized that the knowledge taught at school wasn't just about fighting. Those dull lessons about the geography of the land of water, about marine life, and about new fishing technologies gave him a faint glimpse of another possibility for his clan. Maybe the strength of the Kagaya could be used not just for destruction, but for building something new. Of course, this transformation was not a smooth journey. Some old-fashioned elders in the clan continued to instill the ideals of the Bloody Mist era in him, accusing him of shaming the Kagaya at school for mingling with commoners and outsiders. Katsumaru's heart was full of conflict and struggle. But the experiences at school, like seeds, had already taken root and begun to sprout in his heart. He no longer blindly accepted everything from his clan as he once did. He began to ponder, within this new hidden mist village, what role should the Kagaya clan truly play? Should they continue being the madmen that everyone feared, or should they become part of the village's protectors? During an off-campus training exercise, their group encountered a small band of roaming pirates. In that moment of crisis, without thinking, Katsumaru shielded Shomei and Mizunowa behind him with his bone shield, while Uchiha, she used her Jinjutsu to immobilize the pirate leader. Seizing the opportunity, Shomei fired a signal flare to alert their teacher. You all did exceptionally well. You worked together to overcome the rogue ninja wandering nearby. When we return, I'll give you extra credits. All right, Shomei and Hozuki Mizunowa cheered aloud. When their teacher praised their composure under pressure and seamless teamwork, Katsumaru looked at his companions, panting for breath, yet their eyes shining with excitement. Deep inside, the emotion of protecting others, long suppressed within him, began to stir quietly. He was still the hot-headed Kagaya, Katsumaru, but his world no longer revolved solely around the Kagaya's bones and swift battles. He started to realize that strength could take many forms, and that comrades were not a burden. The old shackles forged from bloodline and violence were gradually loosening and falling away. Uchiha, she was a child of a branch family within the Uchiha clan. The pride of her lineage had long since seeped into her very blood. Following her clan leader to this unfamiliar, mist-shrouded island, she viewed everything around her through a lens of scrutiny and detachment. To her, the ninja of the old Mist Village clans were savage, backward, and mired in the bloody glory of their past. And the villagers, mere civilians, seemed weak, ignorant, and no different from ants. She came to this ninja academy mainly because of orders from her clan and out of curiosity about the new environment, not to truly fit in. She was used to being alone. Her single Tomo Sharingan, awakened early, allowed her to easily see through the clumsiness and flaws of her classmates, which only deepened her sense of superiority. She rarely initiated conversation with others. Even during team exercises, she often played the role of the cool-headed observer and executor, as if untouched by the world around her. Yet, school life turned out to be different from what she'd imagined. That civilian boy, Shomei, surprised her with the depth of his theoretical knowledge. Especially during team missions, his ideas, drawn from everyday life, seemingly unsophisticated yet highly effective, repeatedly shattered her expectations. It dawned on her that perhaps the others were not as foolish as she'd thought. As for Kagaya Katsumaru, though brash and reckless, his relentless pursuit of strength and fearless combat style forced her to admit his formidable talent. There was even a time in a simulated battle when Katsumaru's wild, utterly unpredictable attacks pushed her to fight with all her might, her Sharingan feeling the strain for the first time. Then there was the timid Tsuru from the Hozuki clan. His water transformation technique, in certain environments, revealed an astonishing adaptability and supporting power. These impurities began to seep into and disrupt the orderly, hierarchical world model within her heart. What truly set Uchiha Seiki on the path of change was a brand new course introduced at school, Fundamentals and Applications of Chakra Technology. This class, taught by technical experts brought in by Lord Uchiha Chōfu, covered subjects like rune inscription, energy conduction, and the basics of puppet construction. In this class, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan offered tremendous advantages in microscopic observation and precise control, but it was not the only trump card. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was equally outstanding in perceiving energy flow and ensuring structural stability. Some civilian students, perhaps unburdened by the preconceptions of traditional ninjutsu, often displayed greater imagination and creativity when it came to understanding and embracing these new concepts. During one group project, Teruaki proposed a clever idea to use tidal energy to help recharge runes. Though the concept was still rough around the edges, it caught the instructor's eye immediately. At that moment, as Uchiha Seiki watched Teruaki's face flush with excitement, an indescribable feeling stirred within her for the first time. She began to realize that in this new system, one that emphasized comprehensive ability and innovative thinking, The pride of the Uchiha was no longer a universal key. She would have to prove herself with her own skills and effort, not simply rely on the legacy of her bloodline. Change crept in slowly and subtly. She remained reserved and taciturn, but if Kagaya Kamaru grew irritable after failing a cultural studies exam, she would coolly toss over a set of neatly organized notes. If Suru was bullied by rougher students, she would send a single icy stare that made the troublemakers retreat. If Teruaki was injured during taijutsu training, she would, without a word, hand over a roll of basic medical bandages. From that day forward, it wasn't long before Uchiha Chōfu regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Uchiha Chōfu sensed a dramatic spike in the concentration of Honkai energy in the air. At the same time, the true core of the Herrschers of reason could now draw upon imaginary energy without limit. Before, the core was like an appliance rated for 220 volts, but it only had access to a 110-volt power supply. The mismatch in Honkai energy had kept the core perpetually starved. Now at last it could be fully satiated. With Honkai energy this dense, is an outbreak imminent? Uchiha Chōfu wondered, a trace of worry coloring his thoughts. To the east of the land of water lay a desolate stretch known as the Weeping Strait. Jagged reefs rose from the sea, and year-round, a grayish cold and clammy mist, thicker even than that which shrouded Kirigakure, blanketed the area. The sailing conditions here were treacherous, so much so that even the most seasoned fishermen and pirates kept their distance with wary respect. In recent days, several coastal outposts near the strait have sent back a string of unsettling reports. It began with fishermen discovering large numbers of fish dying under mysterious circumstances. Their lifeless bodies, drifting on the surface, had an unnatural ashen hue, as if some force had drained all vitality from them. Soon after, a hidden mist Chunin stationed to the watchtower on the edge of the strait relayed a routine message in a voice trembling with fear. He described witnessing colossal moving shadows like mountain ranges and flickering purple lights, eerily reminiscent of ghostly flames deep within the thick fog. Then, the communication was abruptly cut off, and all contact was lost. The reports filtered up the chain of command, eventually landing on the desk of the true authority in the hidden mist village, Uchiha Sosuke. At the top floor of the Mizukage Tower, Chanfeng studied the red-marked area on the map labeled Whaling Strait, his brow slightly furrowed as he absorbed the news. Absent-mindedly, his fingertips tapped against the tabletop. Deep within him, the core of reason, the artifact bound to his soul, seemed to stir with a faint tremor. Honkai energy, Chanfeng murmured, his gaze sharpening with resolve. It must be a Honkai beast. Mizukage-sama, he said, lifting his head to address Uchiha Sosuke beside him. I recommend forming an elite investigation squad to head to Whaling Strait at once. Mission level, top secret, utmost priority. The objective is to uncover the cause of these anomalies and assess the threat. Somehow, word of the imminent deployment of a Jonin squad on a classified mission began to quietly spread among the younger generation. The rumors gained even more traction when Kagaya Kamaru heard from a cousin working in intelligence that the mission's destination was none other than the infamous Whaling Strait, the very place said to harbor shadows as vast as moving mountains. The restless curiosity burning within him felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart. Hey, have you guys heard? During a break in training, Kamaru sidled up to Uchiha Izumi, Hozuki Mizunobu, and Terumi Shomei, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Haoki-sensei and the others are going to Whaling Strait to investigate that monster. It's going to be a real battle. I can feel it. Mizunobu shrank back a little. That sounds seriously dangerous. We should just wait for the teacher's reports. Uchiha Saki, polishing her kunai, replied in a calm, detached tone, a Jonin-level mission isn't something we should get involved in. Though Shomiai's heart brimmed with curiosity about the unknown, his sense of reason warned him against Kamaru's reckless ideas. Kamaru, acting on our own would be breaking the rules, and it's far too risky. What's there to be afraid of? Kamaru exclaimed, pumping his fists, his face alight with excitement. We're the future pillars of the hidden mist. Are we supposed to train safely in the village for our whole lives? True strength is forged in real combat. Besides, we'd just be following from a distance, observing. What if our teachers actually need backup? He pressed on, urging, Saki, don't you want to see that so-called monster with your own Sharingan? Shuru, your water transformation technique lets you move freely in the sea. You're perfect for reconnaissance. Xiaoming, you're quick-witted. Maybe you'll spot clues that even elite Jonin might miss. Gomaru's words struck right at the secret hopes in their hearts. Uchiha she indeed harbored a powerful curiosity for the unknown. Although Hozuki Shuru was afraid, he longed to prove his own worth. Xiaoming, meanwhile, was drawn by the tantalizing chance to earn the recognition of the Jonin. With Gumaru's persistent encouragement and his repeated assurance that they would only observe from afar, never interfere, the adventurous spirit of the youths finally triumphed over caution. They decided to secretly follow the Jonin squad, heading for the Whaling Strait. Led by Hyuga Hiroki, the three Jonin quietly boarded a specially designed speedboat, slipping soundlessly into the dense mist of the Whaling Strait. They were seasoned veterans, moving with both speed and stealth. Far behind them, beneath the surface, Hozuki Shuri used his clan's secret water transformation art to conceal their presence, carrying a small kayak Xiaoming had hastily modified. Aboard the little craft were Gumaru, Uchiha Shi, and Xiaoming himself. Hyuga-sensei's Byakugan is formidable. We need to keep our distance. Just follow from far back, Xiaoming whispered, clutching a compass and a rough sea chart, nervously keeping track of their bearings. Uchiha Shi's Sharingan glimmered faintly, picking up the subtle ripples and chakra traces left by the Jonin's speedboat ahead. They're slowing down. Looks like they're approaching the target area. Gumaru licked his lips in excitement. Are we finally going to see it? When the Jonin squad reached the island where the lost watchtower stood, they saw a massive, porcelain-white figure looming ahead. Hidden behind distant reefs, the youths raised their binoculars and caught sight of the terrifying scene. What on earth is that? Shuru's voice trembled. Even at a distance, that ominous, corrosive energy field made him feel deeply uneasy. It was then that the thick fog churned, and the colossal Honkai beast emerged, as if crawling out of a nightmare, appearing before the Jonin squad. Even separated by such a great distance, the red light burning in the creature's crystalline single, I sent a jolt of dread through the youths' hearts. That's the monster? Much of Gumaru's earlier excitement faded away, replaced by a raw terror in the face of something so utterly unknown. This was nothing like the battles with ninja or wild beasts he'd imagined. The monster's body was pure white, standing on all fours with massive forelimbs and unnaturally slender hind legs. The palms of its forelimbs glowed purple, ringed underneath by a band of red markings. A banded ring sat atop its head, and with the single horn jutting upward, it formed a crude, makeshift crown. From time to time, pink motes of light shimmered from its crown, drifting a short distance before vanishing into thin air. The creature towered over them, easily 30 meters tall, a living building of nightmare and bone. The boys held their breath, watching from a distance as the elite ninja squared off against the monstrous beast. They saw Hiroki Hyuga's Byakugan piercing through the flow of energy, his voice ringing out as he warned his comrades. They watched as Daikyo Kurisu unleashed a massive water-style jutsu, waves crashing against the beast's hide, only to find that it barely made a dent. They saw Satsuki Hozuki trying to set up a sealing barrier, but the corrosive energy radiating from the creature kept interfering, making it impossible to form a complete seal. The creature's attacks left them utterly stunned. It had no elaborate techniques, just a simple, brutal swing of its forelimb crashing to the ground, moving so fast the air itself seemed to crack apart. A deafening crash erupted as the beast's blow left a crater a meter deep in the earth. So strong. Mizunobu Hozuki's voice was dry with fear. Even Daikyo Senpai's water style. Daikyo Senpai's jutsu is completely useless against it. Izumi Uchiha's Sharingan never left the battlefield, eyes wide with dread. Just as the boys watched with bated breath, danger struck without warning. Irritated by the persistent attacks, the beast's crystalline eye blazed with violet light. It reared up, forelimbs raised, then slammed down with terrifying force. Look out! Hiroki Hyuga's face went pale with alarm. The ground erupted beneath the beast's strike, another massive crater, the earth itself trembling from the blow. The Jonin dodged with swift, practiced agility. But the boys, Akira and the others, were completely exposed. The sudden tremor sent Akira tumbling, unable to keep his balance or avoid the shockwave. In a flash, Saki Uchiha darted to Akira's side, hopping nimbly as she grabbed him like he weighed nothing, as if picking up a sack of supplies. Reckless. If you had to follow, fine, but getting this close is suicide. Hiroki Hyuga's voice was sharp with both fear and anger as he, Daikyo Kurisu, and Satsuki Hozuki broke away from the beast and rushed to shield the boys behind them. Only now, caught in the monster's presence, could the young ninja truly grasp the terror it inspired. Its raw, overwhelming malice pressed upon them, smothering the air, nearly suffocating them. It seems the demonstration is over. Daikyo Kurisu bared his fangs in a grim smile, his eyes deadly serious. Kids, fall back. This isn't a training dummy. The real battle was only just beginning. The boys, who had snuck along on their own, now realized how close they had come to disaster and just how far the true threat surpassed their imagination. Their hearts pounded with lingering fear. Their reckless adventure had become a lesson, one far harsher than anything the Academy could teach. Now, faced with this twisted abomination, Hiroki Hyuga, Daiki Okarisu, and Satsuki Hozuki, all seasoned jonin, snapped to their highest alert, ready for the fight of their lives.